How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to our latest severe weather live stream. Hope everybody's having a good afternoon so far. Today's severe weather coverage, maybe two different parts. I think right now what we're thinking is that we're going to be live here for the next hour or two, kind of give you an update on what's happening on the radar now, because we got a big line of storms, and we've had this round of storms going literally all morning long with damaging winds and embedded tornadoes in this line, which still remains a possibility as this continues to move east. So we'll talk about this in just a moment. In addition to that, later today, it looks like another big round of severe weather is ahead, with multiple tornadoes being possible, significant damaging winds, and very large hail. So it looks like quite the long day overall today. Obviously, if we didn't go live really late last night, I would have been live this morning for this event that has been ongoing for hours now. With that said, can't really do much about it. I mean, I just woke up like 45 minutes ago. My voice is kind of hurting. So overall, we're still looking, though, at mostly a damaging wind threat with a few embedded tornadoes, which is the reason why we're live. We're going to continue to watch this for the next couple of hours as it marches east. We'll be giving you an idea of what's going to be happening this afternoon, in addition to what's happening now. Before we get too far into it, though, today's live stream is brought to you by Radar Omega. If you need a weather app to stay ahead of the storms today, you can download Radar Omega with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. In addition to that, you can also check out ESP Storm Shelters if you need a storm shelter ahead of the storms over the next several weeks. As we are still in the peak of severe weather season, ESP shelters are the way to go for above ground storm shelters. You can check that out with the second top link in the description below. I do appreciate both Radar Omega and the ESP shelters for sponsoring today's live stream. All right, let's hop into what's happening on the radar right now, because we have a lot of storms out there, and we'll kind of talk more about what's ahead later today as well, because we have two different rounds. We're not just talking about one round of storms today. Unfortunately, we're dealing with one line right now and then another line of storms later today, which will pose a threat for significant damaging winds, hail, and tornadoes. So right now we got this line of storms, this mesoscale convective system, which is an MCS, which is stretching from Cincinnati, Ohio, all the way back into northern parts of Tennessee. Right now, it's pretty much just a significant wave of damaging winds that's moving across this area. So you'll notice right now, damaging winds up to 60. Some parts of the line are upwards of 70 miles per hour, especially where we have some more of these little Boeing segments, which are again moving currently to the east towards areas like Moorhead and West Liberty here over in not Virginia, over in eastern Kentucky. So that's where we're currently looking for the main damaging wind threat, upwards of 70 miles per hour. Notice all these black circles on the map here. These are all damage reports on Radar Omega over the last 6 hours, and we've had a ton of damage here, but mainly wind damage, but a lot of power lines and a lot of trees are down in a pretty numerous to widespread area here from southeast Missouri all the way back into Kentucky and even into Ohio now, which is where we're going to start to see some more of those reports. So this has been a pretty damaging line of storms so far, and it's still not done yet. The the Storm Prediction Center did issue a new severe thunderstorm watch, which goes all the way until about 8 o'clock this evening Eastern time for those in Ohio, and as well as even a little sliver there of eastern Kentucky. And this is going to be mainly for the threat of damaging winds, with a few embedded tornadoes in this line still remaining a possibility. Now, we are watching for any of these little notches that we get in this line for a low tornado risk over the next few hours. I do think overall the tornado risk with this particular line is going to decrease as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon. I don't think it's on an increasing trend, but we could still see a couple more tornadoes as this pushes east. Now, keep in mind, some of these tornadoes could happen in between radar scans, and they could happen very quickly and very briefly. So if you are in areas that are in front of this and you get under a severe thunderstorm warning, I would recommend that you at least go into an interior room of your home or building, just in case something happens where we get an isolated tornado. Also, in addition to that, make sure if you're in a mobile home that you are seeking sturdy structure if you're in any of these damaging wind event warnings, as there will be damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour, especially with these Boeing segments, again, that are moving through parts of eastern Kentucky right now. And these are all moving to the east, by the way, at 60 miles per hour. So these are very fast moving storms right now in Kentucky, and they're going to continue to move into Ohio and eventually into parts of northern Tennessee. We also have another line of storms behind the first one that we have. This is not the second round of storms today, at least the one that's going to bring significant severe weather. This one is bringing some isolated severe storms, though. We actually have a storm near Clarksville right now that is relatively discreet, and we might get an isolated tornado out of this. So we're going to have to watch this closely since it is a discrete supercell. And as that moves east, it'll go towards Springfield, Tennessee. But honestly, it's kind of crazy to think, but we have a second line of storms here, and this one is not the main event later today either. So this is going to dump more rain. It's going to produce some more wind damage, and we could end up seeing an isolated tornado or two, I think, along this narrow corridor in northern Tennessee over the next hour or two. That's going to be contingent on this storm staying discreet and any other storms that develop staying discreet. But overall, I still think that potential still remains low for the rest of this, or at least rest of the early afternoon hours. Now, as we go later into today, the threat does not end. Again, we got another large area that we're watching for. We got this big slight risk for severe weather, which includes areas like Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Arkansas, even a little sliver now of Mississippi and Alabama. And almost all of Tennessee is included in this potential for severe weather. It's, again, an elevated risk for severe weather today, where the potential for some significant damaging winds will exist, large to very large hail, and the potential for a few tornadoes. Right now, the wind threat is still elevated across a large chunk here of the Ohio Valley and the lower Midwest. The hatched risk, for wind is primarily in eastern Kentucky, where that Boeing segment does continue to produce damaging winds back over in eastern Kentucky. So that's continuing to produce damaging winds. That'll continue to be really the main event for right now when it comes to damaging winds. But as we go later into the afternoon, we're going to have another redevelopment of storms back over here in Missouri, Illinois, and Indiana, where more damaging winds will be possible, and those could get as high as 70 to even 75 miles per hour at times. The large hail threat is elevated today as well. We'll be talking about the potential for some significant hailstones anywhere from Arkansas back into Missouri, even into western Kentucky and western Tennessee this afternoon, where we'll be talking about large to very large hail, which could get as high as 3 inches in diameter, which is the size of an apple. So make sure you're protecting your vehicle, especially if you're in the hatched area. Some more marginal hail will be possible elsewhere in areas like Indiana, which is like Indianapolis was what I'm talking about, and also back into Ohio, where there could be some isolated large hail events, but overall not nearly as concerning. Now, the biggest thing that we're watching for today is the damaging wind threat in addition to the tornado risk. Strong tornadoes are a possibility today, and the Storm Prediction Center has made it so that this hatched area is actually further south than we initially had. It is actually now going to include southern Missouri, northeast Arkansas, western Tennessee, and southern parts of Illinois, very small sliver here, and as well as southwestern parts of Kentucky. This is where strong tornadoes will be a possibility later today. It's not an imminent threat right now, but it will be a threat that we need to watch for as we go later into the afternoon. After this air mass recovers, we will eventually get another round of storms developing here. Those will be discrete to semi-discrete, and any storms that do develop in this environment will be capable of strong tornadoes. With that said, we could see strong tornadoes really anywhere, even in the brown shaded area. So if you are in the brown shaded area or the yellow shaded area, you definitely need to make sure that you have a tornado action plan in place and multiple ways to receive alerts, as there really could be a strong tornado anywhere in this area. Don't get too caught up in the colors. It just means that the greatest confidence, again, would be in this area for strong tornadoes and tornadoes in general. We also have a large 2% tornado risk, which goes all the way into southern parts of Michigan and also back into the Dixie Alley. And so a couple of isolated tornadoes will be possible there. All right, let's go into the future radar and give you an idea of what we're talking about in terms of timing for today. Again, a lot of what's going to happen today is going to be nowcasting, just like yesterday. I think overall it's going to be a bit easier to forecast today, even though, saying that is kind of hard to say because yesterday was definitely not on forecasted. We had a lot of crazy things happen yesterday. I do think a lot of today, again, will be a lot of nowcasting, which means we're doing basically weather forecasting in real time. This is what we're going to be looking at right around... Okay, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in Texas now. Okay, we'll go to that in a second. So as we go into the afternoon hours today, we're going to start to see some storms bubbling up back over near St. Louis. Most of these storms will be just hail producers. They should remain elevated, but by 5 to 6 o'clock, we'll be watching storms developing more into a line and into a cluster across this large area from southern Missouri back into southern Illinois and back into southern Indiana, where there will be some discrete cells. And the initial discrete cells will have the best chance of producing large hail and as well as a tornado risk. This is by 8 o'clock tonight, so notice how late these storms are firing off. They're going to move through St. Louis right around 5 or 6. And by about 8 o'clock, they become a little bit more organized, and they'll eventually become a line of storms. And if this all kind of goes as planned, we'll eventually see more of a linear line of storms by about 9 to 10 o'clock tonight. And this will be producing the threat for some significant damaging winds across Kentucky, southern Indiana, southern Illinois, and southeast Missouri. We are still watching for the potential for some discrete activity back over in northeast Arkansas as well. By 11 to 12 o'clock, this continues to move through Kentucky and as well as northern Tennessee. And you might be thinking, are we getting hit again if you're in eastern Kentucky? Yes, you are. Congratulations. You're getting another round of storms today. This might be the third round of storms that you'll get all in the same 24-hour period. By 2 a.m., these storms will move into Tennessee and as well as into eastern Kentucky, where significant damaging winds will remain the main concern. And eventually by 4 to 5 in the morning, that threat continues to push east. Storms weaken out after 4 to 5 o'clock, and then we're pretty much done with severe weather. Hopefully after that, if there's any severe weather after 5 a.m., it should be pretty minimal. But that's what we're looking at in terms of the timing today and the severe weather outlook. Obviously, we have a round of storms already out there. Storms are going to continue to be really ongoing all day today, so it's going to be a very active day. Make sure you're staying weather aware and have multiple ways to receive alerts. And again, the current round of storms that we're watching is back over here in eastern Kentucky and as well as Ohio and even into eastern Indiana. And we're also watching for a storm activity to develop here along another line of storms that's back over here in northern Tennessee and southern Kentucky. And we are watching for at least a low tornado risk with this discrete cell over the next hour or two, which is near Clarksville, Tennessee. So we are going to continue to keep a very close eye on that storm. But again, any of these storms that are embedded in this line could produce an isolated tornado risk, which is the reason why we are live this early. Just want to make sure we don't have anything that happens that's too crazy here across parts of Kentucky and even back into Ohio and maybe even Tennessee. We might end up seeing a storm down there. All right, let's get to questions. Hope everybody's doing well. Again, it's early kind of for me. Just woke up like 45 minutes ago. Thank you to CH for the 19.99. Appreciate that. Thank you, Emo, for becoming a 1-month member. Yeah, apparently seven people are dead in Texas from that tornado last night. That's at least the report I just saw. Unfortunately, just really, really bad stuff. I also have some videos of the damage. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna see if I can. There are some videos of the damage I'll try to show you guys, but I had to get it emailed to me. This is just some of the damage. It's gonna be a little bit pixelated because it's Facebook, but some of the damage at a shell stop yesterday here in North Texas. This is in Valley View, approximately. I think this was in Valley View. Yeah, this was in Valley View. So again, just really unfortunate stuff. Completely, very heavily damaged, at least. Here's another photo as well. So just, again, a lot of damage there in Valley View. And again, we were live for this tornado. We had an emergency live stream for this last night, and I really thought, we might have gotten a big break yesterday after, what we saw in the afternoon, but boy, was I wrong. It really got nasty after that, and I don't even know what happened here, but look at this car. I mean, this car must have been lifted up by the tornado or something, because this is just in an open field. This is sent in, all these photos sent in by Aldrin Orlano on Facebook. But yeah, just crazy sights to see. There's also another one here. And this is the last one. We have some videos too, but I need to get them emailed to me because I can't pull them up on Facebook for some reason. But yeah, just more damage to this shell stop, and unfortunately, again, this is an area that was hit hard yesterday. This is where the tornado went right through. Was back over there in Valley View, Texas. Apparently 7 died. At least that's what I'm hearing. So give me 1 second. I actually can probably email these to me myself. So just give me 1 second. I'll show you guys in a second. There are some videos from that area. But unfortunately, again, just devastating damage across both Texas. We had significant damage also back over in Claremore, Oklahoma, where that tornado went directly through. So, I mean, there was just a lot of stuff that happened yesterday that nobody wants to see. But, yeah, it was just unfortunate what happened yesterday. Give me 1 second. I'm going to send myself these videos, and I'll show them to you guys. Thank you, Heather, for the $9.99. No problem at all. Appreciate you tuning in. Yeah, again, I wasn't really planning on going live this early, but You know, I do want to go live just in case like this discrete cell tries to do something funky. He produces an isolated tornado. It's in an environment where we could get a tornado, and then the line of storms is producing embedded tornadoes like this one.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we do have a new tornado warning near Corbin, Kentucky. That includes Woodbine and as well as back over into Cannon, the Barbourville area, Walker, Girdler, and Crane Nest. If you're in any of those locations, again, make sure that you're seeking shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, and away from windows. Again, that is your area of circulation. That's moving right into Corbin, Kentucky right now, and it'll be moving towards the Barbourville area as well over the next several minutes. So get to a safe place that is an interior room of your home or building, and get away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this warning. And here's the latest radar scan. We'll check this out here. And the latest radar scan just deleted the velocities. I don't know what just happened there. Back to the storm relative velocities here. Oh, never mind. They're not updating. All right, we'll stay on this, I guess. I think it'll update correctly if we just give it a second, but that's the area of rotation. It has been intensifying for the few minutes here. If we do have a tornado, it would be right over the town of Corbin, Kentucky. You can actually see the inflow notch here on the radar. So that right there is your inflow. And then again, your tornado would be right over Corbin, Kentucky if we do indeed have a tornado. So again, if you are currently in Corbin, Kentucky, make sure that you're seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building. So this is some of the damage, by the way. We'll show you more in detail in a moment, but this is just some of the damage. Unfortunately, just significant damage there. It's a Valley View, Texas. We'll show you the video after this storm becomes less concerning. A lot of these tornadoes in Kentucky, again, will be spin-ups, so hopefully this is just a little QLCS tornado. But again, if you're just tuning in, strong area of rotation right now, moving right into Corbin. Could get a tornado at any time as this moves towards Crane Nest, Kentucky, and Barbourville. So continue to stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. We do have Radar Omega cyclone ports back over near Cincinnati, near Dayton, Ohio. So as these storms do get closer, we'll keep a close eye on it and see if we can see anything interesting from those live cams. Again, a lot of these storms right now are predominantly producing wind, but we could end up seeing a couple of embedded tornadoes in this line of storms. So we are still watching for that potential for a couple of tornadoes as this activity does continue to shift east. And even though it's going into a slightly less favorable environment for tornadoes, we could still see tornadoes because this environment, I mean, we have a line of storms. It's again a QLCS type of situation. A lot of the time with these sorts of lines, we usually just get brief spin-ups, but in this case, we could still get an isolated tornado that stays on the ground for maybe a slightly longer amount of time. So, but this includes a population of 50,000 people, actually. I didn't even realize how many people lived here. But that rotation, again, is the strongest right now, right over the town of Corbin, Kentucky. We'll have another radar scan in a second. I'm showing you this because it shows it a little bit better on the velocities radar. But that rotation would be right over Corbin and then eventually approaching the Crane Nest area here in Kentucky. If there is a tornado, again, it would be right about there. Here's the circulation. And so, again, not super strong, but it's definitely strong enough to, if it does crank up a little bit here, we could get a tornado. Again, there's a pretty strong inflow here on this storm. So definitely watching this closely as it moves towards the Barbourville area. No CC drop as of right now, so nothing confirmed, but we'll keep a close eye on it. Again, next radar scan should be in here in just a second. Today's gonna be a long day. We could technically be live for like 12 plus hours today. We're gonna monitor trends and see what happens. I could actually be live for 12 straight hours if I really needed to. I mean, today could be, again, all the way from now all the way up until like 2 a.m. It's supposed to be a pretty long day of severe weather, but I think the severe weather that fires up later today will probably, you know, take a little bit to get going. It's probably not gonna be until like 5 or 6. So I do think today's live stream will probably be split into 2 parts. So we're gonna have 2 different rounds of storms. This is the latest velocities radar scan. Should update in a second. 4 minutes behind on the latest radar scan, but if there's a tornado, it'd be right along Route 25. Again, approaching Barberville here in Kentucky. Here's the latest velocity scan. Wow, that's pretty. So we don't have a clue what's happening. That's the area of rotation, though. If there's a tornado, it'd be just east of Corbin. Right along Route 25. See if the storm relative velocities update here. If there's a tornado again, it'll be right about here, just west of Crane Nest. Right over Corbin is where we had that strongest pocket of rotation a moment ago, and now it's going to be right along Route 25. There you go. So that rotation, again, doesn't look super strong, even when we're looking at this, even though it looks a little bit weird, because there's no red showing. That would be the area of where we're looking at for the strongest rotation, which, again, is now on the northeast side of Corbin, Kentucky, and it'll eventually be moving towards the north side of Barberville. So if you're in this warning, again, get underground, get to your safe place, whatever your safe place is, get there, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible and into an interior room of your home or building. I'm going to see if we have any live cameras in this area as well. So we might. See if we have any view of anything. This is right along the interstate. Well, this is just north of the storm. It's raining. There you go. Confirmed rain here, right here in Kentucky. Yeah, not really much of a view on that one. No debris signature, which is good news right now. Again, we're still looking for embedded tornadoes really anywhere in this line. It's not going to just be one area. They do have a tornado possible label on this storm that's back over near the Lafayette area here in northeastern parts of Tennessee. This area could end up getting warned. We'll see. That rotation has been a little bit stronger at times. It's broader on the latest scan, but as it moves towards like the Pineville area and Pennington Gap, it could get tornado warned like now. That timing is just insane.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So, new tornado warning on the storm west of Harrogate, east of Jellicoe. In Kentucky, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and into an interior room of your home or building. And again, that's currently moving eastbound. Now, right there's your rotation. I don't understand the timing that we've had over the last 4 days. It's pretty crazy. All right, further up towards Cincinnati, just checking to see if we have any circulation up here. Do at least have some rotation east of Independence. We got maybe some circulation right now going towards Nicholsville. Yeah, we had some rotation. That could actually get worn down the road too. There's definitely some rotation on the leading edge of this activity near Moscow, moving towards Bethel in Ohio, so stay vigilant. Yeah, the main concern will be damaging winds, but we could still get a couple of brief spin-up tornadoes, so we're watching that area too. And the southern and northern side of this mesoscale convective system are really going to be the 2 most favorable areas for tornadoes. So again, the areas that I'm pointing out here are really the ones that have the greatest concern when it comes to a tornado risk. Even with that said, again, the overall threat for tornadoes should remain, you know, more of just, again, brief, weak tornadoes. But this area of rotation right here is something we're watching. Got maybe another circulation there east of Independence. These are both moving into Ohio. So Amelia and Bethel will be on the track of those. So don't be shocked if we get a tornado warning on that activity as well. The one near Clarksville still looks suspicious here. This one's been suspicious for a while. It's very discreet. Yeah, if we did have a tornado, it would be in here. I'm trying to see what the velocities show here. This is the one in Tennessee. We don't have any CC drops, so nothing on the ground, but this one definitely is interesting. There's the velocities. I mean, I don't really see a whole lot of rotation here, but I do feel like this particular storm would be the type of storm to produce a tornado in this sort of environment. So it's definitely gonna be something to watch for as that moves east. All right, here's the latest radar scan on the southern tornado warning. Again, this is in southeastern Kentucky, west of Harrogate. Again, this rotation has really been probably the strongest couplet that we've seen on radar. The one back up near Corbin is still a little bit on the broader side of things, but it could still drop a tornado for the record. But I do think the rotation here is obviously on the broader side of things comparatively to the other storm. But if you are in Barberville, just continue to stay in your safe place. At the bare minimum, we're talking about damaging winds. So even if we don't have a tornado, we're still talking at least about a damaging wind threat with that particular storm. And the one's back up in Ohio, and we do still have some broad circulation here. Two different areas going towards Amelia and Bethel. Nothing really intensifying here, at least from the regional radar site. The terminal radar site does show at least a bit of a stronger surge of wind near Mentor, but also a bit more rotation here, going towards Nicholsville and the Batum area of Ohio. Could still produce a tornado down the road. Don't think it's imminent, but I do think we could see something if that starts to ramp up just a little bit more. All right. If you guys do see any reports on Twitter, by the way, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. This is a recording to Storm HQ on Twitter. We have at least 2 killed and up to 200 injured in Claremore, Oklahoma from yesterday's tornado. That's up to 200 injured, so that's an up to. It's equal or less than basically 200. But that's the latest report out of there. We do have a new severe thunderstorm watch that does now include a large chunk of eastern Kentucky, West Virginia, western Virginia, western North Carolina, and eastern Tennessee. Goes until 9 o'clock Eastern time. By the way, my time at the top left is in Central time. It's not in Eastern time. I do apologize, but I have not changed it. Actually, I can probably change it real quick. Let me change it so it's not confusing. Storms that are going to be in Central time won't happen until later today anyways, so it's not really that big of a deal. It's starting to rain on the right side of your screen there in Covington, Kentucky too. Storms are getting there right now. All right, time's updated. So look at a rotation right now near Franks, or Frakes. Right over here again in southeastern Kentucky, approaching Middlesboro. Meldrum will be in the track of this as well. That's the strongest area of rotation that we have right now. The one that's back up here near Crane's Nest in the Barberville area of Kentucky, that one still appears pretty broad to me. There's your broad area of circulation. But continue to stay in your safe place just in case. You also have a new severe thunderstorm warning that does include Middletown, Ohio, just south of Dayton. Main concern, again, it's going to be damaging winds up to 60. And for those that are asking about Southwest Ohio, again, the main concern overall is going to be damaging winds upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour with a couple of embedded brief tornadoes in this line as well. So that's really the main concern. With that said, we are still watching for the potential for maybe an isolated tornado or two southeast here of Cincinnati. There are some circulations here. Nothing super strong right now, but we do at least have a large, broad area of circulation near New Richmond. We had one that was trying to develop actually over the New Richmond area, but that one's not really looking too healthy anymore. But as these continue to move northeast, again, we could start to get some of these brief spin-ups. Wouldn't even rule something like that out back over here west of Cincinnati, even though I do think it's a bit of a lower chance. Again, most of the storms that do end up producing the potential for tornadoes here will predominantly be on the southern and northern side of this mesoscale convective system. So whether that's back up there in, Ohio, or it's all the way back down here in, southern Kentucky and northern Tennessee. That's just kind of one or the other. We have a little bit of something here. This is on the latest scan, possibly a brief spin-up tornado. We're going to see what the next radar scan holds for us, but that rotation looks a bit peculiar there. I want to see what the velocities show here. All right, so might have gone away. There's a little bit of a notch there for a second. May have just had a brief tornado back near London. Again, a lot of these tornadoes that will happen will be brief and weak, and that one may have just briefly touched down there on the east side of London. Otherwise, it was just damaging winds. The rotation right now near Crane Nest, again, has become much broader. The one that's back over just to the southwest of Pineville, Kentucky. This one's really the strongest couplet that we have right now, and even then, it's not really that tight or confined. But if we do get a tornado, it would more than likely come out of this storm. It's going towards Middlesboro and Yellow Creek in Kentucky. So again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in the pink polygon, or either of the pink polygons, as this could still produce a tornado at any time. Both of these tornado warnings do go all the way until 2:15 p.m. Eastern Time. All right, let me check. Check Twitter real quick. Okay. No new reports as of right now. Again, we have a lot of reports from last night. If we don't have any tornado warnings, I'll kind of get to them. But this rotation right now, west of Middlesboro, that one's definitely trying to crank up here. We got some relatively strong circulation going towards Middlesboro, Kentucky. So again, please seek shelter if you're in Middlesboro. If you know any friends or family in Middlesboro, give them a call or text and make sure that they're getting to their safe place. You know, it's daylight, it's 1 p.m. It's not like last night where we had like 3 large tornadoes on the ground at like, you know, 1 a.m. because we had like 2 different large tornadoes there in northwest Arkansas literally at 1 a.m. last night. And you know, that's a situation that's really bad because a lot of people are sleeping. If I remember correctly, I think we do have a report out of Decatur, Arkansas from that tornado, but again, we'll get to that later whenever we get a chance. But there is some significant damage there to Decatur, Arkansas as well. Again, this circulation right now that we're looking at is over here in Middlesboro, Kentucky. Moving eastbound, strong couplet right now that could produce at any time. And then the storm near Clarksville, I know some people are wondering what's happening here. Again, it looks predominantly like a wind threat right now, but we could still get an isolated tornado out of this. I'm seeing more of a wind concern right now with this discrete cell though. But it could start to organize. Again, it is discrete. This type of storm would have a better shot at producing a tornado down the road, comparatively to like the QLCS. Like this could be a bit more long-term if it does develop. So we're watching that storm closely. Even though I think it's a low chance, it's definitely not 0 on that discrete cell over there in northern Tennessee. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning as well. That'll include the Tazewell area and as well as Harrogate and White Rocks in northeastern Tennessee and southern Kentucky. And I think this is western Virginia. I could be wrong. I think that's like a small sliver of West Virginia. My borders aren't super thick. But this is again going to be for damaging winds up to 60, and there's again another tornado possible label on that. So continue to stay vigilant there. Rotation up near Crane's Nest, again, still looking a bit broad. We should have another radar scan in a moment. This will be going again towards Littleton and Peabody in eastern Kentucky. That rotation right now is quite rain-wrapped. The good news is that this is the rotation itself is avoiding Barberville, Kentucky, which is quite a populated area. So here's the latest velocity scan. And yeah, I think that rotation's pretty broad. I don't think they'll issue a new warning on this. That's tornadic, but there will definitely still be a potential for a brief spin up and maybe even a brief tornado. This rotation that's going towards Middlesboro, Kentucky, still coming together. Yeah, pretty strong winds going at least towards the radar. Going away from the radar is a bit more dull, but there's definitely some circulation here. Definitely could get a tornado at any time as this moves east towards Middlesboro in southeastern Kentucky. Continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. Outlook for Evansville. I think the main concern will be damaging winds later today, maybe large hail. and then maybe an isolated tornado. If you want a full breakdown on what to expect today, you can literally go back like to the very beginning of this live stream. I did a full forecast, and you can also watch today's video. Those are the best ways to get answers on those sorts of questions, because I mean, I literally went over it at the very beginning of the stream. Hopefully that'll answer your question. If it doesn't, then feel free to ask. But I mean, everything I talked about, basically every state in that. We still have 2 areas of circulation, one near Georgetown, Ohio. We got another one east of Cincinnati. The one near Georgetown actually looks, it's very weak rotation, or very weak velocities, but it's definitely some stronger rotation here. Could end up getting an isolated tornado out of that. Going towards Winchester, and long term would be Hillsborough, even though these are quick spin-ups. Wouldn't be surprised with a tornado warning there. And then the storm back over east of Cincinnati on the terminal radar site, showing a pretty broad circulation. Yeah, this one near Georgetown does appear a bit stronger. So I would, just in case, again, you should be staying away from windows if you're in like Winchester, Ohio, or Pebble, or Peebles, or, you know, Mount Orab. Any of these areas, you should be at least staying away from windows, as we could get some brief tornadoes out of this activity. But there is definitely a circulation area there that could end up getting warned. This tornado warning has been condensed. Barberville and Corbin, you no longer have to be in your safe place. If you're back over in the just west of Harrogate, we still have a pretty strong area of circulation, which means that we could end up getting a tornado with this as it moves towards Middlesboro, Kentucky. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you are in this particular warning. I'm going to stay zoomed out, though, just for the time being. We'll stay here for just a second. All right. Hey, Tommy, appreciate the $4.99. I think Dayton area, again, is predominantly a wind threat, and that'll be primarily this afternoon. Like, that's between now and, like, 4 o'clock, and then after that, it should be kind of winding down. Thank you, Artie, for becoming a member. Philip, I would say so. It's kind of personal preference, though. I think Radar Omega has really good features comparatively to Radar Scope. Appreciate the $10 super chat. Alright, let's see what the velocities look like. They should update here, or actually, they just updated. Again, still got a pretty strong area of circulation going right into Middlesboro, Kentucky. Or Middlesboro, sorry, Kentucky. Our rotation is still on the stronger side of things. We'll be going towards Meldrum as well. Eventually towards Wheeler. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Nothing confirmed officially on this, but it is 100% a storm that is very capable of a tornado with how strong the rotation is here. Here's the latest velocity scan. Still not tight, but it's definitely strong. This definitely could produce a tornado at any time. Oh my goodness. You've got to be kidding me. Give me 1 second. I'm going to try to show you guys this video in a second. There is a trampoline. Today is Sunday. It's not even tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. And there's literally a trampoline that was on a roof in Richmond, Kentucky. I'm going to try to show you guys the video in a second. It is quite literally unbelievable. I did retweet the video on Twitter. I'll show you guys in a moment if I can. It is a serious bruh moment. You're just tuning in again. Strong area of circulation approaching Middlesboro, Kentucky. And, oops. Again, this is right now moving eastbound. But it's eventually going to go towards Wheeler in Virginia. It's going to kind of hug right here along the Virginia and Tennessee border over the next little while. And the storm that's actually here near Coopertown looks like it's intensifying here in Tennessee. The discrete cell. We do actually have a legitimate area of circulation now near Coopertown. So we could end up getting a tornado out of this. as this does continue to move east, going again towards Springfield and Coopertown in northern Tennessee. There's definitely some circulation here on this storm. I think we're going to stay here for the next radar scan, and we'll see if that rotation does uptick or not. But with a discrete supercell like this, tornado threat is definitely a bit more elevated. So, not in every situation, but in this situation, there's definitely a chance for a tornado. We already have a wind damage report from earlier today in Springfield. This is from the first line of storms. A large tree on a house on 32 block of Blur Road, south of Springfield. So unfortunately, this area has already been hit by pretty significant storms. And again, all these black circles that you can see here on Radar Omega, these are all damage reports. They're just about everywhere. So we've had a lot of damage. We've had, again, the first line of storms that came through this morning, and we got this other line of storms that's rolling through right now with one tornado warning. There was two, now there's one for that area. So it's been something. And we are still watching for brief tornadoes back over in southern Ohio. So keep that in mind. Nothing really strong right now. We had a circulation near Georgetown. May have had a brief spin up. But overall, I think, again, when it comes to tornadoes in this environment, they should not be strong unless they are maybe like this one near Middlesboro. It could. But like the ones that are back up there in like Ohio, for example, the chances of those being strong is much lower because the environment is just not favorable for that. In nature, there's definitely wind shear, but it's just, again, not a super favorable environment for that sort of threat. But this storm that's discrete down here in Tennessee, I do feel like has a better shot at that. It's just, it depends on if it gets organized or not. Right now, on the latest radar scan, it looks pretty organized. The radar here is coming in every like 5 minutes or so. So we're just waiting on another radar scan. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for this as well, which is going to include the Portland area, Westmoreland, Fairfield, all those areas included here in northern Tennessee, where damaging winds up to 60, quarter-sized hail as it moves east. What is CC? It's not Connor Croft, no. It's not cheese curds either. It's correlation coefficient. That's a new one. CC, Connor Croft. That is a new one. Waiting on the radar update here as it moves east. Going right near Springfield and Portland. Crowd control.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have issued a new tornado warning for Wheeler, Harrogate, in Virginia. If you're in this pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building, as this storm is producing a potential for a tornado as it continues to move east. So Wheeler, Harrogate, right along the Tennessee and Virginia border. Brand new tornado warning. It's on the storm that's been rotating for quite a while now. Rotation on the latest scan has broadened out a little bit, but we are still watching to see if it does try to produce a brief tornado. But again, seek shelter if you're in the pink polygon, either one of them, as this does continue to move east towards Wheeler and again going towards the north side of Harrogate. By the way, thank you, Yobo, for the $40 donation. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you. I'll try to get to the other super chats and stuff here soon. Also, thank you, Brent, for the 20 gifted members. Put some hearts in the chat for Brent, and thank Brent if you did get a gifted membership. I do appreciate your generosity as well. Thank you, Brent. All right. Let me check Twitter again here. If this rotation broadens on the next scan, I am going to show you guys the damage video from yesterday, because this rotation, at least right now, is still a little bit broad. It was stronger a few moments ago, but it's broadened at least on this latest scan. But no debris signature right now. New radar scan should be in here in just a moment. Still got an inflow notch, so still possible it could produce a tornado here as it moves east. One dead in Louisville. Really? Is that from this morning? All right, here's the latest scan. That rotation's a bit broader. All right, I'm going to show you a couple different things. This is from Lauren Brook on Twitter. Again, it's not even tossing trampolines on Tacos Tuesday. I can't full screen this. But somehow, some way this happened. I don't know how this even happens, but I mean, guys, come on. We have flying trampoline meters for a reason. This stuff should not be happening at all. How does it even get there? And this is like a 3-story building. That's a flying trampoline there over in Richmond, Kentucky from earlier. Flying trampoline madness. That rotation again is still pretty broad. This is the video from Aldrin Arlenio on Facebook. This is from Valleyville. Some of the aftermath here. Unfortunately, we had some significant damage overall.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, well, we'll go back to that in a second. We have a new tornado warning. They're just basically reissuing this warning. It's the same storm, but there's a brand new tornado warning here that does include eastern Middlesboro here in Kentucky, near Smith, Meldrum, and eventually going towards Wheeler, Virginia. And if you are in this tornado warning, either one, continue to get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Again, the rotation on the latest few scans has been broadening out. It was much stronger a few moments ago. With that said, we could still get a tornado as this does move east. So just continue to stay in your safe place just in case something happens here. Even if we don't get a tornado, we are going to get damaging winds, and those could knock over trees. So keep that in mind. Still have some broad circulation as well. In that part of the line. Let's see the one near Bettyville. There's a little bit of rotation also near Bettyville. Doesn't look super concerning, but there's at least a little bit of a damage. There's at least a little tornado risk here. Going towards Canyon Falls. I'm going to circle this. We'll have a new velocity scan in a second on this. We're going to see what happens. But this has an inflow notch, so it could produce something. And that wasn't the full video, by the way. I'll try to show you guys in a minute. But the damage photos are really unfortunate. Yeah, still got some rotation here. This could end up getting warned. We'll see. There's an inflow notch in this particular segment, and we could get an isolated tornado with this as it moves towards Jackson, Kentucky. And it'll eventually go towards the Rusu area as well. So those areas will be in the track of this. So again, if you are in this area, just stay vigilant. And I would honestly, again, if you're anywhere in the severe thunderstorm warnings, I'd at least stay away from windows, as the damaging wind threat is already concerning enough. We've had a lot of trees falling down on homes and stuff like that today, and that is going to continue to be a concern here with these storms, as they are going through an environment where there are a lot of trees, and those trees in a lot of cases are also near homes. So keep that in mind. Have some broad circulation near Owensville in Ohio as well. That's east of Cincinnati. Still have a couple of areas of circulation there. Main concern, again, will be damaging winds, but we could get an isolated tornado. This storm that's back over near Springfield, Tennessee, is now warned for a ping pong ball sized hail, so that's 1.5 inches in diameter, in addition to the potential for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. It's again currently moving eastbound, going to be going towards Walnut Grove as well. Again, rotation here does not look really that concerning. It's pretty outflow driven right now, so I don't think we have an imminent tornado threat here, but we're going to continue to watch it closely in case it does try to wrap up and produce something. as it does continue to move east. Again, this year tornado warning will stay here for the moment. Here's the latest scan. So again, broad circulation right now moving into the north side of Harrogate, approaching Wheeler. Again, right on the Virginia, Tennessee, and Kentucky border. And after that, it should be pretty rural areas, at least for a little while here in Virginia. But still a pretty broad area of circulation. I don't think it's an imminent threat, but still something to watch for. Okay, let's see. I'm really behind on stuff here. Thank you, AWP, for the $9.99. Yes, we just looked at Clarksville. I'm guessing that was from, yeah, that was a little while ago. So yeah, we already looked at Clarksville. Again, that storm's past you now. Later today, the concern is going to be more for damaging winds and then perhaps a couple of brief spin-up tornadoes. That's really later today. The storm right now that's just east of Clarksville, again, I'm surprised. It's a very discrete cell, but the problem is it's pretty outflow driven right now. It's it looks like it should be producing a tornado, but again, it's just very outflow driven right now. I still think we have a chance of a tornado with this as it moves east, but I think it's going to take a little bit of time. And even if it doesn't, we are still talking about for sure some damaging winds, and then even with that, we could even see some ping pong ball sized hail. So a couple of threats to watch for there. And this is your circulation in southeast Kentucky. If this rotation kind of stays broad, we'll focus on some other stuff, because that rotation, again, not super strong. We do have an inflow on this. It's just, it's again, not as strong as what we once had with this particular cell. Thank you, Pig, for the $9.99. No power where I'm at in Kentucky. Got a couple of trees down in the backyard. Waking up to that EAS. Oh, yeah. Okay, I understand. Yeah, again, if you're anywhere in eastern Kentucky, you know, don't take this event that's happening right now like lightly. It's a pretty numerous to widespread damaging wind event that's happening right now. It's been happening all morning. Again, I was sleeping because I literally didn't go to bed until like 5 last night. I made a video for this morning, and I also, you know, there's a lot of things that happen. So again, don't take this threat lightly. We've had damaging winds all morning. This entire area of black circles are all damage reports that are on Radar Omega here. And there are probably about 50 of them in just this area. So we've had a lot of damage reports, and unfortunately, this is going to continue to be a concern. We're going to continue to watch for damaging winds, probably at least for the next few hours, as these storms do continue to march in the direction of eastern Kentucky into southern Ohio right now, and eventually going to West Virginia, even parts of Virginia. Now, as we go later into the afternoon, like after 3 or 4 o'clock, I think this threat really starts to diminish a lot, and then our focus will shift towards the event that's going to happen back over here. Because the severe weather event that we are covering today is more going to be about this. It's not actually as much about this, even though both events are producing severe weather. So, but we still have a broad area of circulation right now near Wheeler, so that's what we're watching for right now. Weather was crazy last night. I know. I was there. We were live for over 10 hours yesterday with that emergency live stream that happened. So, yeah, that was pretty crazy. Thank you, Laura, for the $5 super chat. I'm glad I can help. No problem at all. Here's the latest radar scan. So again, if we get a tornado, it would be going through Wheeler. It's still a relatively broad area of circulation. Going to be going towards the Boone's Path area. This storm that's near Canyon Falls still over here in Kentucky, this could still produce a tornado. I honestly think this rotation is stronger than the one down there to the south. Even though it's not really tight, but it's, you know, a stronger area of rotation. We got a little inflow notch and everything on this. This is an unwarned area of rotation. It'll be eventually going towards Jackson and Highway 15. So I would seek shelter just in case if you're in the Van Cleve area or Jackson, Kentucky. Again, damaging winds still the predominant concern, but we still have at least some circulation there moving towards the radar site. We have multiple areas of circulation here in southern Ohio, which, again, none of them really look too concerning right now, but any of them really could produce an isolated tornado at really any given time. And we got storms right now moving towards Dayton, which are predominantly producing the threat of gusty winds, not really as much of a severe weather threat there. The storms there are pretty weak. We have wind damage coming out of the storm, which has potentially produced a tornado. We don't really know as of now. We didn't have any CC drop, but a 2-foot diameter tree is down on a power line, and shingles are blown off of a roof in Fonda, Kentucky, which is, again, where this particular tornado-warned cell went through not long ago. So, unfortunately, we're getting those reports, but that rotation, again, still broad as that moves east. Thanks, Zachary, for the $4.99. The sun's out and it's humid. Is that bad? It says storms around 5 p.m. in St. Louis. St. Louis is going to be one of the hot spots for storms later this afternoon. Doesn't necessarily mean you're going to see severe weather, but I do think there will at least be some aspect of wind and hail in that vicinity later today. And that'll probably be sometime just after 4 or 5. So definitely stay weather aware. The storm initiation later today will probably begin around 3 or 4 o'clock central, and it'll run all the way through like midnight and after that. So it'll be interesting to see, though. The next Storm Prediction Center outlook comes out in an hour and a half, and we might actually still be live for that. So we will see what that all looks like, because that would be, it'll be interesting to see what they have for the overall outlook for today. So we got a broad area of circulation right now near Wheeler in Kentucky. I'm just going to zoom out for now because I don't think that's super duper concerning. Just stay zoomed out for the time being. Again, that's going towards Wheeler, Virginia. Thank you, Chris, for the $10 super chat. Remember not to laugh at flying trampolines. It's a real thing. It is. You know, flying trampolines are no joke. They really aren't. Hatch down trampolines. We do a lot of trampoline awareness here on the Max Velocity channel, as many of you know. Again, this is from Lauren Brook in Richmond, Kentucky this morning. That's what I'm talking about. A trampoline on the roof of this 2-story or 3-story building. I mean, come on, guys. We gotta hatch down trampolines. They're more dangerous than people think. Not just because of jumping on them, but actually, like, seeing them go flying is also dangerous. It's not just about the actual trampoline and you jumping up and down on it. Watched your first live yesterday, start to finish. Yeah, yesterday was crazy. Appreciate the super chat, Katie. Independence, Missouri saw power flashes yesterday. Wind. Oh, was that the storm that was? I think that was one of them that was tornado warned. I can't remember. But yeah, I mean, again, power flashes does not always mean that we have a tornado. In some cases, it is just simply wind. Which, with that said, you know, it's not just simply wind because it still can produce damage. So. We need to get some, like, trampoline awareness campaigns going or something. I don't know what else we can do. I feel like our trampoline meter, we've been using it for, you know, a little over a year now, and I feel like there's just way too many flying trampolines still out there. Today's flying trampoline risk, for the record, is a high risk. This matches up perfectly with what we just saw, too. A trampoline on a roof. But high risk, that means that multiple flying trampolines are in the forecast today. Those people cannot seem to hatch them down. So, make sure to hatch down your trampolines today. And if you are in Kentucky, in basically anywhere in this risk, I mean, let me just go back to the risk for today. And this is the risk today. And you might be thinking, this is the only round of storms, right? It's not. We have another round of storms later today that's going to develop right along this area here from even southern Michigan back into northern Arkansas. We're eventually going to see some damaging winds, large to very large hail, and tornadoes all being possible in this very large area. So And again, this enhanced risk is for some of the for some of it, it's for the the wind risk that's happening now, but for the other part of it, there's also a risk happening later today where there is going to be a potential for some strong tornadoes back over with any discrete cells that develop in Tennessee, Arkansas, Southeast Missouri, etc. I'll talk more about the outlook whenever we don't have any warnings or any tornado warnings in particular. Okay, we have some rotation going towards Blanchester, Ohio right now. Now, these storms have been on and off when it comes to rotation, but this one's definitely trying to rotate here near Blanchester. It's not tornado warned. It'll be going towards Morrow and Clarksville. And I don't think it's an imminent tornado threat, but it could develop into something here down the road. I'll be, again, moving north-northeast and north. So Morrow will be the main, probably, location in the track of that. Riblet asked, how worried should I be in southern Illinois and what time? I think there's no reason to worry today. Just be weather aware. I think people are always very concerned about these events, which, I mean, rightfully so. Just, I don't think there's any reason to be worried. I think you should just be ready to go for today. Just have multiple ways to receive alerts, have a tornado action plan in place, and you'll be good to go. With that said, I think southern Illinois will be predominantly a wind and hail threat, and then maybe, again, a couple of tornadoes being possible. And this tornado warning has been condensed. It doesn't only include now Wheeler here in Virginia, and then it will eventually go towards Boone's Path. And again, this northern tornado warning is probably going to end up getting canceled, or it might just get condensed, one of the two, because the northern one doesn't really include that rotation, and even then that rotation still remains relatively broad, moving eastbound. What are my thoughts on Nashville tonight? Says Lunatic with a 499. I think overall Nashville will be, again, mostly a wind threat. I think almost all of Tennessee will be predominantly wind. The western side of the state, though, any discrete cells that do develop, I think will have a better shot at producing a tornado in large hail. But I think the main concern across Tennessee tonight will be scattered to numerous damaging winds. That's honestly my main concern for today. We're still watching the circulation that's traveling right along the Tennessee, Kentucky, and Virginia borders. Against it's relatively broad, but just continue to stay in your safe place just in case anything happens there. That rotation that was west of the radar site near Jackson, that's broadened out, but definitely still damaging winds with that. Again, into Ohio, that's the other area that we still have some circulations here. Nothing on the ground, nothing like that, but anything in here, honestly, I feel like could produce a tornado at any time in the next couple of hours, as these do move towards like Wilmington and Hillsborough, Chillicothe, a lot of these areas, Washington, Courthouse, all on the track of this area of storms. That could still produce some spin-ups. I'm not really seeing a whole lot right now with the storms in northern Tennessee. Even though there's a low tornado risk, I still think it's not really coming together right now with those storms. So good news so far on those storms. All right, we'll stay zoomed out here for a second. Hoppy, yes you did. Thank you, Corn Pop, for the $4.99 or $2. Clarksville is pretty much done for right now. It's other than just some damaging winds. After that, you're gonna be done for a while. The next threat will be later tonight, and again, that'll predominantly be probably after 8 or 9 o'clock tonight until you get really anything else. Your emergency coverage last night kept my friend in Arkansas safe. Can't thank you enough. I'm glad I can help. Thank you for your generosity, and I'm glad I can help, Zach. New mesoscale discussion for Southeast Texas. This is going to be for isolated storms will linger with the hail and damaging wind risk this afternoon. A watch is not expected. So if you are from Texas, you're tuning in north of Houston, there's at least a low hail and wind risk over that direction. Susan, we already bought the lights, or at least the RGB lights. The next thing that I'm thinking about getting would be another monitor and another monitor stand for the weather studio. I've not had time to do any upgrades though, because we've been live basically every day. So it's not really easy when you're live every day. Appreciate the $10 super chat. Do you think Indianapolis will clear up anytime soon before the 500? Did the 500 get delayed? I haven't heard any news about the 500. I don't follow racing, so I don't know what's happening there. I'm not entirely sure. They have added a new severe thunderstorm warning for Hazard and the Blackley area in Jenkins in Kentucky. This is for damaging winds up to 70, and there is also a tornado possible label on this, moving east-northeast. Are the storm chasers on their way? They're not chasing this event. I know that for a fact, or most of them aren't. Most, if any, I mean, most storm chasers today, the ones that will have at least, they're going to be chasing the last round of storms, which is going to be the one that's the most impactful, most likely. Or the one that's at least forecasted to be pretty impactful. I mean, debatably, this event that we're seeing right now is probably, you know, this one's been pretty impactful all morning. And even into the afternoon, we've had a lot of damaging winds with this, so. When was it delayed to? Does anybody know? Have to get the track dried off. Yeah, I mean, the Indianapolis 500, I mean, there's not going to be any more rain for a few more hours. If we go to the future radar, it's gonna be drying out here for the next few hours. But later today, we'll have another shot at storms. That will probably not happen, though, until after sunset at least. So. And then we'll have more storm initiation across Missouri and Illinois right around 3. And then storms will ramp up after that. I don't think today has much of a fail mode when it comes to the wind and hail threat. The tornado threat, I feel like, is a little bit more conditional, but with that said, I still think we could still see a couple of isolated strong tornadoes. Hey, Charlotte for the $4.99. Brandon is chasing today. Yeah, Brandon is already out there chasing. He's always out there early. And you can watch him on the Radar Omega app. You can see he's traveling right now along Interstate 44 north of West Plains. And this is him right now on the Radar Omega app. You can watch these storm chasers inside of the app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Brandon is out there chasing. We'll have Connor Croft later today. He's a little bit behind them, but he's going to be out there storm chasing today too. We'll have live feed from him later today once the event gets going. And we'll also have Storm Runner Media storm chasing with us. So we'll have 2 storm chasers, plenty of live cameras. So if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. And we'll, again, keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. We have a Dorito chip tornado warning here in southeastern Kentucky for Smith and Alva. Again, the main area of circulation that we're talking about with this warning is here, just to the southwest of Boone's Path. Again, still relatively broad area of circulation, but it could still produce an isolated tornado as it does continue to move east into Virginia. We are still watching for brief spin-ups in this line in eastern Kentucky as well. And even back into Ohio. Multiple areas where we have some, little circulations that have been developing. Nothing really strong right now, but we definitely have rotation. I mean, there's a lot of rotation up and down this line. A lot of these tornadoes that are going to happen are going to be brief and weak, and a lot of them you might not even catch, on radar because of just how quick they'll be. So that's a lot of what we're seeing right now here across the board. This is the Radar Mega Cyclone Port south of Dayton, Ohio as well. Very ominous skies. It's beginning to rain there. The storms back up here in southwest Ohio are mostly just strong storms. This camera's actually shaking a little bit from the wind, but a lot of these are just producing gusty winds. We have more of a severe weather threat back over here south of Columbus, east of Cincinnati. That's where the more significant threat for severe weather currently resides right now. But this tornado warning does go for 6 more minutes, and we'll see if they issue a new one or not. Again, I think the rotation's pretty broad right now, but I would stay vigilant, at least if you're in Boone's Path. The Lava for the $5 super chat. Dixon, Tennessee's getting hammered right now. What do you think the storm, or what do you think will become of the storm? I'm guessing what you're asking is how the storm's going to evolve. Overall, most of these storms are wind producers and hail. That's really about it. I don't think there's going to be much of a tornado risk with this. It might try to increase a little bit more as it moves further to the east. But right now, it predominantly is a wind threat here across Tennessee. There is a tornado watch that does go all the way until 3 o'clock Central Time or 4 o'clock Eastern Time. But I still think the main concern here is going to be damaging winds. I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rotation at this point. So my main concern right now would be wind. It's another radar mega cyclone port as well over here in western Tennessee. We should have some live views of these storms as they do approach. Might get some cool views of maybe like a shelf cloud or something along those lines as they go further to the east. We'll have better live shots of these storms as they get closer to like Livingston, Tennessee. I honestly think this tornado warning will probably be let to expire though. Hope I got enough sleep. I never can get enough sleep during this time of the year. I mean, I don't know how much sleep I got last night, to be honest. It was not enough, that's for sure. I went to bed at 5 and I got up at like 1, so that's about 8 hours probably. But went to bed at 5 a.m. Typical schedule for a weather streamer, I guess. And storm chasers are kind of the same way. Time to have some coffee. I didn't even have a Diet Coke yet. I kind of need something like that. At least there are no finals. If I was in college right now, I'd be dying. Like, legitimately. Maybe the Ryan Hall House, we can see some storms. Yeah, I'm waiting on that. That'll be interesting. It's actually really pretty out here in eastern Kentucky. A lot of trees. I don't see this very often. I mean, I've been to Virginia before. This is Kentucky, but I've been to Virginia, and it looks pretty similar to this. There's just a lot of trees. It's a really beautiful view. We might be able to see something, though, as this activity gets closer. I think this tornado warning will probably be let to expire. Maybe I'll jinx it, though. You never know. If they do issue a new warning, it would be for those in Jonesville and Boone's Path and Blackwater. But they have issued another severe thunderstorm warning for damaging winds with a tornado possible label on it. For the time being. Had some 80-mile-per-hour winds here earlier in eastern Jefferson County and Louisville, Kentucky with the QLCS earlier. Brought an insane amount of large trees. Or brought down an insane amount of trees. Yeah, I saw there were some reports there. Apparently, I don't know if this is true, but I saw it a few times, at least on Twitter. That there was a possible fatality in Louisville. Also, there is a new mesoscale discussion. The Storm Prediction Center is monitoring the potential here for supercell development in southwest Missouri, and as of now, they are monitoring a potential to issue a watch here, which would be a tornado watch, presumably. Tornado and very large hail would be the main concern in southwestern Missouri. So today might just end up being a full-blown live stream. I don't know if we're actually going to have a break. So, there you go. That's the latest. Thank you, Eric, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. They have canceled the Kentucky tornado warning. The only one left here is this, which the rotation's moving out of the warning in Virginia. So this one will probably be lifted as well. Would be my guess. We'll have to wait and see. 1 more minute away, or about a minute away. 24-hour stream. It wouldn't be 24 hours. We possibly, I mean, in all reality, I don't mind being live today for more than 12 hours. I have nothing going on. I have nothing better to do. So I mean, honestly, I don't mind being live for 12 plus hours today. With that said, I don't know what we're exactly going to do yet. But if severe weather continues, even like if we start seeing development here in Missouri, which that's what they're monitoring right now, they might issue a watch here soon. If that starts to get going, we might end up just being live for, you know, a straight 12 to 16 hours. I mean, we've pulled off a 16-hour stream before. It's not hard to do. There is strong rotation here in Ohio. That is east of Hillsboro. We may have a tornado on the ground or one about to drop. It's not tornado warned, but that rotation's definitely pretty strong. So possibly a tornado moving towards Greenfield and Leesburg. I think the main tornado threat from right now until, like, you know, the next 30 to 45 minutes will probably be this area of storms in southern Ohio. So that's what I'll be looking at right now for the main concern. All right, well, for the time being, we have no tornado warnings. Yay. You only can do 12 hours. I mean, you can only do 12 hours and then it archives, but the way I do it is that we just go, you know, last time we did it, we were live for 12 straight hours, and then you know, after the 12th hour, we ended up just making a brand new stream, and it redirected everybody to that stream. So it's not hard to do. It just takes a quick little click or two to actually do that. All right, here's the latest velocity scan. Rotation's not nearly as strong as before, but we may have just had a brief tornado. It's definitely possible. And that activity right now is moving off to the north right now here in Ohio. Thank you, Trey, for the $10 donation. Any threat for Des Moines tonight? Des Moines, Iowa, probably not, no. Your threat was mainly this morning, and even then it didn't really happen. So here's the severe weather outlook for today. Again, it's a pretty large area. But right now, Iowa in particular is not in the risk at all. It's just a general thunderstorm risk. Elsewhere, again, we got that enhanced risk, slight risk, which are the main areas that we're watching for today. Could see some supercell initiation again in southwest Missouri here pretty soon, which could lead to a tornado threat and some very large hail. But it's going to, again, depend on storm development here more than anything. It's a bit more of a conditional potential, but it does exist. Just looking to see if we have any sort of QLCS tornadoes that are happening right now. I don't see anything definitive here. Back over in Ohio, that really looks like the most concerning spot right now for these brief spin-ups embedded in this line. So continue to stay in your safe place here in the severe thunderstorm warning. Could still get a couple of brief tornadoes here as this activity does move to the north and north-northeast. All right. Hey, Matt, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. Sorry, I was just typing. All right. Let's go back to Twitter. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, we are going to be watching this area in particular back in southwest Missouri for the potential for some supercellular development here. It's not guaranteed that we're going to see storms here, but we'll probably see storms here. It's just a matter of when. We got that warm frontal boundary here as well. It's lifting up here to the a little bit up to the north, and it's kind of just sitting here. So this is the area in particular. Any storms that ride right along the warm frontal boundary will have more wind shear to work with, and will have overall a better shot at producing a tornado threat. With that said, we are still watching for QLCS tornadoes in Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, and even into Virginia and West Virginia over the next few hours. And then the threat will start to shift back to our west. So things are going to continue to stay very active here throughout the day today. We have another little notch also north of Dwarf. So we could get an isolated tornado there as well as that moves towards the Elm Rock area of Kentucky. And long term, these storms will be moving in the direction of Pikeville and Prestonburg and Paintsville, Kentucky, predominantly again with a damaging wind threat as these storms move to the east at about 60 miles per hour. And these are very fast moving storms, so they are not slow by any means. Not as slow as yesterday's storms, because yesterday's were pretty slow. Quasi-linear convective system is what QLCS means. It's just a fancy word for embedded tornadoes in a line of storms. So, need a warrant for the $5 super chat. Yes, there will be weather today in the United States. Yes, thank you. Zach for the $5 super chat. Heavy flooding in some parts. Yeah, flooding is unfortunately going to be a concern today, depending on where you are. Especially down here in like southern Kentucky, where we already have flash flood warnings. If you keep, I mean, there's going to be more storms later today too. So that rain is just going to continue to, pummel this area, and we're going to continue to have tons of rain falling, which could lead to, again, some localized flooding. Now, overall, the flooding threat today is not high, but it is definitely something to keep in mind, especially if you're over here in, in southwestern Kentucky, or if you're back over, perhaps in, southeastern Missouri. Really anywhere, though, you should be at least weather aware about the flooding potential, because, I mean, really anywhere could see flash flooding. It's not really just one particular area. It's overall kind of a level playing field today across multiple states. But the flooding threat definitely not, super concerning. Depends on where you are, though. Looks like that rotation that we had on the storm north of Hillsborough has been broadening out for the last several minutes. But we're still keeping a close eye on it. Hey, Mopar for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Put smarts in the chat for Mopar. That is our highest tier membership on the channel. I do appreciate you becoming a VIP Velocity member. Okay. What's the trampoline outlook for today? Today is a high risk for flying trampolines. We've already had a flying trampoline today, so it's already off to a interesting start. And that video of that flying trampoline is on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I'll also show it again for those that might just be tuning in Richmond, Kentucky. That right there is a trampoline that landed on top of somebody's roof. So hatch down trampolines today. That'll give you a good idea. That's from Lauren Brooke on Twitter. But, it's a good idea to hatch down trampolines today. We don't need any more flying trampolines. Wow, look at the dark clouds here rolling right into the south side of Dayton, or just south of Dayton, Ohio, north of Cincinnati here on the Radar Omega Cyclone Port. And notice how fast these storm clouds are moving, by the way. These are fast-moving storms. These are just strong storms, by the way. They're not, these ones that we're looking at here are not even severe. Here's another view. Here's your storm activity moving in. Storm clouds are pretty low to the ground, but again, we're looking at mostly just a linear line. It's in Warren County near Middletown and Mason, Ohio. Thank you, Jim, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. Really not seeing much rotation up and down this line. I still think the main concern right now is back over in Ohio. And also, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Nashville, Hendersonville, Gallatin, Lebanon, north of Franklin, near Bellevue and Smyrna here in Tennessee, this is mainly for damaging winds up to 60. We were looking at maybe an isolated tornado potential, but it looks mostly linear now. So that damaging wind threat will probably be the main concern here in Tennessee for the next little while, with maybe a couple of brief spin-up tornadoes still being a possibility. This environment has been pretty untapped so far, so there's definitely still some energy here for these storms to be going for quite a while. We have plenty of live cam views on Radar Omega out in front of this, so we'll keep a close eye on those as well. Thank you, Tara, also for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Put smarts in the chat for Tara. I do appreciate you becoming a VIP Velocity member. So these are the flash flood warnings that we have right now. We got 2 of them, both observed in southwest Kentucky. But right now, 1 to 3 inches of rain have already fallen. A couple of additional inches of rain are expected, or they've kind of already fallen at this point, since that's a little bit old. But this is the estimated total amount of rain so far. So upwards of 4 to 5 inches likely has fallen in this area. And this is just a general estimate. Up here in even northern Tennessee, we may have seen as much as 5 to 6 inches of rain there near Clarksville. But again, that's just an estimation. More than likely a little bit lower than that near Clarksville at this point. But definitely a lot of rain nonetheless in these areas. They've been hit multiple times this morning and even into the afternoon with rain. So it's definitely continuing here. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Pikeville and the Grundy area, and that is going to be for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour as this activity does continue to move east. Maybe an isolated QLCS tornado or 2. We got still a low chance for that right now. Yeah, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. If you've been enjoying the coverage so far, make sure to like the stream. Here's a sign out of Kentucky on Interstate, I think it was Interstate 40. Be safe this Memorial Day weekend, or Memorial weekend. I would agree with that. Be safe. Especially today, just in case we get any more crazy tornadoes. I kind of forgot we were even on a weekend. I'm so lost with days right now. We've been live so much. I have no concept of time at this point. It's gone out the window with all these live streams recently. We've been live for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we've been live 8 straight days. Wow. I didn't even realize that. We've been live for 8 straight days. Or 7. No, we've been live for 8 straight days. That's pretty crazy. That's how active the weather's been. Jeez. And then before that, we were live for like a bunch of other days in a row. Been a crazy month. Yeah, the main concern with this entire line right now is damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, so stay away from windows if you're in any of the yellow polygons, and then if you are, you know, out and about, just try to avoid these storms, at least try to, you know, get into a sturdy structure, just in case, as these damaging winds will be pretty significant. The most significant area of the wind has passed Interstate 75, that's the interstate I was talking about. Interstate 75, it will be approaching Interstate 77 eventually. It's right now going right through Interstate 64. So truck drivers, just be vigilant. Again, we could still get some embedded tornadoes, which is really the main threat that we're watching for right now, along with the wind threat. We're watching both of those pretty closely. Hey, World, for the $10 super chat. I'm glad I can help. No problem at all. Thank you, Annette, for the $20 super chat. Yeah, Springfield might get interesting here soon. We'll see. We might get a couple of storms going there pretty soon. And any storms that develop over there, again, will be large hail and tornado threats at this point, and damaging winds, but mostly a large to very large hail threat. Thank you, Sandra, for becoming a member as well. Appreciate that. Thank you, Sandra, for the $5 super chat. One of the biggest threat hit London, Kentucky. I don't know where London is. Let me find it. No, you've already been hit. You'll probably just have a damaging wind threat later tonight. That'll, again, probably be after... Let's just do a quick timing guide. I'll show you. I'm not going to give you like a ETA. I'll just kind of show you what the future radar looks like for today. For anybody that's wondering about timing, because again, we have 2 rounds of storms. We have the one happening now, and we have the one later tonight. This will be the next round of storms, which again will fire off really within the next few hours. It's still a little bit uncertain of what's going to happen here, but we probably will at least get 1 or 2 discrete cells in southwest Missouri that'll produce the potential for large to very large hail and a tornado risk. And then this will all kind of stretch into a line as we go later into the afternoon and evening. So by 7 to 8, organizes mostly into a line across southern Illinois, southern Indiana, and southeast Missouri. Eventually, as we get closer to 10, 11, 12, that line of storms pushes all throughout Kentucky and Tennessee. And so areas like London will probably be hit after midnight. Unfortunately, tonight's event does not look very friendly because it's happening mostly after sunset. Some of it will be before it, but a lot of this is going to be after sunset tonight with predominantly a damaging wind threat. And then after about 3 or 4 in the morning, storms start to wind down. So we might be live for as much as 16 hours today. We will see. It's possible. So we'll kind of see how today goes, but that's overall what we're looking at in terms of today's threat. Thank you, Kathy, for the $19.99. Appreciate it. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you, Tevon, for the $4.99. Mansfield, Ohio. No trampolines. Main concern will be damaging winds. Really anywhere in Ohio, even in Springfield, which is technically in the severe thunderstorm watch. So main concern will be wind. Could still get an isolated tornado or 2, though. We have another area of rotation to the northeast or northwest of Piketon, going towards Chillicothe, Ohio. Again, it's relatively large but broad area of circulation, so we're watching that as well. Still have a couple of little other areas of rotation, just nothing super concerning. But the one that's just to the south of Chillicothe looks a little bit more organized. Granted, it's a bit further away from the radar site, so we'll have to watch that closely. All right, let's see. You guys do see any reports on Twitter about today's storms or tonight's storms? Feel free to at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Another mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. We do have a new outlook for this area for the next few hours. The severe threat continues across Tornado Watch 315, which is the current tornado watch that's ongoing. Damaging wind gusts are the main threat, though a tornado does remain possible. Local extensions in space and time of Tornado Watch 315 may be needed. So that Tornado Watch may be continued here for a little bit beyond what it is right now, which the Tornado Watch right now ends at, I think, 4 or 3. It ends at 4 Eastern and 3 Central. So they may end up issuing a new extension to the Tornado Watch depending on how the trends go here. Still is mainly a wind threat, but again, we might get an isolated tornado or 2. Have you talked about any derecho characteristics this disturbance presents? No, I've not been live for this entire thing, so I don't know how extensive this wind damage has been. But if we go back in time here, I don't know how far back this is going to go. So this was this morning. This is, again, timestamps bottom left of your screen. This is at 8 Central. 9 o'clock. And to me, it looks like a pretty significant wind threat. I mean, this could have been a derecho. It spans well over 100 miles. It's been going for definitely more than it's been definitely going on for more than 200 miles. I'd say there are some question marks here because it kind of splits a bit more here around 11 this morning, Central Time. And then it kind of organizes again as we get after lunch. So I don't know. Let's go to velocities. Again, this isn't something that I really can determine, but I do think it's definitely possible that we had a derecho here. No doubt it was a mesoscale convective system. This is the velocities this morning. So again, pretty large wind surge here. To me, it doesn't look widespread here through central Kentucky. But I'm not 100% sure because, again, I've not been live this entire time, and I'm not sure what kind of damage we saw there. It does not look fully widespread, though, to me. And what a derecho would be is, again, a widespread area of damaging winds over 250 miles, usually, or higher. And that is also stretching, in a, height of 60-plus miles. And so it's possible that we had one, but I feel like we didn't. Just my opinion. It did not look widespread. It looks numerous, at least wide. It looks, fairly scattered to numerous at least. But that's just my opinion. Again, I don't know though, because we don't have really any, I mean, there has to be a legitimate survey for that to actually be a derecho. It's not something I can determine. Do have an area of circulation just to the west of Pikeville right now. Pretty rural areas out here. West of Pikeville. A little spin up right now happening with this storm. See what the velocity show. They update the Monica for the 999. Lexington will probably be predominantly a wind threat. That rotation not super strong here. There's a little notch there though, so maybe a low tornado risk as this heads towards Pikeville. Where's my okay? Thank you, Silverman, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Appreciate that. Thank you, Gary, for the $5 super chat. Will there be a hurricane this year? I would think. I would. With this environment this year, I would think so. It's very warm out there in the Atlantic Ocean already. This line of storms is just racing. It's moving at 60 miles per hour right now to the east. It is a fast-moving complex of storms here in Kentucky. Still not really seeing any crazy rotation in Ohio. It looks predominantly like a wind threat. And overall, I mentioned this a little while ago, but I do think the tornado risk in particular will decrease as we continue to go throughout the afternoon in this particular segment of storms. I think the damaging wind threat will definitely continue, because I do think once this gets closer to the Appalachian Mountains, it's going to continue to weaken out. With that said, still watching for damaging winds and perhaps a couple more tornadoes. So go back here to Kentucky. We'll stay in this area for now. This looks like the most intense line of storms. No problem, Jim. Thank you, Deer Run, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. By the way, if you do need a storm shelter for storms like this that get kind of crazy when we have all these tornadoes and stuff, because it's been very active recently, you can check out ESP Storm Shelters. That is espshelters.com. The link is the second to top link in the description below. They have really solid above ground storm shelters that will protect you. They have EF5 tornado protection as well with these storm shelters, and here's just an example of that. Again, they got lots of cool designs with this particular storm shelter. It will keep you and your family safe. You can check it out. It's the second to top link in the description below. Pick up an ESP storm shelter. A lot of pros to it, especially if there's flooding. If there's flooding and you have a below ground storm shelter, that could be pretty dangerous to be in, especially if you get hit by a tornado. So one of the best things with an above ground storm shelter is that you don't have to worry about that most of the time. It's also a lot less expensive to install. So lots of perks to having something above ground. You can check it out, espshelter.com, which is, again, the second to top link in the description below. Somebody just said pay to win. Goodness gracious. This chat is out of control. Alright, let me see if we have any other reports here. I'm gonna stay zoomed out here for a second. The next SPC Outlook, by the way, comes out in 50 minutes. So we'll have an update on that here shortly, and we'll see if there's any big updates to the afternoon threat for severe weather. And we do have a 10% hatch tornado risk today. Here's the outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. Your enhanced risk still goes for the Ohio Valley and parts of the northern Dixie Alley. In addition to that, we do have a strong tornado potential outlined here in northeastern Arkansas, southeast Missouri, western Tennessee, western Kentucky, southern Illinois. Wind concern is predominantly going to be anywhere in that enhanced risk, but the greatest risk for significant damaging winds is in eastern Kentucky, and that's what's happening right now. So that's really right now. That's not like later today. And then also the hail risk is back over in Arkansas, where there could be a potential for hail up to the size of the size of apples will be possible, which is up to 3 inches in diameter. So that is all going to be possible today. So today looks like an active day. I'm not really seeing any rotation right now, but again, mainly a damaging wind threat right now heading in the direction of Pikeville. Still maybe an isolated brief spin up cannot be ruled out here. We'll have a live radar Omega Cyclone port out of Pikeville here pretty shortly, or we already have it, but we should have a view of these storms as they do approach. So I'll be watching that closely. In beautiful Pikeville, Kentucky. There's a lot of trees there. It's like a pretty beautiful place to be. There's some flooding in downtown Norfolk over in Virginia or Kentucky. I think that might be Kentucky. I don't know where Norfolk is, but apparently there's some flooding there on the streets right down in the downtown area. And flooding is one of the concerns today with these storms, so keep that in mind if you're back over, especially in southwest Kentucky and even northern Tennessee. Thank you, Taz, for the $10 super chat. I'm not super concerned about Indiana in overall. I mean, it's going to be mostly a damaging wind threat, and that's primarily in the southern side of the state. And then Kentucky is also mainly a damaging wind threat with the potential, again, for a couple of strong tornadoes on the west side of the state. And then a few tornadoes in general will be possible anywhere in the enhanced risk. So just stay weather aware. Again, there's no reason to be too worried today. Just need to stay weather aware and you'll be fine. Make sure you're prepared for damaging winds at the bare minimum, though, today, because damaging winds across the board is really the main concern. In addition to very large hail with any of those initial discrete supercells back over in Missouri, in Arkansas, and perhaps right there along the Mississippi River. And then, again, tornadoes are possible. The risk overall when it comes to the environment is not as favorable today, but it is still favorable for a few tornadoes, especially with any storms that do remain discrete. Thank you, Defiance, for the $9.99. Washington, Pennsylvania. If you have anything, it'll just be isolated gusty winds and small hail. I'm not expecting much of a risk for severe weather today. It's a relatively low risk in nature today. They're not. I highly doubt, unless this environment changes on the dime. Like if something changes immensely about today's setup, we're not gonna have a PDS tornado watch. It's just not that kind of environment today. We will have, again, tornadoes almost undoubtedly at some point today. But this setup in particular, we're not talking really about that many discrete supercells. And it's also the wind shear, just the environment in general. It's not as favorable as yesterday. We'll have some discrete cells firing up in northwestern Arkansas and southwestern Missouri right around 5 to 6 o'clock. Anything that can remain discrete will have an elevated tornado potential. The HRRR model does not really show many storms that stay discrete here, so that's a little interesting tidbit here. Again, that doesn't always mean, you know, take it for granted, essentially. Just take it for verbatim because things could change here. It's not a set in stone sort of computer model. I don't think this is going to be exactly what happens by any means. Again, there's a lot of nowcasting that'll be involved today. But honestly, I do think, you know, in this sort of instance, if this did happen, we'd be predominantly just looking at wind and hail. And then anything that can remain discrete like this, or any initial discrete supercells up near St. Louis, could produce a tornado risk in nature. So a couple areas in particular that I would be watching for the closest. But I think really the main concern again for today will be damaging winds. There will be some tornadoes. There could be some embedded QLCS tornadoes later today. I still think the main concern is going to be the threat for very high damaging winds at times. Across a very large area too. This is not a small little 2-mile corridor that we're talking about. It's a large area. And this is the HRRR model wind gusts. Anything in yellow is going to be representative of damaging winds. And notice how that threat really ramps up here right around 7. The HRRR showing 70+ mile/hour winds with that supercell if it develops south of Springfield, for example. And again, just take it for verbatim because again, a lot of this stuff is not going to exactly happen as this, but it could happen really anywhere in this area. Damaging winds become more numerous in southern Illinois and eastern and southeastern Missouri by 8. And then by 9, that surge of damaging winds is going to be right along this corridor with mostly scattered to numerous damaging winds. And then by 10 to 11, this moves into Kentucky. Overall, the damaging wind threat will probably be mostly damaging winds up to 60 to maybe 70 in cases, but it's not going to be probably 80+ miles/hour. At least in most cases, it won't be. If that does happen, it'll be very isolated. And then after midnight, the wind threat starts to die down pretty quickly. I do think at the bare minimum today, we will probably be live until about midnight. And that's if we continue the stream entirely through the entire duration. Just kind of depends on trends of the weather today. But we could be live later than that too. Just depends on the weather. Depends on how the weather weathers. Today in the Ohio Valley and the Dixie Alley. This is like the 5th severe thunderstorm warning that they've issued for Pikeville. Like, I swear, I feel like this is like the 5th one I've seen here for Pikeville. It's at least the 3rd one. This one's going to, again, be for the potential for damaging winds up to 60. And there is a tornado possible label on this, so we could still see an isolated tornado. This is the Radar Omega Cyclone Port in Pikeville, Kentucky. We'll be watching this closely. See if we can see anything interesting as the storm does approach. Probably one of our best views, in my opinion. The storms that are back over in Ohio, we are just looking at a really low cloud deck here near Middleton, Ohio. Middleton's also just looking at a low cloud deck. Rain's falling, nothing out of the ordinary. But overall rotation's been dying down pretty quickly in southern Ohio, so that's good news. Still some rotation on the leading edge of this near Jackson in southern Ohio as well. We also have a little notch here going towards Huntington. So we might end up getting a warning on that. We'll see. There's definitely some rotation there going towards Huntington in Kentucky. At least some circulation. Thank you, Cynthia, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Thank you, Tara, for the $10 super chat. Memphis, Tennessee. That'll probably be after sunset. Between like 8 and 12 would be my ETA on that area. If you want to go back like 5 minutes, I just kind of went through the timing. Just kind of look at the radar and it'll give you a better idea. How are you doing, Max? Getting rest after yesterday's coverage? Sure. Sure, why not? I didn't think we'd have a video this morning. We did. I think that shocked a lot of you guys. I did not think we would have a video this morning, but we ended up having a video. Shocking stuff. Sleep can happen after today. It will be. Trust me. It will be happening after today. We will not be live unless... What's tomorrow's outlook? I think the update just came out. We are 40 minutes away from the next outlook for today, so we'll see what that looks like. Tomorrow's outlook... Oh, Jesus, I don't want to go live tomorrow. I really hope this isn't that bad. We have a large slight risk, a large marginal threat. There's a 2% tornado risk in Texas. There's a 5% tornado risk over on the East Coast. We might have to go live again tomorrow, too. We'll see. I thought tomorrow might be quiet. Or quieter. We might have to go live again tomorrow. Holy cow. I mean, today is well from over, too, so... This is what tomorrow looks like in North Texas, just for reference. Which this would honestly be the main reason why I would go live. Just kind of got these pop-up thunderstorms. I mean, come on. Can we please... Can the weather please stop? I just want to relax. I need like one day off. We've been live 8 straight days. There's no days off in the weather right now. I live in the 5%. Well, yeah, there you go. In all honesty, though, I don't think that threat's gonna be that concerning tomorrow. I'm surprised they added a 5%, to be honest. It does not look that concerning tomorrow. If we do go live tomorrow, it would probably be for the threat that's happening in Texas, though, because Texas looks more interesting. I don't think the threat there on the East Coast is really that interesting. I don't know. We'll see. We'll play it by ear. We have some little broad areas of circulation that are approaching Pikeville, Kentucky, Betsy Lane, and Prestonsburg. And back up to the north, we do have some rotation back over near Huntington. Looks mostly like a wind threat, but we have some notches here. We could get some isolated brief tornadoes anywhere in this area as these storms do continue to move east and east-northeast over the next several minutes. And all these storms are racing off to the east at upwards of 60 miles per hour. And then the storms that are currently near Nashville are all outflow driven right now, so the tornado risk at this time is very low, but it's not zero. We do have now a new flash flood warning as well, north of Gallatin, east of Clarksville, as rain continues to fall here. Again, turn around, don't drown if you are on the roadways today. It is not worth driving through the flood waters to try to get from point A to point B. Just go around it. Max wants a day off to chug Mike's Hard in golf. I'm not an alcoholic. I do not drink beer like hardly ever. It's like a once every like 2 months sort of thing. I wouldn't be golfing if I did have tomorrow off. I would legitimately just sleep for 24 hours. That would be the way to go. This is the radar mega cyclone port out of Pikeville, Kentucky. Some ominous clouds right now, but not seeing anything too crazy yet. This is the storm out in the distance, which is approaching. Should have a pretty good view of this. This is going to be your leading edge of the storm activity as it approaches in Pikeville, Kentucky. Kind of like a little small tornado on the ground near Martin. Not really definitive, but there might be something there near Martin. Possibly a brief spin up or maybe a brief tornado there. The velocities are strong enough to the point where we might have something on the ground there. It's not definitive. And really, we could see brief spin-ups anywhere. We could see brief tornado. We may have already had like 6 brief tornadoes between 2 hours ago and now. We really just don't know. The radar only can show so much when it comes to QLCS tornadoes. They are highly unpredictable. And when they happen, they are, again, very brief and weak usually. But honestly, more concerningly is the damaging wind threat right now. All right, here's that live view out of Pikeville. We'll stay on the Pikeville cam on Radar Omega here for a few minutes because we are going to see the leading edge of this storm activity rolling in. We already have the leading edge here. And so damaging winds will become more of an apparent threat. Might be able to see the trees kind of swaying here too. We'll see. Thank you, Dan, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Thank you, Zachary, for the $4.99. The sun's out. Is that bad for weather in St. Louis tonight? I mean, St. Louis is going to see storms almost no matter what. Mainly a hail and wind threat. Thank you, Abby, for the $9.99. No problem. Glad I can help. Yeah, it's been quite the season. Got a lot of scud cloud over here. A lot of scud cloud just over the trees here in Pikeville. I'm not really seeing much rotation on the northern side of this area of storms. Yeah, this Pikeville activity is definitely interesting. Here's that live view. Storms are rolling in. Got some rising scud clouds right here too. Moving right into Pikeville, Kentucky right now. Yes, guys, I'm aware this is Ryan Hall's camera. I know. I can see the logo. I see the name. I'm well aware. This is the Radar Omega cycle port in Pikeville. And that is Ryan Hall's camera. Thank you. I'm just seeing a lot of scud cloud activity right now. I'm not seeing any sort of rotation, really. Definitely gonna be some damaging winds here, though. We'll see how much these trees sway. Save Ryan Hall? He's gonna be fine. It's just damaging winds up to 60. This isn't that big of a deal. There might be some trees that fall down, but this isn't like a big tornado happening. I almost can assure you that Ryan is probably watching the radar, at the bare minimum. The storms are going through right now. And this is the storm that we're talking about near Pikeville, Kentucky. Surge of damaging winds is coming. We'll see how much these trees sway. How much sleep did I get? Probably about 7 hours. Wasn't horrible. Could have been worse. Yeah, just a lot of scud cloud activity. These storms look a bit elevated to me. There's some lightning there. Not seeing anything, again, really rotating here. Maybe a little bit of cloud rotation. Kind of see it spinning just a little bit. Some eddies maybe spinning. Like a little bit of spin there. Just, it's not much. It's not like an imminent tornado threat, in my opinion. I don't think this really has at any point been that way, but... See all the eddies here. You can kind of see all that spin in the clouds. Nothing too out of the ordinary. A lot of rising motion, though. See how much the wind picks up here on the trees. Douglas, when storms are elevated, that usually means the tornado threat is pretty low. What elevated means is that a storm is higher off the ground than most storms, like the cloud base. So a cloud base, for example, let's say this is the surface. A normal like storm is only a few thousand feet off the ground, and an elevated storm would be higher than that. Essentially, this would be elevated. It lowers the tornado risk in general. Will I be live tomorrow? I have no clue. I didn't think we'd have to, but we might have to tomorrow. We'll see. And this is the storm activity that's moving through Pikeville right now. Do have some broad circulation kind of on the leading edge of the storm activity. But looks mostly like a damaging wind threat right now. We should start to see here in a moment, once the storm really pushes through here, we should start to see these trees really swaying. Thank you, Caitlin, for the $10 donation. I appreciate that. Thank you. I don't know what we're zooming in on here. Yes, I'm guessing we're looking at the trees and the rain shaft moving in. Wow, that's some blinding rain right there. Look at that rain move into the town of Pikeville here. Marissa, I will. There's the rain. Pretty much zero visibility in that rain on the leading edge of this activity of storms. In Pikeville, Kentucky. Here comes the wind. Can't even see those trees on the other side of the mountain. You can see that big rain shaft, by the way. Look how fast this is moving. It's moving really fast. I mean, these storms are moving upwards of 60 miles per hour right now. It's not slow at all. These are pretty fast moving. See the sidewards wind, too. From left to right. And there you go. Here comes the wind. Wow, that's actually pretty windy. Wow, look at the debris. There's leaves flying and stuff, which is not surprising with wind, but you can see all the leaves flying here. You can see why this area of storms has been severe for quite a while. Wind's really picking up here. There's a lot of leaves flying, jeez. And granted, there are trees literally everywhere here, so it's not surprising that there's leaves flying, but you can see them all flying on the screen. On the Radar Omega Cyclone port in Pikeville, Kentucky. Got a pretty good gust of wind there. Nothing too crazy. Unless we have more wind coming behind that. We'll see. Alright. That was a nice little surge of wind. That's really about it. Definitely at least some damaging winds, but it didn't look too bad. Still have a... I'll put this on the... Put that down over up here. Keep it on there for a second. But again, that surge of wind just went through Pikeville. And then further to the north, we're still looking at mostly damaging winds across the board. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning back over in northern Tennessee, west of Livingston. We do have another Radar Omega Cyclone port here. Wow, that is a beast looking of a storm here. A lot of scud clouds out in the distance, but that is going to be a damaging wind threat up to 60 miles per hour. Those are pretty ominous skies going towards the Gainesboro area in northern Tennessee. Main concern across this entire line right now is damaging winds. We could still get an isolated tornado out of this activity, even though that threat does still remain low. And back over in Missouri, we had some showers firing up, a couple of little storms. Again, we're watching for some long-term development there of severe weather. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Dayton. And that's just for damaging winds. Just north of Middletown. Not really seeing anything on that live cam. This area of storms near Nashville, again, is mostly a damaging wind threat, upwards of 60 miles per hour. Again, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. If you need a weather app to stay ahead of the storms today, you can download Radar Omega. It is the best weather app on the iOS and Android store. It's the app that we're using. You can watch live cameras like the ones we've been looking at, storm chasers that are live in the app with location tracking and everything, in addition to live radar and a lot of other cool features like the storm tracking tool. You can track out storms and where they are heading and when they'll arrive to your location. You can download it with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android for only $8.99. They also have subscriptions that you can get on their app. There's 3 different tiers, and some of them do come with the computer models and the satellite imagery, which is something that we use quite often here as well, so you can forecast storms ahead of time. So you can check it out. Again, top link in the description below on iOS and Android. In addition to that, if you need a storm shelter, you can check out espshelter.com for an above-ground storm shelter, which will get the job done. It has up to EF5 tornado protection on those tornado shelters. You can check that out with espshelter.com. The link is the second to top link in the description below. This is what one of their shelters looks like. Again, very heavily built and are geared towards protecting you and your family from tornadoes. During the peak of tornado season, obviously, this can come really in handy. So make sure to check it out. It is also wheelchair accessible and very easy and cheap to install. Thank you, Lisa, for becoming a member. Wow. Those are some dark clouds. This is a storm that's producing damaging winds up to 60. That's pretty impressive. These are outflow-driven storms at this point. Looks like we got multiple cloud layers here. We got one, kind of got 2 layers here. Yeah, mostly a damaging wind threat here, but still pretty impressive nonetheless. This is in Carthage, Tennessee. Bumping my mic makes a weird sound. It's my mic stand. I need to get a new one. The mic stand I have is falling apart. And I got it like a month ago. So it's really crappy. Thank you, Hannah, for becoming a member. So my lunch menu, it's a Smucker's Uncrustable Peanut Butter and Jelly Sandwich. I've had it thawing for like the last 2 hours and now I'm just eating it. How do I become a member? It's the join button down below if you want to become a member. Not seeing anything too crazy here. I mean, it's ominous skies. It's just, again, it's not like anything out of the ordinary there near Carthage, Tennessee. Same thing in Gainesboro, Tennessee. Just ominous skies right now. We, again, could get an isolated tornado, but I think the risk is pretty low. And the storms, again, that are back over in eastern Kentucky, still producing damaging winds, maybe a low tornado risk. It is still windy there in Pikeville, still raining pretty hard, pretty low visibility. But nothing too substantial out of this line. And again, as this line continues to move east into West Virginia, it should eventually weaken. It's been going on for a long time now. But it'll continue to produce a potential for mostly just damaging winds and maybe one more tornado. It'd be, again, just be a very low risk overall as this continues to move east. If you click the join button, you can see the different membership tiers, but they start from $2.99. I'm losing patience on my power company. Yeah, power outages suck. I'm sorry that you're going through that. Any rotation near Nashville? No, it's all wind right now in the Nashville area. It's all damaging winds. Chains of Scarlet. I don't know what is that, a game or something? Overall, I really would not be that concerned if I'm in Ohio right now. I'm really just looking at mostly a damaging wind threat. It does not look that concerning right now for Ohio. It's mostly just isolated. There is a hook down here, but there's not any rotation. I saw this before. I'm not really pointing it out because it's not really that concerning. It's mostly a hail and wind threat here. If there is some sort of increase in rotation, we'll watch it, but it looks mostly like a wind threat as of right now, southwest of Nashville. So we'll keep a close eye on it. See if there's any live shots of this that we can see. Should have some. Again, there's a ton of radar Omega cyclone ports here in Tennessee. I mean, they're everywhere. So, you know, we'll probably have a pretty good views of a lot of these storms as they keep moving east. I mean, this is Scud Cloud mania right now. Look at all the Scud Cloud. You actually can see it pretty close. I mean, it's like right on the ground too in some of these areas. There must be rivers here or something. I'm guessing this is a river. Possibly some fog or something like that. There's Scud Clouds literally everywhere here. Over in Gainesboro, Tennessee. Where's Connor? He's setting up for today. He's in Missouri. Storms haven't fired up there yet, so he's just waiting for storms to fire, and then he'll go live. Here's Carthage, by the way, and it doesn't look as ominous as before. Thank you, Angela, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member, and welcome to the Velocities. Do have a new mesoscale discussion. This is interesting. So, back over in southeast Missouri, northwest Tennessee, northeast Arkansas, western Kentucky, southern Illinois, heating outflow with high PWAT and enhanced low-level shear will favor strong tornadoes. That's a bold word. I don't know why it's bolded like that. I don't know if there's something that we need to read here on the outlook here. Let me read it. Sorry, let me full screen this so you can actually see it. Once the mesoscale discussion pops up on their website, I'll kind of read off what they're talking about. Well, that's some bold wording.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a tornado warning in Ohio. This is north of Dayton. If you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And it's just to the, it's going to be approaching Troy and going towards Piqua. Just to the north of Dayton. So the area of circulation that we'd be talking about is right over Clayton, Ohio. It's right near Interstate 40. This is the circulation that they're warning here. Honestly, it doesn't look too concerning, but if there's a tornado, it would be dropping over Interstate 70 and then moving north towards West Milton. Here's the latest scan, and relatively broad circulation. It'll be going towards Piqua, Troy, and Tip City. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter. Interior room of your home or building and away from windows. It'll be going towards Laura, Piqua, Troy, West Milton, and Tip City, Ohio, near Interstate 75. I mean, I've seen worse rotation, I feel like, than this today on radar, but let's look. Maybe the other radar site, the terminal radar site, will show us something. Oh yeah, that shows a bit better. Okay, so we actually have 2 areas or 3 areas. Whoa. We have multiple areas of rotation. According to the terminal radar site here, we got 1, we got 2, we got 3. We got 3 areas of circulation just to the west of Tip City. So that would be why. You actually see it a lot better here on the terminal radar site. They've all developed relatively within the last few minutes. The area of circulation near Englewood was the strongest. It's broadening a bit more. Now we have 2 other areas of circulation. So that's why there is a tornado warning here. So this is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center on that outlook that we're just talking about. A strong tornado situation appears to be developing later this afternoon into the early evening. In addition, very large hail and eventual significant damaging winds may develop across the region. And that's the region that we're just talking about, which is this right here. So again, Missouri and parts of Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, Arkansas, all those areas included in that. And that's what they're talking about. So satellite imagery shows heating and rapid air mass recovery across southeast Missouri, which was the concern. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see. Depending on storm mode later this evening, widespread damaging winds could also materialize. And as such, the 20Z outlook may be upgraded to a moderate risk for severe weather. So they may issue a moderate risk for severe weather here soon for the 20Z outlook. Or will be upgraded, sorry. Okay, so this is officially going to be upgraded to a moderate risk for severe weather. So we are going to have now a moderate risk for severe weather, which honestly does not surprise me. I kind of felt like we are going to see one today, like multiple days ago. But that is now officially going to be issued for probably that area that we were just looking at. So a moderate risk for severe weather will be added for the potential for widespread damaging winds and possibly even a tornado upgrade as well. But again, if you're just tuning in, we are looking at the storm that is currently in progress in western Ohio near West Milton. There are 3 areas of circulation that we're looking at here. They're all embedded in this thunderstorm. So if you are in Tip City, if you're in Troy, near Interstate 75 going towards Piqua and Cummington, and seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. I mean, a moderate risk doesn't really shock me at all. I mean, we've been talking about it for a while, but it's been something that is, you know, it just was kind of to be expected, honestly. It's today's risk. I mean, it's really wind driven. Enhanced, moderate, whatever it is, it doesn't really matter. You should still be weather aware, but that'll at least probably give at least more of a heads up for people in the area. Hopefully it'll get more weather awareness going for today, because today is it's not a small day, even though, you know, it's a large enhanced. I'm not surprised at all by the moderate. Here's the latest radar scan. Still have 3 areas of circulation here, moving to the north. And then we also have one that it looks like trying to develop here, just to the west of New Carlslee. So we have 4 areas of circulation. I'll just label these by numbers, but the number 1 and number 3 ones look the most concerning. The 4th one also looks a little bit more concerning. The second one in the middle here is a bit broader. So we have 4 different areas of circulation here. One that's not warned as a tornado warning near Tip City. The other 3 are all in the same warning. And any of these tornadoes that develop will presumably be weak and brief with this sort of environment in Ohio. And this is north of Dayton for reference, north of Cincinnati. It's the area that we're at right now. But what I'm looking at right now is multiple areas of rotation. We got 1, we got 2, we got kind of 3. We got a large 4th broad area of circulation right now. But here is that, again, mesoscale discussion. Strong tornadoes will be a strong possibility here in southeast Missouri today. Again, this is the warning that the SPCU used. As such, the 20Z outlook will be upgraded to a moderate risk for the developing situation. So that is going to be out here in the next probably 15 minutes or so, if not possibly even a bit sooner than that. So again, today's going to be a big day. If you know any friends or family in the track of these storms, make sure to let them know, give them a heads up about the potential for severe weather today. Again, we'll be live here on YouTube throughout most of the afternoon and evening, so make sure you are subscribed to the channel, because it will be a busy day today. This warning, by the way, includes a population of 120,000. A lot of people here. You know, we got 4 areas of circulation that we're looking at right now. These are all moving north. So if you're in Tip City, Ohio, West Milton, Ohio, Troy, Ohio, Covington, Piqua, Ohio, make sure that you are, again, getting to the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. We could have a tornado with this at any time. Even if we don't have a tornado, there is going to be damaging winds with this that will produce similar damage. And that could, again, knock over trees and perhaps even power lines. There you go. Tornado and wind driven. So this is going to be 2. Tornado and wind driven upgrade to moderate risk is going to be upgraded at 20Z, which is in like 10 minutes. So we are going to now have a moderate risk for both tornadoes and wind in this area, which is like Paducah, Kentucky, Carbondale in Illinois, Farmington, Missouri, West Plains, Poplar Bluff, in southeast Missouri. So everything's going to be upgraded here in like 10 minutes. All right, the latest radar scan showing still some broad areas of circulation near West Milton. We got one near Tip City, Ohio, which is not warned, but there's a little bit of something there. So again, continue to stay in your safe place if you're in the pink polygon. But yeah, we'll have a moderate risk here in just a few minutes. For today, the craziest never end. The craziness of this weather recently just never ends. It just keeps on going. It's pretty crazy. Rotation's broader on the latest scan, by the way. We're still watching it closely. And we still got the line of storms going all across Kentucky right now, with mostly a damaging wind threat. Big surge of damaging winds heading towards Milton and Hurricane in eastern Kentucky. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning back over near Clinton. This is a storm in eastern Tennessee. That's the storm right there on the Radar Omega cyclone port. So this is quite the development here. We got a little storm just north of Lanier City. We also have another one near Asheville in North Carolina. Wow, these are ominous skies right now in Carthage. Just tons of scud clouds everywhere. One in Gainesville too looks kind of the same way. Not seeing any rotation on that though. All these storms for the most part are damaging wind and large hail producers. We do have a storm southwest of Franklin here in Tennessee that might be rotating just a little bit, so might have to watch that closely. But again, it's mostly a golf ball sized hail threat as that moves east. Here's the latest radar scan. We have rotation approaching Troy. Broad circulation here. Got another area of rotation east of West Milton in Ohio. And again, all these areas of rotation right now are pretty much in the tornado warning now. Going to be going towards Piqua and Covington. So again, seek shelter if you've not already, if you're in this warning in Ohio. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. I want tornado season to be done already. I don't disagree. Unfortunately, we're going to be dealing with quite the event today. The warning has been just updated. It is still all radar indicated rotation. And there's multiple areas of circulation here, but I would say right now, really the areas that I'd be watching for are the one that's over the Kessler area and moving north, again going towards 55 and 41, and then the other area of circulation just to the southeast of Troy. So a couple areas that we're looking at right now. EF3 damage found in Claremore per the National Weather Service of Tulsa. That does not surprise me, honestly, at all. Unfortunately, that's the nature of today's event. Or yesterday's event, sorry. Not today's. Yesterday. That does not really surprise me at all. That tornado on radar, that thing had a big debris ball and everything. I haven't seen that post yet, but I don't doubt it. I am well aware, guys, there is going to be a moderate risk for severe weather. I know. I just talked about it. Talked about it as we got the information. Again, this area will be upgraded to a tornado and wind-driven moderate risk at 20Z. Just here soon. Includes 6 different states. I believe 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, six different states there. Still have a stronger area of rotation on the east side of Troy right now. At least according to the terminal radar site near Grayson and near Troy. The one that was the main one that was warned is broadened out quite a bit, but the one that's north of Grayson, Ohio is the one that's the more concerning one. Yes, the severe thunderstorm watch in this area has just expanded. It now does include more of Ohio, and it includes also parts of western Pennsylvania, which will go all the way until 10 o'clock tonight. That's mainly for damaging winds, but maybe an isolated tornado or two cannot be ruled out. No, there will be a moderate risk. It's not a likely. There will be. Somebody just asked me on Twitter, am I going live for this? I'm currently live. That right there might be a tornado on the east side of Troy right now. It might be a tornado near Stoughton, approaching Troy. The regional radar site doesn't show it at all, but the terminal one does. And again, it might not be, but it's pretty strong rotation. And that's the area of rotation I've been looking at here for a while. Latest scan still showing it there on the east side of Troy. Couple of spots again. We could have something there on the east side of Troy, Ohio. And again, that broad area of circulation near Ludlow Falls looks a lot less concerning. The one that's on the east side of Troy looks the most concerning from what I'm seeing. Another radar scan should come in here in just a second. The moderate risk upgrade should be coming in here in just a moment. So we'll show you the full details of that here soon. But again, that's going to be a tornado and wind-driven upgrade, so we'll have a 15% tornado risk, just like yesterday. We're going to have a 45% wind risk also, just like yesterday. Now, the setup is not the same as yesterday, but it is going to be an area of watch for a concerning potential, again, for... again, strong tornadoes, and could even see some long track tornadoes. You never know. That's the kind of environment that we're in today. Yeah, there's a small little CC here, but I mean, that sort of stuff, that could be really anything. It's not a definitive debris signature by any means. It could be a tornado, but it's pretty hard to tell. Now, if we did have a tornado with that little area of circulation, which on the latest scan it included, that would have probably been something brief and weak. It wouldn't have been that long tracked or anything like that in this sort of environment up here. Here are the storms in Tennessee near Nashville. Again, these are mostly wind and hail producers right now. Got some golf ball sized hail being reported off to the west of Franklin. We do have multiple live cams here on Radar Omega across Tennessee. So if we get any interesting views of anything, we'll let you know. This is another view here out of Carthage, Tennessee. This is Gainsboro. That camera's shaking. It's in Gainsboro, Tennessee. The camera is shaking. The wind's picking up. Definitely have some damaging winds here. A lot of rain falling. This is a storm that is currently producing the potential for damaging winds. I'm not seeing much rotation, but it definitely is producing the potential for damaging winds as that continues to track east. Storm south of Oak Ridge. That one has a tornado possible label. And again, that's a live shot of that storm. Looks pretty much just like an ordinary storm right now. Has a hook and everything, but I don't think it's an imminent tornado threat. Let's go back to the storm near Troy. The velocity's on here for a second. This particular tornado warning, again, the rotation's been broadening quite a bit. But we are still watching for maybe an isolated tornado. I'm not seeing anything too strong. Maybe this right here. Might have a small little tornado or something like that right over the northwest side of Troy, moving towards the Aldine area in Midway in Ohio. And this tornado, if there's a tornado here, it would be moving more like to the northwest almost, kind of traveling along Highway 41. Otherwise, the main area of circulation is broad at this point. That's the main circulation here in Ohio. Ligma, Ohio. No way, you guys are being serious, right? Oh, alright, let me look at reports again here. The again, that new mesoscale discussion about the tornado and wind-driven moderate risk upgrade that will be coming out on the Storm Prediction Center website at any time. So I'll show you once that comes up. We'll go to that. As I mentioned before, there may be a tornado in progress near Interstate 75. It's not super definitive, but there is some rotation still there. Possibly some sort of brief little spin up, maybe a brief tornado. And this environment is really not capable of strong and long track tornadoes in this particular area, but any storm that does develop like this one could produce an isolated tornado. So if you're in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place. If you know anybody that lives in this area, give them a heads up. Give them a call, give them a text, do whatever you gotta do. Alert them that there is a possible tornado in this morning near Interstate 75 northwest of Troy. Latest scan broadened that out again, but there may have just been something brief there. And a lot of what we're going to see is going to be brief and weak tornadoes with really any storms in this area, so including this new one.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So this is the one east of Huntington. We were talking about this one for a while earlier, but there's a brand new tornado warning for hurricane in Milton, Kentucky, going towards Buffalo. That's going to be, again, going eventually towards West Virginia. But if you are in this, or is this in West Virginia? Where is this? I need to turn the thickness up. This is in West Virginia, sorry. It's a small sliver of southeast Ohio, but Milton and hurricane in West Virginia and Buffalo, I believe, are the areas that are in this. I need to turn up the borders. Yeah, so this is all West Virginia, other than like a small sliver. So if you are in this tornado warning in Hurricane, Buffalo, West Virginia, Winfield, Polka, Barbersville, again, this is a population of 90,000 people. Seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. I'm turning up that thickness so I can actually see these lines now. This, for whatever reason, hurricane, I don't think a hurricane's coming, but hurricane's in the track of this. We actually could get some hurricane force winds. We got a pretty big RFD surge here. Big RFD surge right along Interstate 64. Going to be approaching Milton and Hurricane in West Virginia here. Again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. I don't really see a whole lot of rotation. I see more of a wind threat, honestly. Still can't rule out a tornado as this moves east. I see that. You can see the hook pretty clearly. I mean, we got a hook and everything on this. The inflow, be more of a matter of if it can wrap and produce a tornado. Also, the tornado warning there in Ohio was canceled, so we just have this one tornado warning now in West Virginia, which includes Rome, Ohio, which overall, again, this storm is now already into West Virginia. These are very fast-moving storms, so at this point, that part of the warning is kind of already done with. No CC drop or anything, so that's good news. No confirmed tornado, but we could get one at any time as this moves towards Eleanor and Buffalo in West Virginia. Again, 90,000 people live in this particular area of West Virginia. So if you know any friends or family here, you might give them a call or text and make sure that they're getting to their safe place. If you're in a mobile home, you need to find a sturdy structure as well, as this will continue to move east and east-northeast over the next several minutes. Again, as a reminder, there will be a moderate risk for severe weather issued at any moment. That is going to be for tornadoes, which will be strong and potentially intense, in addition to the potential for significant damaging winds that could be widespread across Missouri, Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Arkansas. So we will have a moderate risk for severe weather, again, issued momentarily in this particular area, back over in Missouri, as well as back into Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Arkansas. Should be issued at any moment. Anyone see NATOcast for today? I saw NATOcast. I mean, yeah, it's an experimental tool. They weren't really right yesterday. They were pretty right about everything kind of busting to the west, but you know, there were still strong and long track tornadoes last night. Now right there, if we have a tornado, it would be right here, moving east. No debris signature, but that's where the tornado would be located if we have one. This is NATOcast outlook, by the way, for today for tornadoes. Again, take it with a grain of salt. What you really need to know is that anywhere in these like red and really anything above the brown color, like yellow, red, and pink, any of these areas, that's where basically the greatest tornado risk will end up being today. So stay weather aware. But again, take it with a grain of salt. I don't know about that 60% tornado risk, but if that verifies, that'd be pretty crazy. And we could have a tornado with this at any time. If you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. That area that I circled again would be where the tornado is. It will be moving towards Poca, Eleanor, Fraser's Bottom, Buffalo are all on the track of this particular storm in West Virginia, which again could drop a tornado at any time. Well, I don't even know. I apologize. I just got caught off guard by seeing that name. And no debris signature right now, but if we have a tornado, it would be just north and right along Interstate 64, approaching Highway 19 near Eleanor, going towards Fraser's Bottom, Poca, and Buffalo. So if you are in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building. And away from windows. See if we have any view of this. We might. I'm going to look. It's a live shot out of this area. This is going to be where the storm is. The camera's shaking quite a bit. This is right along Interstate 64. This is probably where that RFD surge is happening. This is near Hurricane, West Virginia. That's actually in Milton. Milton's the one being hit right now. We do have another shot out of Hurricane that we'll check out here in a second. I'll keep a close eye on the one in Milton to see if we see anything else. But that RFD surge would be moving right through that north side there of Milton. And this RFD surge is going to be eventually approaching Hurricane, Westview Estates, and Springdale Estates. But again, the rotation, at least from what we're seeing, is not super strong. It looks relatively broad to me. We could still get an isolated tornado, but at the bare minimum, we're still gonna be getting the threat for damaging winds that, you know, go upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour as this does continue to move east. And then a quick update on the other storms. Again, we still have the storm near Nashville, which is producing some hail and wind. Up to golf ball sized hail still remains a possibility, which has been confirmed multiple times. So there's definitely some large hail with that storm. We got the other storms moving through parts of northeastern Tennessee. And notice the ominous clouds here on the radar Omega cyclone port. This one's the one over Dodson Branch, Tennessee. Got a damaging wind event coming with that one. Probably not really much of a tornado risk over there. And then we have our storm that's back over in eastern Tennessee that is still producing some large hail and damaging winds. And there is still a tornado possible label here. And not really seeing anything too crazy right now in the live camera views, but we'll still watch that storm as it is pretty discreet. Still got our line of storms still producing damaging winds up and down anywhere from Virginia back into West Virginia. In addition to that, it's also impacting Ohio. Not too long ago, we had a tornado warning there near Springfield, Ohio. That one's at least for now been lifted. And then we still have our storms embedded in this line that are still trying to produce an isolated tornado. So that's what we're currently looking at on the radar for the time being. Now, RFD is rear flank downdraft. Again, a lot of the time with these particular storms, we don't always get tornadoes. In some cases, we just get a big RFD surge of wind. That's at least what we're seeing here. We just got very high winds right now, right along Interstate 64. It's approaching hurricane right now, which we actually do have a live camera here right in hurricane. There's that live shot. See if we can see anything. I'm not sure if we're going to, but you never know. Still no SPC update quite yet, by the way. Not seeing anything there yet. No SPC update, though, as of right now. We're still waiting on that. But again, a moderate risk for severe weather is going to be issued here at any time for both tornadoes and wind. So they're going to be both driven by wind and tornadoes, which will include areas back over in southeastern Missouri, southern Illinois, southern Indiana, western Tennessee, or northwestern Tennessee, western Kentucky, and possibly northeast Arkansas as well. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below, and we'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. The plan right now is that we'll probably be live all the way through this evening. I don't think we're going to have really any break, but we'll see. But for the time being, it does appear as if we will be live for the next 12 hours. So that'll be something. Yeah, this looks like more of a wind threat right now for hurricane. Again, I'm not really seeing any sort of strong rotation here. It looked a little bit more concerning initially. Looks like a big RFD surge to me, which would be more of a damaging wind concern. I would still stay in your safe place, though, just in case this does drop a tornado. Again, storms like this are prone to drop, you know, brief spin-ups and brief tornadoes. So this is no exception to that. So if you're in Hurricane, Polka, Eleanor, Fraser's Bottom, or Buffalo in West Virginia, just make sure that you're staying in your safe place for the next several minutes as this moves east. Still watching that live cam also in Hurricane to see if anything does develop there. So continue to watch that closely. Also, thank you to anybody that super chatted or became a member. Again, a lot of these are old, but I do appreciate your generosity. Not gonna be able to get to all of them. The V1 for the 499. The NAM shows a derecho later this evening. Thoughts? We could see a derecho tonight. I mean, it's not impossible with this setup today. We could end up seeing a pretty widespread area of damaging winds, especially in that moderate risk wherever that goes, or where it goes. You know, that area could very easily have a possibility for a derecho. With that said, I would still just be prepared for damaging winds and tornadoes. Those are the main two threats. Very large hail does remain a possibility too, out of those initial discrete supercells that develop. But again, derecho or not, it really does not matter. You need to be prepared no matter what for significant damaging winds. Thank you, Edward, for the $100 super chat. Put some hearts in the chat for Edward. I really do appreciate your generosity. Dinner on me and Jessica tonight. I appreciate that. Thank you, Jennifer. Or thank you, Edward, and as well as Jennifer for the very generous $100 super chat. Also, thank you, Stephanie, for the $50 donation. Put some hearts in the chat for Stephanie, too. Thank you from the rural residents. Appreciate the up-to-minute coverage. I'm glad I can help. Thank you for tuning in. Again, what we're looking at right now is the tornado warning in West Virginia. The rotation has broadened over the last few minutes, but it will be moving into the direction of Poca and Eleanor. So just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in those two locations, or really anywhere out in front of the storm. If you're back over in Lee Sage or Barberville in West Virginia, you are fine. But further east, that's where the greatest concern is right now. Anywhere, Deborah with the 499 asked about Ohio. Again, anywhere in Ohio is a damaging wind threat. That's really about it. It's going to be pretty isolated. Maybe a brief tornado, but I'm mostly concerned about, isolated to widely scattered damaging winds. That would be pretty much about it for that area. This line of storms has been going for so long. It's been going for... we've only been live for 3 hours of it, but this thing's been going since literally early this morning. It's nonstop. It's pretty crazy how long that thing's been going for. Looks like Connor Croft is positioning for a chase in southeast Missouri. And again, you can watch all these storm chasers on the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. There, he will be probably chasing after that storm activity. Do have some supercells that are beginning to fire over here, and we actually already have a severe thunderstorm warning in northeast Oklahoma, northeast of Nottawa for some hail and wind. We also have another storm firing up back over north of Fort Scott in Kansas, which is doing the same thing, wind and hail. If any of these storms can become more discreet, we very well could get a more substantial tornado risk out of this activity. This is a report that we just got on Radar Omega, at least. As of 2:52 p.m., which this was yesterday, the National Weather Service survey team on site have confirmed one tornado that began last night around 2 miles south of Belafonte. At least EF1 damage confirmed so far, and the team is still following the path of the tornado. So there you go. It's back over there in northwestern Arkansas. And apparently the Claremore one, I'm not 100% sure if it was accurate, but apparently there's at least EF3 damage on that tornado. Once I see the official report, I'll verify it, but I've not seen it on Twitter yet. I haven't really had time to look. I'll check real quick to make sure that's verified. All right, yeah, so it is confirmed. Never mind. This is the survey. This is as of 40 minutes ago or so. The Claremore, Oklahoma tornado north of Highway 20 has at least EF3 damage. And then, again, there's still ongoing surveys there and whatnot on that particular storm. That debris ball was insane on radar, so that does not surprise me at all. Was there any confirmation of the anticyclonic tornado? I'm not sure yet. I think there was a tornado. That was an anticyclonic tornado. I mean, it was confirmed. I just don't know if there's any rating. We had like 2 or 3 tornadoes at least in that same area last night. It was kind of crazy. Thank you, Inner, for the $20 super chat. I'm glad I can help. No problem. Glad I can help. This tornado warning does continue for the time being. Again, it is still radar indicated rotation. The rotation has been broader on the last few radar scans, but we are keeping a close eye on it in case it does try to develop anything near Hurricane, West Virginia, moving towards Poca and Eleanor. So if you're in the pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Sorry, I just threw down my water bottle. What is anticyclonic? So a normal tornado will spin this direction, at least in the northern hemisphere. It spins counterclockwise. That would be called cyclonic rotation. A low pressure system, that is also cyclonic. But when we look at a anticyclonic tornado, that'd be going the other way, which only 2% of tornadoes spin this direction. Literally 2% of tornadoes are anticyclonic. It's not normal. So yeah, that's what that means. Getting wind damage near Washington Courthouse of a tree down on Gold Course. Large trees down in Washington Courthouse area. Large branches down near Hillsborough. We have a tree down on US 62. Lots of trees down, lots of damage reports just about everywhere. They're really just about everywhere here. We have another tornado possible label in northeastern Tennessee near the Maynardville area going towards Morristown. In Bean Station. So lots of storms firing up there in Tennessee still. There are 16,000 people watching, but can you answer me about my city that is not an immediate threat right now? Yeah, guys, I'm sorry. There's 16,000 of you. I try to answer questions as often as I can, but there's 16,000 people. It's not that easy. So if I can't answer your question, hopefully you know why. I mean, I didn't even realize we had that many people watching. It's pretty difficult to keep track of that many people. If I had to answer 16,000 questions, that would be pretty incredible. Only 16K. Yes, there's only 16,000 people that can ask questions. Thank you. Still nothing definitive for a tornado here. If we have a tornado, though, it's going to be going towards Eleanor, Poca, eventually going towards Confidence near Fraser's Bottom in West Virginia. And this is currently moving east-northeast in West Virginia. No debris signature, at least from what I'm seeing. The velocities haven't updated, but... Still waiting on the radar update here. You know, the SPC still has not updated yet, so we still don't have an update from the Storm Prediction Center on the outlook for today. Even though there is going to be a moderate risk, we still don't have that information yet. So, still waiting on that info. So Fraser's Bottom and Eleanor and Poca all about to be hit by this storm. Again, mostly a wind threat, but we could get an isolated brief tornado. So again, continue to stay in your safe place if you are in the pink polygon, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. It is currently 3:23 p.m. We are 23 minutes late on the Storm Prediction Center update. Well, we're right back up to 20 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have another one back down here to the south near Madison and Charleston. We got multiple now in Missouri. So we got multiple storms now firing up here in Missouri. Predominantly a wind and hail threat, but we might start seeing an isolated tornado threat try to evolve with those. But they are mostly elevated up there to the north. And then, again, really the main concern today is probably going to be right here in southeast Missouri. So the threat will again start to get going here probably pretty soon. Hey, Crystal for the $9.99. Yeah, southeast Missouri. Well, if you're in the marginal threat, you don't have to be concerned. If you're in southeast Missouri, or you should be weather aware, but not as concerned. Basically, this is the current risk, which again is going to be upgraded in a moment. The moderate risk would be going in over here, like in this general area. If you're in the marginal threat up here, it's mostly just elevated hail and wind events. There's not really much of a tornado risk. Really, the greatest concern and where you definitely need to be watching the weather very closely is anywhere in the yellow or orange shaded areas right now, as that is where the greatest potential for tornadoes and significant damaging winds, which could be widespread, and large to very large hail will all be a possibility. So that's what we're looking at. All right, we now have our moderate risk. Here you go. It took a little while. So this is now the moderate risk. This is the new update. So moderate risk of severe weather has been issued for Missouri, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, and Illinois. We'll have the exact details here in a moment. But there's your moderate risk for severe weather for today. And again, that's where the greatest confidence is for severe weather, including tornadoes that could be strong and intense, in addition to the potential for widespread damaging winds. Again, we'll be live throughout this entire event, so make sure that you're subscribed to the channel. And yeah, again, today looks like a big day. It looks like it'll be another big day, unfortunately. And this is a huge area too. It's not just a small area. Waiting for the actual Outlook to update here. The enhanced risk remains, I believe, unchanged, or it remains minimally changed here. Yeah, the enhanced risk hasn't changed much. The only change, so there are changes here. They're not substantial, but there are some changes. So the enhanced and moderate risk, and as well as the it's slight risk, all have lifted further north in Missouri. St. Louis, I believe, is right on the cusp of that slight, or right on the cusp of the enhanced risk, I mean, for that area, which again, don't get too caught up in the risks. I'm just kind of telling you what has changed here. Slight risk again has gone more north and west, though, in addition to the enhanced. And then the enhanced risk is still pretty much in the same area here. The only other differences is that this part of Indiana and Ohio have been downgraded to a slight risk. And the reason why is because you already saw storms. You'll have maybe more storms later today, but it's not nearly as high of a risk. And just waiting on all the probabilities to update here. That is the latest here from the Storm Prediction Center. We'll have the probabilities and all that in just a moment. All right, here's the tornado probabilities. So here's your tornado risk. So again, anywhere in that yellow and red shaded area, and even in the yellow shaded area, is where strong, potentially intense, and even long track tornadoes will all be possibilities today, anywhere in this region. So you need to make sure that you're staying very vigilant, as multiple tornadoes will be possible today. We could be talking about another tornado outbreak. All right, that's unfortunately the current concern here, in a large chunk here of the Ohio Valley. That's where the greatest concern is. Again, that's for strong, long track tornadoes, all that sort of stuff. Here's that wind threat, which also, again, should not surprise anybody. We've been talking about this for a while, but there's your wind threat. Again, in that hatched area is where we'll be talking about the potential for some numerous to widespread damaging winds upwards of 80 to even 90 miles per hour at times, in a Boeing segment, which will, again, primarily impact areas in Kentucky, Tennessee, southern Illinois, eastern Missouri, and as well as northeastern Arkansas. That's the other upgrade to today's threat. And then we also have the hail risk, which I'm just waiting on as well. And we'll all show this on the we'll show this on the Radar Omega app here in a second too. Here's the hail risk. Wow, that's also upgraded. So we also have a 45% hail risk back over in southeast Missouri and northeast Arkansas. So if this doesn't tell you that today's not going to be a big deal, a big day, I don't know what will tell you what's going to be a big day, because this is, you know, this is quite the risk now. Yeah, that 10% hatched area is huge. Wow. I mean, if you remember from literally 5 minutes ago, this tornado risk for the hatched area was like this big. It was barely anything. It's now a lot larger, where we could see strong, long-tracked, and potentially intense tornadoes. And also, we do have a new tornado watch that has already been issued for Missouri and I think Arkansas. There's a lot of stuff happening all at the same time. Give me 1 second. We have a lot of updates. Okay, so we have a new tornado watch that has been issued for southwestern Missouri, northeastern Oklahoma, and northwest Arkansas, and southeast Kansas. All right, that's where, again, a couple tornadoes will be possible. This is not the main concern when it comes to the areas today, but this is the beginning of what we'll see. And then also, we have a mesoscale discussion for northeastern Illinois and southeastern Wisconsin with a conditional risk for a tornado or two, in addition to damaging winds being possible in Illinois, back up near Chicago. So yeah, today's gonna be a long day. I didn't think we would have, honestly, this much activity. I mean, it's kind of everywhere. We're gonna have storms basically everywhere today. What I can tell you right now is expect a long day here across a large chunk of the United States. Unfortunately, again, we're gonna have multiple tornadoes. Again, we'll be live throughout the entire thing, so if you are new to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe down below. Here's that moderate risk, and again, we'll zoom in a little bit, but St. Louis is in the enhanced risk. Again, don't get too caught up in the probabilities. I know a lot of people think, well, I'm in the slight risk, so I'm okay. That's not what that means. All right, you could still see strong tornadoes even in the slight risk, and you could still see significant damaging winds. And even in the marginal threat, we've seen it before. But this is the area where the greatest concern is. So that's from about Little Rock, Arkansas, back into Huntsville, Alabama, Nashville, Tennessee, Knoxville, Tennessee, basically the entire state of Tennessee today. But this red area is where that greatest confidence does exist for the potential for, again, tornadoes, and as well as very significant damaging winds that will also be widespread. So undoubtedly, again, today is going to be a very long day. We will have Storm Chaser Connor Croft and as well as Storm Runner Media, which will also be storm chasing with us. I believe we'll have Storm Runner Media first, which will be in about 15 minutes, and then Connor Croft will be live around 4:30, which is in about an hour. We have dozens of live cams across this area to keep you ahead of the storms, kind of give you an idea of what's happening out there, give you a perspective of all the craziness that's going to be happening this afternoon. So make sure, again, to stay tuned. But this was the enhanced risk before, by the way, for tornadoes. It was a lot smaller in nature. And now it's grown quite a bit. And whatever updates I'll show you on here. But, yeah. Look at this storm near Murfreesboro right now in Tennessee. Wow. That's a big-looking storm. See if we have any live shots of this. Kind of a little bit out of the way. Got a big supercell right now south of Nashville producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Thank you, House, for the 999. Chapel Hill, Murfreesboro, current projection. If you're talking about Murfreesboro, the main concern right now is quarter-sized hail and damaging winds. I don't think this will become tornadic. It's pretty outflow-driven. So I'm not super concerned right now about that storm when it comes to the long-term threat. Well, this is live in Knoxville, where it is currently raining. This is the Radar Omega Cyclone Port here in eastern Kentucky and Knoxville. And we have multiple live cams going to be covering across this area on the Radar Omega app, which you can download with the top link in the description below. In addition to that, if you need a storm shelter, I know it's been a busy storm season, and that could be continuing for multiple weeks before or after this. So if you need a storm shelter, you can check out espshelter.com if you need to pick up an above-ground storm shelter, as it is pretty much a necessity in the central and southern plains when it comes to severe weather. But even over here in the Ohio Valley, things have been getting kind of crazy the last few months here, and we have another big risk for severe weather today. And here's that tornado risk, by the way. So 15% hatched area across southeastern Missouri, southern Illinois, western Kentucky, northwestern Tennessee, and northeastern Arkansas, and then that 10% across a still relatively large area here. All right. If you guys have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. I'll try to answer as many as possible, even though it's going to be a little bit difficult with how many people are here. Thank you, Shay, for the $5 super chat. There's 16,000 people watching this live. If every donated $1 bill, you don't have to donate me anything. It's completely optional. I do appreciate your generosity, though. Thank you, Janet, for becoming a Velocity member as well. All right, let me go through the future radar here, give you an idea of timing. Let's go ahead and do that first before we get a surge of questions. So this makes more sense, hopefully. So this is the threat for today. We're going to go and pull up the actual risk here and not the tornado risk. So, all right, so here's the timing for today. Timestamps at the very top of your screen in Central Time. So that's going to be in Central Time. We're also going to change the clock back to Central Time as well on the top left. Even though there are still storms out there, a lot of storms out there to the east. This will make things a little bit easier to follow because a lot of the storms initially will be in Central Time for what we'll be covering. So timestamp very top of your screen, it says 2 o'clock. That's the latest HRRR model run. All right, this is what we're looking at by 3 to 4 o'clock. Storms again are going to explode very quickly across central parts of Missouri. So again, notice all the storms firing up right up here north of St. Louis, or just west of St. Louis. A lot of these storms again will be elevated. Main concerns large hail initially and damaging winds. Anything that can become surface based will have an elevated tornado risk. So by the time we get closer to 5, 6, 7 o'clock, these storms eventually will move east, and anything that can remain relatively discrete in nature will have the potential for strong tornadoes and as well as very significant damaging winds, as this will all organize into a line of storms. By the time we get to 8 and 9 o'clock, the tornado threat will still exist. We're going to continue to see the potential for strong and maybe even in times long track tornadoes here across this area. And for some reason, the outlook just went back to the old one. All right, we'll just put this on for now. So this is the area where we'll be watching for still some strong and potentially long track tornadoes. By the time we get to about 10 to 11 o'clock, we'll continue to watch for a large area with a line of storms, which will continue to produce significant and potentially widespread damaging winds from Arkansas all the way back into Ohio and Indiana. So this entire area, we're dealing with the threat for significant damaging winds. You need to be staying weather aware if you're anywhere in the yellow, red, or pink shaded areas on this map, as that is going to be the area that we're looking at for the most substantial threat for wind. Now, after about 10 o'clock tonight, or even after 8 o'clock, I'd say tonight, I do think a lot of the storms will become linear. So we're going to go from discrete and semi-discrete storms initially to more of a linear setup. What does that mean? Well, that means that initially we'll have discrete supercells and semi-discrete supercells that produce a more elevated tornado threat. But after we get closer to 8, 9, 10 o'clock, this becomes more of a line of storms. And as long as it remains more of a line of storms, we'll be talking still about significant to widespread damaging winds. We could even be talking about some strong tornadoes, but a lot of those tornadoes will be in the that line of storms. And so a lot of those will be embedded tornadoes. They should be a little bit more brief, but they could still be strong with this environment today. But they'll be a bit more on the brief side of things for the most part. And then as we go into the evening, this is around 12 o'clock, that line of storms moves into Ohio, including Dayton. It moves also back over close to areas in northwest Tennessee, back into central Kentucky, near Lexington. By 1 to 2 in the morning, that line pushes south and east, and will continue to produce some significant damaging winds and tornadoes across central Tennessee, and also back over in eastern Kentucky and Ohio. That is where we'll continue to watch for the potential for damaging winds. And this does not end. It will continue all the way until about 6 or 7 in the morning tomorrow, as far south and east as areas in the northern Georgia and northern Alabama areas. And eventually by tomorrow, things quiet down a little bit with another potential for tornadoes on the East Coast and more big storms in Texas tomorrow. But that's well ahead of now. So that's the general outlook for today. Again, there's going to be a lot of storms today. And unfortunately, it looks like a pretty big day for severe weather. If the warning counter at the bottom right doesn't give you an idea of how active it already is, I don't know what to tell you. There's 25 severe thunderstorm warnings, and we are very far away right now from any peak of severe weather. The peak of tornadoes will probably be between 6 and 9, and the peak for damaging winds will probably be around 9 or 10. So we're still about 3 or 4 hours out from actually hitting the peak of severe weather today, which is crazy to say, but that is legitimately where we're at right now. It's pretty crazy. Wow. Look at this storm in Murfreesboro on the Radar Omega Cyclone Port. That is a big shelf cloud. Thank you to whoever just pointed that out in the chat. That is a monster of a storm here. This is the one that is not really producing a tornado threat, but it is... Wow, I was surprised. I didn't think it would be this crazy looking. This is the Radar Omega Cyclone port in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. That's quite literally unbelievable. Hey, Chrissy, appreciate that. Thank you. No problem at all. My pleasure. Thank you, Payne, for the $5 super chat. That's awesome. Glad I can help. That is quite the storm. Yeah, this is the storm that's near Murfreesboro. It's only producing quarter-sized hail. That's it. Quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. But this storm is a beast on this camera. It looks crazy. With that said, I'm going to take a quick 60-second break. I'll be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned. All right. That was not 60 seconds. Camera shaking? Well, that's from the damaging winds here. This is right in Rutherford County. So again, it's in Murfreesboro for reference. Really impressive view of the storm though on the Radar Omega Cyclone port. It's starting to rain here too. So what we're looking at, this would be where the hook is, just for the reference. So that hook that we're just seeing on radar, this is what we're looking at. And then all this is the rain on the right side of it where there's also hail. Because this is looking west. But it's a pretty impressive cloud base. We don't really have any rotation, but it's a pretty impressive storm.
A new tornado warning has been
We
issued.
have a new tornado warning for the Harriman area in Kingston in Tennessee. If you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And this pink polygon is where we do have a brand new tornado warning for Kingston, Harriman, going towards Oak Ridge eventually. So that is a tornado warning now in Tennessee. And any of these storms right now that are developing right now that are all relatively discrete, they are going to be, again, producing the potential for a tornado. This is the other storm over in Knoxville. I don't know if we have a view of anything here. Not really. But this storm also has a tornado possible label near Knoxville, so we'll also be watching for at least a low tornado risk with this as it moves east-northeast. Another discrete cell here. Anything that stays discrete out here today will have a potential to produce tornadoes. We do have a new warning on the Murfreesboro storm that is producing damaging winds up to 60. Wow. This is quite literally insane. I mean, this storm structure, I wish we had a full pan view of this. It looks literally crazy. It's a beast of a storm in Murfreesboro. Kale, dude, I feel for you. I know there's gonna be a lot of nervous people out there tonight. It's... if I was in the moderate risk, honestly, I would probably be pretty nervous too. I think, though, I really think the main concern today is wind, which is still gonna be significant. But we could also see some tornadoes. And this is a severe storm near Murfreesboro. Really impressive storm. And again, this is your tornado warning near Harriman. That circulation is actually quite quite, I mean, it's not strong, but it's definitely there. It's gonna be going towards Kingston, riding right along Route 27. And it'll also be approaching Harriman. So if you are in this warning, again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, this is a brand new tornado warning if you are here in Tennessee. No problem, Tim. Appreciate the generosity. And thank you, Cookie. Appreciate that. Glad I can educate. Glad I can help. Let's go back to... Is that just fog over there? Oh, it's really foggy. Here's the supercell back over in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Definitely getting windy here. Hey, Christian, appreciate it. That's not fog, it's rain. Well, no, I'm talking about the other camera, not this one. The other one didn't look like rain, though. It wasn't even raining there. There's no rain, at least on radar. Discrete means isolated or separated from other storms. So a discrete cell, like this is discrete. This is scattered. Sorry, no. Let me rephrase that. This is discrete. This is semi-discrete when we have like two storms kind of with each other. And then linear is more of just a linear line. Okay, we're changing camera positions here. This is the Murfreesboro severe storm, not tornado. This one's not tornado warned. But yeah, there's definitely some scud there. On radar, the storm isn't really rotating. But there is at least some scud cloud activity there. The tornado warning near the Harriman area of Tennessee, again, still broad circulation moving towards Kingston. But the storm structure on this storm here is pretty incredible. We've changed the camera angle entirely, probably to protect the camera here. It's that storm that we've been talking about. We could have some big hail with this too. You can see the hail. Look at that. Look at the hail. It's actually bouncing right here. You can see the hail bouncing. All right here. Tons of hail falling. Look at all that hail. All bouncing off the roof on this building. Wow. That is a lot of hail falling. This is a pretty big hailstorm for Tennessee. Pretty impressive camera. I mean, this right here is the hail core. It's going right through the live cam. You can see the CC right here. This is all the hail that's falling. Right over Murfreesboro. The visibility has basically become zero here. But yeah, it's pretty impressive. Again, this is your tornado warning near the Harriman area, near Rockwood and Kingston. Just south of Interstate 40. And that right there, if we do have a tornado, it would be right there in that black circle. The radars here are a little bit further away, so it's a little bit harder to kind of see it, but that would be where we're watching for the potential of a tornado, which that rotation is pretty strong. Here is the latest SPC update. The severe weather threat will continue across the remainder of Tornado Watch 315. Large hail may become the main threat over the next few hours. So that is if you're in central or even into eastern Tennessee. We are still watching for sure for a potential for a tornado here. Near Kingston and Harriman. Moving eastbound. you think it hit McMinnville, Tennessee? I don't even know where that is. Oh, is that over here? McMinnville is probably, yeah, you're pretty much on track for this. You might not see, you might not see the hail core, but it depends on the long-term trajectory of this. It's changing directions a little bit, but this hail core right now, kind of in the direction of at least hitting the north side of that town. That's if the storm does survive that long, which it probably will. It's relatively discreet. Not really much stopping this storm. I do think you'll at least have the potential there for that. But you can officially not see anything in that live cam anymore. Let me go back to here. This is the other camera. A lot of low-level clouds here. This camera's in the mountains. Okay, that's why. So this Radar Omega Cyclone port is in the mountains. That is why we couldn't see anything on this camera before, for those that are wondering. It was not raining. It was just the clouds are, like, on the camera. So this camera's in the mountains back over to the east of Murfreesboro.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a new tornado warning for Jefferson City, New Market, and Morristown in Tennessee. If you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This is a storm that has been at least rotating a little bit here, approaching New Market and Jefferson City. If we do have a tornado, it would be right here. So again, you're gonna be going east, going towards Morristown, Alpha in Tennessee. This is an area that, again, is now 2 tornado warnings. So we have 2 different ones, 2 different storms rotating. This includes, again, Morristown, Tennessee, Jefferson City, Tennessee, and Blaine, Tennessee. Population of almost 90,000 people. So if you know any friends or family here, give them a call or text to make sure that they're getting to their safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, as this will continue to move east-northeast. We also have rotation back over to the northeast of Knoxville, so that's rotating to some extent. I'm not sure if we have any sort of live shot of that. I don't think we do, but there's also some rotation there. So we already have 2 tornado warnings in Tennessee. All right. Landmarks like Dollywood. Is Dollywood here? I don't know where Dollywood would be here. So apparently Dollywood is included in this tornado warning. Dollywood is further south. Oh, we're talking about the one near Knoxville. There is definitely rotation on the one northeast of Knoxville. I don't have a great view of this right now. We got 2 cameras in Knoxville. I just don't think they're both, I don't think, looking at the storm. The area of rotation is northeast of Knoxville. So I don't know if we'll have any view of this on those 2 live cameras, but there is at least some circulation there. Also, the tornado warning near Kingston is still ongoing. Got some rotation there, approaching the town of Kingston, Tennessee, near Harriman, moving east. We have had baseball-sized hail already confirmed on the storm near Lincoln and Cole Camp, Missouri. This area was under a tornado warning yesterday, and they have already seen baseball-sized hail. Wow. That is quite significant already. These storms are just getting started. That is crazy. Yeah, this storm again going towards Morristown, Jefferson City, and Alpha. This one's still producing a potential for a tornado. Rotation over the last few minutes, again, kind of broader than before. The one northeast of Knoxville, that rotation's also slightly broader than the last scan, but we could still see an isolated tornado out of that as that eventually goes towards New Market and Jefferson City. It is still hailing in Murfreesboro. It's been hailing here for a while. Still hailing. Here are the storms near Springfield right now in Missouri. So we got that. The storms are starting to blow up right in the Springfield area. Obviously, today is going to be a long day. We're going to have a lot of these storms that pop up here initially. They'll predominantly be a hail threat and wind threat, but we're eventually going to have a tornado threat ramp up as we go later into the afternoon hours, as well as into the evening here across Missouri, Arkansas, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee. So if you know any friends or family out in front of these storms, make sure that they're staying weather aware. Again, it's a huge area today. And we've been talking about it a little bit here and there, but I just want to throw it out there. Again, this is a big area. Any of these areas, again, could see the potential for strong, potentially even intense tornadoes. Obviously, the main concern is going to be in the enhanced and moderate risk, but we could still see possibly an isolated situation like that, even in the slight risk or even in the marginal threat. So again, today is the day that you should be staying weather aware. The good news is that after today, the severe weather threat starts to go down quite a bit. We're not looking at as many outbreaks, at least, going into next week, even though we do have another big day tomorrow. It will not be as big as today by any means. Hopefully. I keep jinxing it, but you know, hopefully tomorrow's not as big of a deal. And we still have some circulation near Harriman, Tennessee, near Kingston, moving east, going towards Oak Ridge. We have a lot of live cams here in Tennessee, so if we do see anything interesting, we'll definitely pan to it. It's a pretty incredible view from the mountain. It's on the radar megacyclone port. Back over in Short Mountain. No tornado with this, but there is at least some broad circulation there right now, moving east. Thank you, Harley, for the $5 super chat. Yeah, you gotta take every warning seriously today. Doesn't matter, you know, who you are, where you are. If you're under a tornado warning, if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, you're gonna have to take it seriously, because today is a day where we are going to have the potential for some strong tornadoes, and it's going to probably not be the same. It's not the same setup as yesterday, but, you know, in nature, we're going to have similar threats. They're all pretty much the same sort of threats today. So you need to be staying weather aware. Hey, you Lydia for the $5 super chat. I'm sorry you're sick. Hope you feel better soon. Yeah, we need sleep. Hey, you Cat Enough for the $9.99 too. Appreciate that. Now, hopefully tomorrow is not going to be big. If tomorrow's not looking too bad, we won't be live again tomorrow, but tomorrow's pointing towards being another day where we might have to be live. This is the latest radar scan on the velocities near Kingston. That rotation does appear a bit broader here. Last few scans, run over run. That rotation's been broadening near Kingston and Harriman in Tennessee. Not nearly as concerning. And then the storm near Moorestown. Again, we still have at least some circulation right now, but I'm not seeing as much as we once did. It was a bit stronger near the beginning of this morning, and it's broadened out quite a bit. But if you're in Moorestown, Tennessee, just continue to stay in that safe place in case it does try to drop a tornado. And we got storms absolutely exploding right now in Missouri. This is going to be a very potent environment producing large hail and damaging winds and eventually a tornado risk. We got storms firing off left and right now across a large chunk of Missouri. It's going to be an active afternoon here. And evening, especially in Missouri. Can we get a PDS tornado watch? Yeah. We could. You know, earlier today I said we shouldn't be getting a, you know, I doubt we're getting a PDS tornado watch today. And we might. We might be jinxing that too, so. I don't know what we have not jinxed at this point. It's quite literally unbelievable. This is the latest NATO cast outlook for tornadoes today. And honestly, I don't think this is a bad outlook either, but what you really need to know at this point is that anywhere in the brown or yellow shaded areas are where the greatest concern, again, will be today for tornadoes. It doesn't really matter what the risk level is. It's just more about the exact areas here that we're in. Those are the ones like the yellow and the brown shaded areas, whatever it might be. Those are the areas that you need to be watching for the greatest potential for tornadoes. And so that's the latest NATOcast outlook, which again is just an experimental computer generated tool. It's not the same as like the Storm Prediction Center, which is a human-based forecast. But that's their latest outlook. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning on the storm near Harriman and Kingston, going towards the Oliver Springs area. There is a tornado possible label on this, so presumably the tornado warning will not continue. We do have a live view here as well on that storm. Should be approaching here soon. And then the storm going towards Morristown. That rotation, again, still on the broader side of things. Mostly a wind threat right now, moving east. How's Fraser's Bottom looking? Man, I don't know who named the town Fraser's Bottom, but that's one heck of a name. Fraser's Bottom, West Virginia. Welp, we jinxed it. We have jinxed it. There's now a PDS tornado watch for southeast Missouri, northeast Arkansas, northwestern Tennessee, western Kentucky, and southern Illinois, where strong, intense, potentially even violent tornadoes will be possible today in these areas. Widespread hail up to the size of apples will also be possible, by the way. So,
a new tornado warning has been issued.
That is quite the threat. Widespread damaging winds up to 75 miles per hour is also likely. But this is now officially another PDS watch that is a particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch, again, for 5 different states here. Also, we do have a new tornado warning in Tennessee. Let's go to that. Here's your new tornado warning. Again, this is going to be back over near La Follette, east of Huntsville. So if you are in this pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building. That area of circulation would be right over here, just west of La Follette. Near Interstate 75, moving east-northeast. I'm going to see if we have any live cameras on this. 1 second. By the way, thank you to Gail for the $50 Venmo. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Gail. Smarts in the chat for Gail. That is a very generous Venmo. I'm trying to see if we have any sort of live cameras on this route. I'm not sure if we do. If you're just tuning in, again, the new tornado warning for La Follette here in Tennessee. We got 3 tornado warnings all in the same general vicinity here. So again, if you're in this area, continue to stay very vigilant. If you're in the warnings, obviously seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, get into an interior room of your home or building. If you're in the pink polygons, if you're anywhere outside of that, though, just continue to stay weather aware and stay vigilant, as there will be a potential again for tornadoes in this area for the next few hours. And Atlanta Falcons fans, do not look at the warning counter. It is a 28-3 warning counter right now. 3 tornado warnings and 28 severe thunderstorm warnings. All 3 tornado warnings right now being in Tennessee. I'm a Patriots fan, so it's all right. All right, so again, this tornado warning for Harmon and Kingston is about to probably be canceled. That rotation's now moved outside of the tornado warning into the severe thunderstorm warning, which is with a tornado possible label. Again, the storm near Jefferson City and Moorestown and Bean Station still has some circulation, and that'll be going east-northeast over the next several minutes, eventually going towards Bulls Gap. And then we still have the tornado warning back over near La Follette and Jacksboro, which I honestly still think is kind of on the broader side of things, but we'll continue to monitor it as it moves to the east-northeast in case it does try to do anything funky. So there you go. The tornado warning back over near Harriman has now been canceled. We still have the 2 tornado warnings, though, here that are still very well in progress. And again, those will be the ones that will produce at least a potential for an isolated tornado or 2. Well, today's flying trampoline meter has been upgraded. It is now up to an extreme risk for flying trampolines. Very close to a gone forever stage with how many flying trampolines we've already seen. You know, that's definitely something that could be in play, but right now it is a extreme risk for flying trampolines today across the Ohio Valley and the lower Midwest. You know, these storms near Springfield, Missouri right now looking a bit more organized. Definitely gonna be something to watch for here. Thank you, Cindy, for the $10 super chat. Fraser's Bottom was named after a family of settlers in the early 1800s. Thank you for the fun fact. Appreciate it. We are almost up to 30 severe thunderstorm warnings already. It's gonna be a very long day. I mean, you might be amused by the flying trampoline meter, but it is a legitimate thing. I mean, look at our Twitter page. I've retweeted like 3 different photos of flying trampolines today already. There's 5 million people, by the way, in this PDS Tornado Watch. It also includes St. Louis. Here's that Tornado Watch again. So again, this does include St. Louis as well. Centralia, Carbondale, Illinois, Paducah, Murray in Kentucky, Paris, Dyersburg in northwestern Tennessee, Jonesboro and Harrison in northeastern Arkansas, and then also back over into southeastern Missouri, all included in this PDS Tornado Watch. Again, that means that this is a particularly dangerous situation where several strong tornadoes are likely. Widespread hail up to the size of apples is likely, which is 3 inches in diameter, and then widespread damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour is also likely. We've officially hit 30 severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, we got multiple different areas of severe weather. Let me just pan out a little bit here. We got our damaging wind threat that is going to start to dwindle a little bit more over the next few hours, moving into West Virginia, Ohio, and Virginia. And then we also have our threat for severe weather with tornadoes, some discrete cells back over in eastern Tennessee. And we have a lot of storms ramping up right now in Missouri, where that threat for very large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes is becoming more and more apparent as we continue to go throughout the next few hours. So these storms are blowing up right now in Missouri. We got a lot of them that are producing the potential right now for hail, wind, and then probably tornadoes here not far from now. Anything that can stay discrete will have the best chance of producing a tornado. So that's basically where we're at right now. Then you landed for the $5 super chat. A lot of it's just to do with the setup. It just depends on the setup. But a lot of the time, those trough ejections and the severe storms, a lot of the time they're just lagging behind. They're usually in a different area and they arrive to you overnight. But a lot of the time, I mean, you still see daytime storms. I've covered storms that happen there in the day all the time. It's sometimes just situational. It's more about just the situation that we're in for certain events. Thank you, Paula, for the $10 super sticker. Appreciate that. Max should grow out his beard? No. No, thank you. I am perfectly fine. We do have a strengthening area of rotation now, so this is the first time we've actually seen this. Near Cherokee, Tennessee, going towards Morristown. So there's a little bit more rotation there near Cherokee, moving east. We also have a storm rotating back west of Murphy as well. So just keep that in mind. There's a little bit of rotation on this storm. No tornado possible tag on this, but this is some circulation that we're looking at near Turtletown and Harbuck in Tennessee. Bare minimum, we have damaging winds, but possibly at least some broad rotation. I actually didn't realize this. The SPC outlook for today, with this particular tornado watch, this is the first time I think all year that we've had something like this. Every risk that they've outlined on this scale for the likelihood of this happening, everything is high. Everything. That is something. Wow. I don't think that's happened at all this year. We have not had a single day this year where that's happened. We have 35 severe thunderstorm warnings. That's quite literally insane. And we are still far away from this being an organized event. I mean, it's not even 5 o'clock yet. That's crazy. And the circulation that we're looking at is going towards Morristown right now in Tennessee, and it'll eventually be going towards Copening Hills and Westview and Boggs and Mary Chapel. So continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this area. Still some rotation there. I don't need any more Diet Cokes. I'm currently getting a Wawa shake here in a second, so I can at least have some calories. Thank you, Gerald, also for the $5 Venmo. Appreciate the generosity. There's still rotation there. I don't see a debris signature right now. But if you are in Morristown, again, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. We now have a baseball-sized hailstorm near Laurie, Missouri, near Osage Beach, moving towards St. Elizabeth and Iberia. So, again, this is, again, ramping up. Baseball-sized hail now in that storm. That is a destructive storm. And here's your PDS tornado watch as well. So, again, that PDS tornado watch is for southeast Missouri, southern Illinois, western Kentucky, northwest parts of Tennessee, and northeastern parts of Arkansas. We will have Storm Chaser Connor Croft with us here soon, and we also have Storm Runner Media. They're pretty much in the same area today, so we'll be kind of just going back and forth. And again, this entire area here, we also have a bunch of Radar Omega Cyclone ports, and we will be watching those inside the app, which you can download with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Randall, honestly, it might have to be. Appreciate the $10 super chat. I mean, these storms are just exploding. We have so many storms firing up right now in Missouri. And what's going to be interesting to see over the next hour is that all these are going to, again, start out discrete and semi-discrete. They will eventually become more linear, producing more of a widespread damaging wind threat. And that's really the greatest concern as we go later into the afternoon today and even into the evening hours, will be that potential here for these storms to become more linear. So that's the concern as of right now. In a shocking turn of events, we have 34 severe thunderstorm warnings and no tornado warnings. That is just insane. I don't know if I've ever had that big of a ratio difference when we've been live with that many warnings. That's crazy. Look at all the warnings. I mean, we have 34 severe thunderstorm warnings. Wow. So the tornado risk right now is going to be elevated, especially in southeast Missouri. Here's the tornado risk for today. So again, where we're watching for the worst threat for tornadoes will be in southeast Missouri. St. Louis and Jefferson City are in the hatched tornado risk. Anything that can stay discreet here will have the potential for strong and potentially long track tornadoes. Simply put, today could be a, I'm trying to put this lightly, but it could be a deadly severe weather outbreak just with the event that is ahead today. And that could come from different things, right? There is the potential for flooding today. The flooding threat is definitely there. We have the potential for significant damaging winds that could be widespread, which means trees could fall over, power lines could fall over. All those things are in play. We could have tornadoes that could destroy homes like we saw yesterday. It's not impossible to see something similar. So all that stuff here is in play today. So do not sleep on today's severe weather event. You need to stay weather aware and vigilant and have multiple ways to receive alerts. If you have any friends or family in the path of today's storms, you need to make sure that they're staying weather aware. You can share the stream with them as well. We'll be live throughout probably the entire event, which will go all the way from now until about 4 a.m. or so. It's going to be a long day. So you need to make sure that you're staying weather aware, staying vigilant, and have multiple ways to receive alerts, as there will be a lot of storms that are going to be producing some significant, potentially even at times, destructive damage here across the United States. If you guys do see any reports today, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, and we'll keep you posted with the latest. Anyway, Ashley for becoming a member. Tagged you on a time lapse on the Murfreesboro storm. Honestly, I don't even see it. I've been tagged in so many things, I probably missed it. Was it from Radar Omega? Was it just on their Cyclone port? Let me check. They usually post that stuff on their Twitter. No, they didn't yet. Do I have merch? I do. The link is in the description. You know what else I have? Barely have a voice. My voice actually hurts. It hurts a bit more than yesterday. But we got one day to grind it through. We got one more day. We should be hopefully good. Okay, right now we do have, again, a lot of storms out there. I'm just seeing if we have any live views of anything interesting. We have a lot of Radar Omega Cyclone ports. There's live cams literally all across the state. So if there are any interesting storms, we might pick them up on one of these live cams. But I do think really the next thing that we need to watch for when it comes to live cams will be in southeast Missouri. Again, all these storms that are right now firing up in this cluster right across central Missouri, these are all exploding very quickly. These are, again, producing significant hail already, damaging winds, and eventually the potential for tornadoes. So this threat is beginning to ramp up pretty quickly. What's the most severe thunderstorm warnings I've covered? I believe 40 at once was the highest we've ever gone. I don't know the exact number, but about 40 was the highest number. I know we've hit 40 before, I just don't know. I think it was about 40 or 42. I've got to tell you guys, my voice being alive for this long is quite literally incredible because, like, really, it's been like, we've been live 8 straight days and I've had no issues up until like today. So it's been pretty incredible. My voice is still good to go. We do have some broad circulation near Lebanon, Missouri, so just keep that in mind. Again, these storms that are discrete will probably begin to rotate more over the next hour. Also, again, the storm that's east of Lori right now, south of the Eldon area, that is producing up to baseball-sized hail. This is the most destructive storm that we have right now. And then other storms surrounding that, again, most of them are a bit more marginal as of right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Well, this is the storm we talked about a little while ago. This is the one near Murphy, going into North Carolina, but right now on the border of North Carolina and Tennessee. Again, brand new tornado warning here, just east of Turtletown. If you are in this area going towards Murphy, North Carolina, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. And that is currently moving to the east. This will be in the track of Violet, Vess, the Grandview area, Salesford, Maltby, Peachtree, Jones Mill, all in the path of this. Again, if you're in the pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. This rotation is definitely on the stronger side of things. And we actually may already have a tornado with this. If it's not on the ground, it will be at any time with that strong rotation right now, moving to the east towards Murphy. Yeah, the problem is, I mean, it looks like it has debris, but we are pretty far away from the radar site, and also the reflectivity is over clear air. It might just be clear air. That's what we're looking at, possibly here. Sounds good together. Sounds good. I'll try to check it out. Did you take it? Oh, I see. Okay. This is from Zachary and Murfreesboro. I just minimized every single tab I had open. That's fantastic. I don't know how I just did that. Yeah. This is in Murfreesboro from a little while ago. See all the hail on the ground and everything here. So a lot of hail fell in that area. Quite a bit of hail. We were watching this live cam earlier. There was a lot of hail there in that particular area. So not really too much of a surprise. Where is these? Okay, there we go. So hail nah. There's been a lot of hail with these storms recently. That storm's not any exception to that either. If you're just tuning in, again, this is a tornado warning in southeastern. Wow, that's strong rotation. In southeastern Tennessee, now moving into North Carolina, where we do have strong circulation. And we could have a tornado with this at any time. So again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. All right, let's see. The storms north of Springfield, mostly hail events right now. And a lot of these storms right now are producing damaging winds and hail. Nothing right now up here in Missouri is really rotating that much. We do have some broad circulation near Lebanon, but it's not super concerning. The storm that is north of Springfield is a bit more outflow driven, but down the road we could end up seeing an isolated tornado risk with that. We now have another destructive storm in Missouri. So a destructive storm here from Mansfield, with baseball-sized hail being a possibility. Or sorry, just east of Marshfield. And again, that's moving eastbound just east of Interstate 44. So if you are currently, again, in this warning, stay away from windows, as more baseball-sized hail will be a possibility. Yeah, there was a tornado in Rogers yesterday, Arkansas, and I do honestly think that that tornado that happened was actually the debris signature that we saw on radar. That never got confirmed, but I think that was what that was. I could be wrong, but that's why I feel like that. That's why I feel like that's what it was. Which again, I could be wrong, but that debris signature looked pretty convincing with where the rotation was. Hey, I for the $10 super chat. Northern Alabama. Yeah, that's gonna be overnight. It's unfortunate, but yeah, that's an overnight threat. Here's the timing for today. Give you an idea hour by hour here. So again, storms will continue to really organize into a line later today. We'll continue to watch for some strong and potentially even long track tornadoes here across parts of southeast Missouri and southern Illinois. But as we go into the overnight hours tonight, that's when that line of storms pushes across Kentucky and as well as back into Tennessee, where significant damaging winds will be a possibility. And then by the early morning tomorrow, that damaging wind threat will continue. And it's unfortunate, but it's going to be an overnight threat for you. So it's going to be really just late night. Like really early tomorrow morning. So that's the timing. All right, let's go back to live radar here. We'll go back to the tornado warning for now. Do have some sort of blue showing up here, but that's probably from hail contamination. But if we do have a tornado, again, it would be approximately right over Route 294 going towards Murphy, North Carolina. So if you are in this warning, again, continue to stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible, as this continues to track east. It's from Eldon, Missouri, from Lexi on Twitter. That hail looks really, really round. That is pretty impressive. A lot of the hail, a lot of the time, is more like, you know, oddly shaped. Has a lot more rough patches to it. It's a pretty circular hailstone. Okay, we'll be back in like 20 seconds. I have to get my shake. I'll be back in 2 seconds. You know what's crazy? I haven't been outside in like 3 days. It's another crazy part of everything in my life recently. Alright. The shake is not a curse. If it is, I'm going to be very sad. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for tennis ball-sized hail north of Hartville here in Missouri. Again, that's to the northeast of Seymour. It's going to be going towards Plato and Upton and the Robidoux area. So again, if you're in the yellow polygon, stay away from windows, as tennis ball-sized hail is going to be possible as this moves to the east. What flavor? It's cookies and cream and caramel. It's actually pretty solid. trying to rest my voice a bit. My voice is killing me right now. I can feel it right now. Here's the latest velocity scan. That rotation's a little bit broader right now in the latest scan. Not really coming together as much, but still watching that storm as it moves east towards Murphy. Still a broad area of circulation. Kind of storms all over the place. I'm just trying to see if we have any live shots. If you guys do see any interesting cyclone ports on Radar Omega, just let me know in the chat. We'll keep a close eye on them. But right now, that tornado warning is a little bit broader. We'll kind of focus our attention a bit more towards Missouri right now. We do have storms that are going to be approaching St. Louis here soon. These are, again, primarily going to be producing damaging winds and then some large hail as this moves east towards St. Charles and St. Louis. But if they do increase in intensity, they could be a little bit more concerning as they continue to move towards St. Louis. But right now, it's mostly a wind threat. We got our highest wind speeds going through O'Fallon. And then also we got storms that are back over to the west near the Osage Beach area that are still destructive, producing some baseball-sized hail just south of Jefferson City. This would be your hail core near Osage Beach. So that's all moving towards St. Elizabeth, Vienna, and Iberia in Missouri. So if you're in the yellow polygon, again, continue to stay away from windows. That is quite the significant threat overall. Hail that large, again, can be potentially deadly if you're outside, so don't try to be outside here. Just get indoors. It's a pretty dangerous storm anyway. In addition to that, lightning is also pretty dangerous. And then all the other storms right now that are currently across Missouri are relatively just hail and wind producers. We are still watching the storm that is going to be going towards Fairgrove, Missouri, north of Springfield, for the potential for some sort of tornado risk as that moves east. So we'll be watching for that pretty closely. Thank you to Just Joanne for the $50 super chat. Put some hearts in the chat for Joanne. I really do appreciate your generosity. I'm glad I can help. And thanks for tuning in. Also, let me find this again. So again, if you're just tuning in, haven't already heard, we do again have a PDS tornado watch that was issued here, again, across a large chunk of Missouri, Kentucky, Illinois, Tennessee, and Arkansas. Let me find the actual detailed graphic here. But again, the main concern today is going to be the potential for strong and long-tracked tornadoes. And if you have not already heard, there's now a moderate risk for tornadoes and as well as wind where this PDS tornado watch does reside. So this area here, which again includes almost 5 million people today. So 5 million people are on the track of this, and what you can do to help out some of these people on the track is share this stream, or at least just share the watches, and maybe even the SPC Outlook on social media. Makes people aware of this because it's supposed to be a pretty big day again today. If you're in a mobile home, try to find sturdy structure ahead of time. Unfortunately, though, we are talking about quite the large area in Missouri, Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Arkansas under this PDS tornado watch, which again is a particularly dangerous situation. Several strong tornadoes are likely, widespread apple-sized hail is likely, and then widespread damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour is also likely. So all of this stuff here today is all expected basically to happen. So you need to make sure that you're staying weather aware, have flashlights ready, have phones charged up, get all the precautions in place now. Hatch down trampolines. We have an extreme risk for flying trampolines today. And protect your vehicle also, because we got some destructive hail already in Missouri that's upwards of the size of baseballs. And unfortunately, this threat is going to continue for the next several hours as these storms do continue to roll to the east. Carlos, if you're talking about the Storm Chaser, I'm not able to show those, at least as of right now. The tornado warning that we do have, again, is back over in Murphy, North Carolina. That rotation's broadened out quite a bit. So again, I'm not as concerned about this storm at this point, but I would at least continue to stay away from windows if you're in that area. We have some ominous skies right now back over in northeastern Georgia, which is pretty close to where the storm is. The storm that's near McMinnville, I know somebody was tuning in asking about this. The storm that's going towards McMinnville is overall just a wind and hail event, which is weakening quite a bit. And back near Murfreesboro, it looked more intense. At this point, it's definitely weakening out. It's becoming more of a wind-dominant threat as it continues to move eastbound. It will go into McMinnville, probably producing some heavy rain, some lightning, but overall not super concerning at this point. Wow. We have a hook on this storm here. There's not much rotation, but there's a bit of a hook here on the storm that's near Belmont, Tennessee, and going towards Bainbury and Warrensburg and Briar Thicket and Bybee. So again, we do have a hook right there, moving east-northeast. Definitely something to watch for. How are my Cincinnatians faring today? Probably not going to be much there, honestly. It'll be mostly just isolated to scattered damaging winds. It'll be pretty similar to what we just saw like an hour ago. Like it's not going to be that different from what we've already seen. This shake is hitting hard, by the way. It tastes so good. It's like the best shake I've ever had. This is the storm back over in Osage Beach. This is the Radar Omega 3D radar showing the baseball-sized hail potential. You can see kind of on the right side of your screen. This right there is the very large hail coming out of this particular supercell. It's a big storm, the one that's back over near Osage Beach, Missouri. Thank you, Kendall, for the $4.99. Yeah, we do have some rotation again. That's going to be near the Bainbury area, going on the south side of Morristown. Might get a tornado warning on that. We'll see. That'll continue to move east. This is from Seesaw on Twitter. Golf ball, the baseball-sized hail in Marshfield about 15 minutes ago. So some pretty sizable hail over there in Marshfield. And that's the storm that is back just north of Springfield, which is actively warned for up to baseball-sized hail. Now it's tennis ball-sized hail. But these are some pretty sizable hailstorms right now in Missouri. Now, the good news so far is that we haven't really had much rotation on most of these storms. I do think as these continue to move east into this environment over here, near that warm frontal boundary that's lifting to the north more, we will start to see a more elevated tornado risk start to come more into play. But I still think that is still a little ways away. Let's check the METAR data here. See what the temperatures look like. Yeah, so that warm front's still a bit further down to the south. It's moving into this area, but it's still kind of back down in southern Missouri. But as this warm front lifts more to the north, we'll eventually start to get more of these, at least more of a tornado threat developing here across Missouri and Illinois, and eventually into possibly even Kentucky. We got a lot of storms firing up in Missouri right now, and we have currently 31 severe thunderstorm warnings and 1 tornado warning. Pretty big ratio there. Just say broad rotation instead of not much rotation. I mean, I'm not trying to say there's broad rotation on something that is just like not imminent to drop. I mean, in all realness, like almost every one of these storms is probably rotating, but you know, a lot of them are not rotating to the point where there's a tornadic concern, and that's why I usually say there's not much rotation, or there's none at all, because if I could say every one of these storms is probably rotating at this point, because almost every one of them at least has some level of rotation. New mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. A downstream watch assurance is needed to address the approaching mesoscale convective system in West Virginia and Virginia, with damaging winds being the main concern. And thank you, Carly, for the $5 donation. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, this rotation, again, does not look super concerning. We'll continue to watch it, but that warning might end up getting canceled. It's just not super crazy. Honestly, the concerning area that I'll be looking at right now is the one near Bainbury. Now, this rotation, not even warned. That's pretty sizable rotation. It's pretty rain wrapped, too. And that would be moving towards the south side of Morristown, going towards Warrensburg. There will definitely be a potential for a tornado here as this moves east-northeast. Definitely a storm to watch for. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning on the storm that is tornado warned in North Carolina. That tornado warning will probably end up being canceled in that case. See what the velocities look like here. Latest scan's a bit broader. Just a little bit broader on the latest scan. But here's your severe, this is your tornado warning and the severe thunderstorm warning. Again, my thinking is that they'll probably cancel this warning here. So, that's at least what I think will happen. Okay. This is the radar Omega cyclone port in Knoxville. There is a storm approaching out of the west right now, near Knoxville. Looks like there might be a shelf cloud here, or a wall cloud, I mean. We have a little lowering here, so some sort of wall cloud right now near Knoxville. Wind's really picking up, too. So there's at least some sort of lowering here near Knoxville, Tennessee. And it is very windy. There you go. This is the lowering. Not seeing much rotation with this, but it is definitely a lowering. Right there in Knoxville. It's approaching Knoxville. It's just west of Knoxville right now for reference. See that motion going right to left. Looks like a good amount of inflow going to the storm too. I mean, this is definitely an organizing storm here near Knoxville. I'm not seeing any rotation here for the record, but there's definitely some sort of lowering. That right there is your lowering. This is a pretty good view of it too. You can see the cloud base right up here. This would be your lowering right here. At least a lowering cloud base near Knoxville. It's quite windy, but that right there would be what we're looking for. This is a pretty fast-moving storm, too. It looks like we might also have a lowering on the storm in Oklahoma. That was about 30 minutes ago, though. Storm in Oklahoma had a lowering earlier. It would be this storm over here. Bella Vista. So this one did have a lowering at one point. This still looks pretty outflow driven. The one going towards Bella Vista in Arkansas near Rogers. Going towards the same area that was just hit by storms last night, but it's, the proximity it's in right now. Mostly a wind and hail event. I don't see any sort of rotation right now, but it was a storm that was rotating earlier. The storm that is north of Springfield has died entirely. That thing has fizzled very quickly. So the threat of a tornado or anything like that here is definitely a much lower chance. And even hail, it's that storm's shrinking pretty quickly. The storm that's back up near Lebanon, that one's been broadly rotating for a while. We do again have we don't have any tornado possible label on this, but there is destructive hail up to the size of baseballs. We have the storm north of Buffalo that is still producing wind and hail. So we got another destructive storm producing more baseball-sized hail going towards Rolla, and eventually going to be going in the direction of Vienna. And it's just south of St. Elizabeth near Iberia. So if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, continue to stay away from windows. And in addition to that, protect your vehicle if you are in Missouri today, because there will be a lot of storms again today producing large to very large hail. It's going to be a very common threat today with these storms. With that said, we are now all the way up to a grand total of 37 severe thunderstorm warnings. That is the highest amount of warnings I think that we've had today. So make that 38. We have a lot of warnings right now. It's going to be a very active afternoon. Not going to be able to cover every single storm, but we'll cover whatever is the most important at any given time. This one that's approaching St. Louis right now does have some broad circulation. So a low tornado risk as this moves towards St. Louis. Let's go back to the tornado warning first. So still some broad circulation north of Murphy, North Carolina. That is where we still have a tornado warning. Back over near Knoxville, we were watching this little lowering that was developing near Knoxville. Doesn't look like we have much of a lowering anymore, but it is still very windy in Knoxville, Tennessee.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We do have a new tornado warning in Ohio. This is for Mansfield. And this is why. We have a strong couplet near Mansfield, Ohio right now. If you're in Mansfield, Ohio, you need to seek shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is a stronger couplet of rotation moving north. So please, if you are in Mansfield, Ohio, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and into an interior room of your home or building. Some pretty strong rotation on this particular storm. They have issued this warning for a pretty large area, so definitely has a chance down the road to produce a tornado as this moves to the north. Includes Mansfield, Shelby, and Willard in Ohio. Bit of a surprise, but it's an area that has potential for a tornado. Thank you, Chrissy, for the very generous $100 super chat. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. I'm glad I can help. Smarts in the chat for Chrissy. Really do appreciate your generosity. All right, so we still have two tornado warnings. This is the one in Ohio, and we're going to probably stay on this one. The one in North Carolina is not really that concerning. There's still some rotation. It's just not super strong, and it's also quite far away from the radar site. But on that one, it didn't look imminent. But if you are in Murphy, North Carolina, or just north of there, continue to stay in your safe place. Again, this is the tornado warning back up near Mansfield, which could produce an isolated tornado or two as it moves up to the north. We did have a strong couplet here not too long ago, and it is still trying to produce a tornado. We actually may have already had a tornado with this on the west side of Mansfield. That right there is a pretty strong tightening. We may have at least had some sort of tornado here on the west side of Mansfield moments ago. Cape Girardeau. Cape Girardeau is not going to see storms until probably like 7 or 8 battlefield. This rotation's still pretty strong on the latest scan. Yeah, we could have a tornado on the ground at any time. It's near Ontario, Ohio, west of Mansfield, moving towards Taylortown and Shelby, Ohio. So if you are in this particular area, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Cape Girardeau. I'm going by Cape Girardeau. Sounds fantastic. Still a pretty strong area of rotation. Again, I would not be surprised if we had a tornado on the ground or one about to be on the ground near Mansfield, Ohio. Again, that's moving towards New Haven, Willard, and Shelby. and it will eventually be moving towards New London as well. So if you are in this particular pink polygon, again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, as this storm is going to have the potential to produce a tornado as it does continue to move to the north. The latest scan still showing that strongest area of rotation over the north side of Highway 30 going towards Taylortown and Shelby. So again, we could have a tornado with this as it continues to move north. We are pretty far away from the radar site, so we're not probably going to get a debris signature. If we do, that'd be pretty impressive. But with a tornado like this, it's probably one of those tornadoes that's brief and weak. That's at least the hope. So that's at least what we're thinking right now here. This storm in Missouri going towards St. Robert, this one looks concerning. We have this storm that's really discreet, has a hook echo and everything. Not rotating much yet, but this could become a tornadic situation down the road as this moves further east. So if you are in St. Robert, just stay weather aware. Mostly a baseball-sized hail threat for now, but this could become more of a concern down the road as it moves towards St. Robert. And the storm's moving into St. Louis right now, mainly damaging winds. All right, let's go back to... We'll go back to Ohio for the time being. That's the area of rotation, again, that we're watching for. Another radar scan should be in here in just a moment. If you do have a legitimate report of a funnel cloud, please notify the National Weather Service and not me, because I cannot do much with that. I mean, I could tell you guys, but like it might not even be accurate. That's the other thing. You need to like go through the National Weather Service and verify that. Now, if you do have reports in general of like hail, wind, that sort of stuff, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, send in photos, videos, all that sort of stuff, and we'll definitely try to relay that information. All right, the latest scan showing broader circulation on the main area that we've been looking at for the last several minutes. If we do have a tornado, again, it would be just to the northwest of Mansfield, Ohio, moving north. So again, if you're in the warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. Dallas-Fort Worth reached 98 degrees today. Wow. It was forecasted to be like 89, I think, today. Not related to this, but that's pretty crazy. Just saw that on Twitter. Don't you issue the warnings? 100%. Yep, there you go. No, I do not issue warnings. For some reason, people think I issue warnings. I do not. Thank you, Scott, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. Let's go back to Missouri for the time being. We'll keep watching the storm in Ohio closely. But I do want to mention again, we got this storm right now near St. Robert that's organizing quite a bit right now. This is what it looks like on the smoothing feature. Going towards St. Robert and Edgar Springs. There is now officially a tornado possible label on this. So this storm that is going to be going towards Edgar Springs and near St. Robert could produce a potential tornado. And this storm that's over here in northwestern Arkansas has reports of a rotating wall cloud. So some reports coming out there about a rotating wall cloud here in northwestern Arkansas from multiple storm spotters in the area. So I don't see anything super strong on radar right now, but this is a storm that has had a lowering at times. So Rogers, Centerton, Bella Vista, stay weather aware. We do again have multiple reports coming out there of there at least being some sort of lowering, a wall cloud, a rotating wall cloud, which could lead to a tornado down the road. So that's gonna be the concern with that, as that does continue to move east. But this storm over here near St. Robert going towards Edgar Springs, Missouri, honestly looks the most concerning long term. It is a discrete supercell, and it is definitely rotating. Rotation, at least near the ground or even close to the ground, is not really that impressive. But this storm, I do think, has a really solid shot in within the next hour of producing a tornado. Again, it might take a little bit of time to get going, but this storm in particular looks like a bit of a beast. And the other one also down here to the south, same thing. There's also now a tornado possible label on this. So we got 2 storms right now in central southern Missouri that both look pretty concerning. And we do have Brandon Kopic live on Radar Omega. We'll keep a close eye on him as he continues to make his travels here across Missouri. Connor Croft will be live with us here pretty soon. Storm Intermedia too. They're kind of all sitting down there in southeastern Missouri. So we don't really have anything yet on them. But once they get a view of something, we'll pull them up. There is some broad circulation still near St. Louis as well. The tornado warning for Mansfield, Ohio does continue for the time being. Rotation on this storm has become a lot broader over the last few minutes. There was a couple of tightenings. We maybe had a couple of brief tornadoes there, but as of now, that rotation's definitely broadened. But we are still watching it closely in case it does try to do anything, or if it tries to do anything, on the north side of Mansfield, eventually going towards Greenwich, Willard, and New London. Norwalk is the long-term track of that. This is from New Plagues. This is Cody on Twitter. Look at that wind. Big wind. Hail falling. Trees and branches at least falling. Very high winds. That was back over, I don't know where, but St. Peters, Missouri. So that's the storm in St. Peters, Missouri. Wow. That would be this storm here. Oh, that's the one near St. Louis. Oh, look at that. They actually just updated this too. 70-mile-per-hour wind gust in St. Peters, Missouri. And tree limbs going down on the road as well. Yeah, I know Connor's live. He's not driving yet. I have multiple monitors. I see all these people. We have 6 monitors now. We only used to have like 2. These things are easier to see. The tornado warning here in North Carolina is probably going to be allowed to expire. And then again, the storm that's back up in Ohio is the other tornado warning. We have another severe thunderstorm warning as well. Another storm popping up near Mountain View, Missouri. That storm's going to be capable of some large hail and damaging winds. I gotta say, though, there's a chance that we do break 40 severe thunderstorm warnings at some point. We've been close. It's possible. We have a lot of big storms right now. And the one that looks, the one that, again, looks the most concerning is this one near St. Robert, Missouri. Very primed environment for tornadoes. So this is definitely something to watch for here. For sure. Alright, let me get Connor Croft up on here. Alright. Oh, okay, never mind. We'll go back to him in a minute. He has a storm towering up where he is, so I'm not sure what his plan is. He's back over near Poplar Bluff. It'll be interesting to see what happens there, but you know, Connor messaged me this morning. He's like, I don't even feel like going live today. I don't feel like chasing. I'm like, I don't blame you. I really, honestly, I just wish this weather would just stop for like one day. We've been live 8 straight days. I think Connor's been live 7 straight days. I mean, it's been literally insane how busy it's been. But he literally woke up and told me, I don't think I'm going live today. I'm like, I understand, man. it's been busy recently. And he's like, nah, it was just because I was half asleep. I'm going live. I'm like, okay, sounds good. It's been exhausting. Yeah, 100% has. 100% has. All right, here's we'll pull up Connor now. Connor again is back over in Mountain Grove, Missouri. And again, one of the things that we're going to do here pretty soon, we're going to do a whole stream overlay fixture so that we can have multiple Storm Chasers on here at the same time and that you can actually see them better. And so the screen looks more organized. Right now it isn't, so those upgrades will be coming soon. We've had no time, so for those that are wondering about multiple Storm Chasers, that'll become a thing hopefully pretty soon. It is difficult though with our current configuration. Nasty looking clouds in Michigan. I don't think there's gonna be much up there today, to be honest. I feel like Storm Chasers can make more progress if they interview the tornadoes and asked what they wanted. Thank you, Werewolf, for your $5 super chat. Okay. Thanks for the information. The storm near Hardville is definitely starting to rotate more. So definitely be mindful if you're in Houston or Upton or Summersville, Missouri. The storm could become tornadic here soon. The other one that's back over southwest of St. Robert is in the same ballpark right now. We got 2 storms that are definitely going to have the potential to produce a tornado risk as these move east. The tornado warning in Ohio has been updated. It is still, again, a tornado warning for those in Shelby, New Haven, and Willard. The only area of rotation that I even see right now is this one east of Shelby. It's not really too concerning, but if you are in this area, just continue to stay indoors, away from windows, lowest floor possible. And these are just ordinary little QLCS tornadoes. It's kind of actually this is a bit more of a mesoscale convective vortex here. We got kind of like a circulation here of storms here that are moving off to the north and northwest. So that's what that's coming from. Then our line of storms back over here to the east. That's moving eastbound for the most part and northeast. So this is from New Moon out of the... This is New Moon from the Ozarks. Look at all that hail. Just huge hailstones across the board today in a lot of areas. And that's just more of it. And make sure you're protecting your vehicle today. We're going to have some big hailstorms today here, especially across Missouri and Arkansas. You know what's crazy? Oh, look at all these black circles. These are all damage reports from this line of storms. All different various reports of trees and power lines being down and some even roof damage and whatnot. But man, that is a huge area of wind damage. And these 2 storms right now are really 2 of the most concerning storms we have on radar. I would definitely be staying weather aware if you're out in front of this. Near Verbatim or near Salem or south of St. James, near Ellington. Going towards Farmington, Fredericktown long term. These are the discrete supercells that have the best chance of strong and even long track tornadoes in today's environment. Keep in mind, today's severe weather outlook, again, is a 15% hatched area in this area now. What that means is that we do have a moderate risk for tornadoes in addition to the threat for significant damaging winds. We've already begun the peak of the severe weather threat. We've just started to enter into that. It's going to last from now all the way until about 10 o'clock is really the greatest threat for severe weather today. And so what we're looking at right now is the beginning of this big severe weather event, which is going to continue to produce significant hail, significant damaging winds, and potentially strong tornadoes. So you need to be staying weather aware, especially if you are in the red shaded area, even in the yellow shaded area, brown shaded area too. You could still see strong tornadoes. It's still possible. So make sure you're staying weather aware no matter where you are in this risk area today. They Space Lobster for the 1999. Thank you for the report. Yeah. So the rotation on that storm is not going to be rain wrapped. I 100% bet there's hail with this. There's no doubt. These storms here have really steep lapse rates. They're overall very favorable for large hail. If there was a tornado, it would more than likely be there, which we don't have any reports of that, and there's at least some rotation probably, but nothing confirmed there. That would be where the tornado would reside if we have one. And it looks like the tarp is going out at Busch Stadium in St. Louis as rain approaches. That happens when there's rain in the area. Definitely got some rotation on this storm. There's still some rotation on this storm that is going to be east of Highway 5, just northeast of Hartville. So we're still watching that closely. And the storm near Bella Vista and Rogers, again, still producing mainly a damaging wind threat. There were reports of a rotating wall cloud here, but I just don't think that storm looks that organized right now. Down the road, once it enters a more favorable environment, it could become more tornadic. And here again, the storms in Ohio right now. We still have some broad circulation northeast of Shelby, going eventually towards Norwalk, and just to the southeast right now of Willard. As again, currently moving north. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning, as there could still be an isolated tornado with that. All the other storms on the eastern side of the state are all damaging wind producers. And again, this is all circling around a mesoscale convective vortex. And then back over, we now have EF3 damage being reported somewhere. It's one of these reports right here. We now have damage reports from yesterday, back over northwestern Arkansas. Or northern Arkansas. We weren't even live for this. This was like late last night. This is at like 3 a.m. There was preliminary low-end EF3 damage associated with a tornado earlier this morning. We at least had 2 EF3 tornadoes yesterday, possibly more than that. I don't know about the one that happened in North Texas yet, but that may have also been an EF3 plus. This is from Braden Moore out of St. Robert, Missouri, or nearby. And we got some scud cloud there. We got not really any sort of lowering here, but definitely some scuddy action there. That's out of this storm that is again producing the potential for up to apple-sized hail. It actually did near Lebanon, and it also it does have the chance to produce an isolated tornado as this moves east. But we've had some pretty nasty hook echoes on these initial supercells, and this now is officially a tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So brand new tornado warning now in Missouri. This does not surprise me at all. These storms have been very discreet, and they definitely have hook echoes, and this one definitely has rotation. And that might be a tornado. Let me take off smoothing here. There could be a tornado on the ground. That CC might not be lining up, but we might have a tornado near Latham Mill and Rayborn, Missouri. Yeah, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately away from windows, lowest floor possible. There very possibly could be a tornado on the ground going towards Upton and Houston. If there isn't, we're not far from it. The storm is very discreet, very organized. It's a good time to get to your safe place if you're in this pink polygon in south central Missouri. It's a very discreet cell, and long term, it very easily could produce a tornado. That to me looks like a debris signature right over Rayborn. Rotation's quite strong. The velocities don't match up completely with this. But that could be a tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a tornado warning in Wisconsin. North of Janesville. And this could also drop a tornado in Wisconsin. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That right there is really strong rotation too. That could drop. That's going towards Milton, the Koshkonong area near Janesville, Wisconsin. We have very strong rotation here, and that could also drop a tornado at any time. Again, seek shelter if you're in Milton Junction or near Anderson or near Janesville, as that is very strong rotation right now moving northeast. Now we're still watching this storm back over going towards Houston, which is also concerning. May have a debris signature there. We're still watching that one closely. Let's go back to Janesville again. We're going to kind of go back and forth here, but this one near Janesville looks like it's about to drop. Very strong rotation right now in Wisconsin. Waiting for the radar update here. And if you're in Janesville, Wisconsin, if you are in Milton Junction, the Koshkonong area, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, we have a tornado warning now west of St. Louis. New tornado warning just to the west of St. Louis. And this one right now is looking pretty strong. Area of circulation just to the south of the Oetters area, going towards Willward, De Paris, Sunset Hills, Eureka. If you're in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter as well, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And this is another tornado warning that is currently moving east. That is going to produce the potential for a tornado. So you need to take all these warnings seriously today. We are just now starting to ramp up. The severe weather threat is about to become a lot more apparent here, and we are eventually going to see the potential for some strong and long track tornadoes. This could be in that ballpark of happening. We might have a debris signature there. I'm not sure yet. But there might already be a tornado on the ground here. Velocities have not updated. If there's a tornado on the ground, it's going towards Eureka, just to the west of St. Louis. And that warning counter on the right side of your screen is correct. There are currently 4 tornado warnings, and there is also 33 severe thunderstorm warnings. There might be a tornado on the ground, though, here. Can't really confirm it yet, but there might be. Going towards Willward. But you need to treat every one of these warnings today, any of these tornado warnings, as if there is a tornado on the ground. Because these storms are really dangerous. And any of these could produce tornadoes. That one's still radar indicated. Let's go back to Wisconsin again real quick. Okay, no debris signature still right now north of Janesville, but if you're near Milton, Wisconsin, you need to continue to stay in your safe place. Koshkonong as well, and also north of Janesville. Let's go back to the St. Louis one. This one near St. Louis does look the most concerning. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning for St. Louis. That right there will be where there is a tornado if there is one. That's close. We'll have to wait for the next radar scan. But again, there could be a tornado with this going towards St. Louis. Even if there isn't one on the ground, it could be on the ground at any time. There's a little CC something there, but just not super convincing. We do have some traffic cams in this area. I'm going to check them out and see if we have any view of anything. We have a lot of traffic cams. This is right near Eureka. Here's the latest radar scan. Here's the latest radar scan. So again, if we have a tornado right now, it'd be on the north side of Pacifica, which there's no debris signature. So that little CC that was shown was not a debris signature, but that right there, if there is a tornado, it would be over the north side of Pacifica. We'll see what the velocities show. Again, down the road, this will be heading towards St. Louis. Sunset Hills are also going to be in the track of this. Again, you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. This is definitely a dangerous storm. Which we do have a wall cloud by the looks of it. We do have a live camera that's kind of looking at this. It's hard to see. But very top of your screen, you can't even see it. But there's a wall cloud up here at the top left. It's at least some sort of lowering. It looks like a wall cloud to me. It's a hard perspective to look at. Yeah, we could get a tornado with this storm at any time, as it does move into Willward, and yeah, that's becoming strong, guys. We got strong rotation right now, heading towards Murphy and Parkdale. This is an area that has been hit by tornadoes in the past. We covered this area the other week. That's some pretty strong rotation right now. That's wrapping quickly. So we could be getting a strong tornado at any point with the storm as it moves into the just west of St. Louis in the western suburbs right now. So again, you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. You need to get away from windows, and you have to get on the lowest floor possible. Get into an interior room of your home or building. Right now, this is going to be approaching Camp Wyman. Going towards Eureka. This is a pretty dangerous situation because this is a very populated area here. And it looks like we could get a tornado with this at any time. That rotation's definitely intensifying, though. Which is not what you want to see right now in this populated of an area. All right, real quickly, I'm going to check back on the Wisconsin storm. That right now is still on the... It's still radar indicated as of right now. All right, so we're still watching that, but it is... And radar indicated. And then... No debris signature on that either. And this one over here might be on the ground near Upton. So we may have a tornado on the ground right now just southwest of Upton, Missouri. Moving towards Houston. All right, we'll have another radar scan in a moment. We'll see what this looks like. The one going towards St. Louis. We have a couple live cams. I'm watching them on my other monitor to see if we see anything definitively. All right, that radar scan's coming in as we speak on the Radar Omega Rapid Sweep. Okay, here's the latest scan. I'm not seeing a hook anymore, which is interesting. We don't have a debris signature either. Wow, that rotation just weakened really quickly. So we just had a very quick little spin up, it looks like. That was pretty strong. We could get another one recycling, though, which is the thing that we need to watch for as this moves east. But for the time being, that rotation really fizzled quickly. But again, this could very quickly recycle too in this environment. So if you're in Eureka, Sunset Hills, continue to stay in your safe place. Just in case we do end up getting something here as this moves eastbound, right along Interstate 44. I do think this does still have a pretty solid chance at producing a tornado with how discreet it is. The other storm that's back down here south of Upton, this might be on the ground. If it's not, it's very close to doing so. We do have a hook echo, and we may have a debris signature, but the CC has not updated in a few minutes here. So there may be a tornado with this storm, and again, it'll be moving towards Houston. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter. This is a relatively dangerous storm in this environment. which has a very strong little couplet there. And that is a tornado. It has to be. I think we do have a tornado on the ground here going towards Ben Davis and Fairview in Missouri. So it looks like we do now have a tornado on the ground moving eastbound. Some sort of debris signature there popping up right where there would be a tornado. And it's going to be going towards Houston and Raymondville. So you need to seek shelter again if you're in this pink polygon, as there is likely a tornado currently that's in progress. Again, this is tornado warned. You should already be in your safe place. But this is a likely tornado right now moving eastbound. Okay, this storm is on the ground. It is actually, this is confirmed. This is now producing a tornado, according to a storm chaser in the area.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So this is a confirmed tornado by a weather spotter in the area near Ben Davis. Again, we've had a debris signature on this, at least for a little scan there. But if there is still a tornado, it would be right there in that little notch there where we have that hook echo. So again, if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter. It's now officially confirmed. So this is now officially a confirmed tornado by weather spotters moving towards Houston, Missouri. You need to seek shelter immediately. Get on the lowest floor possible and get into an interior room of your home or building. Again, confirmed tornado right now in Missouri, moving towards Houston and Raymondville. And we're still watching for redevelopment on the storm near Eureka. It's not really rotating right now, but it could try to rotate again as it moves east. So we're going to watch that closely. Again, we do have a tornado that's in progress. We got a debris signature right here, just south of Highway 38 and just east of Highway 95. Which, again, this is currently trying to, it's as of right now producing a tornado. And in this environment, it could become pretty large pretty quickly. We got a big debris signature right now on this. So we got a big debris ball right now on radar, appearing right over Highway 38, approaching Houston. So if you are currently in Houston, Missouri, you need to seek shelter. This is a very dangerous storm. That tornado is getting larger as we speak. And that's currently moving to the east. Raymondville and Yukon in Missouri, you need to be weather aware. This storm is again producing a tornado, moving eastbound. This is, by the way, the storm near St. Louis. Right now, very dark skies there in St. Louis. This is not this storm is not the same one, but this is a storm producing wind in St. Louis. So
A new tornado warning has been issued.
all right, we have another tornado warning. That's going to be for the northern storm, which has a very similar look to it. This one is again going to produce the potential for a tornado. So if you are currently in Edgar Springs, just southeast of St. Robert, you need to again seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. There's another tornado warning, and that's going to be on this storm here. That is moving eastbound. And unfortunately, again, we do have a pretty big debris signature right now on this particular storm near Ben Davis. This is a potentially dangerous tornado. It could become large and strong very quickly. We got a big debris signature right now near Ben Davis and Fairview in Missouri. It's moving east towards Houston. Again, dangerous tornado. Houston's a pretty populated area too. So again, you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. This is a dangerous storm right now. Try to see if we can see what exactly is on the track of this. That debris signature is pretty big. We got a pretty sizable looking tornado trying to develop here, moving towards Houston. At the bare minimum, it is producing some damage right now near Ben Davis. And that just crossed over MM Road. All right, so this tornado would have just hit the Starry Night events place near the Auto Performance and Repair building near Graph. That's where this tornado is right now located. This is your debris signature. So again, that's your tornado picking up quite a bit of debris right now, and that's going to be approaching Fairview and Batto. So Fairview and Batto, that's going to be going towards the Rock Springs Church, and it's going to be approaching also Lundy. So Fairview Church will also be in the track of this near the Spring Hill Pumpkin Patch. So all those areas currently in the path of this tornado that is on the ground. And this is currently moving east with a confirmed tornado and a big debris signature right now on radar. This is definitely at least some sort of strong tornado right now moving towards Houston. So definitely seek shelter if you've not already away from windows.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And on the lowest floor possible. We have another tornado warning, and this is also a confirmed tornado now in Wisconsin. So we have now a confirmed tornado on the ground in Wisconsin.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So confirmed tornado right now heading northeast. This is a confirmed tornado that is going to be heading towards Fort Atkinson, west of Whitewater. So this is a confirmed tornado. We have another confirmed tornado, or is this the same one? Okay, so this is the storm that's confirmed. Never mind. So we have a confirmed tornado on this storm right now that's moving northeast again in Wisconsin, going towards Fort Atkinson and just west of Whitewater. That tornado, if it is indeed still on the ground, would be likely over the north side of Milton and moving northeast going towards Fort Atkinson and Hebron. So if you are currently in this part of Wisconsin, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building, as that is going to continue to move northeast. The storm near St. Louis right now is much more of a wind threat. It was initially looking like it could produce a tornado. Still going to be watching this closely as it moves to the east, but the tornado risk, at least for the time being, is definitely lower on that storm. But we're going to continue to keep an eye on that. And then again, the storm that is producing a tornado in Missouri is this one right here near Houston. We got a big debris signature right now. This is definitely a tornado that's in progress. It's going to be approaching Houston, Missouri. So if you're in Houston, again, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building, as this is a dangerous storm moving to the east-northeast. Unfortunately, this is definitely producing some damage, and if this tornado is still on the ground, which it appears it is, it's going to be moving towards the Rock Springs Church, the Spring Hill Pumpkin Patch, Robertson Heating and Air Building, White Cemetery, and Fairview Church near Alice and Ben Davis, Missouri. This is still an observed tornado as of now, so this is still a confirmed tornado here moving east. You need to seek shelter if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Raymondville will be the next in track of this, and it'll eventually go towards Yukon, and then after that it's pretty rural areas like Timber, Shenandoah. So a lot of rural areas after that, but right now it's going through a bit more of a populated town, which is Houston in Missouri, with this particular tornado. We may have a couple of different tornadoes that we're watching here. We got an area of rotation here and another one near here, going towards Fort Atkinson. The initial tornado may have occluded, but we do have at least two circulations right now in Wisconsin near Fort Atkinson that are both trying to produce a tornado. So again, if you're in this warning, you need to continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Lowest floor possible. We have a new tornado warning that's going to include Mountain View and the Birch Tree area of Missouri. So if you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. So that's moving east, and this is also going to have the chance to produce a tornado. Looks like Brandon Kopic is going this direction on Radar Omega. You can watch him on Radar Omega and on YouTube. He'll be approaching this particular storm. He's going to be trying to produce a potential for a tornado as it does continue to move east. But just look at this. We got 4 different tornado warnings right now in Missouri. This activity is ramping up really quickly. We've had a tornado on the ground for approximately 10 minutes, maybe a bit longer, near Houston, and it is still going. So this one's still going just west of Houston. Still got a big debris signature on this. From what I've been hearing, this is not a big tornado. It's a relatively small little kind of almost rope. It's just kind of like a small cone that's touching the ground right now, and it's producing a pretty sizable debris signature right now. So this is not the kind of storm that you want to be messing with. Even though it might not be a huge, gigantic wedge, it is producing a lot of damage. The debris signature on radar here is quite concerning. And again, it's moving east. It's going to be approaching Houston, Missouri over the next few minutes. I'll have another radar scan coming in here in a second. We have not officially crossed 40 warnings, by the way, for severe thunderstorm warnings. We're at 38, which we were pretty close to crossing 40 there. We're at 39 a moment ago. All right, so we have strong rotation right now heading towards Whitewater, Wisconsin. We have another couplet going towards Fort Atkinson. Again, this has also been confirmed a little while ago. So again, if you are in Fort Atkinson, Hebron, or Cautioncon, or any of these parts of Missouri, again, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible.
A new tornado
and into an
warning
interior
has been
room of
issued.
your home or building. We have a new tornado warning, and that's on the same storm. So I'm not sure what's happening here. But it's a duplicate tornado warning for the same storm. So again, if you're a Mountain View Birch Tree, I guess they just want to give you another heads up here. Seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This one definitely could also produce at any time. Even though it doesn't have a fancy hook echo like this one, it could still produce a tornado. Again, this tornado is still on the ground going towards Houston. So if you are in Houston, Missouri, you gotta seek shelter. We still have a tornado in progress right now moving eastbound. It's been on the ground for well over 10 minutes now. Thank you, Braden. Here's the latest scan. We still got a debris signature. Still a tornado on the ground moving towards Houston. So if you currently are in Houston, Missouri, and you need to seek shelter, we got a tornado that's in progress moving that direction. And then also the other one near Mountain View could produce at any time. The St. Louis storm is still tornado warned. That one looks like it's starting to cycle again. So if you are near St. Louis, continue to stay vigilant. We do have a hook that's developing on this again that is going to try to produce a tornado by the looks of it. That's developing again. It's on track to go towards Sunset Hills and will eventually be on track to go in the direction of St. Louis, in Dupo and Columbia. That's like the general direction this is going towards. We are getting some damage reports out of this area. Some trees snapped, estimated winds around 70, large branches down in a yard. Those are some of the new reports that we're getting. See what the velocity show. That right there is your rotation. It's not super strong. It's trying to come together, though. And this could still drop a tornado as this moves east. We'll be going towards Sunset Hills and eventually going towards the St. Louis area. And the storm in Wisconsin right now is still trying to produce. Got rotation here, and we got rotation here. We still got 2 couplets right now near Fort Atkinson. We got another one going towards Whitewater and Hebron, moving east, northeast, and northeast in Wisconsin. This one's been confirmed as well. So again, this is still a confirmed tornado, at least as of a little while ago. It might not be on the ground anymore, but just keep in mind it could drop again with the rotation that we have on this particular storm. But right now, I am definitely a bit more concerned right now about the St. Louis area with the storm. Even if it does not produce a tornado, we definitely have some really significant hail and wind going that direction. As of right now, again, we do have a little bit of a hook developing near Eureka, traveling right along Interstate 44. Big hail core over Willward. That's moving towards the Paris and eventually going to go towards St. Louis. And then, again, damaging winds being another big concern here, as this does continue to track eastbound.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning for Wheeling and right along the West Virginia and Ohio border. If you're in Powhatan Point, Moundsville, or near Wheeling, seek shelter. This looks like a sippy cup tornado warning. What is going on here? This is like the weirdest tornado warning that I've ever seen. If you're in this pink polygon, you got to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. I don't know what happened this morning. Looks like a sippy cup. Again, if you're in this warning, you got to seek shelter. Radar indicated rotation, moving northeast, going towards Wheeling. I don't think that's a CWA region issue, unless I've never seen something like that. I'm sorry to laugh, but what is this warning? Let me take a screenshot of this. I don't know if that's a CWA region. I can't tell if there's a county there. But if you're in that pink polygon, you also need to seek shelter. And we may still have a tornado on the ground going towards Houston, Missouri. I'm not sure if it's still on the ground there, but if it is still on the ground, it would be, again, moving in the direction of Houston and Raymondville. Houston tornado lifted? Okay. Actually, it could still be on the ground, though. I mean, there's definitely still some strong rotation there. I think we do still have a wall cloud, and I think we still do have a tornado. Yeah, this is still on the ground. No, it is still on the ground. It may have lifted briefly, but it is still trying to produce damage. There's definitely still a tornado here moving east. Yeah, it's going to be approaching Houston, Missouri. Still a tornado with that storm. We're still watching the other one east of St. Robert. And then we're also watching the one near St. Louis, which still have rotation there as well. This one's, again, heading in the direction of, more than anything, if we do get a tornado here, it would be going towards Arnold, Dupo, and Columbia. And it looks like that Houston one lifted again. It's been kind of up and down for a while. But St. Louis in particular, I do think the main concern right now is going to be hail and wind. The current tornado risk at this point is still kind of on the, lower spectrum, unless this thing can really organize. And again, that would be for specifically St. Louis. So the Wisconsin tornado warning has been back down to radar indicated. With that said, we could have a tornado developing right now over Cold Spring, Wisconsin. There's some stronger rotation developing there right now. You can see that rotation coming together. So it looks like we could have a tornado developing going towards Fort Atkinson and Cold Spring, Wisconsin, going towards Hebron. So if you are in this warning, again, continue to stay in your safe place. It has some pretty strong rotation right now. And also, the tornado in Houston, Missouri is back on the ground. It's been up and down a lot, but it's still on the ground. So the Houston, Missouri area, you need to continue to stay in your safe place. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. And this is back down to it now. It's back to a confirmed tornado in Wisconsin.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So again, confirmed tornado on the ground here in Wisconsin. This should really not surprise anybody, but it is a confirmed tornado. The rotation is pretty strong here, and we now have another confirmed tornado heading in the direction of Cold Spring and Hebron. So if you are in this warning in Wisconsin, again, seek shelter immediately, away from windows, lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This is another confirmed tornado here in Wisconsin. If you guys do see any reports, photos, videos, anything like that, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Trying to see the velocities here. So that tornado would be right over Cold Spring right now. If it is indeed still on the ground, it would be near Cold Spring. All right, our Sippy Cup tornado warning's gone. If you are right now south of Wheeling near Moundsville and Powhatan Point in West Virginia, we also have strong rotation here, which could produce a tornado at any time. Here's that circulation. It's right there. So again, that's moving northeast. Rip to the Sippy Cup. Yeah. So we still have a tornado on the ground on the Houston storm. We are starting to lose more visual here on radar of this particular tornado, but it's been on the ground again for quite a while. So again, you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. There's still a tornado going towards Houston, and it'll eventually be approaching Raymondville. And this tornado in Houston is actually producing some pretty significant damage. I'm retweeting the photo on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. This is definitely picking up some debris, and it's definitely producing damage. There's a more close-up view of that tornado on our Twitter page. This is Brandon Kopic, who's also live on Radar Omega and on YouTube. He's approaching the southern tornado warning. This is going to be near Mountain View, near Willow Springs. Let's see what we can see here around the corner. That looks very ominous on the right. What is that on the right? Is that just scud? Is that just is that a lowering? I don't know what that is, but it looks really ominous there in the background. This is the storm that's again going to be approaching. It's right now near Mountain View. We have very limited radar coverage on this storm, so we need to really take this one seriously. If you're in that tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. The storm that's near St. Louis is developing a hook echo again. So if you're in St. Louis, continue to stay vigilant. This one still has a hook.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning. That's going to be for Wisconsin, and this is still a confirmed tornado. So confirmed tornado warning again here in Wisconsin. We have a debris signature too.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So again, another tornado warning. This one's near Fort Atkinson, northwest of Whitewater. That's your area of rotation. This is still on the ground near Fort Atkinson, moving northeast. Going to be going towards Okonomowoc in Wisconsin. So you need to seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. And in an interior room of your home or building as that continues to move northeast. So this is again a confirmed tornado here moving northeast. Tornado on the ground northwest of Whitewater was the most recent report. All right, this storm, Connor's also going to be approaching this, but Brandon Kopic right now has a view of this storm. We're going to continue to keep a close eye on him. This storm looks really impressive. We have a very large rotating wall cloud. It's coming together very quickly. This could be producing a tornado at any time. So you need to continue to stay vigilant if you are in this particular warning. It's a large rotating wall cloud, and it is whipping fast. So there's a chance again that we get a pretty significant tornado with that storm back in southern Missouri. Apparently, there's multiple tornadoes with this storm, by the way. So just a heads up. There are multiple tornadoes with this
A
particular
new
storm.
tornado warning has been issued.
So just heads up. All right, let's go back to Missouri. We have a new tornado warning, and it's another confirmed tornado warning here in Missouri.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So again, new tornado warning still confirmed. This is coming near Yukon and Raymondville, moving eastbound. This has been on the ground for a while, and it looks like it's intensifying further. So if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter. As a confirmed tornado still, it's been on the ground for quite a long time. It's kind of been up and down, but it's been on the ground pretty consistently. Currently we have four different confirmed tornado warnings. Two of them are in the same storm. So we have two confirmed tornadoes. It's this one and the one in Wisconsin. And the one near Mountain View looks very ominous, and it looks like that could produce at any time. We're going to pull up Brandon whenever he gets a little bit closer, but there is a large rotating wall cloud on the storm near Mountain View. And this one could produce a large tornado if it does drop. That rotation looked awfully bad. Here it is right here. This is Brandon Kopic on Radar Omega and on YouTube. Look at this rotation right here. This is the large rotation in the wall cloud that we have right here. Looks like we have a tornado. Yeah, tornado on the ground. There's now a tornado on the ground on this storm. That is a tornado that has just dropped here on radar.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is now a tornado that is in progress. Brandon Kopic, live on Radar Omega and on YouTube. This just dropped near...
A new tornado warning
This
has
just
been
dropped.
issued.
This is going to be near Turnerville, Cardinal Acres, Mountain View, and eventually going towards Teresta, Montier, Birch Tree, and Bartlett. If you are in this warning, again, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. It's a dangerous storm that is currently producing a tornado, and that could become pretty large pretty quickly with the size of that rotating base. That is a dangerous storm right now. Again, this is Brandon Kopic live on Radar Omega and on YouTube. You can see that right there. A lot of debris being lifted up into the atmosphere already. This could get a lot larger as it continues to grow. So you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. I do think this could become large really quickly. It could become a multi-vortex and really become pretty large here. This particular environment, again, favorable for strong and long-track tornadoes. And Connor's also going to be approaching that soon, so we'll have a view with him here pretty soon. We do have another tornado warning. That's going to include St. Louis. So brand new tornado warning if you are in St. Louis, Missouri, Centerville, Dupo, Columbia, Millstadt, near Sunset Hills. Again, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. It's a storm that is currently going to be having the potential to produce a tornado. It still has a hook echo, and it's a relatively organized storm right now. Moving in the direction of St. Louis, Centerville, Dupo, and Columbia. We still have a tornado, at least as of moments ago, on the ground in Wisconsin. There could be multiple different tornadoes on the ground with this segment of storms. If we do have a tornado, it will be approaching Hebron, Helenville, Johnson Creek, and eventually going towards Oconomowoc in Wisconsin. And this tornado could become pretty large. And Brandon Kopic's on this storm. We're going to go back to him once he has a view of it. But that tornado looks like it's growing in size. We potentially have a pretty large tornado in progress right now. Moving towards Birch Tree. It's on the north side of Mountain View. You need to, again, seek shelter. Get on the lowest floor possible. If you have a basement, a storm shelter, closet, or bathroom, you need to get there. This is a dangerous storm right now moving to the east. And it's still picking up debris. This is, again, Brandon Kopic on Radar Omega and on YouTube. That is a serious rotating column right there. We got definitely a strong tornado here. That's picking up some debris right now. Look at that. It hasn't fully condensed yet, but that is a very strong area of rotation. Look at that thing. That thing is again very strong. A strong tornado right now. This again heading right towards Mountain View and Montier. Right there will be your tornado, and it's going to be moving right towards Birch Tree. So again, you need to seek shelter. I'm going to keep watching Brand on my other monitor. I'm going to make sure we can watch and see what happens there. But again, strong tornado. We got a big debris signature too popping up on this. There's debris flying literally everywhere right now. There's a lot of debris flying just about everywhere with this storm. There's a large amount of debris being scattered across this area. This is definitely a strong tornado moving towards areas like Mountain View and Birch Tree. Again, you need to seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible and get into an interior room of your home or building. It's a dangerous storm. Big debris signature right now in this storm too. But there was debris just flying everywhere on Brandon's feet a second ago. We still have a confirmed tornado southeast of Houston, at least from what we know. Again, if this is still in fact on the ground, it would be moving east. And we have another tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So a new tornado warning now near Highway 19. It's a very rural area here in Missouri. If you are in this warning near Shannondale, Rat, Millridge, Gilla, West Bunker, again, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. We have a trio of tornado warnings all in the same area here. That tornado is still going. I mean, this is again Brandon Kopic on Radar Omega on YouTube, but look at this thing right here. This is your tornado. You're going to see it pick up in a second. This is still picking up a lot of debris. Look at that thing. It is absolutely ripping debris. It's like such a disorganized tornado, and it's doing crazy stuff here. And that tornado right now is going to be heading towards Cardinal Acres and eventually going towards Birch Tree. But this is a dangerous tornado. I'm going to be going eventually towards Winona. So Winona's going to be in the track of this. Again, Birch Tree's in the track of this right along Route 60. But this tornado is picking up serious debris. Picking up a lot of branches, a lot of trees. It's probably hitting homes right now. The tornado itself would be hitting the Cardinal Acres area. The worst of it is on the north side of Mountain View. Eventually going towards the Terrista area, Montier, and Birch Tree. So you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. Unfortunately, we are seeing a big uptick in action right now when it comes to tornadoes, and it's only going to grow from here. We got 4 tornado warnings all in the same vicinity of each other in a very volatile, very hostile environment with these tornadoes where they could be strong and long-tracked. There is significant damage. There is significant damage already. There are homes that are heavily damaged. This is just one of them. Brandon Kopic on YouTube and on Radar Omega. There's some serious damage there, unfortunately, near Turnerville. And this is the This is Connor's view of that storm from a distance. So again, notice how large that supercell is. This is the one that's producing the tornado. So Connor's looking pretty much directly at this right now. We'll keep a close eye on him. He's a little bit out still. But unfortunately, there's some significant damage here in the Mountain View area. If you know any friends or family in Mountain View, please give them a call or text to make sure they're okay. We got a big debris signature right over the north side of Mountain View, Missouri. This is more than likely a strong tornado with what we've been seeing. It's not super large, but it is definitely strong. And this could get upgraded to PDS if this trend continues. I mean, we've seen some pretty significant damage already. And from what I'm seeing, there are some homes heavily damaged as well. It's not a good situation to be in. We still have a tornado that is likely on the ground near Raymondville. That thing's been going forever. The storm that's near St. Louis right now, that rotation, that's a tornado by the looks of it on the ground now, south of Green Park. So we may have another tornado that has just dropped. It looks like, at least. The velocities did not update. But possibly a debris signature right now on the south side of Green Park, south of St. Louis. So you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. A likely tornado on the ground here on the south side of Green Park. We got a debris signature there now. But tornado is likely on the ground now, south of St. Louis. That debris signature is what we're looking at in that hook. It's going to be right along Interstate 55. So more than likely a tornado has just dropped there. Going back to Wisconsin real quick. This is back to radar indicated, so just a heads up. No longer on the ground, all right? No, it's not on the ground as of now, but continue to stay in your safe place. Again, if you're just tuning in, we may have a tornado right now heading towards Columbia in Illinois. This is likely a tornado. It's going to cross right over the river, if it is on the ground, and it's going to be just south of St. Louis. You need to treat all these tornado warnings today as if they're on the ground, because we have a very volatile environment where multiple strong, potentially long-track tornadoes will all be possible throughout the day today. Unfortunately, this storm is possibly another culprit here producing one of those tornadoes, and that is now officially on the ground. So we now have a tornado on the ground on the south side of St. Louis. A big debris signature popping up there.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
You know, any friends or family in this area, please give them a call or text. Make sure that they know about this. There is a tornado on the ground. Again, just to the south of St. Louis right now. We have a debris signature and everything. This is a dangerous storm moving east. And it's going to be approaching the Columbia area. It's going to be approaching Dupo, as well as Mildstadt. If you know any friends or family here, please let them know. This is a tornado that is growing in size very quickly. We have a debris signature and everything. Unfortunately, this is impacting a highly densely populated area. The tornado itself is probably going to avoid St. Louis. Let's hope at least. But if you are in St. Louis, take the precautions and just seek shelter just in case this storm does end up, you know, growing in size. Because it's still a dangerous storm. And if it takes a left-hand turn, it could easily go towards St. Louis. Storm Runner Media has the tornado as well.
Just off to the right. There is a funnel, guys.
On the
This
ground.
is a tornado on the ground near Birch Tree.
Look at that
there's your
thing
tornado.
go. Get a
This is
picture
the
of it
one
now.
that's near Birch Tree right now. Look at that tornado
I
right
got the
there.
video going.
Alright, photo time.
This is from Storm Runner Media. This is the one that's back in southern Missouri. That tornado is still on the ground. This one's been producing some significant damage in the area. And this tornado right now
Give me a little
would be
sucker.
approaching,
Yeah, but look how gorgeous it is. And there it
Birch
goes
Tree.
again.
going towards Winona. Wow, look at that tornado. It's growing in size. I'm surprised this isn't a
Wanna get
PDS,
the
even though
road
it's
over
not
there,
that
or do you
large.
want
It's
to
been
I mean,
producing
it's going
some
to cross
significant
like,
damage here.
right up this road, so once I see it come over the trees, we'll try and go get up next to it, but we're fine right here right now. It's moving slow enough. You can see the whole mezzo rotating rapidly around it. That is amazing.
Wow, that
Oh, is it
lowering
about- is it about to
rotating
become a
like
wedge?
crazy right now.
Well, I gotta turn a tad bit this direction, sorry.
Just look at that lowering rotating right now. It is rotating very fast. I mean, this is a tornado
Yeah,
that
it's
is
trying to
going to
become
grow in
something bigger.
big size. It might be cycling right now, but that thing is going to be big. This could be a huge tornado going towards Winona in Missouri. That is a really rapidly rotating wall cloud, and this thing's about to be...
Okay, alright, that clicking is annoying.
It could be big.
Yep, there we are.
This could easily
Look at
wedge.
that thing's just spin and spin and spin.
This could easily be
It's
a
gonna
wedge
come back
tornado,
down
or
again.
at least a
Yep.
cone,
I bet
large
it's still on
cone
the ground
tornado at
in
any
there
moment.
Yeah,
This
well,
thing
yeah,
is
you can see the
rotating
dust on the
with like
bottom.
a half a mile
Yep,
wide.
that thing's close
to a mile
now.
wide wall cloud here, and the tornado's just there in the middle. This is not good. If you are in Birch Tree, you need to get underground if you can. The tornado near St. Louis did occlude really quickly. We're still watching that, by the way. I'll let you know if anything develops there. Again, this is the tornado that is on the ground near Mountain View that has a massive wall cloud. It is rotating like crazy. I've had a tornado on this multiple times. This is a live shot
Zoom
with
out a
Storm
tad
Runner
bit
Media.
'cause it's getting closer here. It's gonna cross. Excuse me.
Again, if we had a
It's
tornado,
gonna
it could
cross
be
right
big.
here. At the
Eventually
adrenaline
going
cough
towards
going.
Winona.
Whew! That blood's pumping.
I'm really trying here on
Nice.
this.
Oh boy.
See all the dust on the bottom?
Uh-huh.
It's unbelievable what we're seeing here. That spin in the clouds is just...
Hold on, there, look, you see it?
Yep.
No debris signature still right now on the one near Columbia,
It's only
Illinois,
moving.
and
Let,
Dubois,
let
Illinois.
me make sure.
Just
It's
south
only
of St.
moving at
Louis,
30.
but still
So
strong rotation.
we
You
can
need to
wait
seek
here.
shelter if you're in that warning.
a little bit.
And if you're just tuning in,
And
this
run
is the
out
storm
ahead
that's
of it.
producing the tornado near Birch Tree, east of Mountain Home. It is rotating like crazy. You might think that's slowing down. It's not. It's rotating very fast.
Be able to tilt the camera.
And we still have a tornado on the ground. You might not see it because it's not condensed, but this is still a tornado that's in progress.
Sorry.
Yeah.
This tornado is not fully condensed, but right there, that is your
Real
tornado.
close. It's reaching back down.
For what I'm seeing, this tornado's picking up a lot of debris.
Yeah, look at the look at
We'll
yep.
see here. This thing's getting bigger again.
Wow, guys. Look at how fast that thing is.
This is unbelievable.
Do you see a building?
Yeah. Dude, it's
This
right
thing's
there,
getting
man.
big.
Right in front of us.
This
Hold
was
on,
the
hold on, let
concern.
me get
It's
on
starting to grow in
I need
size
to see if there's
rapidly.
the right movement.
It's becoming a cone tornado approaching Birch Tree, Missouri. I'm surprised this hasn't gone PDS yet.
You get down. Look at the look. Yep, there
Yep,
it goes.
Yep, there it goes.
There it is.
Oh man, that's a cone tornado.
Holy crap!
This is probably going to PDS. We got a large tornado on the
Okay,
ground
that's
right now
gonna
in
cross
Missouri.
right here, so I'm gonna.
Hold on, go forward a little bit so I can get a view
Okay,
behind,
alright,
so
yeah.
I can get without this tree in my way.
That's what I'm thinking. I might just go
That
right
is
here.
a large
Yeah, just go right there.
tornado
Just
that
go
is now
right there.
dropped here. Connor Croft also
gonna
has a view
cross
for
this
distance.
road.
We got two views of this.
Gosh, I lose it back here.
I'm sorry. I just need to back up right behind where Corey is. Just give me 10 seconds.
This is Connor Croft on it too. That's
We
Connor
will have
Croft's
to move from
perspective.
this
We got a
position at
large
some
tornado in
point.
progress. It's a bit further out. We have two
moving
different
slow,
views of
though.
this right now with a large tornado near Mountain Grove in Missouri. Or just west. It's west of Mountain Grove. Sorry, I don't know where Mountain Grove is. It's near Birch Tree though. This is a large cone-shaped tornado. It is a huge tornado that is on
Wow,
the ground.
it's turning into a
Unfortunately, this
big
thing
old
has
stove.
come what we thought it would become, and it's a large and strong tornado.
A new tornado
I want to be in my
warning
GoPro shot of it.
This is okay. So let's go back to radar real quick. Again, this is your large and strong tornado. It's still not PDS, but it will be probably in a second. This is Brandon Kopic's view. He's on Radar Omega and on YouTube. Notice that large tornado. Again, it's a huge tornado out in the distance from him. That is again producing some significant damage right now along its path. So again, if you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter near Birch Tree. If you're in Winona, I would seek shelter as well. You're probably going to be in a new tornado warning here soon anyway. This is a big tornado that is on the ground. That's Connor's view. This is Storm Runner Media again. Storm Runner Media is a bit closer to this right now. Still a large cone. And even though it's not fully condensed, this is definitely still on the ground picking up debris.
I'm not zoomed all the way in. Okay, now I am.
Okay.
All right, there it goes.
This thing
There
is
it
still
again.
intensifying.
Gosh. Look at the curtains right here above us.
We have 3
Yeah.
tornado warnings, by the
Hold
way,
on, I
in
want a picture.
Wisconsin,
Can
just
you,
for the
can I
record.
take my phone and get a picture of that?
Wow, that thing is getting larger. This is a large tornado right now near Birch Tree. I'm going to be
This is
approaching
a
Winona, Missouri. If you know
large,
anybody in those 2
dangerous tornado,
locations,
guys.
please let
Look
them
at how
know.
that thing is.
It's moving
It's a
slow
big tornado
too.
moving
It's
eastbound.
moving
It's going to
so
go towards
slow.
Van Buren after that.
I hope these.
Wow,
There's
this
no
thing's just
sirens.
growing in
I
size.
just saw them get home.
We want to go up where it's going to cross the road here?
We can go a little bit further
This
if
is
you
a
want.
big
Just a little
tornado.
bit. I don't want to get too close to it, but...
We can go a little bit closer.
All right, yeah, let's go, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Yep.
Okay, let's do it. Okay.
I don't know how this isn't PDS yet. I mean, this is a big tornado right now.
Who's that guy? Yeah, it's Corey. I still want
Here's Connor's view right now. This is
Definitely
Connor
moving
Croft
left to
looking at the
right.
same tornado right now.
Horizontals. Wow, horizontals on this now. Look at the motion. It's definitely moving left to right. But I have such a good vantage point here. We're just gonna stay right here, guys.
I really hope this is just in
This
rural
isn't a
areas.
close
It's on the
range
north side of
intercept,
Birch Point right now, and this is probably producing
I
some
have a
pretty
visual
significant
here,
damage.
so
We
I
got a
can't
big
leave
debris
it,
signature too on radar.
We'll see if it ropes out. Definitely trying to rope out, I think, guys.
I think it's roping out too. I'm looking at Brandon's feet. It's also
Aggressive
doing the same
tornado.
thing.
Oh yeah, we're roping out. Rope out happening. Rope out happening. It's roping out, guys.
This is Brandon Kopic on Radar Omega on YouTube. You can also see it too if he gets past the trees. It's also roping out on his screen. You can actually see it. That's pretty crazy. We're seeing it in
Rope out
real
right
time.
now.
Look at that thing rope out. That just became a probably at least strong, if not
Wow.
intense tornado, and it just
Sidewinder.
roped out so fast. Look at that thing. That thing is just a
Now watch out
long
for the
rope
next
now.
tornado that forms. Unbelievable rope out. Wow. It's sideways at the bottom. That's incredible. Gotta watch for this new meso and possible tornado would form. Wow, look at the suction on that.
Wow.
Look at the motion.
That is crazy. That thing died.
All right,
so
that
fast.
one's gone. We'll see where the next one forms.
So that tornado just roped out in front of our eyes. This is Brandon Kopic looking at the same storm on Radar Omega and on YouTube. That's the remains of this particular tornado, which actually is still on the ground, by the way. There's actually debris still being lifted up. It's not very much, but it's something. And Connor's also saying it might be trying to come back down. I think it's still going. There's rotation. You can see the spin on this storm. It is still rotating. I don't think this is done. I don't think it's done.
That was cool. There we go, guys.
Got a new
was
confirmed tornado
something.
warning on this storm as well.
That's a tornado right there, and a cool one.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
New confirmed tornado warning for those in Winona, Missouri, near Birch Tree. Again, you need to seek shelter if you're in this pink polygon. There is still a tornado that is, at least a small tornado that is still on the ground that kind of roped out. It's trying to develop again by the looks of it. Even if it isn't, there's still a large rotating wall cloud. So this is still a storm that is capable of a tornado. Quick update on St. Louis. This storm has very broad rotation. It did drop a brief tornado on the southwest side of St. Louis, near like Sunset Hills, just south of there. Not on the ground anymore. We have 3 tornado warnings in Wisconsin out of all places. multiple different areas of broad rotation, and any of these could produce isolated tornadoes as they continue to move east. We also have a tornado warning right along the Great Lakes near Vermilion. This, I don't know how long it's been going for, but it's probably recent. Just a water spout that's going to impact some fish offshore. If you know any fish in the Lake Erie area, make sure to let them know. All right, let's go back to this storm. And we're going to continue to watch this very closely. Again, Connor has a pretty good view of this. We are also watching Storm Intermedia. They're both in the same area. Right now, it is just a large rotating wall cloud from what I'm seeing. But it could drop again at any time as this continues to move east. If you guys do see any reports of anything, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. You're trying to relay reports here. Yeah, Connor's talking about how there's a new meso forming on this storm, and it's probably going to drop again here soon. Yeah, there's some significant damage again in Mountain View from that tornado. We are seeing a lot of damage in certain areas. There's also power flashes that happened in St. Louis from a tornado. This is a power flash that happened in St. Louis from a tornado. This is from one of the traffic cams. So this is when a tornado happened just south of St. Louis. Big power flash there. Again, I'm retweeting all these photos on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Okay. Let's see here. Apparently there's rotation right above Connor's head. That's always exciting. You know, we still have a potential for a tornado with this storm, even though it was just on the ground. It could drop again as it moves east.
A new tornado warning.
We have a new
has
tornado
been
warning
issued.
for Centerville and Edgington. If you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows on the lowest floor possible and in an interior room of your home or building.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we have another tornado warning back over east of St. Louis. If you're in this pink polygon, you also need to seek shelter near Belleville, O'Fallon, Lebanon, Massacutua, Smithton, and as well as near New Baden. You seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. If you're in this pink polygon, again, another tornado warning. This storm has had hook echo for a while, and it could produce another tornado as it continues to move east. So Lebanon, O'Fallon, Belleville, New Baden, you all need to be in your safe place. We're still watching these storms very closely. It looks like we have a possible tornado on the ground here. Or at least a funnel. Let's go to Storm Intermedia.
We appreciate it all, guys.
Large lowering.
Support means everything.
Yeah, I'm seeing rapid rising
A
motion.
large lowering here. It's going to try to drop a tornado near Winona.
There are towns in the way of this thing. Just crossed over Birch Tree, Winona. This is going to come right over you. Same thing
go
with Van
back to
Buren eventually
Connor.
if it stays on this easterly track.
Connor has this as
Debris
well.
falling out of this thing.
It's gonna be a big mess.
That right there is the bowl lowering as well.
We're gonna have
Top
to
right,
run away
top middle of
quick.
your screen. That's the bowl lowering. You know, we got I got 3 different views of this, so we'll
dropped.
just pull up whatever looks. You
I
know,
go to my. Now it's coming right at me. I gotta get ready
whatever
to run.
we can kind of verify with here. But that rotation is
Gotta get
intensifying
ready to
again
run.
on radar. We're probably about to have a tornado with this in a second. Large bowl lowering here on this storm.
Gotta just be able to run quick.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a new tornado warning for Van Buren, Missouri. This is an extension to the current tornado warning due to CWA regions. So if you're in this pink polygon, you also need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. This includes Van Buren and Fremont, Missouri. And there's rapid rotation right now in the storm. Let me go back. We're going to go back. Again, this is on the storm near Winona. This is Connor. We're
Wow,
going back to
big
Storm
motion.
Media. They have a view of that rapid rotation. Top middle of your screen, rapid rotation on this storm right now. You need to seek shelter if you're in this warning.
A new tornado warning has been
We have 14
issued.
tornado warnings. A lot of them are on the same exact storms, just for the record. We have like 8 warnings in the same area, and there's really only 3 storms that are rotating. So it's this one, it's this one, it's this one. Again, there's about to be a tornado dropping on this southern storm, so we're going to go to that. But we have 13 now tornado warnings, but we had 14. You need to seek shelter if you're in this particular warning. This is the one that's about to drop a possibly another tornado. Could be large.
Right.
It's right there.
Let's go back to Connor again.
We don't need to go much farther.
Right.
Connor has a lot of rotation on his screen.
Could be on the ground. Just uncondensed.
Definitely could be on the
but
ground
it's
at
gonna
any
pass by
moment.
north. Tornado right there. Tornado on the ground right there.
All right, we have another tornado on the
Uncondensed.
ground here.
It's loft and debris though. Tornado on the ground over there. I don't even know if you can see it. It is back on the
A
ground. though.
non-condensed tornado.
It's gonna pass to my north. Whoa, big suction board over there. Right here.
So again, on the ground,
Big
another
suction
tornado
board
in
feeding the
progress.
field. It's on the ground in the field over there. Wow.
You're in Winona,
On
Missouri,
the
Van
ground, in the
Buren,
field.
Missouri. Those areas you need to seek
Wow,
shelter.
there it
Bottom
goes,
right of your
picking
screen.
up debris. A lot of debris in the area.
You can
There
see
it
it right
goes.
there on the distance. You can see it there. That's the tornado.
Wow,
It's
big
not
debris.
condensed. You can barely see it. Once it condenses, it'll probably
Big
become
debris
more
in the air
apparent.
right there. Non-condensed tornado. Crazy mezzo though. We're gonna follow right behind the sucker.
Let's go back to Storm
Lots
Runner
of
Media.
debris
They have
in the air.
another shot of this. Look at this right here. That right there is your motion. Look how fast those clouds are moving. That's your tornado developing and dropping near Winona and Birch Tree in Missouri.
Say, I'll continue to inch. Okay.
That is a large area of circulation there.
26.
And this tornado is beginning to get stronger as well. It's on the ground. You cannot see the tornado because it's not condensed. We're going to go back to Connor again.
Yep, I see. It's on the ground. It's on the ground. It's on the ground.
Look at this right here. That's the debris. That's the
There it
tornado right
is.
there in front of you.
Wow, picking up debris!
Oh
On the
man,
ground
that's
right
a strong
there,
tornado developing right
tornado.
now.
Just hit something. Just hit some. Oh my gosh! I don't know
That
what
just
that
hit a
I
big
think it's
home
in a
or
barn.
something.
Big tornado, close range. Big
Just getting your
tornado
Birch
right
Tree
here.
right now, approaching Bartlett and Winona in Missouri. That just hit a home or something.
Big tornado right here.
Oh no. This is Storm Runner Media. They're a little bit further away from it. You can see all that debris being lifted up.
Okay, I'm up.
Nope, don't.
That's the tornado from a distance. You can see it clearly.
I'm sorry. I just don't want that thing to
You can
happen.
smell the. You can smell the fresh trees.
Oh, big hail. Massive hail. Baseballs.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. Okay.
That is picking up some debris still. It's still on the ground, guys.
Yeah, the core's right
If
behind
you
us.
are in
We're about to
Winona-
get smacked with baseballs right now.
If you are currently in Winona or Van Buren, anywhere in this area, you need to seek shelter. We got a potentially large tornado on the ground, or at least it's a strong tornado at the bare minimum moving eastbound in Missouri. It's going to be approaching Van Buren and Winona. This is, again, a dangerous tornado. Winona, Birch Tree, Bartlett, Van Buren, Fremont, you all need to seek shelter. Just a quick update. We still have the tornado warnings north of this that are all rotating near Ellington. Again, a lot of rural areas. You need to continue to stay in your safe place. Southeast of St. Louis, we still have strong winds, but not really looking at strong rotation. Connor Croft has a view of this. You can see at the bottom right. Let's go back full cam.
Connor, be careful. You gotta slow down, buddy.
Oh, man, that's the
It's
tornado
crossing
on Storm
right
Runner Media's
here.
feed,
You
too.
got the camera?
That is definitely a strong tornado picking up a lot of debris right now. A lot of, at least, trees being hit by this. It looked like a home got hit by this. Look how fast that thing is whipping.
Right here. Holy mother of God. Connor, slow down, dude. I'm sorry, he knows what he's doing.
This is Connor.
Strong tornado.
Connor's closer to this. Oh, man. Oh, that's
Across
a
the
lot of
highway,
debris.
Horizontal vortex.
Oh, no. That just hit a house.
Right here. Wow, we're in it. We're almost in it. Rain and debris. Raining debris. Crossing the road. Big tornado just expanded. Taking down trees. Suction vortex on the road right here. Rain and debris. Big suction vortex. Horizontals above me.
Oh, that was a power
Power
flash. Oh my goodness, that is just lots of
Across the
stuff
road.
flying in the sky.
Crossing the road. Big white funnel above me still. Oh, gosh, you hit that house. Oh my gosh, incredible suction vortex right by that house.
I cannot believe what we're seeing.
Okay, I don't think they took a direct hit. Just shingle damage, just shingle damage. Just shingles. Right there. Still going.
This is again near Winona and Birch Tree, Missouri.
I did? Yeah. Bro, you gotta send me that clip. Not now, not now. No. Yeah, we gotta get east. Gotta get east.
Stormer Media is telling them that he almost got hit by a roof.
Yo, that was crazy.
Connor's
Crazy
literally
intercept chat. Close range. Still on the ground over there.
All right, while they catch up to the tornado again, they'll be there in a second. Yeah, we still got a tornado heading right into the town of Winona, Missouri. If you're in Winona, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. The storm is still picking up debris on the bottom right of your screen. This is still clearly a tornado that is on the ground. Again, this is a dangerous tornado as it continues to move east. The other storm near Ellington still rotating. Again, we've been talking about the one near St. Louis. It's not really much rotation. It's more of a wind threat. But if you are in this warning, just stay in your safe place just in case. We have a bunch of warnings in Wisconsin as well. Those remain radar indicated. But if you're in any of the pink polygons, you need to take these warnings seriously, as we still have multiple tornadoes that are going to be possible throughout the afternoon. This one's been on the ground here for well over 20 minutes, I think now, or it's at least lifted and dropped again. So it's been going for a good over half an hour now.
Okay, let's see. What's my road option south? Okay, I got a big road in Winona I can take. Rain and debris still. Still on the ground off to my right.
This has just been insane. There's just this discrete supercell's been producing for a while now. Losing a little bit of connection. Should be good. You can still see the debris, by the way, flying there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Quick update, we do have a new tornado warning. That one's going to be back over in Illinois. This is going to be back over near North Chicago. If you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Again, if you're in North Chicago or Gurnee, Round Lake Beach, McHenry, any of these areas, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, get into an interior room of your home or building. And this is another tornado warning in northern Missouri. The environment up there is not as favorable for strong or even long track tornadoes, but we could get some brief tornadoes there. And we still have a tornado on the ground. I don't know if Connor knows that. He hasn't said anything. But behind Connor there's a tornado. If he comes back into full action here.
Trying to find a road.
There's definitely still a tornado there. Let me go back to Storm Intermedia here.
Yeah, I think they do.
You can see that tornado right there still picking up debris. It's definitely still on the ground.
You want to stop putting... Oh, crap. There. Hill now.
On a hill. See, that's what I think. I don't know how you can.
A lot of trees here.
I couldn't tell if it was...
Go back to them in a second. Again, this is your tornado. It is still in progress near the Winona area. If you are in Winona in Missouri, again, get underground if you can. This is still a tornado that is in progress. That is the tornado still. It's still not condensed. It really has not been condensed for a long time. But this is still picking up debris. You can see the debris flying right now.
Yeah, the monitor.
And that debris is still flying.
Okay. All right, let me real quick.
Bottom right of your screen too, on Connor's screen, you can see it too. And there's still a tornado here. It's not condensed. Moving right into Winona, Missouri, near Route 60, going towards Van Buren. Still have rotation back over here near Ellington too. There are multiple storms rotating.
Okay, I think it's because we.
Here's Connor. There's Connor's view.
Might be coming at us if it occludes. We'll have to run quick if this thing occludes. We'll have to run away quick if this thing occludes at us. They might be doing that. We'll have to run quick here, I think. We'll know, we'll know.
Looks like that tornado's roping out again.
Oh, wow. It's getting strong again. Rain and debris.
There's literally debris raining in front of Connor right now.
Gonna come at us, I think. We gotta run soon. It's still going right to left. We should be okay here still, I think.
Debris
Strong
is up to
ground
20,000
circulation.
feet. I mean, that does not surprise me.
It might be coming at me now.
Apparently this tornado right now is producing debris that's going over 20,000 feet high, or around 20,000 feet high, which is quite literally insane. If we go to Storm Runner
Right now, we're
Media's
okay.
feed, they have debris literally raining on them right now. You can see the debris falling out of the sky. Some debris nearly just hit that truck right there too, which we just lost connection. There was some debris that just hit that truck right there. It didn't look anything like significant, just looked kind of like paper or something like that, but regardless, still not good. Unfortunately, we do have significant damage. Again, Brandon Kopic, he's doing search and rescue right now. He's kind of behind, you know, from Connor Croft and whatnot. Unfortunately, they're seeing debris, or at least some sort of damage there. You can see there, that's the damage. You can watch them on YouTube and on Radar Omega, but this, again, gives you an idea of the power of these tornadoes. There is some significant damage here being dealt. Again, really big props to Brandon. He's doing search and rescue, and, you know, it's just unfortunate. This tornado is doing some pretty serious damage, even though it's a rural area. Definitely destroying a lot of people's homes and changing people's lives minute by minute with these tornadoes. That's unfortunately what's happening here. Even though this is in a relatively rural area right now, it's still impacting a lot of lives. So unfortunately, that is coming out of there of the Winona area. If you guys do see any reports on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. If you're just tuning in moments ago, again, this was the tornado that just happened, and again, lifted up some significant debris near Mountain Grove. So unfortunately, just it doesn't look big, but it's whipping. It was a whipping tornado, and it's still going. And unfortunately, it is producing some relatively significant damage to homes in the area of Birch Tree and near Winona. And this tornado is still on the ground. We do have poor connection with Connor and Storm Runner Media right now, but they should come back in a second. This is still, unfortunately, doing some pretty significant damage and is still on the ground. Quick update southeast of St. Louis. Again, predominantly a wind threat, but we could still get an isolated tornado with this as it does continue to move east. So if you are currently in the Mascouta area or New Baden, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. The tornado warning that's back over near McHenry, that rotation's increasing. We could get a tornado here as this goes towards North Chicago and the Waukegan area in northeastern Illinois. So you need to seek shelter if you're in this particular warning. And also, we still have rotation back over here west of Kenosha. Broad circulation, but we could still get some tornadoes out of that activity. Let's go back to Storm Runner Media. They still got a large bowl. Large lowering right now in this area. The one near Winona.
Did Bella Box go out?
No, it's out.
Weird. I don't have 5G and I got 4 bars.
There's still a tornado here. Going back to Connor. There's still a tornado. Look at that thing right there on the right, the white. That's your tornado. This is
Big
still a
tornado
big
right
tornado.
here, ripping stuff up.
Look at that thing. That thing's huge still. It just came
Might cross
back.
the highway again.
It's becoming rain wrapped near Winona. That's a big tornado.
Wow.
Again, you can kind of make it out. You just got to look at it. That's basically all I can say. It's right there in the
Right
middle.
now, I can't
Yeah, it's a
even
large
see what
cone
we can
tornado
see.
still.
Hold on, guys. Oh, it's gonna
come-
cross the road right here. Hopefully there's no
Become
water on
pretty
the
heavily
screen.
rain wrapped here as well.
Crossing the road right here. It's right here in front of us somewhere.
It's
Dang,
so
I
hard to
should've
see.
kept the phone in the car. Whoa,
This is
we're
a
right
completely
here.
rain
Right
wrapped
here.
tornado. We'll go back to him in a second. Oh, it's crossing the road right in front of him.
Crossing the road right here. Debris
See, again,
raining
Connor Croft,
down,
not Storm
somewhere
Hunter Media.
up
I
here.
don't have the
Oh,
text
it's
change.
right here. Big tornado crossing the road right here. Wow, we're close. Rain wrap, but it's on the left side of the road now, Hank. Right here, raining down debris. Oh wow, it's still okay. It's still off to the right, actually.
Wow, look at the
Still
debris
just
raining
off to the
down.
right. We're in the very edge of the tornadic circulation right now. Very edge of
The
the
tornado's in the
circulation,
rain.
raining
Oh
down
my god,
trees.
look at all the debris.
Wow, it's right here, crossing the road. Big tornado. Somebody's inside of that thing up there. Somebody is inside of this thing. What are we doing here, guys?
This tornado near Winona, Missouri has
Right
become
here.
completely
Wow,
rain
we're
wrapped.
close. Big suction buoyancy on the road. Might be time to back up. We should be good. Big suction buoyancy on the road. We are way too close right now. It is on the road. You can hear the suction vortex.
Wow,
Right here on the
look at
road.
that. This is again near Winona,
Really
Missouri,
close.
going towards Van Buren. There is still a large
Ripping
tornado on
trees
the
up right in
ground.
front of me.
This thing is not showing any signs of weakening. There's debris flying out of the sky like it's rain.
Right here. It's on the ground. Ripping up stuff on the road.
This is a
Trees
completely
down in front of me,
rain-wrapped
trees
tornado. This
taking
might be
down trees.
the largest tornado we've seen so far. We can't even see it.
Right here. Tree damage right here. It's on the road.
Connor's
Wow.
driving very slowly,
Didn't hit the
obviously,
shed,
because it's a
thankfully.
completely rain-wrapped tornado. You cannot really see
Big
where it
funnel
is. You
above
can
us.
very barely see it. You can see all the debris, though, that's raining
Wow, it's right
out
here
of the
still.
sky.
It's raining debris.
Is raining tree branches
Oh, it's off
and
to the
probably
left
a
of
lot
the
of other
road.
stuff.
It's off to the left of the road, taking out trees. At least
There's
part
the
of it is.
actual tornado is going to be
Main
over there.
tornadic circulation to the left of the road now.
Looks like a golf
Rain
course
and
right there.
debris.
Could be wrong. Maybe not. Maybe not. Never mind. That's a pond. Or
Cross the
grass,
road
I don't
right
know what that
here.
is.
It's off to the
There's
left
still
now.
debris raining out of the sky right now from this storm.
It's off to the left. It occluded. There it is. Big cone.
Are there two tornadoes on the ground? Looks like there might be a rain wrap circulation and perhaps another one that's outside of the storm.
Still on the
Storm Media
ground
is
from
looking
what I
at
can
an
tell.
area
We gotta watch out
circulation
for the
that's
next
not
cycle.
even in the.
It's gonna cycle
in that
again
rain.
more than likely. The highway does go south, so that leads in our favor. These windshield wipers might be cooked.
This is Storm Hunter Media.
You see the red and green right in Winona?
Yeah.
Or maybe not.
So it makes me think this is doing something here, guys.
There's still debris raining out of the sky on Connor's screen. This tornado again has completely become rain wrapped, so it's
Just do not work
very hard
well
to tell
right now.
where this
Sorry, it's gonna be an
exactly is.
annoying sound. Looks like there's bad damage maybe up on this highway a little bit.
There's definitely some damage here.
Dang, that was close range.
So again, we have a tornado that's still on the ground. near Winona. Going to be going towards Route 60 towards Van Buren. And if you're in the pink polygons, you need to treat these warnings very seriously, as this tornado has been producing some significant damage over the last several minutes and is moving eastbound. We still have the tornado warning back over near St. Louis. It's east of St. Louis now, near Belleville in O'Fallon. This one still has some rotation, but it's mostly a wind threat. Just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that pink polygon. The only tornado warning that we have back up in the Midwest now is going to be the one that is here near the Waukegan area. This is still producing the potential of a tornado. It is a rain-wrapped tornado. If we get one, it would be going right towards North Chicago and the Round Lake Beach area. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. All the tornado warnings right now are across Missouri and Illinois. Those are the two states that we have these tornadoes in, and the tornado warnings in general. Obviously, that'll expand in coverage as we continue to go throughout the evening, but that is where the majority of the action currently is. If you're new to the channel, again, make sure to subscribe, and we'll keep you posted with the latest as this storm activity does continue. It has gone very crazy, obviously, within the last hour. We've had multiple large tornadoes, or at least multiple strong tornadoes, and this storm in particular has produced really the majority of them. It's still very discreet, and unfortunately, it's probably going to continue to do that as these storms move it towards areas like Poplar Bluff, Dexter, Sykeston, and even closer to, like, you know, the Charleston area and Cape Girardeau. All those places are going to be in the track of these storms as we continue to go throughout the next few hours, and we are probably going to continue to see more tornadoes. And apparently, according to Connor, there's still debris in the air, so that this storm is possibly still producing a tornado. And there is a tornado off to his left.
Still going. Tornado's still going out to my left.
There's still a tornado with this.
Big tall rope.
Wow.
Still going.
That's unbelievable. This thing's been on the ground for a long time, and it's still going.
Still going. Lifting. Finally lifting.
This is actually Storm Media. They have a view of this tornado still. You can see it there.
You think you went down too far?
No, I said I clicked.
It's unbelievable.
Windshield wipers.
This thing is still going.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean that's where the
Connor thinks it's
rotation
fully
was
done
a
now,
minute
and
ago
then
was
it's going to try to
right off the
redevelop.
left
That's
of the
basically what
road,
he's
so
saying.
right here. I should be okay. Where are you gonna be? It's gonna be further up front, I think. Down in there, that darker area.
But there's likely a new tornado developing near Van Buren, Missouri.
That's where.
So if you're in Van Buren, you need to, seek shelter now. Van Buren, Missouri. Just a crazy looking storm.
Napkins.
What was that near?
Debris hit him.
So this is Connor Croft. Let's go back to live radar again. This is the storm that we're talking about that has had a confirmed tornado, and it's probably going to drop again in the next 10 to 15 minutes. It's recycled a couple of different times. So the likelihood of this dropping a third tornado is pretty likely at this point. So if you are in Van Buren, Missouri, you need to seek shelter, as this storm will likely try to produce another tornado. And then we still have rotation back over near McHenry in Illinois. And Connor thinks there's a tornado coming down again.
It's forming.
Starting to form out into the distance there.
I already
While
be
that
on the
happens, I
ground.
have to
I
pee. I'll
can't
be back
tell.
in 60 seconds.
Might be a multi-vortex. I have no roads. I gotta get towards Van Buren. This is the worst terrain in the whole entire state right here. Huge collar cloud wrapping around it. I might be on. I might already be on the ground. Back there. We're gonna have to fly ahead of it to get a view here, guys. It's gonna be a challenge. Still over to the left somewhere if it's gonna drop. Getting rain sucked into it. Big tornado, trying to form. Big tornado already forming. Off to the left, big tornadoes forming, guys. Large tornadoes forming. Might already be on the ground. I can't tell.
I just brought the entire Diet Coke bottle in here so I can just pour
Huge
this.
mezzo. Wow. Could be anywhere in
need
there. Really, it's raining right here? Can I like face the car in a way that the rain doesn't come in, please?
So we got another large tornado probably going to drop on this storm
Huge
near Winona
mezzo.
going towards Van Buren, Missouri.
This is gonna drop. Oh, here it goes. White cone coming down. White cone coming down. Here it goes.
Got
Tornado on
another
the
tornado
ground.
dropping on this
Big
storm.
white cone.
This thing's recycled 3 times, I think now, or 4.
Dude, I don't want this rain. Lightning strike behind it. Big white cone tornado on the ground. This is the best view we're gonna get of it for a while, so I'm gonna stay here as long as I can. Wow, suction
Yeah,
board
right in the middle
again.
of your screen, that's a tornado. Just east of Winona, Missouri.
Dang, man, this rain.
Going towards Van Buren and Fremont.
I'll soak the car as long as
Wow.
it doesn't put a raindrop on the camera. Wow, big
A new
cone.
tornado warning
Okay.
has been
That's
issued.
more like a drill bit. I bet that's a drill bit up close. Getting rain wrapped here.
Okay, we're going to go
Multi-vortex
back to him in a
looks like
second.
now.
We got a huge tornado warning. This is going to be west of Centralia. This includes anywhere from Prairie du Roster all the way back through Carroll, near Sandoval, Illinois. Those are bad pronunciations. If you're in Breese, Okawaville, any of these areas, you need to seek shelter. This is a huge tornado warning. Most likely for multiple, a severe storm's capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage were located all on a line. So this entire area is now under a huge tornado warning. So if you're anywhere in this area, you need to seek shelter, basically. This happened actually a few weeks back. We covered an event like this back in April where there was a large tornado warning that was just issued because we had so many areas included in like there was just a bunch of circulations. They just made a big tornado warning. This is the same situation. So if you're anywhere in this pink polygon, you need to seek shelter. That's anywhere from Sandoval and Centralia back into Chester and the Santee Genevieve area of Western Illinois. Sorry, I can't pronounce names. But anywhere in this area, you need to seek shelter. It is a large tornado warning. Mainly due to the fact, again, that we're going to have probably a few tornadoes embedded in this line as it moves to the east-southeast. So, again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Really, the most concerning couplets that I see right now are the one that's near Albers, and also maybe back near New Athens, and then back near Redbud. Sorry. So, in this area, again, make sure that you're seeking shelter. Let's go back to, we'll stay here for a second. Let's go to, wow, another tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Look at this storm. We got a tornado warning south of Paducah, Kentucky now. That's going to be going towards Calvert City and Benton. Eventually going towards Eddyville. So if you are in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter immediately. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. Again, another tornado warning. This one's for Reedland, Simpsonia, and Lowell, Kentucky. It's just north of Mayfield for reference. So that one right now is definitely a concern right now as that moves over to the east. We definitely could get a tornado with this at any time. It's a non-precip tornado. If we do have a tornado, it'd be this right here over Kansas, moving towards St. John's, and Simpsonia will be in the track of this as well. We have now a confirmed tornado in Illinois.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have a debris signature too. We got a tornado on the ground near Kelly's and Creel Springs and Lake Crest in Illinois. If you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Again, confirmed tornado near Kelly's. There is a debris signature on this, so there's definitely a tornado moving towards Lake Crest, Robinwood, Creel Springs, Rogersville, Dikersburg, Crab Orchard, and New Denison. So this right here is definitely a tornado that's on the ground. It's again going to be moving in the direction of Creel Springs and just south of Marion in Illinois. This is a confirmed tornado, and it's clearly on radar debris signature, and that debris signature is getting big. We got a strong tornado right now ripping through Kelly's, Illinois, moving towards Sunset. We got a big debris signature on this. This is a strong tornado right now heading towards Sunset, Lake Crest, Williford, and Creel Springs, just south of Marion. And Connor still has a tornado on the ground at his feed, but he does not have a visual of it yet. He's just saying that there's still a tornado on the ground with that storm that is going to be going towards Van Buren, Missouri. But unfortunately, there is a strong tornado right now near Kelly's. It's going to be ripping through the Lake Crest area here of Illinois, eventually going towards Creel Springs, and eventually towards Rogersville and Dikersville. So again, you need to seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. And as a reminder, we do have a large tornado warning. It spans over 60 miles, I believe. Yeah, 62 miles. This is a 62-mile long north to south tornado warning. It includes a lot of areas. Again, anywhere from Chester back into Centralia. So if you are in this tornado warning, again, you need to make sure that you're seeking shelter. We could get several tornadoes embedded in this line of storms as this does continue to move into areas like Nashville and also going towards Irvington. And we still have a broad area of circulation going towards North Chicago. So that's the other tornado warning. And we may have a tornado on the ground now near St. John's in Kentucky. That right there could be a tornado right now near St. John's, Kentucky, going towards Simpsonia. So this could be another tornado that's in progress. Again, you got to seek shelter if you're in this warning. There's a high likelihood that there's either just very strong, at least some sort of wall cloud, or maybe even a tornado going east. Okay, Storm Media is seeing a wall cloud on the storm that they are on near Van Buren, so we're keeping a close eye on that. But again, tornado possibly on the ground in Kentucky.
There's a big
Right there in the
tornado
distance,
right
that possibly is a big tornado on the left. Let's go to Storm Media
There's
here.
a big tornado right there. We just got
Storm
a
Media has the view of that right over the trees. That's near Van Buren.
Yeah, we're
Missouri.
right by cell towers, so we should be okay.
Okay, we'll go back to them in a second. We got to go back to radar. This tornado that's in Illinois right now, this thing is intensifying. We got a pretty big debris signature right now near Kelly's in Lake Crest. That debris signature is growing in size right now, moving east, going towards Creel Springs. This is not a good situation. The velocities are pretty strong. Moving towards Creel Springs. And this is now officially a PDS tornado. So we have a PDS tornado here in Illinois.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, so this is officially our first PDS tornado of the day. If you are in this warning, you need to get underground if you can. Get to a safe place. Storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And this is a large and strong tornado that is on the ground right now. Big debris signature near Lake Crest and Robinwood in Illinois. It'll be going towards Creel Springs and Rogersville and Dikersburg. So if you're in any of these locations that I'm naming here, you got to get underground if you can. If you can't, get to whoever is the most interior room of your home or building and get away from windows. This is a large and strong tornado that is on the ground right now. And the PDS tornado warnings only get issued when we have large and strong tornadoes, something that's extremely dangerous. So this is definitely producing some pretty significant damage right now. Going to be approaching Creel Springs, which is pretty populated. That debris signature right now is getting pretty hefty. We got a debris ball on radar. That pink right there is a debris ball right now that's popping up on radar going towards Creel Springs. And there's a big tornado right now also heading towards the town of Van Buren, Missouri. Connor's saying there's just a huge tornado on the ground. Bottom right of your screen, he's behind a hill, but there's also a tornado there. Then we have another tornado warning on this other storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Again, there's potentially a large tornado right now heading towards Van Buren. At least that's what Connor's saying. You need to seek shelter if you're in that warning. This is your PDS tornado. Again, a large and strong tornado. We got a large debris signature right now on this storm near Kelly's and near Lake Crest going towards Creel Springs. That right there is your tornado. There is a big debris signature. We got significant debris right now being lifted up into the atmosphere heading towards Creel Springs in Illinois. Unfortunately, this is really not good. We got a big tornado right now heading right in the direction of Creel Springs, which is a pretty populated area here in southern Illinois. That is just a lot of debris. There's homes and buildings being impacted by this. Connor is currently trying to get a view of this, by the way. The bottom right of your screen. We'll pan to him real quick. Wrong screen.
Wow. Huge collar cloud.
That is a beast of a supercell. This thing's been going forever.
Wow. I don't even know where it would be in this mess.
This tornado is
Probably
probably
right-
fully
probably right
rain
up in
wrapped
there.
too, or close to it.
Can't really go by radar here.
There's no
There's
radar,
no radar
visual
coverage,
of this
guys.
storm really. It's gotten really minimal,
Radar coverage
so
is terrible. This thing's going HP.
bottom right of your screen is where that'll be. And we still got a large and strong tornado that is in progress here. Debris ball and everything on radar moving towards Creel Springs. Again, this is in southern Illinois. This is just south of Marion. This is going to be moving east-northeast. And if this does continue to produce a tornado, it'll eventually go towards Carrier Mills and Harrisburg. All right, so if you're in either of those two locations, you need to be weather aware and staying vigilant, as this tornado will be on track to go towards those areas. So if you're in those areas, again, make sure that you're staying weather aware and vigilant. But we still got a big debris ball on radar right now. Big debris signature over Robinwood and near Lake Crest. It's a big tornado. Unfortunately, this is a strong and large tornado, and this is still a PDS tornado. They just updated it. This is still officially a PDS tornado here in Illinois.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is heading right towards Creel Springs. Still got a big debris signature on this particular storm going right towards Creel Springs and Rogersville. Again, this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado in southern Illinois. If you know any friends or family in Creel Springs or Hudgens or New Denison or Dikersburg or Rogersville, you got to give them a call or text and make sure that you're letting them know that there's a big tornado heading that direction. Unfortunately, this is impacting a lot of people. A lot of people. We have another PDS tornado warning in Missouri, and this is the one that Connor's on. So, new PDS tornado warning in Missouri.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is the storm. This is the storm that Connor's on and Storm Runner Media. There is a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground now near Van Buren in Missouri. Again, this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado, and it's an extremely dangerous situation if you are in Van Buren in Missouri. This tornado has been large multiple times. It's never been PDS until now. I'm guessing that this is larger than the first few times that we've had. So if you are in Van Buren, you got to get underground if you can. This is a very nasty looking storm. I mean, just look at Connor's feed right now.
Rain-wrapped tornado, more than likely.
That storm just looks like it's an
I do
angry
not have
storm
eyes on it
just by
right
the
now.
looks of it.
Do not have eyes on it.
He's right now where he's not far from where this tornado is. It's probably just in that range somewhere or on the leading edge of that.
Radar's so bad here, I just don't trust
A
it.
new tornado warning
I'm gonna
has
play
been
this
issued.
extra cautious. Radar's so bad. All these chasers, man, I worry for them because it's hard to tell where exactly this tornado is, and with all these hills, it's just not worth it.
I 100% agree with him.
fact, I'm gonna turn around even.
All right, let's go
Maybe I
back
should turn around, I should say.
to radar here real quick. All right, so we still have a PDS tornado here in Illinois. I'm not seeing as much rotation anymore, but if we still do have a tornado, it would be approaching Creel Springs. And so again, large and extremely dangerous tornado there near Creel Springs and Robinwood, and as well as Lake Crest in southern Illinois. So continue to stay in your safe place if you are in this particular warning. All right. This is CC hasn't updated, but that'd be the area again that we're watching for a tornado. The one that's over here in Kentucky has yet to be confirmed, but we're still watching for that closely. This is our other large and extremely dangerous tornado that is again back over here near Van Buren, Missouri. Let's go back to Connor. We're going to see if he sees anything. He is right where this tornado would be. This thing is a monster, this particular storm. And I feel for him. He's in a tough position. You cannot see this on radar. So this is just going to have to be confirmed by weather spotters, basically. Van Buren, Missouri, you got to get underground if you can. Mobile homes, you need to find a sturdy structure.
I go this way. Make sure we're not in the path. All those.
This tornado is probably actually going to go to his east. I'm surprised he's turning around. There's probably going to be a tornado going right to the east. It's going to be heading towards Van Buren. See it on radar here. This would be your area of circulation that we're looking at here. It's going to be moving right into the town of Van Buren, Missouri, where there is, again, a large and strong tornado that's on the ground. We got both Storm Runner Media, we got Brandon Kopic, and we got a bunch of people watching the storm. I'm going to keep you posted on whatever we see here. They're all in the same vicinity. Nobody sees anything, at least from what I know. But this tornado is likely large and strong right now over there in Van Buren, Missouri. And yeah, we may still have a tornado here near Creel Springs. So if you're in Creel Springs, north of New Burnside, again, you need to continue to stay in your safe place, as this is a large and strong tornado moving east-northeast. Eventually going to be going towards Carrier Mills, if it does stay on the ground. Let's go back to the storm here. So this is Brandon Kopic. He's live on both Radar Omega and on YouTube. This is his view of the storm right now, on this particular large and strong tornado-warned cell. It's not entirely clear where this tornado would be, but my guess would be back in here somewhere. It is an angry-looking storm, though. That's no doubt. They actually mentioned, by the way, on this warning, weather spotters confirmed tornado. This storm has a history of producing tornadoes. But this tornado would be crossing right over Route 60 here in a moment, probably going towards Brandon, by the way. So it's right in that general vicinity. Storm Runner Media is getting a little bit closer to this as well. So we're watching multiple feeds here, but this tornado, again, if it's on the ground, it's going to be heading right into the town of Van Buren. Also, there might be a tornado on the ground north of the Carlisle area, or Carlisle area in Illinois, in this little notch. Moving that direction towards Sandoval. And then the storms further down to the south don't look nearly as imminent, but we are still watching those closely. I'm not seeing as definitive of a debris signature on this storm anymore, but if we still do have a tornado, it'd be just to the west of Creel Springs. All right, let's go back to this storm again. Yeah, we have no view of this really on radar. The radar is not helping. This would be where the tornado is if it's still on the ground. We are in between 3 different radar sites. We got Brandon Kopic, who's on Radar Omega and here on YouTube. We got a large area of rotation. Nothing definitive, though, as of right now. Yeah, this is hard to tell. It just looks like a large rotating base. I don't know if there's really a tornado here or not. Hard to tell if there is one. It could be completely rain wrapped too. Presumably this tornado though is right in here, which should be visible. But this is why this storm is so dangerous. We're in the middle of nowhere basically, and the problem is there's no good radar sight view of this in this area. We are very far away from every single radar site, but there's very strong rotation without a doubt on that storm. We may still have a tornado on the ground in Illinois going towards Creel Springs. Again, this is still a PDS tornado warning. Treat it seriously. Still a large and strong tornado moving towards Rogersville and the Dikersville area. We got 4 different tornado warnings here as well. But again, this is a very dangerous situation. If you know any friends or family here, please let them know. Apparently that tornado that happened in southern Illinois, debris was lifted upwards of 33,000 feet into the air. And apparently it was an extremely large... Is this true? Apparently there was a large wedge with this tornado and it is still on the ground. So, at least that's the report from somebody in the area. This was a large wedge on this particular storm that happened in southern Illinois. 33,000 feet is how high debris got lifted up into the atmosphere on the Illinois storm. That is insane. For the record, I think the Greenfield one was not like, I think the Greenfield tornado was similar, the one in Iowa. This is the new tornado watch as well. That is going to include a large chunk of southeastern Illinois, Kentucky, southern Indiana. This is again going to be for the potential for several tornadoes. We have another PDS tornado warning on this storm in Illinois, or sorry, in Missouri.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So brand new PDS tornado warning for Van Buren and the Elsinore area here in southeastern Missouri. This is a long-tracked, strong and large tornado that's been going for a long time. This storm has had multiple tornadoes. They've lifted several different times. It's recycled a bunch. This is a large and strong tornado. If you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. By the looks of it, this thing is about to be big. If it's not right on the ground, it could get large. So this is a very dangerous storm. And this tornado is reportedly still on the ground near Creel Springs. If it's not, it'd still be producing damaging winds going towards Carrier Mills. Let's go back to Missouri again. All right, this is Brandon Kopic live on Radar Omega and on YouTube. Look at this right here. This is about to drop a potentially big tornado if it hasn't already. We got a ton of spin here in the clouds. This could be a violent tornado if it drops. This could be the worst tornado that we've seen so far if this drops. This thing has some serious rotation. This is the worst I've seen yet on this particular storm. This thing is whipping right now with rotation. Look how fast those clouds are spinning. And Connor's also looking at this from a distance. That is a large wall cloud.
Yeah, definitely right there.
And this thing could drop a huge tornado. It's a very large rotating area near Van Buren. This thing is about to drop, and it could be big. This is not good. We got potentially a large tornado about to drop on this, like an actual large tornado dropping. This is a very ominous look, but the clouds right now are rotating like crazy. This is a large spinning column here.
Stop right here. I don't know what's off to my left. It's like two circulations now on radar. So weird, man. Radar's throwing me on a loop right now.
It's a very dangerous situation right now in southeast Missouri.
It should be good. I just hate when radar looks like this, man. You cannot tell what is going on at all. Should be okay here.
one road.
This is Storm Intermedia. They're a little bit closer to this.
Hey,
So this is Storm Intermedia. They are looking also at that area of rotation.
you see this spiral right here? Is this
Yeah,
the funnel?
I see the spiral.
What the heck is going on?
This is the most angry storm that we've seen all day long. I mean, this thing has been going for hours. It's already produced several tornadoes, and it's about to probably drop another tornado.
That funnel cloud right there?
It's unbelievable what we've been seeing here. And this thing just, I mean, this might not look very angry to you, but if we go back to Brandon's feed, it looks angry like as heck. It's a nasty looking storm here, and this thing is probably about to drop a big tornado. If it has not already, it's about to drop a big tornado.
If you go east now, you'll be ahead of it.
I mean, I'm looking at Connor's feed too. His feed looks. This thing is just huge. I mean, this wall cloud is just massive. This is back to Connor. Look at the right side of your screen. That's where we'd be looking. Look at that curtain of rain. I mean, this thing is just a monster storm. Going towards Van Buren and the Elsinore area of Missouri. You got to get underground if you can. If you're in Van Buren, if you're in a mole home, you have to get into a ditch or get into a sturdy structure. This is a very dangerous storm.
Somewhere in front of us now.
The dangerous part about this right now is that this tornado is completely rain wrapped. Like, you cannot see it. It's a huge area of rotation. It's a very large rotating wall cloud and lowering. The problem here is that this tornado, it could be big and it could also be very rain wrapped, and it makes it that much more dangerous for a lot of people, like storm chasers and also people that live in this area that don't know that there's a tornado. So please, if you know anybody in this area, give them a call or text and make sure that they are getting to their safe place. Just again, friendly reminder, we still have our PDS tornado warning in Illinois. That is going to be going towards Carrier Mills. I think Brandon has a tornado possibly on the ground. I don't know if I can find him on here. He's kind of all in three in the same area. Possibly a tornado, though, in progress right now. Let's go back to Storm Intermedia. I think they also have that.
I just really dislike it.
Connor's also looking at this. Where is this? This is Storm Intermedia looking right at this. There's probably a tornado here or just a big RFD surge, one of the two. Very high winds now where they are, inside of all the rain. You cannot see a thing. The tornado, they are inside this tornado or at least near it. Big RFD surge or it's the tornado, one of the two. And I'm seeing debris on Brandon's feed. I do think there is a tornado here.
I got full bars. Could be 2% layers of circulation. And it would be rain wrapped. It would be completely rain wrapped. So this is really dangerous now.
A new tornado warning has been issued. A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, let's go back. All right, let me go back to here again. All right, so quick update. We do have a new tornado warning in Missouri. Again, this is a storm that's also been rotating for a while, so seek shelter if you're in that warning. We have a brand new tornado warning on the initial storm that was a PDS tornado warning here for Carrier Mills in Harrisburg in Illinois. If you are in this warning, you also need to seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible. We have another tornado warning for Salem and the Kinmundy area in Illinois. So we got 11 tornado warnings right now across a very large area. There's one in Kentucky, we got 4 in Illinois, and we got the remainder of those back over here in Missouri. Let's go back to Storm Intermedia. They are getting a surge of wind still, presumably from an RFD surge, but there could also be a tornado. Again, every storm chaser that I know of right now that's in this area, they are all like in the rain at this point. They are all embedded where this tornado would probably be. If not, it's a little bit in front of them now. So it possibly just passed and developed over them. going towards the Kreitz Corner area. It's very unknown, again, if this is actually on the ground, or if we just have a big RFD surge, but even if it doesn't drop a tornado, that RFD surge is very powerful. I am chugging this Diet Coke. Connor's also inside the storm. He's just waiting out. He's playing the safe card. He's not going to try to drive into this, which I really do not blame at all. So he's playing it safe here. But yeah, we got all this tornado warnings all in the same areas right now. Again, all of these are capable of producing tornadoes. The one that's currently to the east of St. Louis, again, has multiple embedded areas of circulation. So if you're in Centralia, if you're in Irvington, Nashville, Sparta, Coulterville, any of those areas, you need to continue to seek shelter, as there could be multiple tornadoes with this line. We also have another tornado warning for Salem, Illinois, and we got the other one that's going to be back over closer to Carrier Mills. This was initially a PDS tornado. It has been downgraded, at least in the new warning, to radar indicated rotation. Let's go back to this storm. I mean, this is the best view we have of the rotation. Potentially a large, strong tornado moving right towards Route 60, going towards the Elsinore area of Missouri. And if you're in this pink polygon, this new one, you need to make sure that you are seeking shelter, getting away from windows, getting on the lowest floor possible, and getting into an interior room of your home or building. This is a dangerous storm right now. And if it does drop a tornado, again, it will probably be, at least at the bare minimum, a strong tornado, but more than likely large too. Unfortunately, there's been weather spotters that confirm this, but as of the last few minutes, I don't think we have any visual, because it's just rain wrapped at this point. As of 12 minutes ago, that was the last time we had any visual of this. Connor just drove over a bunch of debris, so there is definitely a tornado that just hit this area. Connor just drove over a bunch of wood. Or something. Let's go back. Right there, you can see it on the ground. He just drove over some sort of debris. There was definitely at least wind damage, possibly even that tornado that we've been talking about here for a while. Really, our best friend right now is either storm chasers or the very distant radar sites that we have. And radar is not confirming this, but the very strong area of rotation is going to be approaching Elsinore, Missouri.
Screw that, man.
This is still a PDS tornado.
So many.
Connor is alone. He's not with Ben today. I don't know if we're going to see anything. He's getting pounded with wind and rain. It's very low visibility. He's on the back side of the storm where the RFD is, so that's what we're seeing here. Here's the dangerous part about this storm. We have a new circulation developing now going towards Route 60, at least from what we can see on radar. We have a new area of circulation that's developing up there. This would still be your large and strong tornado. If that's all verified, that would be your large and strong tornado, which is going to be moving towards Elsinore. But we may have a new one developing back up here to the north. So you need to continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this pink polygon. That is, again, where this large and strong tornado that has been going on for a while would be heading towards. We still have multiple brief embedded circulations in this line near Centralia that could produce a tornado as well. The one near Carrier Mills here over in Illinois. This was again a one-time PDS. We could get that again at some point down the road where we have a large and strong tornado with this storm. So again, if you are in this particular warning, you need to continue to stay in your safe places. We could get another large tornado. We had reports in Creel Springs of there already being a large tornado. And we could get another one as this moves to the east-northeast. This is
Should be
Connor's
good
view right now.
here. We're far enough away
Missouri
from it.
1.
That is an HP monster. So I'm just gonna wait a little bit and head into Van Buren after, and then we'll get back out ahead of it. This highway curves south, so once again, here we go. Let me show you what my plan is, chat. So here's why this is so dangerous.
This is Storm Runner Media. Also, they are still... Storm Runner Media is really out in front of this. They would be where the tornado is, or at least nearby.
Am I on the wrong radar? I am on the wrong radar. Oh, so it's crossed. Which means it's gonna cross in front of
Storm Runner Media is where this tornado is. They are actually way ahead of Connor. So they are on Route 60, going southbound towards Elsinore, and that's again where this large and strong tornado would be heading towards.
Which makes sense.
Or potentially the new area of redevelopment. One of the two. See the wind picking up. Again, if there's a tornado that's in this area, this is such an eerie look at this, because they are like... I would not want to be here. I mean, they are right where this tornado would be. Just about where it would be, at least. The new circulations in this area. The one that potentially would be still producing the large and strong tornado is a bit further south of them. And southwest of them, so it's a little bit more to their right. Radar coverage is very sparse in this area, so it's very hard to tell with some of this stuff. But presumably, this is what we're looking at. Let's go back to radar. So, Storm Runner Media is right about here. Okay, so they're right about here right now. This is where that large and strong tornado is. That's the one that we think is... That would be the main area where this tornado is. It's going through a lot of trees right now, just to the southeast of Van Buren. We don't have any sort of, visual on the correlation coefficient radar, for example, of there being a tornado, but this is where it would be. And this is where the National Weather Service also thinks this tornado is. And this will eventually be moving towards the Elsinore area. And again, Storm Runner Media is looking... I mean, they're really close to this. We'll see if we see anything, but this is right along, just southeast of Van Buren, going towards Elsinore. If you're in Grandin, Missouri, you also need to seek shelter, because you'll be in the track of this too, more than likely, if it continues on its current trajectory. But Elsinore is really the main location, potentially Grandin. Storm Runner Media is our closest view to this particular tornado.
Is that it? Okay, so it can't, so this is it. Oh, that might have been... Whoa. That could have been old circulation as well.
I don't know why I said multi-minute video. Yeah, it won't let me do it because it's too big.
What do you... I don't know, what are you trying to send them?
My email? That's the one
Okay, they're getting close to where the... Okay, we might see something up here, because they're getting close to where the rain ends. Okay, let's see. It would be on the right, and it would also be... It could still technically be rain wrapped, but I feel like... It might... Oh, man. Oh, God. Look at this. Right here. This tornado is going to be approaching them. This is going right towards Route 60 right now. It's going in that general direction. If this is indeed a tornado, which we do think it is, which this is the PDS tornado that we've been talking about, that right there will be going right towards Kreitz Corner and Route 60, and that would be approaching Storm Runner Media from the right. This could be a dangerous situation. I mean, hopefully these... obviously, they're very well trained. They know what they're doing, but hopefully they stay back from this. Because if this is indeed a tornado, it could be very strong. We don't have any visual of it right now, at least from what I know.
Alright, Brandon. Get out of here, buddy.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, real quickly, there is a new tornado warning in Kentucky. It's going to be east of Paducah. It's a storm that's been rotating for a while. If you are in this warning, seek shelter. Calvert City, Grand Rivers, Kudowa, or Possum Trot. Seek shelter. And this is your large and strong tornado northwest of Poplar Bluff. If this tornado is indeed still on the ground, it's going to be moving towards Elsinore. If you're in Elsinore, you need to make sure that you're seeking shelter. Again, this is our... We're assuming that this right here is the large and strong tornado. That is where it would be if there is indeed still a large and strong tornado on the ground. We've had not really much visual of it recently because it's been very rain-wrapped, and it just went through a basically non-road, like there's no roads in the area between Van Buren and Kreitz Corner, which is where this tornado would be. They are, again, getting pretty out in front of this now. We'll be able to probably see it if it is on the ground. We'd probably be able to see it on the right behind them potentially as well. But there is still a chance that this is a rain-wrapped tornado, too. But, I mean, according to radar, this is a dangerous tornado. We don't have any debris signature because we're just so far away from the radar site, but that right there, again, would be your tornado. Moving towards Kreitz Corner and Elsinore. That's our camera looking behind. Wow, we have another PDS.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We have another PDS tornado in Illinois. And new PDS tornado warning for those in Carrier Mills, Harrisburg, going towards Equality. Again, another large and strong tornado on the ground here. This is radar indicated, moving east-northeast. This, again, a particularly dangerous situation if you are in Carrier Mills or if you are in Harrisburg, as we do have a large and strong tornado that is on the ground here. According to radar, at least, that's what we're hearing. That would be right here just south of Harrisburg. So if you are in this PDS tornado warning, you need to seek shelter, get underground, put as many walls between you as the outside as possible, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. And Mitchellsville, Carrier Mills, Harrisburg, and Muddy are all included right now in this particular warning. Which, again, there's reportedly a large and strong tornado here. I don't see a debris signature, but doesn't always mean we don't have a tornado. So if you're in Harrisburg, you need to seek shelter. Large and strong tornado with this storm now in Illinois. And this is the storm we've been talking about also for a long time. There's a large and strong tornado, at least we're assuming, back over to the west of Elsinore. This has been PDS for quite a while. Again, if you're in this particular area, you need to continue to stay in your safe place, as we have had a history of long-tracked and strong tornadoes with this particular storm. Let's go back to Storm Intermedia. Again, they are looking at this storm. This is the view of it right now. It's very eerie. But the large and strong tornado, if it is indeed still on the ground, would be back in this storm somewhere, and it is likely rain-wrapped. That's not Zach Hall, right? Or is that a different car? I know Zach Hall drives a car like that. Yeah, there's down power lines where Connor is. That's why he stopped. Yeah, if there's a large tornado, we'll probably see it. They're looking right into where it would be. think that is Zach Cole. I mean, look at the bottom right of your screen. That rotation is just very strong. Let me go back to radar real quick. And this is the storm we're talking about near Crites Corner, Missouri. This storm, again, is still producing a large and strong tornado going towards Elsinore. At least that's what we know. We have not seen visual in a while because it's going through a very rural area. But this tornado would be approaching Crites Corner. And eventually going towards Elsinore.
I mean, it did weaken, but it wouldn't really make sense.
Nope, nope, that's a news station. Just kidding.
Well,
That was
that's
that call.
kind of up in there.
Oh, okay,
That's
yeah.
what that was.
Yeah, well, now that I'm seeing reflectivity, that makes... Am I still on the wrong radar? That's what my rotation looks like right there. Yeah, it's right to the
We'll
left.
go back to them in a second. Again, this is the other PDS warning in Illinois near Harrisburg and Carrier Mills. This is also reportedly a large and strong tornado. So if you're in this warning, you also need to seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. And if this tornado is indeed on the ground, it would be approaching Harrisburg and eventually going towards Equality in southern Illinois. And this is still, as of now, a PDS tornado warning near Van Buren and going towards Elsinore. I mean, this is our live shot of it. We have pretty solid visual. I'm watching
that's where
Brandon
it's
Kopic
crossing.
too to see if we can confirm anything.
Just south
They're
of
all
us.
in the same area,
Once these
basically.
chasers move out of the way, we'll go get ahead of it again.
The trees
we'll
are
also
really
keep
moving
in
there. You can see them
mind
really whipping. So we
that
at least
part of
have a
this
big
cells.
RFD
Okay,
surge,
yeah,
or
my
at least
mouse
just very
wasn't
strong
mousing correctly.
winds near the surface with this particular storm.
We've officially gotten 1,000 new subs today. Thank you guys for all the support. Really appreciate it. We probably got 30 seconds and we gotta roll.
Yeah, if you're
Yeah,
just tuning in,
really
this is the
good.
PDS tornado that is near Elsinore. We're still trying to see if we see anything here.
need a
The winds are very
tornado.
strong. I mean, there's no doubt there's something here. Either
Yeah, look
a
at the
tornado
precip
or just
coming.
very high winds. It's
It's
one of the
right
two.
here. All right. That's very legal. All right, and going east.
What were the towns again? Birch.
Let me not do that. I thought my phone was plugged in.
Birchwood or something?
Birch Tree, Winona, and then Van Buren was the most recent one we went through, but I don't know if we got anything out of that one.
BIRCH.
Yep.
Tree. Large tree.
This is the latest velocity scan. It doesn't look nearly as strong on the latest scan. If there is a large tornado, it would probably be right about here, near just on the west side of Elsinore. Again, continue to stay in your safe place. This could be on the ground. We're still trying to see if we have visual of it. We still have the radar indicated rotation near the Marquand area. We still have a tornado warning in Kentucky. Again, this one is still producing radar indicated rotation. This one could be on the ground at any time. We do have a potential area of a tornado there north of Possum Trout. And that would be approaching, that actually I think is a tornado. We may have a tornado on the ground in Kentucky, northwest of Calvert City. The velocities have not updated, but I think we may have a tornado here just to the northwest of Calvert City. So if you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter. Possibly a tornado now in progress on the northwest side of Cloud Crossing. Do have some sort of little debris signature. That might be debris. It also could just be some sort of contamination, but it is really close to the radar site. So I think we have some sort of tornado on the ground there right now. So seek shelter if you've not already.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We also have a new tornado warning going towards Morganfield in Kentucky. This is on Old Shawneetown Road. If you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible.
A new tornado warning.
We also have a new
issued.
tornado warning on the storm near Elsinore. The PDS label on this particular storm has been dropped. We still do have some strong circulation here. We've been watching it in real time. Very likely that this will try to drop another tornado as it eventually goes towards the Poplar Bluff area in southeast Missouri. So if you are in this particular tornado warning, again, please seek shelter. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. And into an interior room of your home or building. Let's go to, also, I was going to say, but this is still the PDS tornado that is back over here near Carrier Mills in Harrisburg. This is also a large and strong tornado. That's according to radar. That's what at least the National Weather Service has said. We don't have any debris signature. We haven't had one, I don't think, at any point here. But if you're in this warning, make sure you're seeking shelter. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible and get into an interior room of your home or building. Let's go back to Storm Intermediate here in Missouri, and we'll see if we have a view of anything.
Okay, that didn't do a whole lot. I think some water actually got into there, unfortunately, so that's just how it's going to be.
We're going to go back to them in a second. I want to update you on the Kentucky storm. Now, again, it looks like we do have a tornado on the ground. So, again, tornado most likely on the ground here near Route 60. We have a debris signature and everything right where that tornado would be. So, again, you need to seek shelter. If you're in Gilbertsville, Grand Rivers, Lake City, Cuttawa, Luca, again, this is just east of Paducah, Kentucky, where we have a likely tornado that is in progress right now, moving east-northeast. This is a pretty dangerous situation because of how many people live here. Hopefully it kind of stays in rural areas, but this is a likely tornado near Route 60. Currently moving up to the east-northeast. There's your debris signature right there. We've had it consistently for a couple of scans now, and that would be where the tornado is located. So if you're in this particular area of Kentucky, again, seek shelter, get into your interior room of your home or building, and get away from windows. And the one near Carrier Mills still does not look overly convincing. And this is still, as of right now, a possibly large and strong tornado, but the new warnings radar indicated, so nothing really confirmed here. Stormwater media here for a second.
Radar indicated.
But if there was anything, it would be right up that. That's where I was seeing something suspicious.
This is from Kristen Young, from the tornado that happened back over near Lake of Egypt, Illinois. So this is why that warning went PDS initially. So that is your large and strong tornado that was developing there, and it was definitely producing some damage. We've had multiple large and strong tornadoes at this point. And if you guys do see any reports on Twitter, again, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. I will be checking that frequently. The PDS tornado warning in Illinois has been downgraded to back down to radar indicated. All warnings as of now have been all back down to normal radar indicated. So we have nothing officially confirmed. I think the one in... we're going to check. Let's go back to the one in Kentucky. I think this one is on the ground. I don't think it has been officially confirmed. But I do think we have a tornado here. Just to the north of Grand Rivers. This right here near Calvert City. I believe this is on the ground. We'll see what the CC shows. It's going to update in a second. But I do think we have a tornado on the ground just south of Smithland. All right there, if it's on the ground, it'd be approaching the north side of Calvert City. That's a tornado. This is going to be outside of the tornado warning. If you know anyone in Heater, Vicksburg, you need to give them a heads up. There's no tornado warning on this northern side, and that's where the tornado is. So again, we do have a tornado right now in progress, moving east, northeast, and northeast, going towards Heater, Vicksburg, Miller's Landing, Pinckneyville, Taline, and the Dykesburg area in Kentucky. This is a tornado that's on the ground, moving east, northeast. You need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. And even outside of it here.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately. A new tornado warning has been issued.
So again, this right here is a debris signature. We do have a tornado that's moving east-northeast. It's going to be going towards Heater, Kentucky. It's an unwarned area up here that's going to eventually go in the direction of Pinckneyville and Dykersburg. So again, you need to seek shelter, even on the northern side of this warning. It's a pretty dangerous situation because it's not warned. We have another tornado warning back up here in northern Kentucky. This is another storm that is completely discreet, and there's nothing stopping it. If you are in this particular warning, you also need to seek shelter. We have a train of discrete supercells forming right now, which is not what you want to see. Which again is in northwestern Kentucky and southern Illinois. It's unfortunately getting very, very dicey out here. This is the storm that's back over here near Elsinore in southeastern Missouri, and this one, as of right now, is producing the potential for a tornado. Has been for quite a while. We do have Brandon Kopic on Radar Omega, and also you can watch him on YouTube. Again, you can see the storm out in the distance there. Just a large lowering. We also have a view with our very own storm runner media here. He's also looking at the same thing. So yeah, large, at least that large shelf cloud, and this is likely going to try to produce another tornado. So
Way west. Near Ozark, where
Did he give up?
maybe, I don't know why he did that.
Head to Texas tomorrow. Stupid.
now let's check this out back over in Kentucky.
A new tornado warning has
We
been
have
issued.
another tornado warning now in southern Illinois. If you are in this warning, again, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible. This is near Equality and Junction near Ridgeway. So again, seek shelter if you're in this pink polygon. Another tornado warning. We have multiple discrete supercells that are all moving eastbound. And again, we may still have a tornado here. To me, it looks like a tornado. Again, moving towards Heater, Kentucky. If we do indeed have a tornado, which that's where the strongest rotation is, it is moving east-northeast. And it's going to be going right on the northern side here of the severe thunderstorm warning. Eventually going to go again towards the Heater area. And eventually going to go towards Dykersburg. So you need to seek shelter again if you're in this warning in Kentucky. I am a little bit surprised we don't have an extension on this northern side here. Heater, Pinckneyville, Tulane, Dykersburg, Kentucky. Again, you need to seek shelter. There is potentially a tornado heading that direction, or there might be one at any time. Here's a widespread view, by the way, of all the tornado warnings that we have. So again, just a large area in southern Illinois, southeastern Missouri, western Kentucky, and there you go. There's your new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's not officially confirmed, but they have issued a new tornado warning now in this area of rotation, going towards Heater, Tulane, Dykersburg, Pinckneyville, Mitchell Landing, south of Vicksburg. You need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. This is a dangerous storm. It could drop a tornado. I feel like it already has. It looked like we had a pretty clear debris signature, but according to a meteorologist on Twitter that actually has a friend in this area, there is definitely a funnel cloud on this particular storm. So that's at least what I'm seeing there. Also, we do have a new SPC discussion, I believe. A couple of them. This is from earlier, which this was pretty much spot on. Strong tornado risk remains high in this area. That is some bold wording right there. The strong tornado risk remains high right now in the southeastern parts of Missouri. Obviously, it's not high risk, but it's, you know what I mean. It's just the terminology that they're using. This is still a high risk right now, at least for strong tornadoes with any storms that remain discrete in southeastern Missouri. So you need to continue to stay very vigilant in those areas. Okay, let's see. We're gonna go back down to Calvert City for now. I'm not seeing any debris signature here. The rotation's a bit broader. Again, if we did have a tornado, it would be approaching Heater and going towards Dykesburg. And eventually going towards Taline and Pickneyville. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place as that moves east-northeast. There is a strong likelihood that we will have at some point some sort of tornado again with this storm.
A new tornado warning
As it is
has been issued.
relatively discreet. We have another tornado warning. That's going to be for Louisville, Illinois. We have a strong area of rotation approaching that area near Oskaloosa. That's going to be, again, going towards Louisville. If you are in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. And in an interior room of your home or building.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have another tornado warning. This is going to be another discrete cell southeast of Carbondale. Near Creel Springs again. We just had a large tornado here. So we have another tornado that's heading towards Creel Springs. We might have another tornado heading towards Creel Springs. Again, this area was just hit by a tornado, literally not even like an hour ago. And it looks like we could get another one as that moves east. So again, you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible. We may have a debris signature there. It's not completely verified. Yeah. We got another tornado dropping going towards Creel Springs, Illinois. This is the same area that was just hit not that long ago. So likely a tornado. It's not completely verified, but that rotation is tight, strong, and this is almost undoubtedly on the ground right now, heading towards Creel Springs. But that is likely a debris signature that is heading in that direction. We don't have a complete confirmation here, but, you know, with any of these tornado warnings, you need to be seeking shelter. These are all very dangerous storms right now. Again, this is an outbreak of tornadoes. It is a, you know, deadly day right now of severe weather that we're seeing, and unfortunately, it's not improving at all. We have more tornado warnings than we ever did today. We just had 12 a moment ago. We've had, and this is the most storms that we've had tornado warned in different areas. Just keep that in mind. We had 12 tornado warnings at one point earlier, but most of those were on the same storms. There was like 8 in like 3 storms, for example. We have basically 4 tornado warnings on 5, or 5 tornado warnings on 4 different storms here. We have 2 on this same storm. We have 2 on this same storm and another one up there. There are probably about 6 or 7 storms that are right now ongoing that are producing the potential for a tornado. So this is obviously pretty dangerous here. But as of right now, there is a likely tornado right now west of Creel Springs here in Illinois. Not confirmed yet. We don't have a complete confirmation by radar. But this could be a tornado that's dropping. If not, it might be about to drop going towards Creel Springs. All right, here's the latest scan. That rotation did broaden for at least this scan. Near Creel Springs, there's more than likely at least some sort of brief tornado. Again, it could drop another one as this moves towards Creel Springs. With how volatile this environment is, I mean, this area literally just saw a tornado like an hour ago. And, I mean, we might get another one. So you need to continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible, as it is still a relatively dangerous storm if it does produce a tornado. The storm back over here in Kentucky, the rotation's a bit broader, but we may still get a tornado, and if we do, it's probably going to be a non-precip tornado, as this does continue to move east-northeast towards Fredonia and Bakers. This is Brandon Kopic on Radar Omega and on YouTube. Again, you can watch him on the app and on YouTube. And just very ominous skies right now on that storm that was producing large and strong tornadoes for quite a while. We have a lot of other views coming up as well, so we'll see if we can get any view of anything as these storms do get a bit closer on the Radar Omega cyclone ports. Just a distant view of this activity in southeast Missouri. But here's what we're looking at right now across the board. we are still far from over. I mean, we got probably a good 4 to 5 hours still to go of, you know, very significant damaging winds and multiple tornadoes. You know, I still think we're ways away right now from this threat of tornadoes being anywhere close to done, excuse me. So there's still a lot of stuff coming, unfortunately. They have just canceled the tornado warning that was in effect east of Carrier Mills. We have really, again, 4 rotation areas that we're looking at. We got 1, we got 2, we got 3, we got 4. We have 4 different areas of rotation right now that are all across southern Illinois and even northwestern Kentucky. You know, we're going to focus on whatever looks like it's the most imminent, so we're just going to continue to watch these storms, you know, develop. The good news, again, all 9 tornado warnings are radar indicated, but I do think one of these will get confirmed at some point here soon, just with how things have gone. And honestly, the likely contesters for that is the one near Creole Springs and also near Morganfield, Kentucky. Those are the 2 most likely ones to have something like that happen. That is our strongest area of rotation, at least on radar, with this particular storm near Nielsen going towards Creole Springs. That is our strongest area of rotation right now, which has broadened on the latest scan. Well, that's good timing. It's a good jinx to have. It broadened on the next scan. There you go. Let's go back to Morganfield. So the Morganfield one still remains pretty strong. No debris signature on this as of yet, but the CC has not updated. Strongest rotation by the looks of it now is going to be the one going towards Morganfield. Been seeing Brandon's feed on Fox Weather. I think they're partnered together, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, we don't have any debris signature on this, but the CC still isn't updated. If we do have a tornado, again, we'll be going towards Morganfield, Kentucky. Also, we do have a strong area of rotation developing near Luca, going towards Eddyville, Kentucky. They'll probably issue a new tornado warning on this, as we do have an area of strengthening rotation near Interstate 2469, currently moving eastbound. And unfortunately, this looks like a storm that could try to drop a tornado. I'm going to see if we have any traffic cams here, or we can see anything on. That rotation's definitely increasing, though, in this storm. So again, near Calvert City right now, where we have this rotation. Yeah, we don't really have any live view on this. But if you are in this warning, again, seek shelter. This storm is definitely organizing. It's definitely going to try to produce down the road here. Got a hook echo and everything developing on this one, going right towards Eddyville, and eventually going to be going towards the Crowtown area. Still got very strong rotation going towards Morganfield. And this storm kind of looks like it's falling apart, honestly. The one northwest of Poplar Bluff. This is another live shot on Radar Omega with the storm. That one looks like it's falling apart. And then the one that's back over here to the south of Effingham, that rotation's still on the stronger side of things. That'll be going towards Sailor Springs in Clay City, Illinois. Still got strong rotation on that one. All right, let's go back down to this one for now. Yeah, this one's trying to come together right now. This storm going towards Eddyville, Kentucky, and Cuttawa is definitely trying to organize. So again, if you're in the pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. All right, thank you to Blake, Kelly, Marine, Willie, Lori, Tragic. A lot of you guys. Thank you, everybody that just became a member. Thank you, Richard, for the $10 super chat as well. Thank you to anybody that super chatted, donated. Again, we have so many tornado warnings, it's going to be very hard to keep up with those.
A new
I do appreciate your
tornado warning
generosity.
has been issued.
We do have a new tornado warning for Princeton, Crowtown, Eddyville, near Interstate 24 and Interstate 2469. If you are in this particular tornado warning, again, seek shelter. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. Unfortunately, again, we do have a potential tornado that'll drop out of this as that moves east. Again, the storm that's near Morganfield right now is still producing some pretty strong rotation here. Going towards Morganfield, Kentucky. And then this storm, again, really probably the most concerning one that we have right now, moving east and east-northeast. Connor has trees down in front of him. Yeah, I saw. He's currently driving through like a ditch. I don't know what he's doing. Watching on my other monitor. Yeah, we do still have some strong circulation right now that's gonna be heading towards Eddyville, Kentucky. Going eventually towards Princeton and Crowtown. And we may have a tornado already on the ground with this. It's not confirmed, but we have some sort of debris signal, or at least some sort of CC signal, I'll call it. It's not super definitive, but the velocities have not updated with the CC, but there might be a tornado here at any time. And even if there isn't one yet, it's not far from producing a tornado. And it'll be going towards Eddyville, Crowtown, and Princeton, Kentucky. If I am not talking about your weather, it's probably not that concerning. Unless you're in Illinois or one of these states that's in a tornado watch. That would be the only exception, because there's a lot of tornado warnings. And a lot of these storms are rotating. We have another round of storms that fired up east of Springfield, but those are all hail producers. Basically, what I'm saying is if you are currently over in Washington, D.C., I'm not concerned.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning in Illinois that's for Flora, Louisville, Noble, Olney. If you are in this pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. That is going to be for Noble, Olney, near Flora, and Louisville. Unfortunately, this could also try to drop a tornado as it does continue to move east. So basically, this is what's happening right now. I'm going to give you a quick little synoptic overview of what's happening. We have a squall line that's formed. This was forecasted, all right? We have a full-blown squall line that is formed. That's going to produce predominantly a damaging wind threat along with embedded tornadoes in that line of storms. That's what we're seeing with this storm now and also the storm back south of Effingham. Now, the storms that are back over here south of Evansville, anything in here right now, these are all discrete and semi-discrete storms. These ones that stay discrete will have the best shot at producing tornadoes over the next few hours. So Kentucky, southern Illinois, southern Indiana, northwest Tennessee, all those areas right now, you need to be staying very vigilant because there are going to be multiple storms here over the next few hours that do continue to produce the potential for strong tornadoes. We are still far from done. As I mentioned before, this is the tornado outlook for today. We're barely almost done with the 15% tornado risk. We still have this large 10% tornado risk to come as we continue to go into tonight. So that's unfortunately the situation that we're currently in.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we are, again, we're not even halfway done the event, basically. Now, the peak of tornadoes, I did say, would be from 6 to 9. That has actually played out perfectly so far with what I've at least forecasted. Then the wind threat will really take over after 9 with embedded tornadoes. But yeah, so far we've been pretty spot on with that sort of forecast. And I still think we're still holding true to that. I still think the peak of the tornado threat is between now until 9. So that's when I think the time frame will be for the peak of tornadoes. And we've already gotten through 2 hours of that. We've still got probably an hour to go here with these discrete supercells. New tornado warning for Morganfield. If you are in Morganfield, again, make sure that you are seeking shelter. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, get to an interior room of your home or building. If you are in this warning. And this one could produce a tornado at any time. And this one also near Eddyville could produce at any time. This one looks really concerning still. We still don't have any clear debris signature on this storm. Nothing convincing yet. Again, they'll be heading towards Princeton in Kentucky. We have a lot of tornado warnings right now, and again, we'll keep you posted with the latest as all this continues to evolve. Just make sure you're subscribed to the channel. As of this exact time, again, we don't have anything officially confirmed. Everything is right now radar indicated, which means that, again, we just have a lot of tornado warnings with a lot of rotation, but nothing officially confirmed as of right now. With that said, we could have any of these drop at any time. So continue to stay very vigilant, and we're going to continue to cover these storms very closely. And since, let's check the radar again. Yeah, so we still have strong rotation near Eddyville. While that happens, I'm going to quickly pan it over to Connor Croft, and we'll be back in a moment in 60 seconds. Stay tuned.
Iowa video. Okay, the storm's ahead of us now, so is this my road? I went past my road somehow. Okay, I went past my east road somehow. Quick U-turn. Must not be a very big road if I just completely went past it like that. Can't miss this road. Just called B. The road is called B. That tells me it's not a very good road, but we're gonna find out. We just got right now. We're just gonna get to Poplar Bluff and figure it out from there. This road should be right here.
All right.
Yeah, there we go. It's B. Just called B.
So we got strong rotation heading towards Morganfield in Kentucky. And then back over closer to Olney. Again, we still have rotation up here that we're watching. Could get a tornado at any time. As of now, though, I don't think we have anything confirmed still. Yeah, okay. So we don't have anything confirmed right now. I'm going to stay zoomed out here for just one scan. So we get a radar scan update. If you guys do see any reports, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. And we have currently 9 tornado warnings, 27 severe thunderstorm warnings. By the way, this is Ben on Twitter. Watching on VR. This guy's watching weather on VR. I didn't know you could do that. Glad I can help you in some way. I thought he was on the road for a second. That's why I pulled it up. I thought he was like a truck driver. Stay safe, Ben. Stay safe. Appreciate your $10 super chat. Yeah, if you're a truck driver, I mean, just be safe out there. Make good decisions, because right now it's looking pretty ugly. You know, there's just a lot of storms that are trying to produce tornadoes. We actually might have a tornado here near Eddyville in Kentucky. It's not officially confirmed, but the rotation isn't strong here, but we do have some sort of at least CC signature here. But we may have another tornado heading towards Eddyville, Kentucky. Just in case there is a tornado. It's not confirmed. It's just something I think that might be in contention for there being a tornado. Again, seek shelter. Get on the lowest floor possible. Get into an interior room of your home or building. And there are a lot of tornado warnings right now. We're just kind of keeping you posted on all of them. The one that's back over here near Poplar Bluff, this one in particular is just a wind threat right now. Still an isolated tornado, but again, this discrete cell that we had that produced all those tornadoes has gotten sucked into this line of storms. So the good news right now is that the tornado risk, at least for the time being, is lower on this. Wow. This is a Radar Omega cyclone port in southeast Missouri. This is the leading edge of this activity, the squall line that we have. That is quite insane. This is, again, the squall line that's producing damaging winds. Got a massive shelf cloud here. Probably some embedded tornadoes up and down this line as well. That is a crazy view. Also, I just tweeted on Twitter, these tornadoes need to stop. Hopefully that stops the tornadoes. I'm trying to push the algorithm here. Maybe the tornadoes will stop at some point. We're gonna have some crazy views of this storm activity. This is another one, overshooting cloud tops and everything. But wow, that's the shelf cloud. That's beautiful. It's beautiful to look at. Obviously, it's not beautiful for the damage it will do, but structurally, that's pretty insane. Chasers reporting Eddyville's on the ground. I would not be surprised. We have a debris signature to some extent here. Not officially confirmed, but I honestly think there is probably a tornado near Eddyville. No debris signature update yet. There you go. That's probably that would be your tornado. It'd be going right through Eddyville, Kentucky. We've been talking about this for several minutes now. Again, this would be your tornado right over Eddyville, Kentucky. If you're in this warning, again, seek shelter. More than likely on the ground right now. Does anybody know what chaser this is? I'm just trying to see if I can verify this. We likely have a tornado in progress here in Eddyville. Eddyville, Kentucky, Delaney, Kentucky, Crowtown, Princeton. You all need to be in your safe place. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. Into an interior room of your home or building. Okay, I don't think this guy's live on YouTube, so I can't even see it. But again, that would not surprise me. If we do indeed have a tornado here, it's going to be going right through Eddyville. By the way, this is this at an advance. Look at the grass and everything swaying. This is the power of the squall line. You can see it in real time. Huge wind surge right now in the grass. You can see that flag at the very bottom of your screen. That thing looks like it's going to come off the pole. This is the surge of damaging winds that we're having right now at this area of storms. I mean, look at that grass. It might be hard to tell, but that flag is really the best representation of this. It is absolutely whipping. This is damaging winds upwards of 60 to 75 miles per hour with this squall line that's back over to the west. Unfortunately, this is a very dangerous situation when it comes to the wind. It's going to definitely cause some, pretty significant, issues when it comes to damage and whatnot. But that flag is whipping. It still looks like we have a likely tornado on the ground on the north side of Eddyville. I don't think there's anything officially confirmed here, but More than likely, if we do get a tornado, it would be on the north side of Eddyville, Kentucky. The other storms near Morganfield, that rotation's a bit broader. The rotation near the Sabri area is still producing the potential for a tornado. It is very discreet, and this could definitely produce a tornado as it does continue to move east.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So if you are in this particular new tornado warning even, make sure that you're seeking shelter. Long term, this will probably have a pretty solid chance at producing a tornado, going towards St. Joseph and eventually going towards Owensboro, Kentucky. So that'll be the next area in the track of that. Wow. The wind's really getting bad here. Look at that flag at the bottom of your screen. This wind in Advanced Missouri is very strong. Yeah, this is, again, this is the power of the squall line. Unfortunately, you know, this is going to be a widespread threat. With what we're seeing here, we're going to see some widespread damage. Obviously, you can't really see any damage. It's just an open field of grass or what, maybe some crops or something like that. This is what we're going to be seeing through a widespread area in Kentucky, you know, northern Tennessee. That flag, I don't know how it's holding on. That thing is like, it must be really chained down well, because that thing is like absolute. It looks like it's going to rip off from what I'm seeing here. Usually flags are more attached, but man, the wind is very strong here. We'll have another view out in front of that here soon as well. We got multiple live cams in this area. This is another beast of a storm back over in southeast Missouri too, near Poplar Bluff. This is the one that has been tornadic here for quite a while too. And look at this storm. It is just a... This is the initial supercell that we had. It was a beast of a storm. I'm going to put this over here. Actually, no, let me take this back and let me put it here. This is in White Oak, the Radar Omega Cyclone port in White Oak near Poplar Bluff. And again, we might have a tornado on the ground near Eddyville, Kentucky. We've been talking about it, but this storm right here near Eddyville and could still be on the ground or on the ground at any time. I don't know if any storm chasers have actual visual of this, but you know, I do think that this is likely on the ground. There was report that a storm chaser did have visual of this. I mean, it looks like it's on the ground to me. Just by radar. It'll be going towards Princeton. I don't know how this isn't confirmed. Well, we don't have any... Oh, well, there. Look at that timing.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So now officially a tornado on the ground here in Kentucky. If you are in Princeton, if you are over in Bakers or Crowtown, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible. The tornado itself would be right here. That is probably a debris signature, which we don't have a CC update yet, but that would be where the tornado is. It's going to be approaching Princeton as well, and eventually going towards Crowtown, just east of Eddyville, Kentucky. So again, you need to seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible. Get into an interior room of your home or building. This is a tornado that would be in progress right now, going towards Princeton and Crowtown. The tornado that happened last night in Salina, Texas was rated an EF3, by the way. That just came out. We at least had 3 EF3 tornadoes yesterday, and this one is getting strong, by the way. We got a big debris signature on this. So again, tornadoes developing. It's getting strong here. Going to be near Eddyville, going towards Princeton, Kentucky. This is potentially large. You need to seek shelter, get away from windows. It's at least strong, but we got a pretty decent debris signature on radar here. Moving east-northeast. Oh, yeah, this is a bad tornado, guys. We got a big debris signature right now, just to the northeast of Eddyville. producing significant damage. We got a big debris ball on radar as well. This could go PDS. Unfortunately, this storm is producing a strong tornado, and it could be even large. So again, if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter. This is a large cone tornado. Yeah, this is a large cone tornado right now, going towards Princeton, Kentucky. Big debris signature and everything. This is probably another one of those strong, potentially even intense tornadoes that's currently ongoing. So again, if you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows. If you know any friends or family in Princeton or Eddyville, share this stream with them, give them a call or text. Do whatever you got to do to make sure that they're aware of this. It's a big tornado right now heading towards Princeton, which is a populated area here in Kentucky. A strong and potentially large tornado. I think it is a cone-shaped tornado from what I'm seeing. So yeah, this is this is a cone-shaped tornado. Right now, this is hitting the northwest side of Delaney. This is hitting the Elroy Cemetery, going towards White Sulphur. It's going to be going towards Princeton as well. This is likely hitting the New Bethel Baptist Church north of Eddyville, already has. But we got a big, thick debris signature on this. I mean, this is a large tornado right now heading towards Princeton. Wow, that is a serious debris signature. We got a very strong tornado on the ground right now, northeast of Eddyville. This is very strong. You need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. This is a very strong tornado. We got a significant debris signature on this particular storm. Apparently hit a prison, just from what I'm seeing. Out in front of this, the Pleasant Valley Bulk Foods will be hit by this, but we got a big tornado. This is a potentially violent tornado right now that is heading towards Princeton. You need to be in your safe place if you're in Princeton, Kentucky. We got a very strong tornado that is in progress right now, moving towards Princeton and Farmersville. This is a very dangerous storm right now, and this is now officially a PDS tornado. You need to seek shelter if you're in this warning.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So again, we got a potentially violent tornado on the ground, at least an intense tornado moving in the direction of Princeton, Kentucky. This is a very significant tornado, and I'm not trying to say this to scare you, but this is a very significant tornado. We have a massive debris signature on the northeast side of Eddyville right now. It's going to be heading in the direction of Critter, and as well as Crowtown and Princeton. That debris signature is just, big. This is a strong tornado, moving in the direction even of Bakers. So if you are in this particular tornado warning, again, get underground if you can. If you can't, you got to get into an interior room of your home or building and away from windows. This probably just hit the New Bethel Baptist Church. It's going to be hitting the McElroy Cemetery, and it's going to be going towards Critter. And the Fredonia Valley Riding Club is going to be hit by this. And there's apparently a large prison in this area that was just hit as well. And another problem with this is that this is a nocturnal threat. It's nighttime. So, it's getting pretty dark out there. It's going to be very hard to see tornadoes like this. So if you are in this particular area going towards Needmore, Farmersville, Fryer, just south of Shady Grove, near Princeton, you need to seek shelter, get into an interior room of your home or building, and get away from windows. We got a big debris signature right now on the northeast side of Eddyville, and it's eventually going to go towards Princeton. The latest velocity scan, if we go back a little bit, it is, again, going eastbound. It's going to be approaching Critter, or Crider. Might be Crider. Crider, Kentucky. And so in Crider, Kentucky, which is a pretty small area, it will be hitting the Pleasant Valley Bulk Foods area, and this is now officially a tornado emergency. So we now have a tornado emergency here in Kentucky on this storm.
This is an emergency alert. A tornado emergency warning has been issued.
We have a tornado emergency on this storm in Kentucky for Crider and Crowtown. If you are in this warning, you need to get underground. You got to seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible. If you're in a mobile home, you got to find sturdy structure or get into a ditch. This is a violent tornado that is on the ground right now near Crider, going towards Crowtown. This is a very dangerous situation. You need to seek shelter immediately. If you are in this pink polygon, if you know any friends or family here, please give them a heads up. Let them know this is a tornado emergency that is currently ongoing for the Crider area, north of Dulaney, northeast of Eddyville in Kentucky. This is a very dangerous storm, guys. I'm sharing this on social media if you want to try to, get the word out there. We are, this is unfortunately worst case scenario. This is a violent tornado. We got a massive debris signature on this. This is officially a tornado emergency for Crowtown, Kentucky, near Crider and just south of Bakers, Kentucky. We got a large, strong, and violent tornado approaching Crider. That right there would be your tornado. It's going to be eventually approaching Princetown. That is a massive debris signature, though, right now. That is moving east-northeast. This is not what you want to see. Includes a population of 2,500 people, by the way. That's actually more than I thought. This is not a small little area. There's a lot of people being impacted by this violent tornado that's in progress, moving towards the northwest side of Princeton. This is undoubtedly an intense or violent tornado that is moving towards Crider. This is a big tornado. You need to seek shelter. Again, this is a very dangerous situation right now. We got a big debris ball on radar. It's been like this for several minutes, by the way. This tornado is just growing in size. It's not getting smaller. It's getting larger. So this is a very dangerous situation right now near Crowtown and northwest side of Princeton. Man, this debris signature is just huge. This is not good. Unfortunately, a lot of lives are being changed right now from this tornado. It's a violent tornado right now. That debris ball is huge. That pink that you're seeing right now, right here, that is not rain and that is not hail. That is all debris that is being lifted up into the atmosphere. This is a very dangerous situation right now in Kentucky. This is probably and this is a catastrophic tornado. That's undoubtedly. This is a catastrophic tornado. And again, that catastrophic tornado is about to hit the town of Crider, which, for the record, Crider, it has a, so the locations that are being hit by this as we speak would include the Fredonia Valley Riding Club, the Pleasant Valley Bulk Food Store, Bethlehem Cemetery, near Craig Cemetery, and Hill Cemetery. A lot of cemeteries in this particular area. It's also going to be going towards the White Sulphur Church with this particular catastrophic tornado. And in addition to that, it's northwest of Princeton, where we do have, again, a violent tornado that is currently in progress. Again, it's a catastrophic tornado. You need to seek shelter. Again, if you are in this warning, please get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible. And this is the highest level tornado warning that can be issued by the National Weather Service. It is not a situation that you want to be playing around with here. This is a very dangerous situation. Going towards Farmersville and eventually going towards Lewistown near Crowtown. I mean, words can only describe what's being lifted up into the atmosphere right now. I mean, this is a major tornado. This is not like, we saw big tornadoes yesterday. This might be worse than the ones we saw yesterday when it comes to the significant debris signature that we are seeing on even on the reflectivity. That pink and black there, again, is not rain or hail. That is legitimately debris. That is possibly homes or trees, whatever it might be, that is being tossed up into the atmosphere like a rag doll. That's what we're seeing here. Near Crider, northwest side of Princeton in Kentucky. This is a deadly and violent tornado right now. And again, I'm going to zoom out a little bit so you can see where this is. In Kentucky, it's east of Paducah. We got multiple other storms that are rotating. Unfortunately, there's not much stopping this storm. It is very discreet. So down the road, this could continue to produce a tornado as it goes towards Madisonville and Earlington. If you are in those areas, you need to stay vigilant. Again, we have a tornado emergency, which is the highest level warning that you can possibly get from the National Weather Service. Near Crider in Kentucky. And on the northwest side of Princeton. Huge tornado, though, picking up a lot of debris right now. Wow, this debris signature is just huge. This tornado emergency does continue. They have updated the warning. It's not going anywhere. This is still a large and violent tornado moving into Crider in Kentucky, northwest of Princeton, and just to the southeast of Fredonia. Moving east-northeast. Is this a wedge? This might be a wedge tornado. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't seen any photos of it yet, but this could be a wedge tornado right now, heading towards the northwest side of Princeton. Storm chasers on site are saying that this tornado is 2 miles wide. So we could have a 2-mile wide tornado right now moving through the northwest side of Princeton in Kentucky. If you guys see any reports about this, add me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I'll try to see if we can confirm this. Well, we got a report of a tornado ongoing. We kind of already knew that. And this is still a tornado emergency near the Crider area, moving towards Crowtown in Princeton. Unfortunately, this is a violent tornado that is moving east, and somebody's telling me right now this is not. So one of my moderators that is actively looking at this is saying that this is not 2 miles wide. So that information is not correct. It is a stovepipe tornado, from what I am hearing. Again, so this is not 2 miles wide. Obviously, I don't usually look at chat, but a lot of people were just saying that. This is not 2 miles wide, but it is a stovepipe tornado. And again, that means that this is still a large cone at the bare minimum that is producing significant damage. What I'm hearing, though, is that this is a large lowering that is probably 2 miles wide. So we probably have a large 2 mile wide, bowl that is essentially here. The thing to keep in mind, though, is that the tornado itself is, again, going to be probably a stovepipe, something shaped like this, coming down from a very large lowering that is like this wide. And then this will be your cloud deck. That's at least from what I'm hearing. It doesn't really matter what the size is. I'm just trying to give you a perspective of what's happening here. All right. Again, we got a violent tornado in progress right now, which that debris ball, oh my God. I mean, this thing's huge. This debris stretches out over 3 miles. It's a 3 mile wide debris signature, which does not mean the tornado is that large, but this is a... If this doesn't give you an idea of how significant this tornado is, I don't know what will. It's a very dangerous tornado right now. I'm retweeting photos of the tornado on Twitter as well at MaxVelocityWX. Unfortunately, this is, again, a large tornado, and it is it's a big cone that's developing here. This is about to rip right through Crowtown and the northwest side of Princeton. We may end up getting a new tornado emergency on this. We'll see.
A new
We have a new tornado warning in Illinois as well.
Issued.
This tornado has been on the ground for well over 15 minutes now, and it's still producing substantial catastrophic damage to the town of Crowtown and Crider. And we have a large destructive tornado. This debris signature is massive. And unfortunately, this is impacting a lot of people that are on the northwest side of Princeton. You need to seek shelter if you've not already. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, get into an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. It's a very dangerous situation right now. Yeah, this is again a large stovepipe, but it's not a full-blown wedge that's on the ground. Regardless of that, you still need to be in your safe place. It really doesn't matter how large the tornado is, just for the record. It does not matter how large this tornado is. It is still a very significant tornado that is producing catastrophic damage right now, going towards Princeton, Kentucky. Debris right now is being lofted up over 30,000 feet into the atmosphere from this tornado. So this tornado is lifting debris up that high right now.
A new tornado warning has been
So
issued.
again, this is a catastrophic tornado. There's just no doubt. I mean, we're talking EF3 plus tornado right now on the ground, moving into the northwest side of Princeton with a major debris signature. All the yellow that I've circled here is all debris. That is all debris that is being lifted up into the atmosphere right now on this storm. It really does not get much worse than this. It's a catastrophic tornado, but it's also a very significant tornado. And it just moved through the east side there, or just south of Fredonia. It just moved through the Kreider area. And right now that tornado is on the north side here of Princeton. And just for the record, we have other tornado warnings as well, but honestly, again, this is really the most significant. It's a catastrophic tornado. We have a catastrophic tornado right now moving through Kentucky here. Going towards Needmore as well. And if this is still indeed going, it's going to be right here on the north side of Princeton. They have issued a new PDS tornado warning on this as well for the area out in front of this.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So they have issued this new PDS warning well out in front of this, and the reason why is because this is just such a significant tornado, and it is a very discrete supercell. This could be producing a tornado for the next hour at this point. That's the nature of this. Now, it might lift in between a little bit here, but this could easily produce a tornado for at least another hour here. So if you are in Madisonville or Arlington or Nortonville or Charleston or Fiddlebow, you need to make sure that you are getting to your safe place here, because this is going to be a potentially deadly or even violent tornado as this does continue to move east. And again, the reason why they've issued a warning this far out in front of it is because this storm is going to probably be producing a tornado for a long time. It is very discreet. There's nothing stopping the storm right now other than the environment, which is very favorable already for tornadoes. There's really nothing stopping this. So unfortunately, this is still a very significant tornado moving through the north side of Princeton, and it's still picking up significant debris. Again, there's nothing stopping this storm right now. So you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. It is still a tornado emergency for Crowtown, and it is a PDS tornado warning for those out in front of it going towards Charleston and Fiddlebow. Ah, man. That debris signature is so huge. This is still lifting tons of debris up into the atmosphere right now. Tons. It's going to be going through the south side of Needmore as well. Wow. This tornado is not showing any signs of weakening. It's not going to probably anytime soon either. This is just a big debris ball on radar right now going through the north side of Princeton. And it's on track to go towards Arlington and Nortonville in Kentucky. It's a very dangerous storm right now. Large stovepipe tornado. Again, tornado emergency right now. Moving east-northeast. The debris is being picked up upwards of 30,000 feet into the atmosphere. It is a monstrous tornado. But this is being picked up. Actually, now the debris is being picked up over 35,000 feet into the atmosphere in this particular tornado emergency that we have. So this is, again, a intense to violent tornado. It's a very, very dangerous storm moving east-northeast. And when we're talking about intense or violent, that means either EF3 plus or EF4 plus. That's the magnitude that we're talking about right now. And that's why there was a tornado emergency. Again, they only issue tornado emergencies when there's a catastrophic tornado that is potentially violent or deadly. In a lot of cases, these tornadoes end up being in that sort of ballpark. And this is no exception to that. I am retweeting more videos on Twitter of this particular tornado. Again, it's a large cone. It's not a wedge. It's definitely just a large cone right now. That's moving east-northeast. And that debris signature is just huge. The correlation coefficient gives us an idea of what's being lifted up. Again, we got a massive area of debris that's being lifted up into the atmosphere, moving east-northeast. Guys, I want to remind you, I cannot show other chasers that I do not have licensed. So, Chris Hall is not one of them I can look at. Here's the latest scan, and we still got a big tornado right now on the north side of Princeton. We're moving towards Charleston and Nortonville. And this is a big tornado. You need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. This is from Ron Harper on Facebook of this tornado. This is what it looks like. Again, it might not look big, but this is very damaging. It is a very damaging tornado right now that is ongoing here. It is a very well-defined tornado too, even though it, again, might not look huge. This is the tornado that's producing all this damage. It is a catastrophic situation still, even if you're not in the PDS, or even if you're not in the tornado emergency anymore. This is still producing significant damage. I'm praying for anybody in the path of this. Like, this is horrible. The debris signature, again, is on the north side of Princeton. The radar has not updated actually in 4 minutes now, but that tornado would be making its approach to Charleston, Kentucky. There you go. Oh, man, that's still a big debris signature. This thing is still going. I mean, there's no signs of weakening at all. This is a big debris ball still on radar. We could get another Tori. This thing right here is still a big debris ball right now. Moving in the direction of Charleston in Kentucky. And when I say there's nothing stopping this tornado, there is legitimately nothing stopping this tornado right now. The only thing that could stop it is maybe some of this convection that's trying to brew up down to its southwest. And the line of storms back to the west up here, which is not even close. Or just the environmental parameters failing. I mean, there's really nothing stopping this tornado. That's how, that's the magnitude of this situation, and we have another tornado emergency. There you go.
This is an emergency alert. A tornado emergency warning has been issued.
This is a new tornado emergency for those in Lewistown, west of Dawson Springs. This is a catastrophic tornado that is producing very big damage. It's a catastrophic damage that's being dealt by this tornado. It is a stovepipe that is producing major damage. It's a deadly tornado moving in the direction eventually of Charleston, Kentucky, and eventually going towards Arlington and Madisonville. And you need to get underground if you can. If you're in a mobile home, you got to find a sturdy structure. You need to otherwise get into a ditch. This is a very dangerous tornado. And again, this is a deadly and violent tornado that is moving east-northeast right now. It is a big debris ball and everything. I mean, unfortunately, it is a really dangerous tornado. We got still a big debris ball on this. Look at that right there. This is a very bad situation right now. If you are in this warning, again, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible.
A new tornado
and get into an
warning has
interior
been
room of
issued.
your home or building. That right there is not rain. Again, that is a debris ball here on radar that we're seeing. This only usually occurs when we have strong and potentially even in sometimes intense or violent tornadoes. And we are seeing that right now actively with this storm as it does continue to move to the east, northeast, and it will be eventually going towards Charleston, Kentucky, and also on track right now to go towards Arlington. But this debris signature is huge. Again, it stretches well over 2 miles long. It is a big tornado. You need to get underground if you can, if you're anywhere out in front of this tornado warning too. Honestly, they might end up issuing a tornado warning, just for the record. They might end up issuing a tornado warning out this direction if this continues, and that could be soon. That could be in the next like 5 or 10 minutes. So this is not a situation, again, where, you know, you should take this lightly. If you're in Central City or Greenville, start getting ready. If you're in those parts of Kentucky, this storm is not looking like it's going to weaken really anytime soon, unless this convection to its south kind of feeds into it. That might, but it's still very uncertain. I mean, these velocities are just insane. This is a very strong tornado. This might be the strongest this tornado has been, by the way. This right here might be the strongest that this tornado has actually been. Right here. But man, the amount of people being impacted by the storm right now is just a... I mean, it's luckily this is not a super populated city. Like Princeton is more populated. It just stayed north of Princeton, but it is impacting a lot of people. I mean, there are probably homes right now that are getting heavily damaged or even leveled from this tornado. It is a catastrophic tornado once again in this area. Unfortunately, this is a very dangerous situation. Obviously, it's a tornado emergency. You can't get a higher warning than this. It's the highest level warning that you can get issued by the National Weather Service. This just hit the Tad Ladd, West Kentucky Whitetails area. It hit the Jackson Cemetery. This tornado would be hitting the Olney Missionary Baptist Church as well. And it's going to eventually go towards Charleston, which in Charleston, this will hit the Charleston First Baptist Church as well, which will take probably a direct hit from this tornado. I mean, again, this is just a big debris ball that you're seeing on radar right now. It's going to be moving right towards Nortonville. The next really populated area to watch for would be Morton's Gap, Arlington, Nortonville, and Madisonville. Now, if this tornado does continue all the way into this area, there's really no rural area here. These are all neighborhoods that are up and down this area, basically, right along Interstate 69. So, unfortunately, this is a very populated area that's out in front of this that is going to be in the track of this potentially catastrophic tornado even by the time it gets there. So that right there is still your large and strong tornado that is moving right now, again, to the east, northeast. You need to seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. If you're in a mobile home, you need to find, again, a sturdy structure or get into a ditch. This is a very dangerous tornado that is still picking up significant debris. You can just see the evolution of this over the last 7 scans. It is not showing much signs of weakening. The only thing that might weaken it is that convection to the south, but that even then I don't think will. Debris is being lifted up now 37,000 feet into the atmosphere. Debris is now, debris is being lifted up 37,000 feet into the atmosphere. This is another view of that tornado. This is a better view. The gate-to-gate shear on this is probably about 200 miles per hour. It's at least 160. It might be higher. Man. This is really bad. If this continues for another 30 minutes, which I think it will, it's going to be going right towards Nortonville, Arlington, and Madisonville, which are all, again, very populated areas. If you're in those areas, you need to get to your safe place now. Do not wait, please. Do not wait. This is a very dangerous storm right now. We got multiple tornado warnings also back up to the north. I mean, we got storms everywhere that are producing potential tornadoes. Unfortunately, this tornado right here, it's not showing any signs of weakening, and we'll probably end up getting another tornado emergency on this if it continues this way. This tornado has been the same intensity, I think, for the last 15 to 20 minutes. It's not shown any signs of weakening. We still have a big debris ball right now moving east. Gonna be going towards Nortonville, Arlington, and Madisonville. Debris, though, right now is being lifted up 37,000 feet into the atmosphere. And if that doesn't give you an idea of a significant tornado, I don't know what will. Because that right there is Greenfield, Iowa type stuff. What we just saw the other day with that EF4 tornado. Yeah, there's no words. This is horrible. This is approaching, again, Charleston, Kentucky, which that is going to be going towards the Carter Bishop Cemetery. The only missionary Baptist church in the McNeely Cemetery are all going to be hit by this directly. There's a lot of homes in the track of this. It'll be hitting Walton Calvet Road as well next. The tornado right now has just crossed over the Princeton Olney Road. And it's eventually going to be approaching Interstate 69. If you are on Interstate 69, you need to make sure that you are going away from this storm if you can. If you're a truck driver, get out of the way. Go back to the east or just try to get down to the south. Just don't try to drive into the storm is what I'm saying. Because this is a very dangerous situation and it is going to be continuing as a tornado emergency.
This is an emergency alert. A tornado emergency warning has been issued.
This is still a tornado emergency, and again, it is not going to be weakening anytime soon. You need to get underground if you can, if you're in this warning. If you're in a mobile home, you got to find a sturdy structure or get into a ditch. This is a very dangerous situation. It is a catastrophic situation right now. If you are in this warning for Charleston, Kentucky. This is the third tornado emergency warning on this same exact storm. And it's been going for almost, I believe, a half an hour now. Tucker, by the way, I got it. You don't need to do it if you're trying to do that. I'm good. And this is a tornado emergency that's going to continue for Charleston, Kentucky. We're witnessing a historic tornado right now in Kentucky. This is a monster tornado that is moving east. And it's going to eventually approach Arlington, Nortonville, and Madisonville, Kentucky. The likelihood of this continuing to produce a tornado as it gets closer to those areas is very high. With the storm like this that's this discreet. So again, you need to seek shelter if you're in this warning. The worst case scenario right now is happening with this particular storm. It's legitimately worst case scenario. This is just a huge tornado. If you're a truck driver, again, traveling along Interstate 69 right now, you need to not travel. You need to get out of the way of this storm. The debris right now is being lifted up over 40,000 feet into the atmosphere. 40,000 feet now into the atmosphere. This is one of the most historic tornadoes we've ever covered. It is a very catastrophic tornado moving through areas near Charleston, northeast of Princeton, producing major damage. 40,000 feet. I don't know what the Greenfield one was, but I think it was about the same. Again, this is a catastrophic tornado right now. That is moving right into Charleston, Kentucky. This tornado is going to be approaching Interstate 69 in a moment too, by the way. This is going to be going right towards Interstate 69. And there is now reports of valid reports now of a wedge tornado. So this is being reported as a wedge tornado now on the ground going towards Charleston. That's at least from some valid reports that we're getting. It's hard to confirm all this stuff in real time. Again, I'm doing a lot of multitasking, but from what I am hearing, this is being more validated as at least a wedge that is in progress or developing, going towards Charleston. And we still have a big debris ball. Look at that thing. It's on the south side of Olney, Kentucky, approaching Charleston. It's just to the north of Interstate 69. It'll be going towards the Ilsley area, and again, Interstate 69 is right in the path of this. This is a very dangerous situation because this tornado is eerily close to Interstate 69. And there's a lot of people probably on this interstate that are driving, even though it's 8:42 at night. And the other problem is that it is nighttime. It is going to be very hard to see this. We don't have much lightning with this. There's like 3 lightning strikes here in the last 5 minutes. There's nothing. So many people might not be able to see this. If, you know, a lot of people basically are just not going to be able to see this. That's what I'm going to say. With how dark it is at night. And there's like no lightning to be able to visibly able to see this. And honestly, again, if this just continues as is, we are probably going to end up seeing a new PDS tornado warning for Central City here pretty soon. Again, the only things that could weaken this tornado at this point is this little convection, which has yet to do anything to this tornado, or this over here to the northwest, this entire squall line. That could also weaken this tornado. There's a very low chance, though, that this weakens in the next 15 to 20 minutes. And I hardly ever say that, but I'm being serious here. Like, this is a very, very volatile environment near Interstate 69, and it's still a large and potentially violent tornado right along Interstate 69. And again, it's a tornado emergency if you're just tuning in for Charleston, Kentucky, going towards Morton's Gap, and eventually going towards Nortonville and Earlington. Okay, this is the latest report we're getting. It was a wedge. It is now a violent cone or / drill bit. So that's the latest out of that. It is still a large cone. It was a wedge at one point, at least from what we're hearing. This is just a major situation right now. If you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter. Get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible. If you know any friends or family in the path of this, like if you know anybody in Central City or Greenville or, you know, any of these other areas that are in front of this, please give them a call or text. Make sure they're awake at least, and make sure that they know that this storm is going their direction. Because the situation that we're in right now is that it's 9 o'clock. A lot of people are going to be sleeping right now. It's not an ideal situation for anybody. Unfortunately, a lot of large tornadoes like this seem to happen at night, and this is not an exception. Still got a big debris ball. I mean, this thing is, again, moving right into Charleston, and this is still a tornado emergency. Gonna be approaching Isley, and right along Interstate 69. This tornado is within a half a mile, I think. Let's measure this. It's within about a mile of Interstate 69 right now, which is probably, again, it's another bad situation, because Interstate 69, there's probably a lot of people driving out there. It's a catastrophic situation for Charleston, Kentucky. And this tornado is again approaching the Hickory Ridge Whitetails. It's going to be right near the Olney Missionary Baptist Church. That church is taking a direct hit from this, almost undoubtedly. It's right now near Olney Road. A lot of homes in this area. It's near Young Cemetery. It's just northwest of Dawson Springs right now. And again, this could go any direction. It could go towards Dawson Springs. It could go towards Charleston. It could go in between everything. What we know for sure right now is, again, that there's still a large and deadly tornado that's on the ground right now in Kentucky. That is going to be approaching Charleston in the Isley area. Just to the south of 6th Vein. It's on track for Morton's Gap, Earlington, and Madisonville. It could be a catastrophe if this hits any of these locations. This is a very populated area. Madisonville in particular is very populated. We got a lot of neighborhoods, though, in here, near Morton's Gap and in the Nortonville area. Now, keep in mind, if you're anywhere in this pink polygon that's outside of this, you need to be in your safe place, even if you're back up near Fiddlebow, even if you're up near Fryer, because those areas could still see damage. They could at least still see flying debris. So that's the concern outside of this warning. And the tornado could, again, change directions. It could occlude at some point. All of those things are still in play here. Nothing's off the table at this point with this particular storm. Multiple injuries being reported. Unfortunately, with this size of a tornado, those sorts of things are just, again, they're not, honestly, they're just not surprising. It's unfortunately a deadly tornado that's going through an area that is, it has a lot of trees. There's a lot of homes in this area too, at least between Charleston and Lewistown. There's a good amount of homes. There's not like a lot. We're not talking like 50,000 people, but we're still talking about there's a good amount of homes here that are being hit by this. And if this does end up hitting the interstate here, that could be, you know, a really bad situation, because there are definitely going to be truck drivers on this interstate, and some of them might not know about this. Like, that's the other concern here. Still got a big debris signature right now. I mean, look at this tornado again has shown no signs of weakening. It might have become like slightly smaller scan by scan, but like it's still a large cone. This thing has shown no signs of substantial weakening at this point. Again, this is still a tornado emergency in Kentucky. Again, worst case scenario. It's gonna be going towards Arlington, Madisonville, and Nortonville next. Madisonville population's 18,000. I hope this tornado just dies. This is just horrible. If it goes towards Madisonville, I don't think it's going to go directly that way, but it's not something that can be ruled out. If you're just tuning in again, this is a potentially violent tornado heading towards Charleston, Kentucky, near Fiddle Bow, and eventually going towards Norton. Again, it's going in this direction. It's going east-northeast. It could change directions at any time, so it could go towards the southern side of this tornado warning. It could also go towards the northern side of this tornado warning. We have a lot of photos on our Twitter page of this tornado if you're interested. Again, this is a large, strong, and violent tornado that is moving to the east-northeast. Going to be going towards Arlington, Madisonville, and Nortonville. It's a catastrophic tornado right now for the Charleston area. This tornado emergency does continue for 10 more minutes. We still have a big debris signature on this thing, and it's going to be going right through the heart of Charleston, Kentucky. Now, there is some good news. If this convection, and we've been talking about this for a while, if this convection feeds into this storm, that could weaken it. It has not shown major signs of weakening yet, because this is definitely still on the ground. You can see that debris signature and everything. It's still on the ground. That convection, again, might weaken this down the road. It's still a long-term thing, though, in my opinion. I still think this is going to be on the ground for at least 15 more minutes. We still have a big debris signature. Reflectivity, that black area and pink area, is all that debris that's being lifted up into the atmosphere. But this right here, again, is something we've been talking about for 30 minutes now, and the hope is that this filters into the storm and weakens it. We've had, again, just no signs of that quite yet. It has not weakened entirely at any point. This is still a very large and violent tornado is moving east-northeast. And again, if you know any friends or family in Central City, if you know any friends or family in Greenville, if you know any friends or family in Livermore, Hartford, Morgantown, Kentucky, give them a call or text to make sure they're awake, because this storm, again, could be producing a tornado risk all the way through those areas. Like, it could be on the ground all the way through Central City. It could drop again at some point down the road if it does end up lifting at some point, which it doesn't seem like it will be lifting anytime soon for areas that are over there. This could be a catastrophic tornado for those areas too. Well, we still have a big debris signature right now, right over the north side of Dawson Springs. Velocity should update here in a second. We might have a new area of circulation developing too. It's not definitive yet. This is a powerhouse of a tornadic supercell, though. And that tornado right now is ripping right into the southwest side of Charleston, Kentucky. This is approaching the Dunn Missionary Baptist Church. It's approaching the Browns Poultry Farm and Blanchard's Gracious Acres, near Wagging Tails as well. That is where this tornado is currently at. on the southwest side of Charleston. And again, from what I've been seeing, it is likely that we have some sort of either large cone or potentially a wedge tornado. Yeah, this is a large wedge. From as of 10 minutes ago, this is a large wedge, so it has at least been a wedge. I'm retweeting photos of that on Twitter as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Unfortunately, that's what we're dealing with there. And this potentially could still be a wedge. That debris signature is still huge. We need these storms to catch up faster. I mean, we need something to weaken this. This is going to be a really bad situation if it produces a tornado all the way through Madisonville or even Central City. These storms need to catch up and absorb this storm or something. I mean, we need something weakening this. This is just a really bad situation. Another scan should be coming in here in a second, but that's your large, strong, deadly, whatever you want to call it, tornado at this point. It's going right through Charleston in Kentucky. Moving towards Arlington. It's, again, riding right along the north side of Interstate 69. It looks like this tornado, at least for now, is just staying north of Interstate 69. But this tornado could, again, go any other direction. It could go north, it could go south, it could go anywhere. The latest velocity scan does show it a bit weaker, so let's hope that trend continues. We do have some rain that's feeding into this, so we're kind of hoping that that kind of tries to weaken this, but, I mean, wow. That's unbelievable. This is a debris signature right here. That black and white on the reflectivity, that is just legitimately debris. That is potentially homes that are right now in the sky. This debris right now is being lifted up over 40,000 feet into the atmosphere. That's at least from what I've heard. And I mean, that right there is unbelievable. And we also have another tornado on the ground, which is going to be south of Princeton. That is crossing into southern Indiana right now. So just heads up there. Wow. Reflectivity values like this just don't pop up again that often. And we've had this a few times with this storm. Upwards of 70 dBz on the reflectivity. That is still a monster tornado that is ripping right through Charleston. This is nuts. I'm really hoping that this rain down here does something. I mean, we got Nortonville, we got Arlington, we got Madisonville. There's a population of around, I think, 50,000 people that is out in front of this near Interstate 69. The hope is that this lifts. It's not showing much signs of lifting. I mean, that debris signature, look at that. It's still going on the east side of Charleston now. This is just an awful situation. I mean, this just hit a ton of homes. Just for the record, this just hit a ton of homes here. This is what it just hit. It hit all these homes right here along this roadway near Daylight Road. There's at least a dozen or 2 dozen homes right in this area. I can't tell if these are mobile homes or not. Some of them look like they might be, or at least some sort of manufactured homes. And it's now going through trees, and it's eventually going to approach more farms and stuff out in front of this. And this just, that's exactly where this tornado just hit. That's not like an estimation. That is where this debris ball just went through. It's right along this road here in Charleston, in Kentucky. And it's still going. It is still going. This is such a intense supercell, and it's showing no signs of weakening. It's shown a little bit of signs of weakening a moment ago, and it's still going. It's oh god, that's such a large debris signature still. This is not going anywhere, guys. If you are in Morton's Gap or Arlington, you got to get underground if you can. Get to a sturdy structure. That is a big debris signature still happening here, and a bunch of homes were just hit by this tornado near Daylight Road in Charleston. There's gonna probably be a big need for first responders in this area. This is legitimately worst case scenario. It really couldn't, again, I am not trying to be dramatic, but it really could not get much worse than this. It really couldn't with this storm. This is just horrible. Oh, God. Reflectivity is showing just such a big debris ball right now. We got convection going into this with a storm merger, and this is not doing anything. I thought it might like try to temporarily weaken this tornado. Like, you can see this convection coming out of the southwest. It's not doing anything to this right now. This tornado, if anything, it just got larger or even stronger. But that debris signature is just huge. This is currently hitting Daylight Road. Again, this is, for perspective, it's hitting a ton of homes right along Daylight Road here. A lot of farms, people that are in these farms might not even have storm shelters. Like, this is a really catastrophic situation. It's near the Star of Bethlehem Church. A lot of farms in the track of this. The next really populated area is around Isley Road near the William Bishop Lake. And that's probably what it's hitting as we speak, is Isley Road. We might end up getting another tornado emergency on this. If this continues, it's going to be going towards Morton's Gap, which is more populated than the areas we've been talking about. Even with that said, it doesn't matter how I mean, like, there's just so many people along this track, even if it's like a rural area.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Man, it's not showing any signs of weakening. The tornado emergency expires in 1 minute. Again, I would not be surprised if we got another one. This is just, again, a catastrophic tornado right now on the east side of Charleston. Again, it's showing no signs right now of really any substantial weakening. It's still producing substantial damage right now near the St. Charles area of Kentucky, going towards Morton's Gap. Arlington's going to be on the track of this, going towards Nortonville. Got to get underground if you can. The tornado emergency just expired. We'll see if they issue a new one. This, as of right now, a PDS tornado, but it is still a large and strong tornado. It has not lifted. Don't get confused, but it is still a very damaging tornado right now that's moving towards Morton's Gap and Nortonville. Right now, this tornado is hitting a lot of homes near Isley. Again, first responders probably almost going to be a guaranteed necessity in this area. This is all the homes that have probably just been hit by this tornado, right along Isley and Daylight Road. And then eventually, it'll make an approach here towards 454, towards more farms near Atmos Energy. So those areas will also be next in track for this particular tornado. We still have a big debris signature right now near Isley. And that's, again, that reflectivity is not hail. That is debris that is being lifted up into the atmosphere right now. This is still a PDS tornado, which is a particularly dangerous situation. We have had no signs really of substantial weakening. It is still producing a substantial tornado. We have a big debris signature about to head right into Morton's Gap. If you're in Morton's Gap near Arlington or Nortonville, Kentucky, and even in Madisonville, you need to seek shelter. We could get a significant debris fallout from this too, which could stretch for several miles north and south. It's a big storm right now that's moving in this direction.
A new
So
tornado
you need to seek
warning has
shelter
been
if you are in
issued.
this warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Get to an interior room of your home or building. This is still a very dangerous tornado. It's producing substantial damage. I'll have another radar scan in a second. And there it is. Another tornado emergency.
This is an emergency alert. A tornado emergency warning has been issued.
Brand new tornado emergency. This tornado, again, not weakening at all. Going towards Arlington, and as well as Nortonville. You need to seek shelter. Again, if you're anywhere in the tornado warnings, not just the tornado emergency, but in any of these tornado warnings, you need to seek shelter. This is a catastrophic tornado that is on the ground right now. There's a catastrophe basically about to happen right now near Arlington. You need to get underground if you can. This is a much more populated area than what we've been dealing with here for a while. There's been a lot of homes already been hit by this. But this tornado is going to be going towards Interstate 69. It's going to be approaching Morton's Gap. And for the reference, by the way, for Morton's Gap, this is how densely populated it is. We have homes and buildings everywhere in here. This is a catastrophe waiting to happen if this tornado does stay on the ground all the way through it, which, again, it will likely. It's almost undoubtedly it's going to stay on the ground through there. Morton's Gap has a lot more people living here. The catastrophe basically is waiting to happen here for Morton's Gap. This is still, again, a tornado emergency. And again, if you don't know what I'm talking about, this is the highest level tornado warning that can possibly be issued by the National Weather Service. It's only issued when we have violent tornadoes that are, or even, you know, just in general, intense or violent tornadoes that are on the ground, producing catastrophic damage. In this case, it still is. It is, again, showing zero signs of weakening right now. You need to get underground if you can, get away from windows. If you can get a mattress off the bed, put a mattress over you, get a helmet on, get shoes. You're going to need it if you're in Morton's Gap. You got maybe a minute until this arrives to you. You got to run to that safe place wherever you are right now in Morton's Gap, Kentucky. This is a catastrophic situation. I am posting this on Twitter. If you want to retweet this, I'm also posting it on our Facebook page at MaxVelocityWX. If you want to try to get the word out there to anybody that might not be aware of this, I hope everybody is. It's 9 o'clock in the evening. Obviously, it's getting late. Some people might be going to sleep. So this is a situation where it's obviously a catastrophic situation happening here at 9 p.m. at night. And here's your new PDS tornado warning for out in front of this, because this tornado probably will not lift anytime soon.
This is an emergency alert. A large and strong tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So again, this tornado is probably not going to lift anytime soon. It's going to be going towards Central City and Greenville. These areas, again, all in the path right now of this catastrophic tornado. This debris signature is still huge. It is not weakening at all right now. Like, literally, it's not weakening at all. This is one of the longest tracked tornadoes like this, what we've seen ever, going towards Morton Gap. So again, if you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter. Central City, Greenville, I know you might be thinking this tornado's nowhere near us, but it's going to be there pretty soon, and it's going to potentially produce catastrophic damage if it reaches that area. And this tornado, by the way, is fully rain-wrapped. You can't even see this anymore. It is a massive debris signature right now approaching Interstate 69 going towards Arlington and on the north side of Nortonville. This is a historic tornado that we are all witnessing in real time. I mean, moving into Morton's Gap, Kentucky, which again is a very at least more populated than what we've been talking about. There are a lot of homes right now on the track of this in Morton's Gap and on the south side of Arlington, Kentucky, and on the north side of Nortonville. And we have posted this on our Twitter page and on Facebook at MaxVelocityWX if you want to try to get the word out there. It's, again, a catastrophic tornado right now moving towards Morton's Gap. It is not weakened at all. Some of you might be thinking it's going to weaken. It has not. It's nowhere near that. It's still producing significant damage. We're hoping that, again, this convection down here to the south does something. It has yet to really do anything. Somehow, some way, this tornado is still going, even with all this convection down here to the south. That's how intense this supercell has been. for a long time. I'm hoping people in Morton's Gap have gone into their safe place. This is again, there's a Dollar General that's gonna be hit by this in Mortonsville, or in Morton's Gap. I mean, there's probably there's at least like 5 dozen homes in the path of this in Morton's Gap. The south side of Arlington also has the Hopkins High School, which is in the track of this. And unfortunately, this tornado right now is going to be moving right into, as we speak, it would be about to hit the Hopkins County Central High School. So I mean, again, this is producing catastrophic damage. Tornado emergency. Again, this is where it's at, near Madisonville. Still got a big debris signature right now heading towards Morton's Gap on the south side of Arlington. It's going to be hitting the Hopkins County High School. It's eventually going to hit a Dollar General in Morton's Gap. South side of Arlington will be hit by this potentially. If not, it might just stay to your south. You might get narrowly clipped. We still have a big debris signature right now heading towards Morton's Gap and Interstate 69. Can I tell how wide it is? From general estimates that we've gotten, it's upwards of... I mean, general estimates, we don't really know exactly. It's hard to tell in real time, but estimates have been a half mile to upwards of a mile wide. This is moments ago on our virtual rail fan in Princeton. Give me an idea of what it looks like. This is, again, Princeton, which is in Indiana, just from a different storm up to the north. Again, we got significant damaging winds up there. We just had a tornado, I believe, in Princeton or nearby. You can see the power flashes. If I'm not mistaken, I think we just had a tornado up there. So that's just some footage from there, from Princeton, Indiana. And, I mean, wow. This tornado right now might be taking a left-hand turn towards Arlington. If you're in Arlington, again, get underground. This tornado might be taking a turn towards Arlington right now in Kentucky. If you're in Arlington, you gotta seek shelter. There's a chance that it does occlude to the left. It's not guaranteed, though. With this storm, anything can happen. We had a potentially catastrophic tornado heading right into Arlington now. It's taking a left-hand turn. This tornado right now is heading in the direction of Arlington. We still got debris going towards Morton's Gap, though, too. This is really bad. If you're in Arlington, you got to get underground if you can. Get to the most interior room away from windows. This is going to be hitting... Arlington, I think, is more populated than Morton's Gap. This right here is Arlington. So if it will be hitting the Doughboys Diner, a cemetery, a lot of churches in this area. There's a lot of homes. Again, that's where it's currently tracking towards. The tornado is like right about here or so. It could go up here, it could go this way. It could go towards Morton's Gap. It could legitimately go in any of these areas. I'm just trying to show you the map so you understand the gravity of this situation. It's a very significant situation. Looks like this tornado is beginning to enter into Arlington. So the south side of Arlington right now is getting hit by this tornado. With still a very strong tornado on the ground. Even though it might look like it's occluding, it might be, but it's still producing substantial damage on the south side of Arlington. So right next to Highway 112, it's going to be approaching the Calvary Oakwood Cemetery. Going towards Doughboys Diner as well. Arona Marketing, Arlington Assembly, Brown Meadow Farms is being hit by this right now. This is going to be going right into Arlington. And we might even see a redevelopment of a tornado out here near Morton's Gap at some point. Still got a big debris signature on this and everything. Tornado emergency has just been condensed. It still does include the same area. So Morton's Gap, south side of Arlington, all still included in this current ongoing tornado emergency. They have condensed the warning. It no longer includes the Nortonville area. You need to go underground if you're in Arlington. Even if you're not in the tornado emergency, again, you got to be in your safe place. It doesn't matter where you are in this area of tornado warnings. Any of this right now is significant. But this right here is your tornado. It's right now. It's dancing around. It could go anywhere. It's dancing. It was initially going north, and it's kind of going more towards now the Ernsley area, on the northwest side of Morton's Gap. And that's why you need to seek shelter if you're anywhere in these polygons. It could go north. It could go east. It could go south. It could go anywhere. This tornado literally could go anywhere right now. It's dancing around. It's kind of occluding around as well. I mean, everything's happening right now with this storm. We could legitimately have a drunk NATO here. I mean, that's at this point, that's where it's trending towards. It's just dancing around. This is the last few scans. You can kind of see it. It's just dancing around right now near Arlington. Still got a big debris signature. I mean, this tornado is not lifting at all. It's still producing significant damage near Arlington, Kentucky. If you know any friends or family out in front of this, please make sure that they're awake in Greenville or Central City, because this will probably be producing some sort of tornado threat here for the next hour. It's a very dangerous situation. It's a particularly dangerous situation. Until this line of storms reaches this discrete cell, this storm is going to continue to produce this threat. So again, there's really nothing stopping this right now, other than the convection that's down here to the south, which is starting to play a factor, but we might end up just seeing a storm merger with this re-intensifying again, which is currently what the potential is going to be here. But we still have a large and strong tornado right now on the south side of Arlington. And the last few scans have been showing this as a somewhat smaller tornado. Let's hope this continues in this direction, but it's 100% still on the ground. It is not lifted at this point. We still have a debris signature. We still have a tornado on the ground. It's very rain-wrapped near Morton's Gap and near Arlington. But if you're in Earls, if you're in Midland, if you're in Graham, Kentucky, if you are in Central City, Kentucky, if you're in Greenville, Kentucky, you need to be getting to your safe place now, okay? This is not something you need to wait on. It's something that you need to go ahead and get into that safe place. Even if you don't get a tornado, what is there to lose? I mean, like, at this point, this tornado has been catastrophic for over, I don't know when the tornado emergencies even began, but it's been going for like an hour now. Now, here's the deal here, okay? We have a tornado on the ground still here. I am still watching this area for some recycling, and what that means is that we could get another potentially large and strong tornado as this moves towards Graham and Central City. So keep that in mind. I do think there's some sort of occlusion happening here. I do think we're going to get some recycling on the north side of Nortonville, which could lead to another catastrophic tornado if everything, you know, goes as forecasted in the nowcasting that we're doing here. So that's a possible concern here down the road, because this tornado over the last several scans has really quickly weakened. So there's good news on this tornado, but we could see something to redevelop here near the Morton's Gap area. So you need to still be staying as weather aware as you just were 5 minutes ago when we had that huge tornado. So there's going to be a very strong possibility that we get some sort of recycling. And we could even see something down here south of Nortonville. I mean, there could be something really anywhere here with this particular area. If you guys do see any reports on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. And we'll keep you posted with the latest as this storm does continue to produce really damaging stuff here. This tornado, by the way, as a history note here, This tornado is occluding into Arlington, Kentucky, where it was hit by the Mayfield tornado in 2021, according to Storm HQ on Twitter. Now that is insane. You know, what's crazy though, if you couldn't tell by the intensity of this tornado, I just want to throw it out there. Like, this thing had rain going into it for a long time, and a lot of the time when we get rain like that going into the hook, let's go back to like 21 frames here. You'll see this in real time. Like, you'll see all this rain and convection going right into the storm. And this tornado did not weaken at all until it got into like Arlington. Because of all this rain, it was taking forever. That's how strong this tornado was. It took legitimately forever for this thing to actually fizzle out. Because of the, I mean, usually, if in this case, if we had like a smaller tornado, that tornado would have been done back near Charleston by the time that rain started to enter in. So, I mean, that's just insane. We still have a tornado, by the way. It has not lifted. I'm just saying, like, you know, overall, it's not as big as before. It's on the north side of Morton's Gap, and then we might have a redevelopment happening here. And possibly even near Nortonville, we could see some sort of redevelopment of a new tornado, which could also be, again, large and strong. But we still definitely have a tornado right now in Morton's Gap. $2024 never happen again, please. I mean, this has just been ridiculous. Connor's been watching the storm the entire time on the bottom right. That's how substantial this is. I mean, it's the entire weather community probably is watching this tornado right now and absolutely shocked. I mean, it's unfortunately worst case scenario again just happened here in Kentucky. Again, we're still watching for some sort of recycling back over here east of this tornado. We could start to see another potential tornado develop out of this as it moves east. It's not being ruled out here. So if you're in Greenville, Central City, you need to continue to be in your safe place. This could do something again as it moves to the east. Apparently there's a new lowering developing on this, and that's probably going to be on the east side here. So we could have another tornado developing right now, going towards Graham and Central City. So again, there's a new lowering developing on this particular storm. Wow. This right here could all be debris fallout right here. Oh my goodness. That could legitimately be all debris fallout, which stretches over 30 miles. I mean, we saw the Greenfield, Iowa tornado, just for the record, the other day. We saw, you know, at least reports of that, you know, a postcard or something like that went flying over 150 miles away from the original location and ended up in, like, northern Iowa, which that was in southwestern Iowa where that tornado happened. I mean, that's just legitimately insane. If you're just tuning in, we just experienced a historic tornado here in Kentucky where a long-tracked, large and strong tornado just happened, and it began all the way back over near Eddyville, and it continued all the way here into Arlington. It was a very long-tracked tornado. I mean, this thing was on the ground for, I think, about an hour. Does anybody know when these tornado emergencies started? This tornado was on the ground for about an hour and produced catastrophic tornado riding along the northern side of Interstate 69, basically. It was, I mean, 2024 just has been the worst year for tornadoes we've ever been a part of here on the Max Velocity channel. It was initiated at 8:16, so this was on the ground. This tornado emergency has been ongoing for, we've had 4 different ones. It's been going for over an hour and like 15 minutes. That's how long it lasted. Which is just insane. And we are back down to an observed tornado for the time being. My voice almost gave out in the whole entire spectrum of that. We've been live 8 straight days. I mean, it's been, this week it's been literally insane. Every day we've been live, there's been something crazy that's happened, and this storm is still not done. You know, we still got about 30 to 45 minutes for this to produce another large tornado. So this storm again is not done yet, but you know, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe, and we'll keep you posted with the latest with severe weather coverage. I mean, holy crap. It has been a legitimate marathon of a week when it comes to severe weather. And tomorrow, we're not even done yet. I mean, tomorrow's another day what we might have to go live for. It's been ridiculous. And this storm is still not done. I feel like this could still produce another, you know, strong and large tornado if it gets organized again. This line of storms, this squall line will eventually take over this storm down the road, but it's still far from done. We also have multiple tornado warnings in Indiana right now, but man. If you guys have any reports of injuries, damage, anything like that, please at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I'm going to try to relay information. There's going to be probably a desperate need for first responders here because of the fact of the matter is this tornado again was on the ground for an hour, and it was a violent tornado, or at least presumably an intense or violent tornado for about an hour. So quite literally unbelievable what we've just witnessed. But again, we could see this recycle as this goes towards Central City. Depoy and Graham, we could see another large and strong tornado develop out of this. Eventually going, if this does continue, it would go all the way towards Caneyville. It would travel right along Route 62. So we could end up getting another large and strong tornado if this does recycle. We have such a big debris fallout from this. It's insane. We got debris that is being thrown up into the atmosphere for miles to the north. The upper level winds are steering this debris to the northeast. It's crazy. So we still have debris that's in the atmosphere that's stretching for miles to the north. So again, we need everybody to still stay weather aware. If you're in Central City, Greenville, even out in front of this, Beaver Dam, Morgantown, Caneyville, Leachfield, all those areas, you need to be staying weather aware as we could get another tornado like this as this all continues to move east. All right. I do want to go ahead and thank Richard for the $100 Venmo. I really do appreciate it. And thank you to anybody else that super chatted or became a member. I do really appreciate your generosity. Obviously, this is way more important than that stuff, but I really do appreciate your generosity. And again, thank you to anybody that supports the channel. It's been a long week. It's really been a long week here. If you guys do see any damage reports, anything like that, please at me. I'm going to try to relay information here. We have some significant damage being reported. Homes are substantially damaged over in Dawson Springs, or on the other sides of Dawson Springs, Kentucky. So we have some significant damage there right now that's being reported. So that's the first of the damage reports that we are currently getting. It looks like some homes are collapsed almost, like at least in that area. All right, so just to kind of quickly update you on the situation that we have, because it's a pretty obviously still serious situation. We're far from done with the severe weather. We still have a squall line, which is really the main concern, I think, what's going to develop after 10 o'clock. So after 10 o'clock, most storms should be in the squall line. What that means is that we're going to continue to watch for a significant damaging wind event and a significant threat still for some tornadoes as this moves to the east and southeast. All right, the Cadell Fire Department got leveled, apparently. That's another report. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but that's a report. But again, we have two different areas of storms. We got the line of storms that's all mostly linear. This will continue to produce widespread, or at least numerous damaging winds, anywhere from Indiana, back into Kentucky, back into Tennessee, and even back into parts of Arkansas. We have discrete supercells, which there's really only one right now, that's producing that potential for strong, long-tracked, or even violent tornadoes. That's what we just saw. It could continue here for the next 30 minutes before the squall line catches up. This squall line would be the reason why it does not recycle, if it doesn't. And that's a very strong possibility. Let's hope this squall line reaches the storm fast, so we don't have to deal with another tornado that's huge. Because that's still a possibility, even though it's not as organized as before. There is some significant damage again. I'm retweeting photos on Twitter. Some homes are collapsed in the Charleston area near Dawson Springs. A lot of search and rescues happening right now. We're going to keep you posted with reports that we get. There's going to be a lot of reports coming in here over the next little while. Alright, the flashing light should be off. They didn't go off. There we go. Okay. Everybody catch a breather. That was a rough amount of time there. That was a full-blown hour of tornado emergencies on the same storm. Here's the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. A new development is possible in an environment supportive of supercells. A new watch may be needed in eastern Arkansas. So again, we're not done with tornadoes. We got eastern Arkansas now to worry about. So if you're in eastern Arkansas, near Memphis, get ready. We could get more storms and more tornadic storms in this environment. Which we already got some storms firing off back over here to the north of Little Rock. This will be our next area of development that we'd have to watch for. We do have some rotation that's approaching Graham and Depoy and Greenville. Again, it's not looking super concerning as of right now. I do want to mention this, though, again, this storm could recycle within the next 10 minutes. It really does not have a long period of time to produce a tornado, so just keep that in mind. This storm is going to possibly try to produce something towards Greenville, but once this line of storms catches up, we should see this kind of occlude into the storm, into the line of storms that's to the north. So we at least still have some rotation. It's not super impressive, but it's something. So we need to continue to keep a close eye on that. For the first time, I think 4 or 5 hours, we are now under 3 tornado warnings. We have not been under that number in literally forever. So that's good news, at least for now. Let's hope it stays that way, so I don't lose my voice. Also, yesterday, the tornadoes that happened in Texas, the Monte, Cook, and Denton County tornado was an EF2, and the EF3 was in Salina. So we had 2 different large tornadoes there yesterday. Just to get reports about that now. I hope you eat something. I hope so, too. I hope so, too. I have not had an opportunity to. I have not eaten, like, any legitimate food today. It's been non-stop coverage since 9 hours ago. We've been live for 9 straight hours. We've not taken really any break. It's been full-blown coverage. All right, WTEH is reporting that people are trapped in buildings along the path of this tornado between Eddyville and Arlington. That's the latest report that we're getting there. You'll be all right. Thank you, Robert. Thank you for that energy. All right, so right now what we're seeing, again, over time we've been seeing this, but this squall line is now catching up to this particular supercell. This is catching up really fast, so in the next 5 to 10 minutes, that tornado threat should get close to 0, at least on this storm in particular. So let's kind of hope that stays that way. And again, our next area of development that we have to watch for potentially more tornadoes will be right in here. Back over in eastern and northeastern Arkansas and western Tennessee. That's the next area to watch for the potential for strong and potentially even, you know, long track tornadoes is still not out of the question. Keep in mind the tornado outlook right now is still an elevated area for a large area. We are still well away from done, unfortunately. We're going to have more strong tornadoes probably for the next several hours across this very large area. So please, if you're in anywhere of these areas today, again, you need to continue to stay very weather aware and vigilant because we are still well away from being done with this event. There's still going to be a chance for more strong and, you know, maybe even more long track tornadoes as this does continue to move east. But unfortunately, this is again still just well from over. The wind threat, by the way, we haven't gotten to any of the risk outlines because we've been talking about this tornado emergency forever. That significant damaging wind threat is still a very large area with a 45% hatched area in the middle of all of this, which goes all the way through Nashville, Tennessee now. So that is where the moderate risk for severe weather has grown to. It has grown over time. So that moderate risk for severe weather now does include areas like Nashville. So you need to continue to stay weather aware if you're in those areas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And then again, we have a new tornado warning now near Greenville, near the Depoy area, south of Central City. You need to seek shelter if you're in this warning away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. And in an interior room of your home or building. So it's on the Greenville storm. I still think, again, this storm in particular, I'm being honest with you guys, I think it has a very short time window to produce a tornado. It would have to happen again in the next, like, 5 to 10 minutes. It's a very short time window because of the squall line coming from behind. So just being brutally honest with you guys right now, I think there's a very short time window for this to actually produce a tornado. But Greenville, Powderly are all included in this. I have nightmares after these last few days. Talk about it. I mean, I've had enough of these storms. I really have. It's been horrible to watch this stuff in real time all evolve. We've had catastrophe after catastrophe, it feels like, over the last couple of weeks. All right, let me take off the moderate risk here for a second. I'm filtering. If you guys do see, again, any reports on Twitter, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX. I'm going to continue to relay reports. And if anything really intensifies here on radar, we'll obviously pay attention to that. Again, we still have a lot of damaging wind events coming. We're still going to be talking about that here for a long time, with still some tornadoes being possible. From Jess on Twitter. This is from earlier today in Kentucky. Just awful. Some significant damage to that side of the house. And this is why I always tell you, this is probably from a severe storm. This is why I say, do not, get on the low floor if you're under any severe thunderstorm warnings. Because that right there is why. That is why we talk about this. Also, the tornado is no longer on the ground up. It's back down to radar indicated. So that's been downgraded. There's a new tornado on the ground south of Greenville, apparently. So this storm is now producing a new tornado southwest of Greenville. So if you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter near the Belton area. According to a storm chaser in the area, we have a new tornado that's on the ground right now. So reportedly, there is a tornado on the ground with this storm. I believe there is a tornado on the ground going towards Greenville. Again, storm spotters reporting a tornado on the ground with this storm again in Kentucky near Greenville and Weir. So seek shelter. And in addition to all this, we could get some more brief tornadoes on the back side of this because of that line of storm. So we have multiple tornadoes potentially in this area that are trying to develop. That would be where your tornado is right now. It's going to be moving right into Greenville. Greenville, Kentucky, you got to get into your safe place now. We have more than likely a tornado moving into Greenville right now. According to storm spotters in the area, there is a tornado moving into Greenville. So if there is indeed a tornado still, it'll be going right into Greenville. Greenville, Kentucky, if there is a tornado on the ground. There's at least a brief spin up, but if there is a tornado, it'll be going right into there. New mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center in southern Indiana and northern Kentucky. Significant damaging wind potential and QLCS tornado potential is increasing for both southern Indiana and as well as northern Kentucky. Yeah, it's basically anywhere in this area right now. Radar's so unclear. It is. It's not showing us anything right now. I try to verify something, but I don't know if we're going to verify it completely on radar. Yeah, it's the only radar site that we have is this one, and to me it looks like there's something near Greenville. It just, we don't have any clear, decisive tornado here on the ground on radar. But according to a storm spotter in the Greenville area, there is a tornado. So treat this as if there is a tornado, because there is more than likely a tornado going through Greenville, Kentucky. And we could even have a tornado going through DePoy on the west side of Greenville, too. Tracy, if there's a plane that is flying through a storm, I'm just going to be honest with you. You know, a plane, you know, when I say debris is being lifted up 40,000 feet into the atmosphere, it is. It's being lifted up 40,000 feet into the atmosphere. But there should not be a single plane within proximity of a thunderstorm to begin with. Like, planes intentionally go around storms. So just keep that in mind. It's a situation where planes are usually not going to fly into a storm. They are not supposed to. If they went into a storm and there was a tornado like that, it would be a bad situation, obviously. But, like, that's why they avoid storms also. It's not just because of the crazy updrafts and all the wind and all that and all the turbulence, but it also is because of that, too. I'm not yelling at you, by the way. I'm just explaining it. just an FYI. My voice is getting really burnt out right now. It's dying. I'm losing my voice like crazy right now. It's like burning. It's horrible. It's what 8 days of streaming does to you. And we may have a tornado on the ground going towards Greenfield, Kentucky. If you're in the warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. I've had an insane week. I am well aware. I am ready for a break. I cannot wait. After today, I don't know. We might have to go live again tomorrow. Depends on what I'll look at the models tomorrow morning and determine if we have to go live, but We might have to go live tomorrow too. This is the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. So a new SPC outlook for now, and this is again going to be for an ongoing convection line will continue to pose a risk for damaging winds and tornadoes as this eventually moves into Tennessee. So there's your latest outlook here from the Storm Prediction Center. And with that said, they have just issued a new tornado watch. And we have strong rotation right now over Greenville, Kentucky. They have just issued a new tornado watch. Let me find it, 1 second. All right, here we go. It's literally the entire state of Tennessee. Basically, all of Tennessee just got issued to a new tornado watch. That includes Chattanooga, Jackson, Columbia, Nashville, Clarksville, Lafayette, Knoxville. All those areas included in this brand new tornado watch. A few tornadoes are likely. Scattered hail up to 2 inches in diameter is possible. And widespread wind gusts upwards of 80 miles per hour is going to be possible as well. There is the latest information here from the Storm Prediction Center, which does not surprise me at all. They have issued a brand new tornado watch here for quite a large area. With that said, we still have some strong rotation over Greenville. Looks like this storm is now getting sucked into this line of storms, and that should hopefully limit the tornado risk a bit more there. We are also going to be watching for embedded circulations up and down this line of storms for the next several hours, where we could still see strong tornadoes. So don't go anywhere if you're in the track of these storms. We're going to continue to keep you posted here as these storms do continue to move across Kentucky, Tennessee. And yeah, again, it's going to be a busy next several hours. We're still far from done in this event. But if you are new to the channel, subscribe and we'll keep you posted with the latest as this event does continue. If you guys do see any sort of damage reports, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. I will try to relay that information. And yes, I do think so. Some embedded tornadoes still possible, but yeah. I'm surprised that we haven't had a whole lot of damage reports yet. I've seen some, but we just have not seen a drastic amount yet out of this particular area. Obviously, we're early into the stages of that sort of stuff, but usually we have some sort of reports coming in. Okay. Max order food before it gets worse. We'll see. The good news is I'm not seeing any debris signature here over Greenville, Kentucky. Mostly looking at damaging winds, I think, right now. There's still some strong rotation, though, on the east side of Greenville, so continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this particular warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. By the way, thank you, Kaylee, for the very generous $50 super chat. Put some hearts in the chat for Kaylee. I appreciate that. Thank you also, Will and John, both for the $20 and $10 donations. Thank you to anybody that super chatted to become a member. Again, I really cannot get to all of them, otherwise my voice will die, and also I think I've missed at least 30 of these, so 40, maybe more. Also, thank you, Sava, for gifting 5 members. I think anywhere in Indiana, we've had a couple questions about Indiana. I think the majority of these storms will be damaging winds. We could get a brief tornado out of this, but I think the majority of these storms right now that are in southern Indiana, as they continue to move northeast, they are going to predominantly be a more than anything, just kind of like a wind threat. That's all I think that'll happen there. Maybe a brief tornado, but I think the threat's low. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Morgantown, Russellville, Hopkinsville, Oak Grove. That's all again for damaging winds up to 60. Ever sat back and thought about the number of lives you save by doing this? I can imagine it's a lot. Honestly, not really. I self-reflect a lot on live streams, but like I don't really think too much in detail about that stuff. There are some times where I feel like what we do does not actually do anything, but you know, I know it does do something. It just, for some reason in my brain, sometimes I do think that it's just not enough sometimes. Just being, like, honest. Like, sometimes I just don't feel like what we do always helps people, but I really do hope it does. It's always the goal of what we do here. Even though my voice is dying on the by the minute here. It's been dying here for days. It's the worst it's been is now. I mean, it's literally given out. Oh man, my voice. I don't know. I honestly, I'm just so passionate about this stuff. Like, I don't know if it's really just because of my passion or something. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't have that feeling sometimes. I really hardly ever do have that feeling where I feel like there's some sort of big benefit happening. Even though I know there is, it's just I don't ever have a feeling about that. We still have any tornadoes on the ground right now. All these are... Oh, I don't know why it says tornado on the ground. My bad. We don't have any tornadoes on the ground right now. These are all still radar indicated areas of rotation. There's still some rotation here on the east side of Greenville. Yeah, we could still get a tornado here. That rotation, if it does drop, it could be a stronger brief tornado, but the velocities have not updated. That would be the area going towards Drakesboro. Still got some strong circulation there moving east. Going towards Beachmont, Ennis, Union Bridge as well will be in the track of this as it moves east. This could be some level of contamination, but there is some stronger rotation near Drakesboro. So if you are, again, in Ennis, Kentucky, near Union Ridge, you need to seek shelter. We could have a stronger tornado on the ground with this as it does move east. That is some strong rotation. This could be a tornado dropping, so seek shelter. Also, we may have an unwarned tornado right here near Rosewood. So Rosewood, there may be a tornado on the ground there. This could be a little QLCS spin up that we have down here. So an unwarned tornado potentially right here, right over the Rosewood area. It's kind of warned, but not really. It's over Rosewood, Kentucky, moving east. So we may have a tornado on the ground there. That'll be going towards Dunmore. And that's one of those QLCS tornado spin ups that we've been talking about that are a possibility. And that very possibly could be one of those.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning here. That's going to include Belton and the Rochester area. The other tornado warnings here do expire both in 9 minutes, but they're probably just going to confine it to one warning. We do have a pretty strong area of rotation still here. That rotation is very strong right now near the Belton area. So you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible if you're in this area. Get into an interior room of your home or building. Yeah, this will be on track for Rochester, Kentucky. And that might be a tornado. It might be. We may have a tornado on the ground going towards Belton, Kentucky. We have another one near Rosewood. We have a couple of different spots right now that we're looking at for the strongest area of circulation. If you're in either of these areas, again, please seek shelter. Could have a tornado on the ground with this as it moves eastbound. That one near Belton looks the most concerning. We could get a strong tornado with that one. Again, as it moves to the east, there's definitely a potential for that. Going towards eventually Morgantown. But there's a potential, again, for some sort of stronger tornado here. As it does, again, continue to move east. So please, if you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter. That right there is the strongest coupler right now. Here's the latest scan. Waiting for the CC to update, see if we can verify if this is a tornado or not. If it is, it could be strong. And I'll be eventually going towards Rochester, Kentucky. That'll be the next lined area in the track of this if it is a tornado. And Morgantown will be another track in it. Brownsville, Bowling Green, perhaps long term. It's hard to tell. We got heavy contamination on this storm right now. On both the storm relative velocities and as well as the normal velocities. We may again have a tornado right now near Beachmont. Again, there could be a tornado on the ground near Beachmont, Kentucky, eventually going towards Ennis, Huntsville, Pleasant Hill, just to the west-southwest of Morgantown. Strong possibility that we have a tornado heading that direction. So again, if you are in the pink polygon, you need to seek shelter. If you're out in front of this, you need to stay weather aware. We could have another tornado brewing here in Kentucky, and I think we do. I think we do. Yeah. We have another tornado on the ground here near Belton and Beachmont. As long as the velocities verify here, which they haven't, but that looks like another tornado on the ground. I'll be going towards the Ennis area and Rochester. This could go PDS too. It's not being ruled out because of just the magnitude of these storms that have been in this area. But we do have another presumable tornado right now heading towards Rochester, Kentucky. And I do think this is definitely on the ground here. Trying to verify this on my phone too. We have a debris signature showing up right now on the northeast side of Belton. Yeah, this is definitely a tornado right now near the Ennis area going towards Rochester, Kentucky. You need to seek shelter. Areas in the path of this will eventually be Morgantown and Leetown. Unfortunately, we do have another tornado on the ground here. Northeast of Belton, going towards Ennis and Rochester.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They've issued a new tornado warning for those back over in Rochester, Leetown, Dimple, Needmore. Again, this area is all in the track of this particular storm, and there's a likely tornado right now northeast of Belton. Again, if there is a tornado, it would be right about here. We're just waiting to see what the CC and velocity show. If it becomes more definitive, this is probably a tornado. I mean, from what we're seeing, the velocities and CC match up perfectly with a tornado. So I do think there is a tornado on the ground right now, northeast of Belton. It's going to be going towards Silver City, Kentucky, near Rochester. It'll eventually go towards Leetown, Boston, Dimple. All those areas will be in the track of this. But more than likely, again, we do have some sort of tornado here that is moving down to the east-southeast. And if there is one, it would be right here. So let's see if the CC shows that. If it does, this is on the ground, and you need to definitely seek shelter if you're in the pink polygon. And this is now officially confirmed. All right, so we now officially have a tornado on the ground here in Kentucky.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Yeah, you can see the debris signature too. This is definitely a tornado on the ground right now. Again, that's northeast side of Union Ridge, east of Belton. Debris signature and everything. It's not nearly as horrible, I think, at least as the last one, but there's definitely a debris signature here. It'll eventually go towards Leetown, Dimple, Needmore, Woodbury, and Quality in Kentucky. If you're in any of those locations, again, that you need to make sure that you're seeking shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building. This, again, another tornado that's on the ground. This one could be strong. It's cannot be ruled out that we have a strong tornado right now heading down to the southeast. Oh, a huge shout out to Casey with a very generous $100 super chat. I appreciate the generosity. Smarts in the chat for Casey. This is the latest radar scan here. So again, we still have a tornado on the ground east of Belton. Right there, east of Belton. Just east of Route 431. This is, a confirmed tornado right now heading towards Leetown, Kentucky. Needmore, Dimple, Quality, Woodbury. All on the track right now, again, of this tornado. If you're in this area, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, get into an interior room of your home or building. If you're near Dimple, Needmore, Leetown here in Kentucky. Storm right now is moving east-southeast. It could be going towards Bowling Green. So if you're in Bowling Green, stay vigilant. This particular storm is on track to go towards Bowling Green. So Bowling Green, Kentucky, stay alert. This is the latest scan. Again, that would be your tornado right there. Just to the west of Silver City. There's still a debris signature right now crossing right over the county line here, south of Rochester. Still a pretty definitive debris signature right now. Going towards Leetown, Needmore, Sugar Grove, Dimple, Boston, and Quality. Are these storms weakening because it's night? No. Not really. I mean, the only thing that's changing from what we've just had, we had all those discrete supercells, but the thing that happened here is that we just had a quite a large line of storms basically merge into this now. So this is becoming more of a linear setup where we're gonna have a line of storms. Now, really the only time where I think there will be really much of any weakening tonight will probably not be until like, I don't think we're gonna see any storm weakening probably until at least 2 a.m. Like, I think this is gonna at least be going for the next 4 hours when it comes to the severe weather threat. I think the damaging wind threat will probably continue all the way until probably about 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. I mean, this threat is not going to be ending anytime soon, unfortunately. And we got another tornado on the ground. And I mean, this is just a repeat of what we've been seeing all night long. So if you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible. Now, I do think overall the tornado threat will not be as high as before, but I think it's going to continue with embedded tornadoes in the line of storms. How long will I be live? Bare minimum, probably the next 2 to 2.5 hours. We'll evaluate from there. Have I eaten yet? I have not eaten yet, no. We've had no time. This tornado would be now back over near Leetown right now. If it is indeed still on the ground, which I do think it is. So south of Rochester going towards Leetown, and there you go. This tornado is still on the ground, picking up debris. North of Quality, Kentucky, moving towards Dimple, Needmore, and Leetown. Moving east-southeast. So you need to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in this warning. We have been live for 9.5 hours, just for the record. But again, the maximum we can do is 12 hours, but I do think if we get to that threshold and we're going to continue to be live after that, we can just, again, start up a new stream. It's not that hard. So, but that's still ways away from now. But again, we still have a tornado on the ground here in Kentucky. We're going to be moving towards Dimple and Needmore. We might have a live view of this somewhere. Let me check and see. Not sure if we do, but let me look. Okay, we don't. But we do have some live cameras that are going to be back over in the Bowling Green area. And right now, this particular storm will be moving in the direction of Bowling Green. So if you are in Bowling Green, you need to stay vigilant, because if we do end up getting a tornado, it would more than likely be going in that direction. Don't worry, guys. I'm trying to order DoorDash. Give me a second. Don't worry. I'm getting something. I'm getting more Wawa. Here's the latest scan. Still got a tornado on the ground going towards Silver City, Kentucky. And again, this will eventually move in the direction of Sugar Grove. And eventually going towards Interstate 165. So seek shelter if you've not already. Thank you, Dan, for the $25 donation. I really do appreciate your generosity. Thank you to Jake for the $10 super chat as well. Thank you, Cheesy, for the $10 donation or super chat. Thank you, Nina, for the $15 super chat. Thank you, Drift, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Anomalous, for the $1.99. Thank you, Dan, for the super chat. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. And this is still a tornado that is likely on the ground. If not, there's at least some debris fallout from this. Moving to the east-southeast, going to be approaching Interstate 165 here in Kentucky. So just continue to stay in your safe place. You're in the warning. I'm a grown man. That's right, Shelly. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the support. Got some storms going towards Louisville right now with a surge of damaging winds. We got storms going towards Union City right now. We have a live shot out of Union City. I'm not sure if we're going to see anything there. We got a couple of live Radar Omega cyclone ports, which you can watch on the Radar Omega app with the top link in the description below. Looks like we got a large shelf cloud, though, coming in right here on the horizon. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Got multiple live cams in the track of these storms, which I think will make it interesting to see what we can see out there with the storm structure and all that. Especially being late at night, it might get a little bit interesting. But if we still have a tornado here, again, it'll be approaching Leetown, Dimple, and Quality in Kentucky. So if you're in this warning, again, continue to stay in your safe place. Stay away from windows. Stay on the lowest floor possible. Stay in an interior room of your home or building. Thank you to Chris for the $10 super chat as well. Or sorry, for the $2 super chat. Thank you, JA, for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Jay, for the $5 super chat. Jonesboro, Arkansas, mainly a wind and hail threat over there. Low tornado risk still exists. If we still have a tornado, which the velocities are not super definitive here, but if we do still have a tornado, it would be right where the yellow circle is in Kentucky, approaching Leetown. And eventually heading in the direction of Needmore, near Woodbury as well, all going to be in the track of this. So this is likely still in progress. There's not been any update to the warning, but there's at least some sort of maybe debris fallout, but there might still be a tornado there. So I would continue to stay in your safe place just in case. We have a storm blowing up over here near Searcy as well in Arkansas that's moving east-northeast. And these storms down the road could produce a tornado threat. Good news is right now for Jonesboro, it's looking dry, but it could get active here in the next hour or two. We got some storms developing on the line. And better case scenario if you're in Jonesboro is if this develops, you'll have more of a wind threat comparatively to some sort of tornado risk. So that's the hope. So we'll see how that all evolves. Now, the great news right now is that we're down to one tornado warning. This is the lowest amount of tornado warnings that we've had all day, pretty much. So it's pretty good news there. Bad news is that we're still well away from this threat being done. We still probably have a good solid 5 hours of severe weather ahead. It's unfortunate, but that's the situation that we're dealing with today. We might have something developing here right now near Leetown. Possibly a stronger tornado trying to develop right now near Leetown. So if you're in this area, again, make sure that you're seeking shelter. We could have a strong tornado developing here near Leetown in Kentucky. See if we have any reports here on Twitter. We also have a new tornado watch that was just issued for Ohio, Indiana, and Kentucky. So this is a large area. This goes until 6 a.m. This includes areas in southeast Indiana, southwestern Ohio, and almost all of eastern Kentucky, into a sliver of western Virginia, included in this brand new tornado watch. Again, if you're in this tornado watch, you need to stay weather aware, stay vigilant, as we are going to have the potential here for tornadoes. Again, we're still well away from done with this event today. Or tonight, I should say. Alright, while we wait for the next velocity scan and everything, again, we may have a tornado going towards Needmore, so stay in your safe place. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. Hey, Laura. Yeah, I don't know how in the world we still have a voice. It's quite remarkable, honestly.
A new tornado warning has been
We
issued.
have a new tornado warning on this little discrete cell that's popping up near the Sharon Grove area, northeast of Trenton. So if you're in this pink polygon, seek shelter. That's north of Elkton, west of Bowling Green. If we do get a tornado with this, again, it could be on the stronger side of things, naturally, because it's discrete. Discrete supercells are the ones that do produce the most concerning threat. So if you're in that warning, again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Thank you, Turtle, for the $10 super chat. Turtle, unless you're in like a tornado warning, where's Murray? Unless you're in a tornado warning, you really don't have to seek shelter, or if you're under like a severe thunderstorm warning that's producing damaging winds, you would be looking at more of a wind threat though right now. You'd be looking at damaging winds up to 60. I'm not sure if you're in a mobile home. If you are in a mobile home, I would definitely recommend getting to that storm shelter. If you're in like an actual sturdy structure though, you shouldn't have any problems because it's mostly wind. As long as you're on the lowest floor and it's like a 2-story building, there's some contingencies here, but it depends on a lot of what your situation is. If you live near a lot of trees, that's also another situation to think of. Because if you live near a lot of trees, that's going to make it a worse situation. If you're in the home. All right, here's the latest scan. I'm not really seeing rotation on the southern storm, but it is, again, discrete. It's something that could produce a tornado threat down the road. A velocity scan on this storm in just a second back over here near Leetown. But that rotation right now, if there's a tornado, it'd be near Leetown, which I'm not seeing a debris signature as of 10:09 p.m. or 10:10 p.m., which is the latest radar scan. But if you're in this area, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in this area. Thank you to Hypertech for the very generous $50 super chat. Put some mercy in the chat for Hypertech. I read an article that Tornado Alley is shifting east. This year should definitely prove that research or whatever is false. I mean, honestly, the whole like Tornado Alley shifting thing is just, I think, stupid. It's pretty stupid. It's not shifting. It's just a conspiracy theory, basically. Tornado Alley's Tornado Alley, Dixie Alley's Dixie Alley, Ohio Valley's Ohio Valley. You don't change those names. Flying Trampoline Alley is also in Flying Trampoline Alley. It's all the same thing. Also, thank you, Jason, for the $50 donation through the donation link down below. I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Jason. Put some marks in the chat for Jason, too. Will Central Missouri be in any danger from the storms coming around 2 to 5 a.m.? I do think that area will get some tornado, or at least some wind. And it probably will be around that time frame. So that's when I would expect the greatest concern. Overall, I think damaging winds is the main concern for both Mississippi as well as Alabama. We may have a tornado on the ground near Dimple again. Small debris signature. It's not convincing, but we do have at least stronger rotation there. We may have another tornado on the ground approaching Dimple in Needmore, Kentucky, and eventually going towards Interstate 165 towards Hadley, and Rockland, which are not in the warning, but you will probably end up being in the new warning. Here's a widespread view right now of all the storms out there. This is a Radar Omega cyclone port in Union City, Tennessee, which is starting to shake. Got a lot of live cameras across the board here on Radar Omega. We'll be keeping a close eye on all these. This is one of the storms that's moving into northwest Tennessee as well. Just a lot of lightning here. Definitely gonna be some damaging winds for sure with this storm as it does make its approach. All those things definitely in play here. The rotation on the storm near Dimple is weakening on the latest scan, so we may have just had a brief tornado. That'll move towards Bowling Green. If you are in Bowling Green, you may get a new tornado warning as well. We'll see. This particular area of rotation is going in that general direction, so stay weather aware if you're in Bowling Green, Kentucky right now. Definitely in the path of this storm. Thank you, Medley, for the $20 super chat as well. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, by the way, to anybody that became a member as well. There's been a lot of them. I'm not going to be able to get to them. We have 75 new members today, so that's a lot. I do appreciate anybody that's become a member. I'm losing my voice, so I'm trying to talk a little bit less than before. So, especially if we go live again tomorrow, which is actually possible. Okay. Well, the tornado warning has expired for the time being. We'll see if they issue a new one on that particular storm. We still have a tornado warning for Sharon Grove, Kentucky, which is a short-term discrete cell threat if it can get going. We'll see if it does. Kind of merging into the outflow boundary with the squall line, or the large MCS. Okay, that didn't take long.
A new tornado warning has been
issued. All right, so Bowling
issued.
Green, you're now under a new tornado warning. That's for Bowling Green, Kentucky, south of Morgantown. If you're in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. That is for Bowling Green, Kentucky. We will have some live shots over there as well, so we'll have some live cam views once it gets a little bit closer. But that rotation, I mean, it's still definitely strong enough to drop a tornado. So still watching this closely. Kyle, yes. Yeah, we don't have any storm chasers anymore. At least for now. We do have damaging wind events approaching Louisville. We have rotation, actually. Whoa, 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 whoa. Is that a tornado? This might be an unwarned tornado near Radcliffe, Kentucky. I was just looking up here to look. That might be a tornado. I think that is a tornado. This is an unwarned tornado near Radcliffe, Kentucky. There's no warning on this. You need to seek shelter if you're in Radcliffe, Kentucky. There's no warning on this at all. That's a tornado. It's been on the ground, it looks like, for several minutes now. That's not even warned. You need to seek shelter if you're in Radcliffe. I mean, this is not even warned. This is going to be going towards Shepherdsville and Brownington. Near Radcliffe, Route 31. If you know any friends here or family, just let them know. There's literally no warning on this. That's a pretty definitive debris signature to me. That's been going on for 2 straight radar scans, too. That right there would be a tornado. This is again an unwarned tornado from what I'm seeing here on radar. I don't know if the National Weather Service doesn't know. I don't know what's going on here. This is right where a tornado would be. It's in the hook echo and everything. Okay, there you go. There's your tornado warning. Wow, that's dangerous.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
That's, you know, that needs to be out there quicker. This is a brand new confirmed tornado near Radcliffe. Again, this is clear as day. We had debris signature and everything going towards Radcliffe right now, near the Diets Acres area. So if you are in this warning, again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. That is 100% a tornado. I mean, that's definitely dangerous. Moving east-northeast. I mean, I was on the ground for 2 scans. I was just glancing up here. I didn't, you know, I wasn't really looking too hard. Here's the latest scan. So that tornado just went right through Radcliffe, Kentucky, which, by the way, this is a pretty populated area. That just went right through Radcliffe. Still a pretty big debris signature there. Moving east-northeast. Yeah, it's still in the hook and everything. That's where your tornado is. Right over the east side of Radcliffe, east of Route 31W, eventually moving towards Interstate 65 in Brownington. And eventually going towards Mount Washington. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. The tornado warning for Sharon Grove was canceled. We still got rotation on the storm that's northwest of Bowling Green. And we also have more notches up here northwest of Shepherdsville, south of Louisville. These could also produce tornadoes down the road, so stay weather aware. But this is definitely still our confirmed tornado right now near Radcliffe. Moving east-northeast, going towards Belmont, Pitts Point, Bridgeton, and Shepherdsville. So seek shelter if you've not already away from windows, lowest floor possible. Fortunately, this is a confirmed tornado. On the ground, this tornado's actually been on the ground, I think, for like 6 or 7 minutes, just for the record. It looks like maybe occluding, but it's definitely still there, picking up debris. There's still debris in the atmosphere. They'll eventually move towards Brownington, Mount Washington, Fairfield. All those areas will be in the track of this eventually. You know, I was kind of sketched out by that because, I mean, I get it's 10 o'clock. I get it's been a long day for all these, you know, National Weather Service employees and all that, but that's dangerous. I mean, that tornado was on the ground probably for several minutes, and, you know, some people don't treat severe thunderstorm warnings like tornado warnings. And honestly, like in any situation, I would do that because there's always a chance of something like this that quickly spins up. And though it's probably not going to be a long track tornado, it's, you know, it's a tornado's a tornado. So, like, you know, I mean, this is obviously it was not definitive 4 scans ago. It became pretty definitive, you know, 1 scan there. It didn't get warned until probably about halfway through this scan. I mean, definitely need some, you know, definitely need to get that warning out. We only can do so much here. I mean, there's only so much we can do to get the word out. Just a dangerous situation. Granted, it's night. Makes it even more dangerous. It's not like people are awake looking outside at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's 10 o'clock at night. Nobody's looking outside. Unless you're looking for, I don't know, squirrels or something. Yeah, this isn't even a tornado possible warning, which honestly, the tornado possible labels on severe thunderstorm warnings, I don't think most people even see anyways. Like normal people that are looking at a warning, so I don't think it really would matter that much, even if they didn't have it there, but the good news is that this rotation is starting to occlude east of Radcliffe. But we do have more rotation on the east side or northeast side of that. We got more couplets that are trying to develop northwest of Shepherdsville. Got more QLCS tornadoes developing up here. See if we have any debris signatures on these. But we got kind of 3. Got an anti-cyclonic one up here. We got one here that's cyclonic. Two they're cyclonic, basically. Not seeing any clear debris signature on those, but we could end up getting another tornado on this as this moves east-northeast going towards the south side of Louisville. So we might end up getting more warnings on this, but who knows? I couldn't tell you. There's definitely some rotation, though, in this line. And even if we don't get a tornado, I mean, there's definitely going to be wind damage. But if you're in Jefferson City or Louisville, I would seek shelter, okay? I know there's no tornado warning, but we have 3 areas of at least some circulation that really any of these could drop tornadoes. They're not warned, but they definitely could still drop an isolated tornado. Thank you, Sark, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. Hey, Tara, for the $10 super chat. Radar indicates there will be clusters of storms that are moving towards Memphis. Is there still a tornado threat for us? There is. Yeah, it's not that. I would say it's like a low to medium risk right now. It's a low to medium risk in my opinion of tornadoes. The National Weather Service is watching. I don't know if they are. Sometimes they actually legitimately are watching. I don't know about my stream, but I know they sometimes might watch like Ryan Hall or something like that. And they definitely watch stuff like that. I mean, it's news. News has storm chasers. We have storm chasers. I mean, there's a bunch of people that like all these news stations, and they do actually monitor those quite a bit. So it's entirely possible. I doubt they did, but you never know. Hey, Randall, appreciate that. They have added now a tornado possible label to the severe thunderstorm warning after somebody mentioned it in the chat too. Who knows? Maybe they are. I don't know. So we got some broad circulations though near Hillview, north of Shepherdville. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this area.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a tornado warning in Arkansas. Is this just issued or is this delayed? Okay, this is a delayed on my end. This is a brand new tornado warning for those in Augusta in Arkansas. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter. It's near Bald Knob, eventually going towards Augusta, Georgetown, Gregory, Nemo, Enright, Mitchell Corner, Andrews, Pryor, West Point, Arkansas, all on the track of this new tornado warning. This storm's definitely discreet and definitely could produce a tornado with this sort of environment. And Bowling Green is still in this tornado warning. I know we haven't been talking about it much, but there is a potential for a tornado here. So if you're in Bowling Green, Kentucky, stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. Avery asks, what's going on with Louisville? Louisville's Louisvilling right now. We got potential for tornadoes right now in the Louisville area. It's primarily on the south side where there are some embedded circulations. We just had a tornado that happened near Radcliffe, and we have more areas of circulation that could drop tornadoes. So again, these are all currently moving into the Louisville area, going towards Jefferson City, or Jefferson Town, sorry, not a city. Linden and Simpsonville will all be on the track of this. The Simpsons going that direction. So make sure again, if you're in any of these areas, that you're continuing to heed this warning. Even though it's only a severe thunderstorm warning, there is a tornado possible tag on this. So this could definitely drop a tornado. You know, we're probably going to get a tornado on this storm near Bald Knob at any time. There is definitely very strong rotation here moving east. So if you're in the pink polygon, again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, as there is a strong likelihood that we'll have a tornado with this. As it does continue to move to the east-southeast towards Augusta, Arkansas. Got a couple live shots over here in northwest Tennessee out of the Radar Omega Cyclone ports. I don't know if we're going to see anything here. Very dark skies, high damaging winds coming, some lightning. Kind of got all the, you know, tricks in the bag, if you will, across this area with damaging winds and possibly an isolated tornado threat existing with these storms. But we'll see if we can see anything. It's nighttime, so it's going to be hard to tell. KYM.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
KYEM is reporting damage to around 20 homes in the Charleston community north of Dawson Springs. So that's the latest report out of the tornado that happened earlier that was on the ground for probably about an hour. You have a new tornado warning for Piggott, Rector, Kennett, right along the Nebraska, or not, wow, Nebraska, yes, we're in Nebraska, in northeast Arkansas and southeastern Missouri. So this is a brand new tornado warning. Again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. I don't know where I got Nebraska from. We haven't covered Nebraska, it feels like, in 2 days. Literally, I think we covered it 2 days ago. By the way, that tornado that was on the ground is no longer on the ground. So we're back down to radar indicated. Obviously, we kind of knew that, but just an FYI. We might even have an anticyclonic tornado here. It's kind of hard to tell, but we might even have an anticyclonic tornado near Bald Knob. Something funky happening there. It's near Augusta, Arkansas. Again, this is our tornado warning in Arkansas that's been rotating here for quite a while. It's been east-southeast near Augusta and Bald Knob. Continue to stay in your safe place if you're in that warning. This storm in general just looks like I can't even tell what's happening here. There's just so much stuff happening. But the area of rotation that's warned is going to be near Rector. It's this right here. That's the main couplet. Rector will be in the track of it, eventually towards Kennett in Missouri. So it's kind of on the Missouri and Arkansas border there. Back over to Louisville, which has been interesting. We do have, again, still a potential for a couple of tornadoes with this line of storms as it does move throughout the Louisville area. And the main concern with this will be the threat for damaging winds, but there's also the chance for a tornado or two. So again, if you are near Mount Washington or near the Shepherdsville area, continue to stay in your safe place just in case we do get a tornado. I think Louisville's okay from the tornado threat at least, but if you are, in Louisville and you are prone to trees falling down or whatever in your area, I would stay away from windows here for a few minutes because falling trees are possible with the damaging wind threat that we have. So just keep that in mind. Fill us in on anticyclonic. That would mean that we have a clockwise tornado, which is only about 2% of tornadoes in the northern hemisphere do that. It's not common. So tornadoes usually like to spin counterclockwise, which would be called cyclonic. That's all that means. And we actually might legitimately have an anticyclonic tornado here. Like, we actually legitimately might have an anticyclonic. That tornado, that rotation's relatively strong here in Arkansas. Near Augusta, we might have an anticyclonic tornado. That's something. Thank you, Casey, for becoming a member. I'm telling you guys, we actually might have an anti-cyclonic tornado here. There's no debris signature, but we definitely have strong rotation here. Moving east-southeast. It's definitely a possibility of an anti-cyclonic tornado. Thank you, Trinidad, for becoming a member. Let's go back to Bowling Green again. All right, the Bowling Green rotation does appear it looks like it's becoming broader here near Anna, on the north side of Bowling Green. I'd say right now for Bowling Green, just stay in your safe place just in case. Mainly a damaging wind threat that could obviously knock over trees, so just keep that in mind. Definitely knocking over trees here in the Bowling Green area, but definitively right now, it's definitely more currently of a wind concern for sure. And then the storm that's back over here in the the Louisville area, still mostly a wind threat. We still have some circulations though. We could still see an isolated tornado or two as this does continue to move through Louisville over the next several minutes. And here's a widespread view of everything that we have right now. We got 4 tornado warnings. We got a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings still. Lots of wind damage being reported. And a lot of places, it's a pretty numerous to widespread damaging wind event. So still, that is still going for us right now here across a large chunk of Kentucky. And it's eventually going to start moving into Tennessee, where we do have now a new severe thunderstorm warning for Clarksville. And that is going to be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So if you're in that area, again, make sure that you are staying vigilant, as there's a damaging wind and hail threat for that area. How likely is a tornado in Tennessee, or eastern Tennessee? I think it's a low risk. I don't think it's zero. I think it's a little bit lower the further east you go in Tennessee. Our tornado risk right now for tonight from the Storm Prediction Center does keep it very apparent that the strong long track tornado threat is still in play anywhere in this area. Let me outline this again. Basically anywhere in this area at this point still has that potential for strong tornadoes. With that said, we could still see an isolated strong tornado even into this area with anything that's discrete. So just keep that in mind. That goes all the way back up there into Ohio. But the main concern really right now, I think, is going to be damaging winds. That is the main concern in my opinion. Nothing confirmed on this storm yet, but we do have, again, some anti-cyclonic rotation approaching Augusta in Arkansas. It's pretty rare, so we could get a tornado with this. You need to stay in your safe place if you are in Augusta in Arkansas. The storm, again, will continue to move east and east-southeast over the next little while. The death toll right now is up to 18 from the tornado outbreak so far. We had 7 deaths in Cook County, Texas. We had 3 in Benton County, Arkansas, 3 in Marion County, Arkansas, 2 in Oklahoma, 1 in Ulvie County, Arkansas, and 1 in Louisville. Here's that update there. Really unfortunate. In case anybody's watching from northwestern Missouri, which I highly doubt, but if you're in northwestern Missouri, just heads up. Isolated large hail will persist throughout the evening. So that's the latest there. Little low threat of hail. You have a new tornado watch that was just issued. This is going to be for those in Arkansas. Whenever it pops up on here. Here's that new tornado watch. So again, that's going to include areas in western Tennessee, northeastern Arkansas, and northwestern Missouri. Main concern here will again be the potential for a few tornadoes. Scattered hail up to the size of tennis balls, and scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Be a possibility. We have almost as many severe thunderstorm warnings up here in northern Missouri as we do back down here in the Tennessee and Kentucky areas. Actually, we do have as many. Not seeing any tornadoes right now in this area of storms near Louisville. We're still watching that potential closely. Bowling Green, again, we're still looking at predominantly a wind threat here. The tornado warning was just canceled, so they've gone ahead and canceled that tornado warning. We're at 3 tornado warnings right now, so we're still watching every storm really closely. The one that I think is the closest to producing right now is the one back over in northeastern Arkansas, the one near just west of, or just south of Jonesboro. I think still has the best chance of producing, at least as of right now. Thank you, by the way, Nedra, for the $1.99. Don't worry about it. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Jessica, for the $5 super chat. No problem. That's why these live streams are here. I think that, you know, we got hopefully the word out. I don't know how many people lived in Radcliffe when that tornado happened. If you're tuning in from Radcliffe, let me know. But you know, that area, we were able to hopefully get the warning out there before it was too late for some of you guys. It's always important to call out those tornadoes when they happen. You know, there's been a strong area of circulation near Augusta here for a while. I'm kind of surprised it hasn't dropped yet, honestly, with how strong this is in this environment. On the southwest and southern side of Augusta. Still some strong circulation right now. If you're in this warning, you need to seek shelter. We could get a tornado with this at any time as it moves east-southeast. Thank you, Quen, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Are anticyclonic tornadoes more dangerous than cyclonic? Not usually, no. Most cases, they aren't. I can spot a tornado on radar in my sleep. I honestly can. It's true. What a horrible night. Yeah, this turned into a... Honestly, like, you know, I've said this every day, I think, for the last 8 days. It just keeps getting more insane, though. Like, these events just keep getting worse, it feels like. It's been a horrible last 8 days. We've been live again 8 straight days. There have been a few days where there hasn't been anything too absurd, but there's also been days where it's been really absurd. You know, it's been crazy. Unfortunately, that's kind of what we're dealing with right now. It's just been a crazy weather pattern. And hopefully, after today, we are winding down. Hopefully. I've been saying it all day long. I really hope that tomorrow is not anything near as bad as today. I don't think it will, but you know, you never know. Here's that new tornado watch, by the way, that's just issued. It's a pretty large area. Also, the tornado warning that was back up near Louisville was canceled as well. Thank you, Nick, for the $5 super chat after that 1 hour system in Kentucky earlier and all the storms last night. You need a beer or 5. You're not wrong, honestly. I need a new voice too. My voice is dying out right now. Appreciate your generosity. Been one heck of a day. We've been live for almost 10 and a half hours now. We went live really early today because I thought the threat would kind of be a little bit more concerning earlier today, and it was. We had a few tornado warnings. But yeah, today's been a monstrous day so far. Thank you, Colin, also for becoming a member. Appreciate that. Still got an area of circulation again here near Augusta in Arkansas. Our tornado warning near the Piggott area still continues. Looks mostly like a wind threat, honestly, to me, but we still at least have some level of rotation, probably right over here near the Rector area, and eventually moving into southeastern Missouri. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in that tornado warning. Thank you, Mike and Mike, both Mikes, for the $10 super chats. Appreciate that. Thank you. All right, give me like 20 seconds. I'm gonna real quickly get my my food. Wait, actually, let me see if we can find a live cam. Let me look. All right, I'll be back in like 20 seconds. Be right back. All right. Feeling the outside air feels great. They didn't give me utensils. That's not helpful. I don't know if I have utensils here. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm good. All right. DoorDash timer, 17 seconds. That's pretty solid. I got DoorDash. I got a pulled pork dinner from Wawa. I'm not gonna lie, like, this is not an ad, but Wawa is actually pretty good when it comes to food. They are pretty solid. It's a solid option if you're ever on the road and you're thinking, man, I want some pulled pork. I honestly think Wawa's pretty good. Not weather related at all, but I'm just saying, if you've never been, it's actually pretty good. I went one time, like recently, and I was shocked. And then I just keep eating it now. So, there you go. I also apparently got some loaded fries. I've never had their fries before. That's what it looks like. It looks pretty good. It's like there's some bacon, there's some cheese. It's actually, you know, looks good. I've never had their fries before. I didn't even know they had fries. I had to get it up like to a certain total so I could have a discount on DoorDash or whatever. It's a scam, but you know. Okay, I'm losing my voice. Let me see what this says here. Indiana, please. Indiana is pretty quiet right now. Again, you're mostly just gusty winds. I think we have another mesoscale convective vortex up here kind of spinning, maybe. But right now, it's mostly just a gusty wind threat, nothing else. I'm not super concerned about Indiana right now. And even in the Louisville area, east of Louisville, it's mostly wind right now. There's a tornado possible label, but it's not a super significant storm in my opinion. The storm near Bowling Green right now is mostly wind as well, and there's definitely a lot of wind in this area. Also going towards Clarksville. And then back over here in Arkansas, it looks like this might be our transitioning tornado threat. It would be this area here. So that's what we're looking at right now. Those mashed potatoes are so good. Holy crap. That tastes so good. I haven't had real food all day today. Like, literally. We've been live for 10 hours. This is phenomenal. Do you attribute the increase of severity to climate change? I mean, honestly, like, I'm not going to get into a little debate because people are be like, you're so political or whatever. I'm like, you know, I do think it has something to do with it. But I think really this year is more because of El Nino to La Nina, that whole transition that's happening. So. Thank you, Matt, for the $4.99. Now I'm hungry. These mashed potatoes, I'm telling you, these are like heavenly. Like they taste amazing. I don't know what they put in them. But man, they are good. Yeah, we still have 2 areas of rotation, 2 storms that are rotating. We'll keep watching them closely. If you guys do have any questions about weather, just feel free to let me know in the chat. Until we have something that becomes more concerning. This is legitimately their dinner. Like, it's legitimately pulled pork. 2 big scoops of mac and cheese and 2 scoops of mashed potatoes. It's so good. I feel like I'm in heaven right now with eating this. It's like basic mac and cheese, but like it tastes amazing. And potatoes might look bland, but they are good. Trust me, they are good. Good in the neighborhood. Applebee's advertising. No barbecue sauce? I don't know why there's no sauce, honestly. I have no clue. How rare is a tornado emergency? I think we've had 7 tornado emergencies this month. So, it's rare, but usually tornado emergencies do not happen that often usually. But we've had about 7 this month, which that is not common at all. We usually have like 1 every 3 months in a lot of cases. But this time of the year, it usually is a bit more of an uptick in that sort of department.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning for the McCrory area of Arkansas, just to the southeast of Augusta. So if you are in this pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. And I'll be moving east-southeast, going towards Route 4963. Hey, Sherry, for your $30 super chat. I might be going to Disney tomorrow. If tomorrow's severe weather isn't that bad, I actually might be going tomorrow. I do appreciate your generous $30 super chat. Can't believe you were thinking of that. It's so funny. I need a full-blown decompression day. It's either going to be tomorrow or Tuesday. One of the two. Mississippi tornadoes. I don't think we're gonna have too many tornadoes in Mississippi. It should be a relatively low risk overall. I'm not super concerned right now about Mississippi for tornadoes. I'm more concerned about the damaging wind threat, honestly. Can I give you a track of where this rotation's heading? It's right now taking a beeline towards Memphis. We can use the Radar Omega tracking tool. It's taking a beeline right towards Memphis. I need an actual time on this though. 30 miles per hour. Okay, so this is it's a pretty slow moving storm. It's going towards Memphis. But, I mean, it's a long ways away. I wouldn't be super concerned in Memphis. But Memphis right now is probably going to be hit by this in a little over 2 hours. So, Memphis, you still got a little ways away from being hit by this particular storm. But again, it would be on track here for Memphis. So, okay. I just did 232 miles per hour. That is not how fast the storm's going. Please, let me redo this. There we go. So impact times, I'll just kind of scroll by on the screen here. Tornado risk for West Virginia should be very low, in my opinion. Should be very low. Not 0, but it's very low. Thank you, Matt, for the $4.99. Also, thank you, Kat, for the $4.99. From Ohio, thank you for your videos. I'm glad I can help. Thank you for tuning in. So northeast Texas and southwestern Arkansas Another threat for isolated supercells will be possible. Very large hail, the main threat, but a tornado is also possible. There is a 40% chance that they issue a watch there. Wow, I know a lot of you guys have been dealing with storms today, and you know it's still peak of severe weather season. So if you do need a storm shelter, you can check out espshelter.com. The link is also at the second to top link in the description below. They have a great above ground storm shelters. They're very affordable to install. It's a really fantastic way to go, especially if you're in an active area for weather. You can check it out with the second to top link in the description below, espshelter.com. They're very affordable to install as well. Thank you to Arctic. Yeah, I mean, it's not Culver's. Good thing there. This rotation on this storm so far near McCrory is pretty broad. It's kind of, there's some storm mergers happening kind of here, or not really super big storm mergers, but we have showers and storms that are kind of all around that area of rotation. It's not in a great environment for there to be a tornado, but it might be something to watch for after that, after all these mergers happen. Not an imminent threat, I think, for a tornado though. It's kind of spinning itself out here. You can kind of see that here on the velocities. It's spinning itself out right now. Definitely still a damaging wind threat, but the tornado risk is not super high on that. The one up here near Rector and Kennett and Piggott is still mostly wind, but we could still see a brief tornado. I don't think that warning will probably continue for much longer though, honestly, because it's a relatively broad area of circulation. Back near Louisville. Could still get an isolated tornado somewhere in here. I don't see any debris signature yet, but still a chance for a brief tornado or two as that goes towards the Frankfort area of Kentucky. Oh, here's that storm. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning here going towards Texarkana. Or just to the southwest of Texarkana for hail and wind. That's the main concern with that one right now. Thank you, Janny, for the $20 super chat. Here's to Wawa. I appreciate that. Thank you, Laura, for the $5 super chat. Well, I can help. Thank you, somebody, for the $4.99. What do you look to ID a debris ball on radar? There's a lot of things. It depends on a lot of features on radar, but usually you're looking for a strong area of rotation. You're looking for a big debris signature when it comes to either some sort of blue or green that's showing up on the correlation coefficient. But there's a lot of different factors, and you also have to look at the reflectivity. If there's a big blue blob with a very strong area of rotation, but there's no rain there, there's a probably pretty good solid chance it's not a tornado. But it depends on a lot of different situations. So, thank you, friend in Florida, for the $20 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you. Xavier, I'll do a members only Radar Omega settings tutorial at some point in the future. I know a lot of people are asking about what settings I use. I'll go over those at some point. Hopefully soon. We are nowhere close to a record-breaking year right now when it comes to tornadoes. We are still ways away from that. 2011 was way worse. We had double the amount of tornadoes in 2011 in April compared to this April, which this April was the second most tornadoes we've ever had. We had over double in 2011. 2011 was way worse. $1974. Oh, it was 1974 too? I thought we were top 2. Was it not the second highest for tornadoes in April? I could have sworn we were top 2. Maybe not. I thought 20. What were the numbers? Do we have the numbers somewhere? If anybody has those numbers, let me know. I honestly thought that 2011 was the only one higher, but I could be wrong. I thought it was there was 1800. Yes, 1800. We definitely had records in 1800 for tornadoes. I bet. Yeah, I honestly I do think. Well, maybe I don't know. 2011 is the second most for April. Oh, it wasn't even the most. Wow, my weather history sucks. My apologies. I bet George Washington was keeping track of all those tornadoes back in 1800. Yeah, this tornado warning again does not look super impressive. I honestly think right now the main concern with this storm as it moves east will be the potential for damaging winds and hail. There's been a lot of wind damage reported also in the Bowling Green area. We've had a lot of damage reports everywhere. There's also some numerous large trees down on Interstate 69 between Central City and Dawson Springs. Still have a low chance for a tornado out of the storms that are near Glasgow. The storms near Louisville are no longer even severe. Well, we're actually not doing too bad right now, honestly. Like, I hope it stays this way, but the main concern that I'm seeing across the board right now is really right now in Arkansas, and that'll eventually go into Tennessee, by the way. But like right now, this line of storms is actually weakening a lot quicker than I expected. I thought this would be much more intense right now. It is surprising how it's not like weak, but it's not as bad as I think it could have been, at least for right now. We'll see if that continues, but I do think really a concern that we need to continue to watch for too are any discrete cells that form out here that move into Tennessee. But honestly, I'm liking what I'm seeing right now. I'm liking what I'm seeing. That tornado warning was canceled. Look at that. We're down to one tornado warning, guys. We might have no tornado warnings. If they just cancel this warning here, which I honestly, again, do not see much for rotation, we might have, for the first time in forever, no tornado warnings. We need to get some like drum rolls in the chat here. We need this to happen. I don't see much rotation here again. But the only area where we could get a tornado would be near Kennett in Arkansas. I don't feel like I'm going to jinx it. I honestly do not see a single thing on radar right now that looks very imminent. Let me verify all these storms real quick. Let's run through them. The one near Naples is very broad. There are some notches on the leading edge here, but it's all relatively broad circulation. So, it's this one tornado warning right now in northeast Arkansas. Where's Connor? Connor's probably going home, is my guess. What's my dream job? What I'm doing right now. There's no rotation really in Indiana or Ohio, at least from what I was seeing on radar. We can go up there real quick. The only rotation there might be a Taco Bell toilet bowl at this point, up in this area. Yeah, I'm not seeing much up here. It looks like all rain. We could always get like a brief tornado out of something in here, but I think overall, again, the chances of that is still relatively low. I'm not really seeing anything that impressive though when it comes to rotation. Why wasn't Reed chasing this? I don't know. I was actually surprised. I didn't see him live. I don't know. He might have just not been able to get to the setup in time. I don't know. It is not a short drive. I mean, for the record, it's not a short drive from Oklahoma to get over all the way over into here. How am I feeling tonight? I'm feeling great after eating all this food, which I have barely even eaten. Feels good to eat again. Can get Dom 3 to Kentucky fast enough? Yeah, it makes sense. It's not an easy drive. So Radar Mega Cyclone Port in Kenton, Tennessee. And again, you can watch these on the app with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Still some rain falling here. I'm not seeing much lightning, not really seeing much wind right now on the Kenton storm. So that's what's happening there. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning as well, back over to the northeast of Little Rock. And another one back over near the Campbellsville area for damaging winds up to 60. Going towards Lebanon and Campbellsville here in Kentucky. When's the stream gonna end? I have no clue. No clue at all. What's my secret without yawning for all these streams? I have 2 very bright lights to my right and left. I have 4 bright monitors. Actually, 6 bright monitors. I have an LED light looking backwards. It's a very bright room. It's hard to yawn in this sort of environment. If I'm tired, you can't even really tell because it's just... I can't yawn when I have lights like this all over the place. So... Adrenaline too. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think this tornado warning will be allowed to expire. And after that, I mean, again, I don't really see any rotation there. I think really right now it's all damaging winds and hail. We could still get some isolated tornadoes on the leading edge of this, but that's still, I think, a little ways away from developing. The tornado warning that we currently have, again, is just not really that crazy. It's just mostly wind, rain, lightning, all that sort of stuff. Thank you, Troy, for becoming a member.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for Paragould near Leechville. So it's kind of on the leading edge of the storm activity. And it would be because of this rotation right about here, near Paragould. So if you're in this pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. I'll be moving towards Leechville here in Arkansas. But this tornado warning again will probably be allowed to just be, again, probably be canceled or let to expire. The rotation on the northern tornado warnings moving out of the area. The next area to watch for a tornado risk would again be back into here. Anything in here has the potential down the road to produce a potential tornado as it does eventually go towards western Tennessee. No debris signature on this. Again, that circulation will be right there. So moving down to the southeast. This includes a population, by the way, of 43,000 people, so there's quite a bit of people in this tornado warning. So if you know any friends or family in this area, give them a call or text. Make sure that they're weather aware, staying vigilant on this potential for a tornado as this does move to the south and east over the next several minutes. It is in an environment, again, where there could be a potential for a isolated tornado that could even be strong. So make sure that they're staying weather aware on this particular storm. I'm glad I can help, Tasha. That was a dangerous situation last night there in North Texas. Relatively dangerous situation there. There was a EF3 in Salina, Texas, and an EF2 back over in, I think, Valley View. I think that was the confirmation there. What's the wind looking like in Bowling Green? Getting a ton of reports from Scanner. People trapped in homes and destroyed. Really? In Bowling Green? The winds are about 60 miles per hour going through Bowling Green. So unless they're like mobile homes or something, I don't know. We were watching the storm all the way through Bowling Green. It looked like all predominantly wind. I'm not sure if that is a legitimate report, but if there could have been trees that fell onto, you know, there could have been trees at least that fell into homes, and that might have done it. Might have been a brief tornado, something along those lines. We woke up with Max, and now we're going to bed with Max. Appreciate you watching the stream from the TV. Moko. It's been a day. I mean, we've been live for almost 11 hours. We could, at this point, be a full-blown 24/7 news station at this point with how long we've been live today. If you guys do see any more reports on any of the damage from today, anything like that, feel free to at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. Again, we'll continue to relay reports as we get them. Again, the rotation that we're looking at near Paragould, Arkansas is that right there. Still not that strong. It's still on the broader side of things, but it'll be moving eventually towards Leechville and Monette. So continue to stay in your safe place if you're in the pink polygon. Thank you, Father, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Casey, for another $100 super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Put smarts in the chat for Casey. Very generous, and I do appreciate your generosity. Sounds good, Dice Monkey. Appreciate the $4.99. The live came out of Dyersburg, Tennessee, and Northwest Tennessee. I'm not sure if we're really going to see anything here, but definitely wind picking up here for sure. But again, the good news right now is that a lot of these storms are predominantly wind. I mean, we have a low tornado. We still have a tornado risk for sure tonight, but so far a lot of these storms right now in Arkansas are still really struggling to build up. So let's hope it continues to stay that way. Yeah, we do have a hook on this storm back over southwest of Texarkana, Texas. but the rotation is just not there. I mean, we got wind, got wind on the other direction, but like, look at the hook. It's only wind right now. It's just damaging winds. Now down the road, this could produce a tornado, but it's still, I think, wells away from now. I don't think it's imminent. I think it's going to take a little while for that to actually get going. It is very discreet. Sure, it's a cute looking supercell, but it's going to take a little while to get going when it comes to that tornado risk. That's half dollar size tail. Reported in Paragould, Arkansas. The latest report there. We have another severe thunderstorm warning up there in northern Missouri. The madness continues up there. Mainly a wind and hail threat there. The rotation's still not really that weak. I mean, it's still definitely there near Paragould. So, could still get a tornado with this as it does go down to the southeast here in the state of Arkansas. So, continue to stay in your safe place if you are in the pink polygon. That northern tornado warning has ended. So, we are now back down to 1 tornado warning. I like how everybody on Twitter now just ats me in flying trampoline photos. Literally all it is. I keep getting added in trampoline photos and videos. Alright, so again, still area of rotation approaching Leachville here in northeastern Arkansas. And if you are currently in Paragould or Leachville, continue to stay in your safe place. I don't know why that was negative. My bad. Diet Coke. I've run out of Diet Coke entirely. I need to go buy more. I ran out. I had that entire... I didn't drink this entire thing in a day, but it's a full 2-liter bottle. It's gone. No more Diet Coke. You know, I just realized, just kind of realizing this now. I didn't realize, but this is actually in Missouri too. So this little part of here is Missouri. The borders, unfortunately, they kind of like overlap here. I kind of wish it was a bit bolder over the lines here, but either way, it's mainly for Paragould and Leachville, Arkansas, anyways. But yeah, I get this storm looks cute on radar, but I'm telling you, it's mostly a wind threat right now. Mostly wind and hail.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning for those in Blytheville, near the Leachville area. Again, basically in northeastern Arkansas, southeastern Missouri. If you are in this warning, seek shelter, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. If you're in this new pink polygon, which is for the same storm we've been looking at here for several minutes now. I'm going to be honest with you, I don't really see a whole lot when it comes to rotation, but just in case it does try to do something funky here, I'd seek shelter near Cardwell, Hornersville, Senath, Arby's, Holland, Cooter, Steel, in southern Missouri. A lot of these areas again included in this tornado warning. Just kind of scrolling by to show you where it's going. Again, primarily along the Missouri and Arkansas border. And it also goes to the Tennessee. It does go all the way up until the Tennessee border. That's the area that we're looking at now. That potential for a tornado. You know, this LED light that I got, I just want to throw it out there. This LED light that we got, it does a lot of crazy things. Like, the lighting features on there, it's literally insane. Once we get time next week, hopefully, if the severe weather is quieter, which I think it will be this upcoming week, we'll be doing a lot of upgrades to our overlays on streams and also to the lighting system. So when there are tornado warnings issues and stuff, it does more than just what it does now. It just flashes. So there are going to be some really cool things coming. It's not Philips Hue. No, Philips Hue sucks, honestly. I was using Philips Hue. It's pretty garbage. They're just so dim for what the price is. It doesn't do enough. I will probably still use them to some extent, but they're not currently being used. This is a newer light. Newer, honestly, it has a solid brand. I'm just going to zoom out for now. That rotation's still pretty broad. Thank you, LR, for the very generous $100 super chat. I'm glad I can help. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you to anybody that's become a member today, anybody that's super chatted, Venmo'd, donated, anything like that. I really do appreciate your generosity. It's been a long last 8 days. I think everybody knows that. I think everybody's been here for most of these streams at least, and they've been very hectic at sometimes. It's been, you know, very busy last several days. Just the easiest way to put it. So, obviously, hopefully the weather's quieter tomorrow. Again, we will possibly be live tomorrow. I'm not sure what the plan is yet. I don't know. Really don't. We might be live tomorrow. Tomorrow just looks like a you know, mediocre day, honestly. I'm surprised there's even a 5% tornado risk. I just think tomorrow's going to be mediocre. Hey, Rachel, becoming a member. Update for Tennessee. Yeah, so again, we're looking at the line of storms right now up here to the north. This is still mainly a damaging wind threat for anything that is severe. And then anything over here that's discrete will have a better shot at tornadoes. This should outrace this, meaning that you should predominantly have a wind threat for most of Tennessee, with a couple of tornadoes being possible. That is my thinking at this point. I don't think there's any reason to be super concerned here, but I do think you need to be staying weather aware. How many subscribers are we at? I think we're at 266 now. I just looked a little while ago. Yeah, we're 266. What's crazy is that we still have our limited edition merch. We've gained 16,000 subscribers since then. What a time to be alive. Thank you, Dakota, for becoming a member. Ohio update. There's not really much to update you on Ohio in. It's just mostly wind, storms, weather. Basically all it is up here. There's really nothing happening. The only severe storm that's even near you is in northern Kentucky, and that is just damaging winds up to 60. That's about it. Thank you, Varsal, for the $4.99. Appreciate it. Dunklin County. Oh, that's right here. Oh. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I didn't know how close this was. Right now, I don't know where you are in this county. Again, we have rotation back over here on the southwestern side of this county. But honestly, it's not that strong. I'm mostly concerned about the wind, lightning, and rain, and maybe some hail. The main area of circulation that we'd be looking at now would actually be this right here. So this right here, southeast of Paragould. We actually could get a tornado from that. That looks more impressive than what we've seen. So this right here, we could have a tornado going towards Leechville here in Arkansas. That rotation's actually pretty strong. This is the strongest we've seen it over the last few scans. So if you are in this warning, again, make sure that you're staying in your safe place, because we definitely could get a tornado here as it moves east towards Leechville, Arkansas. Thank you, lady, for becoming a member as well. And this is the latest scan. It was there, and now it's not. So it's a little bit weaker on the latest scan. This would be the area, though. If we did get a tornado, it would be in this area that we're looking at right now. So that's what we're watching for. We've now officially been live for 11 hours in a row. That is pretty crazy. I feel better on this 11-hour live stream than I did on the 12-hour live stream plus 4 hours that we had the other week. We had 16 hours straight the other week, but I'm actually feeling pretty good for it being 11 hours in. Pretty crazy stuff. Nashville will probably get damaging winds. I think the tornado risk again is pretty low over that direction at this point. What's the longest stream I've ever done? 16 hours straight. That was a few weeks back. That was the high risk day that we had in Oklahoma. Rotation's still pretty... It's broadened out over the last couple scans. Yeah, our longest stream ever was back a few weeks ago on that high risk in Oklahoma. 16 straight hours. I thought today would be split up into 2 parts, but never happened. Now, there is a chance... we're going to continue to watch the weather closely here, but there is a chance that I do end up just... You know, if things kind of just stay the way they are right now, we might just end the stream, and then I might come back after that later if nobody's really covering it, in case there's anything happening. If there's not really much happening, we're not going to go live again, but that is a chance, because honestly, I need to get walking. My legs hurt. You have a tornado watch, by the way. This was issued 8 minutes ago, but for southern Arkansas, northern Louisiana, and northeastern Texas until 5 a.m. So really, the severe weather threat, again, is going to last for several hours between now and late tonight. Let's just go and time it out here on the future radar. So this is right now what we're looking at here across the Ohio Valley and the Southern Plains. This is by 12 to 1. So again, we're predominantly looking at wind. Again, I would really not be that concerned right now. Aside from a couple tornadoes being possible, I would definitely make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. have a tornado action plan in place, all that sort of stuff. But I think the majority of the storms here, as we go into the overnight hours, will be damaging winds, especially in Tennessee and Kentucky. We could still get some spin-ups, we could still get some tornadoes, but I do think the majority of these storms here, again, will be predominantly wind threats. By 4 to 5 in the morning, these storms move into Alabama and Mississippi. The most intense thunderstorms will probably be in eastern Tennessee and western Virginia, where we'll continue to watch for some damaging winds. And then by tomorrow morning, things are probably clearing out. So that's at least what I'm thinking right now in terms of the overall, severe weather threat at this point. Now, again, I would still stay weather aware. I would have multiple ways to receive alerts. I just think overall, the threat of severe weather after midnight is going to be mostly damaging winds. We could get some spin-ups in here, which is a reason why, if we do end a stream, we might go live again. But we'll have to kind of monitor trends there. That's at least what I'm thinking. Oh yeah, tomorrow. Yeah, I'll go over tomorrow real quick. Again, we might go live tomorrow. I'm not sure yet. It's 50-50 right now. We have a large slight risk on the East Coast. We have a large marginal threat as well, which actually I do think we could get a slight risk in North Texas for tomorrow for hail. Right now the concern is going to be driven towards wind and hail, but the tornado risk here is a 5% on the East Coast. We have a 2% down here in Alabama and Georgia, and another 2% in Texas. With all that said, we might go live. I don't know. I don't really feel like it. If there is something, though, that looks more concerning by tomorrow, we will, boot up a live stream. It's going to depend heavily, honestly, on, I don't know. I don't know what it's going to depend on. I'll look at them. I'll look at the models in the morning. I'll probably have a video on it anyways tomorrow morning and all that sort of jazz, and then we'll go from there. New severe thunderstorm warning in northwestern Tennessee for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So that threat does continue. Still got a tornado warning in northeast Arkansas, which is still pretty minimal right now. Just take tomorrow off. It's not that easy. It's not as easy as just saying take tomorrow off. That's not how it works. I cannot just take a day off when there's weather still happening. This isn't like September, where there's like one severe weather event, it feels like, and that's it. Okay. At this point, I'm seeing a lot of broad rotation. I'm seeing a lot of damaging winds. I think what the plan is going to be is that we're going to go ahead and wind down this stream. If things become concerning again, in like an hour, we'll go live again. Like for a late stream, which I'm fine with. I don't mind being up late. But right now, everything's pretty kind of died down at this point for now. Still have a tornado warning, but again, the rotation's pretty broad. So overall, just stay weather aware. We might go live again in like 30 minutes to an hour if things ramp up again. But right now, it's mostly just wind across the board. So just stay weather aware. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. And again, we will boot up a live stream if needed again in an hour. Now, before we get off, just in case we do not go live again, I do want to mention a couple of things. All right. We have limited release shopmaxvelocity.net merch. I don't know when the next time we'll be live is. It could be tomorrow. It could be next, week. It could be 5 weeks from now. You never know. So we have this, again, limited edition, 250,000 subscriber Max Velocity hat. If you want to pick it up, the link will be in the chat. If you want to support the page, if you want to get one of these, a lot of people have already picked these up. You can feel free to pick one up. It's very high quality merch. It's going to be shopmaxvelocity.net, which again, there's also a t-shirt. We have 2 different options, a bunch of different color styles for both the shirt and as well as the hat. So that is shopmaxvelocity.net. Another thing you might need is a storm shelter. If you need a storm shelter, you can check that out at espshelter.com. Again, they have great storm shelters. They're above ground. They are very affordable and very easy to install as well. For storm shelters on the market, they have a lot of great inventions, and they can withhold strong tornadoes. So if you need a storm shelter, espshelter.com is the way to go. It's also the second to top link in the description below. Also, today's live stream has been brought to you by Radar Omega. You can download it on iOS and Android with the top link in the description below. We've been using the app the entire live stream. Has tons of features like live cameras, live storm chasers, a lot of other stuff. So check it out. Top link in the description below on iOS and Android. With all that said, make sure to follow us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. We'll continue to relay more information there if anything does get concerning. And we might go live again in an hour. I'm not sure. So click the bell icon down below so you're notified when we go live. If we do, I don't know if we will. If it looks kind of like what it is right now, probably not. It's not something that you really need to be live for. With this sort of magnitude, it's way less concerning than we had 5 hours ago or 3 hours ago or whatever. It's still concerning. It's just not as concerning. And also make sure that you join our Discord server. The link's in the description if you want to join our Discord. We also are on Instagram, which I haven't used yet, but that's also down below. We also are on Facebook. So at MaxVelocityWX on Facebook. We'll be posting stuff there as well as we get more information. Other than that, I really do appreciate anybody that's become a member, anybody that's super chatted, anybody that's Venmo'd, any of you guys. I really do appreciate it. You guys are really generous. And I really do appreciate you guys. It helps a lot with a lot of things, but also helps upgrade the studio in general, which again, we're still doing upgrades here to the studio, and we'll be doing some, overlay revamp probably here pretty soon as well. So all those things are things that we'll be doing. I'm not doing a gritty tonight. Not doing a gritty tonight. If we go live again later, then I might do it. So if we go live again later tonight, maybe. I'm not going to do it now though. I'm hungry. But I appreciate everybody tuning in. Again, stay safe if you're in any of these areas. Continue to monitor the weather very closely just in case. But I think most of these storms will be predominantly wind with a low tornado risk. I think it's lower than what we had earlier today. Stay weather aware. Stay vigilant. Have a great, safe rest of your night. If I don't see you again in an hour or two, which again, I might go live. I'm not guaranteeing it. I'll consider it if it still looks concerning. If I don't go live again later, I might go live tomorrow. If not, next live stream probably won't be for a few days. So, because I want to take a break. All right. See you guys all again soon. Have a great, safe rest of your night. Thank you again to everybody that supports the page. I really do love all of you guys. And have a great, safe rest of your night. I cannot speak. And we'll see you guys all again in the next stream. I'm not doing a gritty. If I do a gritty, it will be in our next live stream. All right. See you guys again soon.